I rise to present the budget for the year 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation.
उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए मजबूत नींव डालने वाला बजट प्रस्तुत किया जाएगा.
How to improve housing at the lower income levels.
There should be some incentives for the rural economy.
ट्रेंड बढ़ाना चाहिए,
एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़े,
गैस की जो प्राइस है वो थोड़ा घट जाए,
मेडिकल कॉलेज बढ़ाया जाए.
विकसित भारत 2047 remains achievable milestone.
If we are able to maneuver expenditure in a way that you are able to lift consumption, it's a positive thing, I would think. Key to watch out for will be how the government really strikes a balance between fiscal responsibility as well as populist measures.
It's the first budget of the third Modi government, and the big question is, will there be a reset of the politics, the economics and the approach of Modi 3.0? Catch every detail, every nuance and everything that you need to know on Moneycontrol all day on 23rd July, the big reset budget.
I rise to present the budget for the year 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation.
उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए मजबूत नींव डालने वाला बजट प्रस्तुत किया जाएगा.
How to improve housing at the lower income levels.
There should be some incentives for the rural economy.
ट्रेंड बढ़ाना चाहिए,
एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़े,
गैस की जो प्राइस है वो थोड़ा घट जाए,
मेडिकल कॉलेज बढ़ाया जाए.
विकसित भारत 2047 remains achievable milestone.
If we are able to maneuver expenditure in a way that you are able to lift consumption, it's a positive thing, I would think. Key to watch out for will be how the government really strikes a balance between fiscal responsibility as well as populist measures.
It's the first budget of the third Modi government, and the big question is, will there be a reset of the politics, the economics and the approach of Modi 3.0? Catch every detail, every nuance and everything that you need to know on Moneycontrol all day on 23rd July, the big reset budget.
Hello. Hi, morning. This is Sonal.
I rise to present the budget for the year 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation.
I thought this is the day that
उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए मजबूत नींव डालने वाला बजट प्रस्तुत किया जाएगा.
How to improve housing at the lower income levels.
There should be some incentives for the rural economy.
ट्रेंड बढ़ाना चाहिए,
एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़े,
गैस की जो प्राइस है वो थोड़ा घट जाए,
मेडिकल कॉलेज बढ़ाया जाए.
विकसित भारत 2047 remains achievable milestone.
If we are able to maneuver expenditure in a way that you are able to lift consumption, it's a positive thing, I would think. Key to watch out for will be how the government really strikes a balance between fiscal responsibility as well as populist measures.
It's the first budget of the third Modi government, and the big question is, will there be a reset of the politics, the economics and the approach of Modi 3.0? Catch every detail, every nuance and everything that you need to know on Moneycontrol all day on 23rd July, the big reset budget.
how export etc. duties could be eased.
I rise to present the budget for the year 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation.
उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए मजबूत नींव डालने वाला बजट प्रस्तुत किया जाएगा.
How to improve housing at the lower income levels.
There should be some incentives for the rural economy.
ट्रेंड बढ़ाना चाहिए,
एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़े,
गैस की जो प्राइस है वो थोड़ा घट जाए,
मेडिकल कॉलेज बढ़ाया जाए.
विकसित भारत 2047 remains achievable milestone.
If we are able to maneuver expenditure in a way that you are able to lift consumption, it's a positive thing, I would think. Key to watch out for will be how the government really strikes a balance between fiscal responsibility as well as populist measures.
It's the first budget of the third Modi government, and the big question is, will there be a reset of the politics, the economics and the approach of Modi 3.0? Catch every detail, every nuance and everything that you need to know on Moneycontrol all day on 23rd July, the big reset budget.
If you have something specific in mind, you have my number, you can just tell me. Okay. Okay, Shan. See you. Bye.
I rise to present the budget for the year 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation.
उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए मजबूत नींव डालने वाला बजट प्रस्तुत किया जाएगा.
How to improve housing at the lower income levels.
There should be some incentives for the rural economy.
ट्रेंड बढ़ाना चाहिए.
एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़े,
गैस की जो प्राइस है वो थोड़ा घट जाए.
मेडिकल कॉलेज बढ़ाया जाए.
Viksit Bharat 2047 remains achievable milestone.
If we are able to maneuver expenditure in a way that you are able to lift consumption, it's a positive thing, I would think. Key to watch out for will be how the government really strikes a balance between fiscal responsibility as well as populist measures.
It's the first budget of the third Modi government, and the big question is, will there be a reset of the politics, the economics and the approach of Modi 3.0? Catch every detail, every nuance and everything that you need to know on Moneycontrol all day on 23rd July,
They
the
have big
big reset budget.
Rundown is loading, then clearly there is access here, na?
The rundown
I rise to present the budget for the year 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation.
सब वो कर लेंगे. अब जाके मुझे
उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए मजबूत नींव डालने वाला बजट प्रस्तुत किया जाएगा.
How to improve housing at the lower income levels.
There should be
I rise to present the budget for the year 2019-20.
Reset budget.
I rise to present the budget for the year 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation.
उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए मजबूत नींव डालने वाला बजट प्रस्तुत किया जाएगा.
How to improve housing at the lower income levels.
There should be some incentives for the rural economies.
ट्रेंड बढ़ाना चाहिए.
एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़े,
गैस की जो प्राइस है वो थोड़ा घट जाए.
मेडिकल कॉलेज बढ़ाया जाए.
Viksit Bharat 2047 remains achievable milestone.
If we are able to maneuver expenditure in a way that you are able to lift consumption, it's a positive thing, I would think. Key to watch out for will be how the government really strikes a balance between fiscal responsibility as well as populist measures.
It's the first budget of the third Modi government, and the big question is, will there be a reset of the politics, the economics, and the approach of Modi 3.0? Catch every detail, every nuance, and everything that you need to know on Moneycontrol all day on 23rd July, the big reset budget.
I rise to present the budget for the year 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation.
उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए मजबूत नींव डालने वाला बजट प्रस्तुत किया जाएगा.
How to improve housing at the lower income levels.
There should be some incentives for the rural economies.
ट्रेंड बढ़ाना चाहिए.
एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़े,
गैस की जो प्राइस है वो थोड़ा घट जाए.
मेडिकल कॉलेज बढ़ाया जाए.
Viksit Bharat 2047 remains achievable milestone.
If we are able to maneuver expenditure in a way that you are able to lift consumption, it's a positive thing, I would think. Key to watch out for will be how the government really strikes a balance between fiscal responsibility as well as populist measures.
It's the first budget of the third Modi government, and the big question is, will there be a reset of the politics, the economics, and the approach of Modi 3.0? Catch every detail, every nuance, and everything that you need to know on Moneycontrol all day on 23rd July, the big reset budget.
I rise to present the budget for the year 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation.
उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए मजबूत नींव डालने वाला बजट प्रस्तुत किया जाएगा.
How to improve housing at the lower income levels.
There should be some incentives for the rural economies.
ट्रेंड बढ़ाना चाहिए.
एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़े,
गैस की जो प्राइस है वो थोड़ा घट जाए.
मेडिकल कॉलेज बढ़ाया जाए.
Viksit Bharat 2047 remains achievable milestone.
If we are able to maneuver expenditure in a way that you are able to lift consumption, it's a positive thing, I would think. Key to watch out for will be how the government really strikes a balance between fiscal responsibility as well as populist measures.
It's the first budget of the third Modi government, and the big question is, will there be a reset of the politics, the economics, and the approach of Modi 3.0? Catch every detail, every nuance, and everything that you need to know on Moneycontrol all day on 23rd July, the big reset budget.
I rise to present the budget for the year 2019, 2020, 2022, 2023. The Indian economy has witnessed profound positive transformation.
उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए मजबूत नींव डालने वाला बजट प्रस्तुत किया जाएगा.
How to improve housing at the lower income levels.
There should be some incentives for the rural economies.
ट्रेंड बढ़ाना चाहिए.
एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़े,
गैस की जो प्राइस है वो थोड़ा घट जाए.
मेडिकल कॉलेज बढ़ाया जाए.
Viksit Bharat 2047 remains achievable milestone.
If we are able to maneuver expenditure in a way that you are able to lift consumption, it's a positive thing, I would think. Key to watch out for will be how the government really strikes a balance between fiscal responsibility as well as populist measures.
It's the first budget of the third Modi government, And the big question is, will there be a reset of the politics, the economics, and the approach of Modi 3.0? Catch every detail, every nuance, and everything that you need to know on Money Control all day on 23rd July, the big reset budget.
I rise to present the budget for the year 2019-2020.
Okay. Hello and welcome. Good morning. You're watching Money Control's dedicated coverage of Budget 2024. Now, through the day today, Money Control will delve into details of the most anticipated financial blueprint of the year, bringing you in-depth analysis, expert opinions and real-life stories on how these changes will impact you. From tax reforms to new spending initiatives, we'll break down the key points of what they mean for you, your family and your business. I'm Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor here in Mumbai, and this is a simulcast. We are also joined by our colleagues in Delhi.
Throughout the day, until 9:30 p.m. today, Money Control will be bringing you non-stop coverage of the budget. I'm Karunya Rao and I'm here in the Noida studios bringing you all the live updates and analysis from our in-house and external experts all through the day. For now, let's start with some key focus areas. Budget expectations are high, with many hoping for significant tax cuts. Will that happen? Let's look at some key areas and sectors in focus. First, of course, will be tax reforms, anticipated changes to income tax slabs and potential relief for middle-class families. Then, of course, there will be significant amount of thrust on the agricultural sector, which is expected to see some enhancements to the Kisan Credit Card scheme and increased support for farmers. Then you have, of course, the electric vehicles, where the policies are likely to promote the adoption of EVs, including subsidies and infrastructure development. Then you have healthcare. Increased spending is likely to strengthen public health infrastructure and introduce new insurance benefits as well. That's also going to be on the radar. Then you have education, where initiatives are aimed at improving the quality of education and access to digital learning tools. Infrastructure, as always, will be in the limelight. Large-scale projects are likely to boost connectivity and support urban development. Then, of course, there is job creation on the platter as well. The measures are likely to stimulate employment across various sectors, including technology and manufacturing. Let's dive into the details with our panel of experts then. Joining in today in the morning in our studios is Gaurav Chaudhary and Sanjeev Shankaran, our very own in-house experts. Good morning, guys.
Good morning. Good morning, Sonal. Good morning, Sonal.
Morning, guys. Gaurav, if I can just start by asking you, this is, like I said, the blueprint to what Modi 3.0 will be all about. This is also the 7th time the finance minister is actually putting it out, coming in a very interesting backdrop. We're in a year where about 5 states also go to polls, 3 of them agrarian. So would it be fair to say that one clear-cut focus will be on agriculture?
Will always be. In fact, every successive budget, we see that there's a lot of focus on agricultural sector. But just to cut back a couple of months, the conditions under which the interim budget was presented on 1st February and now the 23rd of July, the conditions have changed significantly, both on the political side, and we all know how the landscape has changed, but also on the fiscal side. And there's something, for instance, I'll just point out to one big piece of number there. On February 1, when the finance minister presented the interim budget, she had budgeted for an RBI dividend of 1 lakh crore. By the time the new financial year came along, around in May, the RBI paid a dividend of 2.11 lakh crore, which is what actually bolstered her and given her more fiscal elbow room to do with a lot of spending that has been necessitated by political expediency post elections. I would expect a lot of phraseology being tossed around on welfare spending, also on social sector spending, but I would be keenly watching out on one piece of number, which is the revenue expenditure. If you look at the numbers over the last 7-8 years, you will see revenue expenditure as a percentage of total expenditure has significantly declined from about 88% in 2016 to about 77% now. I expect that to go up a bit, partly triggered by political necessities and also partly to address some pain points on agriculture, farming, social sector, and also the medium and small enterprises, which essentially is the lifeblood of the Indian economy for so far as job creation is concerned. Sonal?
Right. Sanjeev, we have you also. Can you just start the morning by just getting a view of what your expectations are at this point, and what are you picking up? Any cues from the Eco Survey?
I don't expect any significant increase in the overall expenditure. I mean, as Gaurav said, there is a little more room now after RBI's dividend, and I think the tax collections are doing a little better than they expected. But overall, in the interim budget, they budgeted for about close to 48 lakh crore, and I don't think you'll see a significant increase. But where I do expect a fair bit of change is in the way they reprioritize their schemes. Let me give you an example. For instance, out of every 100 rupees the central government spends, roughly 40 rupees are spent in over 700 schemes which are clubbed under central sector schemes and centrally sponsored schemes. Now that gives any finance minister a lot of place to, they've got space to kind of reprioritize during the year depending on what their political priorities are. Agriculture will be a political priority. I mean, that's as the political landscape has changed quite a bit. Now, there are two options that they have, and I think they'll try and find a balance there. One, you've got an unexpected bonanza on the revenue side this year, but when you devise a scheme, you really need to think of what's going to be the long-term impact. Now, one scheme that we've been hearing would see an increase is the income transfer to farmers. It's called PM Kisan. Now, there is a possibility there will be an increase in income transfer, but how much depends on what they think will be a more sticky revenue target for the next few years, because the RBI bonanza, it could just go back to about 1.5 crore next year. So I do expect a fair bit of reprioritization, but not so much overall increase in the expenditure.
Right. Karunya?
Well, one task that the government has right now is balancing between a pro-growth budget, a populist budget, and of course factoring in all the demands of the different allies have now that we have a slightly different verdict after the elections. So, Sanjeev, first, if you could tell us how the government is likely to sort of balance all of these three together, and which way do you see it lean this time around?
Well, a populist budget really depends on which part of the society you are in. A farmer would have a very different idea of a populist budget from someone in CII.
That's the task, really.
That's the task. Now, I do expect some changes in the revenue expenditure, which is one number that Gaurav said he's looking out for. I don't expect any significant change in their infrastructure spending. I think they will stay there. And in the budget speech, they will. I mean, it's a chance to send a political signal, and they will address constituencies that they feel haven't really voted for them in large enough numbers. And I'm also looking at the other political aspect of the budget. That is, how do you deal with your allies who are chief ministers, who have placed very, very specific demands, particularly Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, two chief ministers. Who have the numbers to, I mean, they can't break the government in that sense. I mean, no one is going to break any government. But I'm just saying that they have to really figure out how to satisfy what they want, because a special category status is not possible right now. It requires a very different set of, there's a National Development Council that gets into it. It's just not possible any longer. Now, I'm also interested in the way they handle the political aspect of the budget by trying to satisfy the demands of their allies, particularly Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu.
It has to be popular even from a political standpoint, not just agri or middle classes or the business community.
No, it has to be popular. It has to satisfy. I mean, it's a hard job. You have the multiple constituencies with conflicting demands who have to be satisfied, and I'm waiting to see how they're going to do it.
How do you think, Gaurav, it's going to pan out?
No, it's not an easy time to be the finance minister of this country. So let's put it that way. And the context, as I said, has changed significantly over the last 3-4 months. I agree with Sanjeev that the government is unlikely to, announce any real changes in the capital expenditure, because one reason, of course, is that if you change the capital expenditure, or if we enhance it, you have about 6 months or so, or 7 months to actually spend that money. By the time next February comes along, or next January comes along, the finance minister probably will be preparing for a full budget for the next financial. So essentially, this is only a 7-month time period that she's looking at from a financial year point of view. But having said that, I'm quite certain that she's going to demonstrate her intent to walk the talk, or the government's intent to walk the talk, so far as managing a set of probably a restive alliance is concerned. And that is why there will be clear signaling and intent from the government side on Andhra Pradesh, and the lens will also be on Bihar. We just saw yesterday that the government has made it very clear that there is no possibility of bringing back the special category status. It was done away by the 14th Finance Commission. Special category status now only exists for, or is applicable for, the northeastern states and the hilly states. Now, to what extent actually the government ends up transferring some kind of a fiscal package, or the monies, as it were, for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar is going to be interesting to see, because if you do that, it always also carries the risk of triggering some kind of a similar demand from states all across the country, not just ruled by their own allies and their own party, but also from opposing parties. So tomorrow, for instance, if Kerala comes along and says that we also need a special package, it's going to be very difficult to resist in terms of sheer merits of that, because they would have done it already. The other thing is on the PM Kisan scheme, which is an income support scheme. It was last done in 2019, 6,000 rupees a year. It's due for an appraisal in any case. Now, to what extent they end up going it? The problem with the finance minister is not, it's never going to be a one-off thing. So if she ends up doubling it, for instance, to 12,000 rupees a year, every successive year, it remains at 12,000. It's downward sticky. It's not going to come down. So what it does, it assumes the characteristic of almost as if it's a statutory expenditure, which is what she has to actually account for, because it's not just about this year, it's about every subsequent year. That is where the problem gets a little complicated.
No, I want to circle back to what you were saying, that obviously she only has 7 months to execute and walk the talk, and an interim budget was already presented before the elections in February. So is this going to be just a more detailed, a bit of an extension of what has already been laid out, with no significant changes?
Interesting question, and I'm glad you asked that question. So if we have two immediate contexts here. 2014, when the government came to power, this party came to power. 2014, when the late Arun Jaitley presented the first full budget of this government in the month of July 10 years ago. he actually changed a lot of income tax, the slabs and rates. So we also saw the Section 80C actually being raised by 50,000 rupees from 1 lakh rupees to 1,50,000, and that has stayed put there for the last 10 years. Again, on the next occasion in 2019, when Nirmala Sitharaman presented the first budget, there were not too many changes. But what we saw, however, 2 months later, in the month of September, she actually announced out of the budget a massive cut in corporate taxes. That of course came the trigger for that was a different set of reasons. But if you look at in 2019, the government had 300 seats in power. Despite that, they did not go for the jugular. Here, however, they are effectively running a minority government, in the sense that they are not in full. The BJP is not in full majority. The stakeholders are different. There are many pulls and pressures now. They don't enjoy a brute majority. This is probably going to be the real test for this government so far as managing the fisc, as well as trying to project themselves as welfareist is going to be concerned, because as of now they have demonstrated a clear focus on being fiscally conservative. Whether they're going to actually deviate from that path, this budget is going to be a signal for that.
Ishan Gera is also with us. He is, of course, our colleague from Moneycontrol itself. Ishan, hi, morning. Thanks for joining us. Talk to us about your set of expectations or certain, things that you will be closely watching out for in the fine print today.
Morning, Karunya. One of the things that was quite evident from the economic survey that was released yesterday was the jobs part, right, which would be important to see, because what the economic survey projected was that 7.9 million jobs need to be created from now until 2036. That's an average every year. Now, if you want to do that in non-farm sector, you need to bring out a few policies. The economic survey did talk about supplementing the PLI scheme, and there's been a long-standing demand from the industry to launch something called an employment-linked incentive scheme, which can create jobs. So that would be one of the areas to look for, but how much of it is done remains to be seen, given what space the finance minister has, given you have special status and other things. Agriculture is also an important aspect here, which needs to be looked at, because you need to pump up the rural economy. Agriculture growth last year was 1.4%, even as GDP grew at 8.2%. And consumption was muted, partly because of the rural consumption being muted, and the total consumption was 4%. So all these also need to be looked at. I think these would be the important factors here.
In fact, to circle back to the economic survey, of course, that also gives us a fair bit of a background of what lies ahead, a precursor to what the finance minister is going to say. What is the sense you're getting, Sanjeev, on the fiscal consolidation path? Because that again is something they have been repeatedly reiterating on. They've been also walking the talk to an extent. So this time around, what is the figure you're expecting for that?
I don't think we should any longer pay too much attention to the fiscal deficit GDP ratio, because the way the government accounts are done at all levels, they do cash accounting, which means that a lot of expenses that are incurred can be kicked forward. I think the more important ratio is to look at the debt to GDP ratio. Now, the last 3 years, if you were to take both state governments and central governments, because that's the more appropriate way of looking at it, it's been over 80%. It's been roughly the highest if you were to take a 3-year average. I don't think it's been at this level in the last 40 years. Now, if the economic survey talked a lot about the private sector picking up the investment.
Hello. Somebody talk to me, Delhi.
Because the last 3 years, it's really the government, state and central, that have been doing the work. Now, if that has to happen, that debt ratio has to be brought down. The central government and the state governments put together need to start scaling back their borrowing. And I would look forward to seeing something in the budget that gives you an idea of the debt to GDP ratio. What is it? What is the target they have? How quickly do they want to slide back? Because I'm fairly sure they're not going to expand it from this range. Because you're not going to, if you do that, the private sector simply won't have the space to borrow. The rates will be very high, and they probably will put off borrowing again.
And Gaurav, not just, private capex, which has been a
Guys,
bit
this
of
is a
a,
little- Hello?
sluggish
Can you guys not hear
element, but
me?
also jobs now. In the economic survey, we're seeing, a fair bit of thrust on the private sector to pick up the slack on jobs creation as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And,
क्या talk back
as
बंद करें?
Sanjeev said, the government has been doing the heavy lifting so far as capital expenditure is concerned, and this has got more pronounced over the last 3-4
How has this
years.
been
We
shut?
now
Can Prakash
see,
hear me?
in the interim
Can Bombay
budget,
PCR hear me?
11.11 lakh crore has been set aside as capital expenditure on the government's book. A
Can
large
Bombay
part of that
PCR
is
hear
also
me?
predicated upon the textbook assumption that
What is
when the
happening at the
government takes
Delhi?
the
Why
tab
can't they hear
on,
me?
capital expenditure starts investing and creating assets, eventually the phenomenon called the crowding in
What is
phenomenon
happening?
will
I
take
can't
place,
hear
that
the
will
PCR. The
actually,
director has to speak to me.
prompt and nudge the private sector also to invest. The evidence to that effect is a little sluggish and subpar, and the economic survey has made no bones about, has been quite actually straightforward in flagging that. On the
What is
jobs
happening?
front, something has to be done for the MSMEs. It's because micro, small, and medium enterprises, also nano and even smaller, tiny enterprises, they're essentially the lifeblood of the India's economy. MSMEs account for about 45% of India's
Hello?
GDP. There are 60 million MSMEs employing an
Yeah?
estimated 110 million people. But the armies of youth that are joining the queue of hopefuls every year has to be accommodated
so I'm-
in this
can
landscape.
I please-
MSMEs are peppered across India's business landscape. They are the ones that who are going to employ a large number, a significant proportion of this, both across the formal economy as well as the informal economy. I would expect the finance minister to actually turn the lens on MSMEs if jobs were to, if we were to create, because a productive job is the most, efficient and effective form of inclusion. If you have a job, you get included in the economy. It's far more than handouts. It's far more than welfare measures, because a job a first job in any family is always intergenerational. It triggers upward mobility, and I think MSMEs will have to be the primary vehicle for creating those jobs, and that has to come. Interestingly, the economic survey makes a very interesting point, is that an obliquely hinted that the government probably is getting into a bit of an authoritarian intervention, and that is why in his sign page the chief economic advisor actually makes it a point that for the government has to let go, because governance means letting go, and letting go is essentially a figure of speech for trying the government to stay away from areas or over regulation or over compliance or complicated procedures. And he makes that point in the context of MSMEs, because he said that now you cannot notice that because the things are good. But at some point in time, and he makes the phrase where we probably could be asking a question, what might have been? And I think it's better we prevent that situation and allow the businesses to flourish and prosper with less authoritarian kind of intervention, which is why MSMEs are absolutely essential for India's job creation goal.
But what about, the private, the leaders of India Inc., because there's a slight hint about them pocketing a lot of profits, but not really,
that's right.
putting it back into the economy.
Absolutely, and the economic survey has made it very clear that profitable private companies will have to pick the baton on job creation, and that will come from extra investment. They have to keep on adding capacity. We see that consumer demand, which might have been sluggish over the last 2 quarters, but continues to remain the strongest edifice of the India growth story. So if households are spending, demand for goods and services will only continue to rise. The pace of that growth is a matter of detail. On a secular basis, they will be linearly upwards. And private, large profitable companies will have to add capacity lines to cater to that demand and trigger a cycle of hiring and extra income. It is then and only then, I think, this will get into a virtuous cycle of consumption and investment, which is why the onus lies, the responsibility lies squarely on large private profitable companies in India.
Yeah, so not just MSMEs then, but larger ones, larger players.
Yeah, they have to. And in fact, the economic survey also brought out there was a critical undertone there when they talked about the quality of private sector investment. As the its survey says, a bulk of the private sector investment over the last 4 years has come in dwellings and other buildings, not so much in machinery, equipment, and intellectual property, which they feel are the better investments to really make yourself more competitive. So there's a sense of disappointment that I got in the economic survey, vis-a-vis the private sector.
Sona? Hi, interesting discussion, guys. This morning, I also have Manisha Gupta here with us in the studio joining us. Good morning.
Hi.
You're looking nice and bright, all ready for the budget day. Manisha, this is the time right before, a couple of hours before we hear from the finance minister, where lots of expectations are being spoken about. I wanted to look at a couple of themes that could be in focus. Now, if we've heard the Prime Minister over the past couple of months, and if that is anything to go by, there seems to be an issue of continuity in the choices he's made, and B, a lot of focus on lower income groups. We hear him constantly talk about Garib ki Sarkar, and perhaps the humbling majority also that has something to do with it. So in terms of the overall picture, what are the big expectations you're looking at?
Sure. So when you look at the rural India and the lower group that they're in, we do understand that has been a concern really, and we've seen that show up in the election numbers as well. So yes, rural India will definitely see a lot of stuff coming in for them. But I also want to talk about agriculture, and this is going to be a very, very important theme as well. So when you look at the agriculture growth in last 1 year, the growth has been at 1.4%. So that is really low. And if you look at the overall budget allocation, only 3% of the total budget goes in for agriculture, which is again really low. And when you look at agriculture within GDP, that is a good 17 to 18%. So the numbers really don't add up here. And with the kind of, and yes, there is some politics involved as well when you talk about agriculture and farming and rural India. So yes, the government will really have to push in a lot of thrust when it comes to agriculture, one, farmer welfare second, and rural India's third. So we will be looking at rural India in sense of job creations, the kind of income that they have and the spend that they look at as well. Technology is going to be quite important here as well. So when you look at the farmers, the kind of information that they have, technology, drones, irrigation, fertilizers, you will see a lot of conversation happen onto this one. I have been talking to various academic guys as well, and they say they will be counting on how many times agriculture and farmer and rural is mentioned, mentioned here. So well, yes, when it comes to inflation, the government did quite a lot in the last 1 year ahead of elections. So now it would be important to see on whether or not the doubling farmer income comes back here. What is the sense that they have on infrastructure here, the spend here? We've seen the first paper, and we've been talking about it, that the first paper that the PM signed after taking over was on agriculture, was for farmers. So well, yes, direct benefit transfers, what do we see onto that one is going to be quite interesting to see. So yes, there's a long list on what you would be looking at in sense of agriculture, from direct transfers to infrastructure, technology, ensuring that the farming is profitable and the next generations do come in as well, and in some sense corporatization and public-private partnerships. So these are some things to watch out for.
So continuity of schemes, perhaps a larger allocation with a bent towards tech is what you're saying. That's interesting. Let me take that question to Gaurav as well. Gaurav, like I said, the other underlining theme has been, and even the economic survey talks strongly about the need for job creation. Are you looking at specific sectors, or perhaps what are the options really in front of the government, and what could be the layout there?
See, the government can. It's a question that has been always dominating the minds of successive policymakers in India, not just now, over the last 2 decades or so, because various estimates suggest that there are about 1 million people who enter the job market every year looking for jobs, and we have to create jobs for them. And as you would know, this is a very difficult scenario, because jobs is a function of great level of it's also being greatly determined by skills now, given the technological innovations that has made obsolescence very, very rapid. Given that fact, I think a large part of the jobs, and I was just making that point to Karunya a couple of minutes ago, will have to be created within the MSME space, because they are the lifeblood of India's economy. That said, as the economic survey flagged it yesterday, the large profitable private companies will also have to pick the baton on investment and eventually creating jobs. The virtuous cycle of adding capacity lines, investments, and extra hiring will have to come from the large private companies too, because the government has been doing the large part of heavy lifting so far as capital investment is concerned. Capital investment in infrastructure sectors, particularly like roads and ports, have a strong multiplier effect, and they're going to spin jobs. We have seen that they spin jobs and multiply income, but the government can do only this far. The large part of that, the crowding in phenomenon, so far as private sector investment and job creation is concerned, will have to take place now, and it's about time. And that the signal from the economic survey was quite straightforward, that large private sector companies will have to pick the tab, and the government can do the policy enablement for MSMEs to prosper, where a significant number of middle and junior level factory work can be created within the MSME space. Sonal?
That's interesting. There's another theme that one is looking at, which is lower income groups and what could be done there for this particular budget as well. Sanjeev, do you want to weigh in on what kind of perhaps policies we could look at for lower income group? We've again seen that as a recurring theme in a lot of speeches that have been made by the Prime Minister, even by the FM on this front. Tax cuts, very popular. That is what everybody wants to look at as well. So let's touch upon that and expectations there.
Yeah, I think there's a case to be made for changing the thresholds a bit at the slabs, because for those who are part of the older personal income tax regime, there hasn't been a change for quite a few years, and inflation has meant that you're actually being taxed at a lower and lower income. So I think there is a good case to be made there for changing the slabs a bit, and it's not going to cost the government too much in terms of revenue. Because most of the personal income tax revenue really comes from people who are earning 10 lakh and above. So and you put a little bit of more money in the hands of the consumers, and they tend to, their propensity to consume is much higher at that income slab, and you'll get some back through indirect taxes. And the other thing that we're going to look at, or at least there is a possibility that there could be another, women are a very important political constituency for the BJP and for Prime Minister Modi. Many state governments, BJP included, particularly Madhya Pradesh, have had very successful income transfer schemes for women. I don't think you can classify all of them as below poverty line, but let's say who are economically vulnerable. There is a possibility that they can again readjust some of their spending to have something like that for a section of women who are economically vulnerable. That's something that has been written about. It remains to be seen if they'll do it this time, or maybe they will take some more time to think about it and do it in the next budget, which is coming up in 7 months.
But if we talk about individual tax, the government has clearly been not tinkering too much with the older regime. Yeah. So, in the new regime, could new introductions be done? For example, obviously the minimum threshold for tax is one thing, but also some kind of exemptions or some kind of, wiggle room for people to save, because right now there is none in the new regime.
I'm not so sure that would happen, because the idea of the new regime was actually to reduce that wiggle room. To remove those exemptions. And from what I understand, a lot of people who are in the new regime are, relatively younger taxpayers. It's the older ones who were already into, they'd already started, they'd begun to use those multiple exemptions like ATC and so on, who are part of the older regime. So there's a, you can still adjust, but if you're going to start changing the basic structure in the newer regime, it may defeat the purpose of the overall direction in which they want to go, over a 10-15 year period, that you slowly start removing exemptions, bring down the rate, and I don't see much chance of wiggle room there.
कोई सरकार तीसरी बार वापस आए और तीसरी पारी का पहला बजट रखने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हो, ये भारत के लोकतंत्र की गौरव यात्रा की अत्यंत गरिमापूर्ण घटना के रूप में देश इसे देख रहा है। ये बजट सत्र है, मैं देशवासियों को जो गारंटी देता रहा हूं, क्रमशः रूप से उन गारंटियों को जमीन पर उतारना, इस लक्ष्य को लेकर के हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। ये बजट अमृतकाल का एक महत्वपूर्ण बजट है। हमें 5 साल का जो अवसर मिला है, आज का बजट हमारे उन 5 साल के कार्य की दिशा भी तय करेगा। और ये बजट 2047 जब आजादी के 100 साल होंगे, तब विकसित भारत का जो हमारा सपना है, उस सपने को पूरा करने की मजबूत नींव वाला बजट लेकर के हम कल देश के सामने आएंगे। हर देशवासी के लिए एक गर्व की बात है कि भारत बड़ी इकोनॉमी वाले देशों में सबसे तेज गति से आगे बढ़ने वाला देश है। गत 3 वर्षों में लगातार 8% ग्रोथ के साथ, 8% ग्रोथ के साथ हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, हम ग्रो कर रहे हैं। आज भारत में पॉजिटिव आउटलुक, इन्वेस्टमेंट और परफॉर्मेंस एक प्रकार से अपॉर्चुनिटीज की पीक पर है। ये अपने आप में भारत की विकास यात्रा का एक अहम पड़ाव है। साथियों, मैं देश के सभी सांसदों से, किसी भी दल के क्यों न हो, मैं आज आग्रहपूर्वक कहना चाहता हूं कि हम गत जनवरी से लेकर के हम लोगों के पास जितना सामर्थ्य था, उस सामर्थ्य को लेकर के जितनी लड़ाई लड़नी थी लड़ ली। जनता को जो बात बतानी थी बता दी। किसी ने राह दिखाने का प्रयास किया, किसी ने गुमराह करने का प्रयास किया, लेकिन अब वो दौर समाप्त हुआ। देशवासियों ने अपना निर्णय दे दिया। अब चुने हुए सभी सांसदों का कर्तव्य है, सभी राजनीतिक दलों की विशेष जिम्मेवारी है कि हमने दल के लिए जितनी लड़ाई लड़नी थी लड़ ली। अब आने वाले 5 वर्ष के लिए हमें देश के लिए लड़ना है, देश के लिए जूझना है, एक और नेक बनकर के जूझना है। मैं सभी राजनीतिक दलों से भी कहूंगा कि आइए हम आने वाले 4 साढ़े 4 साल दल से ऊपर उठ करके सिर्फ और सिर्फ देश को समर्पित होकर के संसद के इस गरिमापूर्ण मंच का हम उपयोग करें। जनवरी 29 जब चुनाव का वर्ष होगा, आप उसके बाद जाइए मैदान में, सदन का भी उपयोग करना है कर लीजिए। वो 6 महीने जो खेल खेलने खेल लीजिए, लेकिन तब तक सिर्फ और सिर्फ देश के गरीब, देश के किसान, देश के युवा, देश की महिलाएं, उनके सामर्थ्य के लिए, उनको एम्पावर करने के लिए जन भागीदारी का एक जन आंदोलन खड़ा कर करके 2047 के सपने को पूरा करने के लिए हम पूरी ताकत लगाए। मुझे आज बहुत दुख के साथ कहना है कि 2014 के बाद कोई सांसद 5 साल के लिए आए, कुछ सांसदों को 10 साल के लिए मौका मिला, लेकिन बहुत से सांसद ऐसे थे जिनको अपने क्षेत्र की बात करने का अवसर नहीं मिला, अपने विचारों से संसद को समृद्ध करने का अवसर नहीं मिला, क्योंकि कुछ दलों की नकारात्मक राजनीति ने देश के संसद के महत्वपूर्ण समय को एक प्रकार से अपनी राजनीतिक विफलताओं को ढांकने के लिए दुरुपयोग किया है।
So, precursor to Viksit Bharat is what Prime Minister Narendra Modi just flagged off, in his brief interaction before the budget is tabled later this morning. Gaurav, a balance between fiscal deficit, Capex, growth, social spending, keeping your allies happy. There's lots and lots to do. But from a market standpoint now, if we look at it from an investor standpoint, what are the things that I should be watching out for?
See, from the broader index point of view, I think the markets, the big number, of course, is the fiscal deficit number, and I don't think it's going up. There's always an outside possibility that compared to the interim budget, the fiscal deficit number could actually come down, and that's going to be great news for the budgets, for the markets, because it means that you come closer to the 4.5% of GDP target by 26. But the key thing I'm going to watch out for in the medium-term fiscal policy statement, the government had kind of pressed a pause button on giving out medium-term projections. I would expect that to come back this year, because in every budget until 2021, of course, 2022, the government used to, in the budget, the government used to set out the medium-term projection. So, you used to have the fiscal deficit targets not just for the current year or the subsequent financial year, but for the next 3-4 years. That practice was stopped 2-3 years ago. I would expect that to come back, which would mean it kind of gives you what the path beyond the 3% or 4.5% goal the government is going to is seeking to achieve. The key figure is not 4.5% of fiscal deficit of GDP by FY26. The key thing is by when the government is trying to achieve 3% of fiscal deficit of 3% of GDP. Maybe it's by 28 or 29. That is the key number. The other key number, of course, is the primary deficit. If the lower primary or shrinking primary deficit clearly would mean the government, from a public finance puritanical point of view, the health is improving, means the government is borrowing less to pay for interest payments, which is a good sign. Over the last 2-3 years, it has been shrinking, it's been falling. It was set at 2% of GDP in the interim budget. I would expect it to come down a bit. The effective revenue deficit has been set at 0.8%. I would also expect it to come down a bit. So, a target for achieving 0% revenue deficit in the next 3 to 4 years, that is something that the markets are going to take it very, very favorably.
All right. If we also sort of take a pause at the moment and look at just a brief speech made by the Prime Minister moments before he's entered Parliament, again, the underlining theme here is Garib, it's Kisan, it's also a fair bit of questioning on the opposition's code of conduct here inside the Parliament. So again, those themes seem to be re-emerging over there. So just important to underline that. But since I have Manisha here, you with me, one of the key focus areas that Aam Aadmi sort of looks at is what's going to get more expensive, what's going to get cheaper. That's what got everybody really looking at the budget for. You've got some insight into what could happen with import-export duties when it comes to prices of gold and silver. Take us through that.
Well, yes. So when it comes to gold and silver, and we do know that India is the second largest consumer of gold in the world. And when it comes to silver as well, we are the largest importers also. When you look at the import duty into gold and silver, that stands at a tall 15% as of now. And this is the highest from anywhere in the the world. So when you look at the last 10 years as well, 8 years have seen an increase in duty. Only 1 year, and that was in 2021, that we saw a decline in duty. So this is something that the industry really has been putting very strongly to the finance minister, that the duty should be brought down, even if it is by 2 to 3%, and that does away with the multi-layer duty. We of course also have a lot of tie-ups with in sense of FTAs and least developed countries, and there are a lot of stuff that keeps happening. So the expectation is that this duty will come down. That will also lead to curb in smuggling, because we do get gold via unofficial channels as well. So this is one big ask that the street will be looking for. Also, when it comes to gold and silver, Gift City in Gujarat has been doing a lot of work on that. So some things in sense of more facilitators could be coming in sense of that smart city as well, as what the street is anticipating.
Yeah, but if we look at some EVs, we were talking about how they are such a key focus area, but a lot of the sort of brick and mortar sort of basics that lead to EV making is also dependent on commodity prices, and that could also be a driver.
Yes, it could be. When it comes to import duty on many of these metals, we have seen that continue to decline. So what the street is absolutely anticipating into this one is that when it comes to aluminum scrap or steel scrap imports, you could see duty go down onto that one. When it comes to renewables, you could be looking at more subsidies going on. Of course, climate change is a big buzzword there. Also, when it comes to sugar and ethanol, you could be hearing something onto that one as well. It was in the previous budgets that we did hear that when it comes to ethanol, it would be made not just from sugar, but from broken rice and from maize, etc. And there were some subsidies given onto that one. So in continuity, when it comes to ethanol, renewables, EVs, we could be hearing quite some bit as well. The other thing, Sonal, that I want to flag out also is when you talked about inflation and of course consumers in that sense, we import 60% of our edible oil consumption.
Yeah.
So that's a huge dependence. We've seen pulses prices go higher as well. So with all that Atmanirbhar self-sufficiency, you should keep an eye out on this one as well. This is going to be something that the finance minister will get thumping on.
Wow, that's a solid sort of a break over there. We also have Bodhisattva Ganguly joining us, Group Consulting Editor for Network 18, with us in the Delhi studio. Good morning, Bodhi. It is the big budget day. We are just a few hours away from looking at what the finance minister will actually be throwing up at us, and the big sort of economic blueprint that she will be throwing at the country as well. To start with, what are the basic expectations you're looking at? I was just underlining before you joined in that the Prime Minister has made his preliminary sort of remarks before getting into the Parliament. And again, the two key issues over there that he's underlined is Garib, is Kisan. So those are clearly going to be the focus areas.
Yeah, see, the Prime Minister in his has talked about Garib, Kisan, the youth and women as his constituents. So obviously the focus will be on those areas. But I think the major issues with which the budget could focus on is job creation, something which has been flagged in the economic survey as a concern and something which has played a part in the recent political discourse. So so I would expect, and these are slightly risky things to say a few hours before the budget speech, I would expect some emphasis on employment creation, possibly new PLI schemes or schemes targeted at labor intensive sectors, textiles, leather, garments. I would expect that to be a major focus area of the budget. The other areas are the ones that your guests have already spoken about. I think the emphasis on capital expenditure by the public sector is expected to continue. That's in fact it will probably be slightly higher number than the one in the interim budget. So that would be another area. Again, this is in the absence of private sector capex picking up. If you read the preface of the economic survey, I think the authors of the economic survey seem to be quite hurt that the private sector is not investing enough. It talks about private. So it's quite a remarkable read, and I would in many ways. But in the absence of the private sector investing in sufficient amounts, one would expect that emphasis to continue. So the other issues would really be, I think the fiscal deficit number is expected to be around 5%. That's something which the markets will be looking for. That's something which the rating agencies will be looking for, because we recently got the the upgrade from S&P. So I think that's something which I mean, it's a number which will be watched by all kinds of markets. We've recently entered, for example, the JP Morgan bond indices. So it's not just the equity markets, but for the bond markets also, it'll be extremely important. So fiscal deficit is the other issue. There, the RBI's dividend, the dividend payment of 2.1 lakh crores has made a difference. It's given the government a lot of buffer room. What are the other issues? And I think there will be generally measures, it's been speculated upon, to support the bottom 50 or 60% of the population. I think whether it's enhanced, so again, it's slightly risky to speculate at 8 a.m. on budget morning, but there could be an enhanced payout under the PM Kisan scheme. That's 6,000 rupees a year. It could go up to, we've done a story saying 12,000. Whatever the number is, the number could go up. There could be other schemes targeted at women below the poverty line and so on and so forth. The generally measures to support the poorer sections of the population.
Yeah, because revival for the rural economy has been a big, area that everybody has been talking about. There have been demands made, and PM Kisan is one, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana is another where things are expected.
That's right. Yeah.
Get a
Yeah. The Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana will likely see a higher outlay. Will likely see a higher outlay. That's really the housing scheme. So generally, there will be a welfare component of in the budget. It's, I think, and that would merely be reflecting or responding to the widespread concern about that while there is a lot of excitement about the indices reaching record levels every day, Sensex crossing 80,000 and so on and so forth. The SIP accounts, the number of demat accounts going up, the retail investors emerging as a new force in the capital market. I think the concern is, again, which the economic survey kind of seems to endorse that line of thinking, is that this is not it's not percolated down. I mean, there's not enough trickle down happening. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Right. So I think more welfare measures would be called for. Whether these welfare measures in the long term, what they can do, I mean, it is ultimately how much welfare measures can you do, but that maybe we can debate that some other time or later in the program. For example, there have been other, there has been the phenomenon of people actually going back to agriculture from urban areas, which is a retrogressive trend that needs to be reversed. Now, how do you do that is a very different question. It's partly because of COVID, but it could also be linked to the job, the job issue. I mean, there are things that one could do. I mean, quite frankly, quite simply put, there are far too many people in agriculture now, but whether the budget can deal with it is a different issue altogether.
Interrupting, Bodhi, sorry to interrupt. We are just getting in the live visuals coming in from outside the Finance Ministry at this point. It's almost 8:30 by the clock. We expect the Finance Minister to be leaving very, very shortly. 11 o'clock is when we know the budget will be tabled, and before that you will have the Finance Minister along with her entire team come out, pose with a tablet, and we're expecting that to happen any time now. This is the 7th time, remember, where she will be doing and laying out the budget for the country in a row, and that's going to be quite a spree as well, quite a record as well. Bodhi, we'll back to you on this one. We were looking at schemes and themes over here, and one of the interesting comments that we've got on our live stream right now, it talks about how Naukri and Nifty, the balance between the two will be key and will be what India is really watching out for, to see how the Finance Minister and her team actually does that.
Yeah, so I mean, I that's what I was talking about. See, there's no contradiction. A higher Nifty should lead to higher Naukri also, in the sense that if the Nifty is higher, companies can list, companies find it easier to raise capital, to expand their capacity and to hire more people, right? That's the theory, and the theory is correct. The issue is that what is the time frame within which all this operates? Right now, there is a lot of excitement in the market, but the excitement may be confined to 20 million, 30 million people, or maybe 100 million people. But beyond that, it's not percolating down. So there is undoubtedly, the fact is that there is a wealth effect which is created by, when market cap goes up, your mutual fund holdings go up, people feel better off, they spend more, and so on and so forth. Those effects are undoubtedly true. It also affects it also enables companies to raise capital. It's good for the capital formation process, rising markets. There's no doubt about that. But there needs to be a balance, because the question is, how do you create jobs at the bottom of the pyramid? The market may not be, all sectors may not benefit from the rising market. I mean, that's really the point. Particularly labor-intensive sectors.
Talk to us a little bit about the areas in which the government can look at for job creation. On one hand, we talk about tech enhancement, we talk about AI. On the other, what are the options really in front of the finance minister for job creation in a tricky scenario like this one?
No easy options. The point is that, as I said, you could have schemes directed to labor-intensive industries, textiles, toys, and all that. And there has been, I think, a lot of signaling that she will attempt to also provide some kind of a support for MSMEs. The question is that whether this will be enough. Also, remember these PLI schemes which are there. Then there's the scheme which is the semiconductor, to support semiconductor manufacturing. So the fiscal support to industry is actually now quite large. It cannot be open-ended. There are and it also leads to all kinds of disputes, all kinds of issues. But yes, there will certainly be a lot of I would anticipate a lot of or at least some schemes directed at labor-intensive industries, and certainly the government, I think, will make its concern clear in the messaging in the budget. I would expect some PLI schemes of some kind. You could give subsidies for employment creation. You could link some of the PLI schemes to employment creation. That's one way of doing it. So those are the options that you have.
Bodhi, you were talking about how markets, have, peaked. They're at peak levels right now. SIPs have been at record high. But one of the key observations in the survey yesterday was that household savings, fixed deposits, they are not being able to sort of keep up with the trend. And even bankers, from various sources that we learn, is bankers have also appealed to the FinMin that, savings need to get a boost as well. So talk to us if you sort of see anything happening on those lines as well today.
Yeah, so I don't think I said the markets are at peak level. Never call the market.
Peak level, but I mean at record level.
It will go up a lot higher. In fact, the projections are the Sensex will reach 100,000 by the end of the calendar year or the end of the fiscal, compared to 80,000 now. They may not be at peak levels. There is a view that they're overvalued, but that's a POV.
That's a different conversation.
That's a
POV.
But
record levels.
So as far as they're unless there's a sharp correction. Anyway, the other issue which you talked about is, I think, what the RBI governor has also referred to. The banks are finding it hard to attract deposits, right? But that's obvious, right? It's I don't want to sound facetious about this, but it's a market economy, right? So if why will people put money in savings, leave large balances in their savings accounts, earning whatever the interest rate is, 4% or thereabouts in some of the large banks, when they have much higher returns, or they could earn much more by putting it in mutual fund schemes? It's just it's a competitive market.
That we are getting in live from the national capital. This looks like the finance minister actually left her residence and will be arriving at the ministry soon. Like we said, it's about 8:30 in the morning right now. We are expecting her to be there soon. It's not a long distance between her residence and the finance ministry. She'll be there very soon, and then again we'll get another dip in we'll get again visuals from the ministry. After that, we're expecting her to come out, pose with the tablet, pose with the team, and then leave for the parliament. So we'll keep dipping into these pictures as we get them live from there. Bodhi, please continue.
Yeah, no. So all that I was saying was that I think banks would need to compete for, you know, for your share of wallet. I mean, there's no easy answer to this. I mean, obviously, interest rates on savings accounts or even on fixed deposits quite low, and at the and obviously, as you know, fixed deposits are face tax. I mean, they're taxed at the rate which is appropriate to you. So that makes it a poor proposition compared to investing in markets. Now, obviously, investors will diversify. It's not that you know, any investor with some surplus will put every last paisa, or at least I hope they are not doing it, into mutual funds. I mean, you should also diversify and put money into debt, into you know PPF and FDs and so on and so forth. But it's their choice, and there's no diktat that can be laid down.
Of course, only a nudge.
Only a nudge, yeah. Nudge economics was a I think a theme of the previous economic survey, not of this one.
Gaurav, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, just on the savings point, you know, this government came out with the new tax regime, which coexists with the older regime, and the government has made it very clear in subsequent interviews, etc., that the government wants the new tax regime to be the default tax regime. And evidence would suggest that people who are getting, you know, new professionals, a young class of professionals who are joining, they're starting off in their careers, are actually opting for the new income tax regime, which would mean that these class of professionals, the younger people, are more savvy so far as the equity markets are concerned. So they are more financially savvy, which is what the government wants to do. So essentially, there is a subtle shift within the government's thinking and philosophy that the funding of the Indian economy's growth story will have to come more from equity than from bank credit. At this point in time, a large part over the last 2-3 decades, the Indian economy's growth has been funded through bank credit, essentially through household savings, and that is the reason why, you know, until say about 10 years ago, we used to see a lot of emphasis on Section 80C, which is essentially, while a large part of you know, government funds a large part of its borrowing program to Section 80C collections or the fiscal deficit, but a large part of that savings also actually goes to fund investments, and you know, which was funding the India growth story. But the problem for the government is to how to actually raise the household savings back to 30% and upwards. At this point in time, just to give you a very back of the envelope illustration, if your investment requirement is 40% and your savings rate is growing at, domestic savings rate is growing at say 30% or 32%, the remaining 8% or 10% gap will have to be met either by FDI or some other sources. The closer we can bring the savings rate to the investment requirement is something that which China had achieved say about 20 years ago, which is something that the government will have to think about, because progressively, if you see over the last 10 years or so or 15 years or so, household savings rate as a percentage of GDP has actually fallen from about 36% of peak of around 2008-9 to about 28% now. I think we need to find a way out of actually raising that and accelerating that savings rate, because savings is investment. Household savings is actually investment, because if India has to sustain a growth rate of 8 to 10% over the 8% or so over the next 10 years or so, that we need to find money to fund that growth, to fund that investment. We cannot be dependent on foreign investment, whether it's FDI or even FII, to fund that. That has to come from domestic savings, whether it's in the form of mutual funds or equities or bank savings. Household savings, financial savings will have to go up significantly if India has to finance its growth.
But then, Gaurav, just to, if I may make a point, to do that, then logically the RBI should actually stay higher for longer, in the sense that it should stay, you should keep interest rates high to attract.
So that's a puzzle that the central bank will always have to address. Which side? I mean, at this point in time, since 2015, when the act was enacted, when the legislation was enacted, the RBI, the first primary responsibility of the RBI is now inflation control. prior to that, of course, RBI played the role of the banker's banker, inflation control, the currency manager, everything, and also the government's banker. But at this point in time, since 2015, inflation management is the RBI's primary control. So they will do first that as a priority. And if they have to keep interest rates high for that, they will retain that. But higher interest rates to contain inflation is also leading to higher deposit rates. So some part of money should have gone there, that has not. Maybe in the trade-off between equity and bank savings, equity is slightly ahead, or slightly holds the edge at this point.
So equity has been exceptionally attractive in the last, obviously in the recent past, but also interest rates on certain popular instruments like, let's say, the PPF and even the NSC and so on have been kept, some would say, artificially low at the administered interest rates. And that's something which the government, I don't know whether they plan to think about it or not.
Yeah, so that is something that, I mean, it also, a large part of that money that the government collects also goes into funding of the fiscal deficit, because the government is borrowing from households through those tools.
So it's in their interest to do that.
It's in the interest to do that, but I agree with you that if you have to make those savings attractive, you have to raise the interest rate. But whether the government is willing to toe that line, because that would mean the government is going back to administration of interest rates. This government has made it very clear that it wants to stay away progressively from administering interest rates, which should be a market-related function.
Okay, well, let's see. I mean, looks difficult whether they will or will not toe the line, but we'll have to wait and see. But since we were also talking about rural and social measures, agriculture also was one of the big highlights, especially the figures yesterday that were highlighted in the economic survey. So agri reforms, when we talk about it, of course Manisha has, okay, the FM has arrived at the finance ministry and we're seeing visuals of that.
This is a customary practice where the finance minister arrives at the North Block, the finance minister, and all the officers of the finance minister are actually in quarantine. They spend a couple of days in the basement of North Block. They are not even allowed to carry the mobile phones. There's a powerful jammer that is generally installed there to catch any kind of, because it remains India's most guarded document. Until 2-3 decades ago, it was this used to be printed at the government press in Minto Road in central Delhi. Now it is printed at the press in the basement of North Block. They will come out for a customary group picture right outside the finance ministry. Then the finance minister will go to the parliament, where there will be a cabinet meeting which actually gives a formal approval to the budget, after which the budget is then presented at 11 o'clock in the Lok Sabha. Also, she will go and present a copy of the budget before she presents to the President of India.
It's of course a very good question. I don't know what your thoughts are, whether it needs to be so closely guarded now. Because, for example, indirect taxes have largely moved out of the budget into the GST.
Right.
I think that's something which we can debate.
I mean, it is what it does is
we pretty much know some of the numbers, right?
If you don't make the budget closely guarded secret document, then it ceases to be a media event. So one of the reasons the budget is a media event is, of course, because there's so much of expectations running on it, and there's so much of secrecy shrouded around the budget. That is why it remains a media event. But I take your point that budget, after all, should be just a statement of accounts. It should not be an occasion to make policy pronouncements. It should be, and also the budget should be decoupled from the fiscal calendar, should be decoupled from the electoral calendar. But unfortunately, we have seen, regardless of very credible attempts by successive governments, budgets have become vehicles of making political economy statements. In fact, if you look at the word cloud that we have put out on Moneycontrol since 1951, and we have tried to analyze the budget speeches of successive finance ministers and the kind of political economy statements that have come through the words of the speeches, it's very interesting, because infrastructure has entered budget speech lexicon only around the 80s. Before it was mostly dominated by agriculture. So it's kind of I mean it's important that we try to decouple.
In some ways, yes, from the Bahi Khata going into the tab, in some ways not, like Bodhi was pointing out on how heavily guarded this entire document is, and the emphasis the budget year after year continues to draw. We'll be looking at all those things. Like we said, just an update for all our viewers joining in now. It's about 8:45 by the clock. In just about 10-15 minutes from now, we will see the finance minister leave from the ministry, make her way to the parliament, and that's when again we'll see a couple of photo ops where she will be standing there with the tablet in hand, showcasing that the budget, which is a highly guarded document, is taken in. We also have Sanjeev with us, Sanjeev Shankaran, senior editor at Moneycontrol. Sanjeev, we are just about an hour or so, a little more than an hour or so away from actually hearing and understanding which way the FM has swayed. Every time she gets into parliament, everything is debated, from the color of her sari to which wing she will enter from. Everything has notes and people draw a lot of conclusions from that. If you had to stick your neck out at this point and say that would there be any surprises that we expect in this time around? We are looking at this budget in the backdrop of a sort of humbled verdict that the government has got. Stability seems to be constantly the name and the word that we keep hearing from the government as well. Are we looking at more stable reforms and more work being done, more allocations being done there? Or could the government, Modi 3.0, in their first ever budget in this avatar, spring a couple of surprises, some sectors which could, be beneficial for all?
I would bet on a couple of surprises, primarily because the composition of the team has been stable. They've had time to prepare. Now, possibly the verdict in the election didn't go exactly their way, and you would have some kind of reprioritization in the expenditure to cope with some of the messages that they've got from the electorate. But I do think there will be a surprise on the tax side. I'm willing to bet on that.
Willing to bet on the fact there will be surprises over there. Let's take it forward with that other guess as well, Karunya.
Mahalakshmi has also joined us now in the newsroom studio, and let's shift gears and talk markets now, because we've been talking about everything but what an investor or somebody who tracks the markets should expect from today. Typically, budget day from a market standpoint, I mean, yes, there are moments of exuberance here and there depending on what the finance minister says, but overall, what do you think we should expect today in terms of market action?
Sure. Good morning, Karunya. Good morning, everybody. So, from a market's perspective, it's a very positive mood right now because compared to the election day, if you look at today, we are going into trade with a very positive expectation. And this I can say from just one number, which is the FII positioning, which is a much watched number on high, big event days like this. FIIs were net short, which was the highest short ever that FIIs ever built on Indian markets one day prior to election. This time it is very different. They are net long to the extent of 77%. So which means that we are going into this with a very positive frame of mind. So therefore, if that positivity does not come across in the verdict, in the election, in the budget, then there could be a knee-jerk reaction to that. But now coming to what is expected in the budget, I think about ad nauseum, which is whether the finance minister will tinker with the capital gains tax. That's the top worry, because whether you're to talk about near-term investors or long-term investors, whether it is domestic investors, FI investors, for all of them, this matters a lot. Obviously, the argument around this capital gains tax is not just an India conversation, it's also a global conversation. IMF also has talked about it. Yesterday, the economic survey talked about it. The fact that asset prices have gone up so sharply after the pandemic, Nifty, our own Nifty, from the lows of 8,000 after the pandemic, during the pandemic lows, we have gone up nearly 3 times, right? And a large section of the market around the globe has not the market, large proportion of the population has not really benefited from this asset price inflation, and inequality everywhere has sort of become much wider. So this is a global conversation that is happening. In that context, India is also, similar debate happens in India also. The only difference in India is that here the participation of households into financial markets post-pandemic, this again is a global phenomena, but it is very stark in India, has also gone up very starkly. So to give you some numbers, unique tax ID registered on NSE has gone up from 27 million about 5 years ago to about 92 million. So that means that now 20% of households in India are invested in stock market. So therefore, I don't think finance minister can ignore the fact that you will, if you tinker with one thing today, it's a much more difficult decision, because you're going to directly impact 20% of households who have now finally placed their faith in equity markets, right? I mean, this has been our long-term grouse that our investments are
not enough participation.
It's not enough participation from households into financial markets, and within that into stock markets. It usually goes into real estate and gold and so on, not into stock markets. So finally this has happened. So therefore, that should be an important consideration. Yeah. Why try to fix something that ain't broken? So that's the other narrative. So I think this will be one thing that the market are really waiting to hear what the finance minister has to say. Rest of it, I think the big question that people are asking is the fact that there is speculation, obviously, because of the election verdict, that this could be a populist budget, and the word populist doesn't gel well with stock markets at all. And that is because that money usually goes into unproductive areas. I mean, you can supposedly unproductive, because it perishes, right? It's consumption, so you consume it and then nothing. As opposed to that, if you build capital stock, if you spend it in Capex, obviously it has gains, and companies gain, profits happen, and shareholders obviously benefit. So my own take on that is a little different. We'll talk more about that, but we are joined by Radhika Gupta from Edelweiss. Radhika, good morning.
Good morning.
How does this morning look?
So it should be a reasonably eventful day, especially for you folks in the media, actually, more for you folks in the media than for us in markets. Yeah, I was looking through the economic survey last night, and while a lot of it is on the lines of what is expected, I just heard your commentary before I joined in. I'm keenly awaiting the comments on capital gains, on equity markets, on F&O in particular, because there was a lot of very strong language in the economic survey on that front.
Radhika, I agree it's a big day for media, but it is equally a big day definitely this time around for all investors and mutual funds. Wouldn't you agree? Because this one decision on capital gains can change the complexion of assets and returns across asset classes. Wouldn't you agree to that?
I would, and I think the issue is actually very nuanced, right? There are multiple things that have been going on. There has been a lot of noise about deposit growth not happening at the cost of people putting money into equity and mutual funds, specifically SIBs, etc. So there is that noise that has been highlighted by RBI. It's been highlighted in various bank earnings. There is an even larger amount of noise, which I think the first piece of noise, I think, is more structural. Indians' habit is changing, as you guys said, from savings to investing. And it's a natural financialization that happens in every country. It happened in the US, it happened in China. And even if you look at the amount of money, the number of demat account open, or the number of mutual fund folios, we only have 5 crore unique mutual fund investors today. It's not a very large number. Mutual fund penetration to GDP after all this post-COVID growth that everyone's talked about is still 16%, and the world average is 80%. So India, from a financialization point of view, has just started. So anything that is a dampener on this, I don't think is going to be received particularly well. And I would hope that that journey is not given a pause prematurely, because I think equity and investing culture is just about taking off in India. I think the second place where there is a lot of noise, economic survey said it, RBI governor said it, SEBI chief said it, is the number of young people indulging in F&O. I had tweeted about this last night. But you see 25-year-old kids saying, I'm not going to work and I'm just going to do trading. And finally, that is unproductive assets. It doesn't do anything in terms of capital formation. It's not funding growth capital for the country. And the investor can lose more than what they put in. So I would be pretty surprised there was nothing towards the intent of F&O taxation. I'm hoping that they will realize the difference between productive liquidity, which is liquidity in the equity markets, long-term cash equity liquidity, liquidity like SIPs, versus what's going on in in F&O. So I'm hoping that they will find the distinction.
Sure, fair enough. I never found this whole argument about, mutual fund investments really taking away from bank deposits, because one way or the other, that money goes back into the banking system. So I don't get it. But we'll talk a little more than that. Before that, we have Dhirendra Kumar. You can perhaps, Dhiren, good morning, and you can perhaps throw some light on, is this mutual fund investments, this whole argument that money is going into mutual funds and that is coming at the cost of bank deposits, is it even tenable?
No, I find that, the set of investors who, or the investors' preference for deposits as compared to somebody assuming market risk is very different. There might be a nominal shift, but I don't think it is it is a dramatic shift in terms of, everybody who was doing deposit is actually, doing a premature encashment and putting it in mutual fund. That may not be entirely true. Maybe the scale of deposit, we should actually worry about the kind of savings habit that the way it is getting altered, the kind of the easy credit being made available, the way consumers are able to spend their future income. That is a steadily changing behavior over the past couple of years.
Sure. What is your own expectation, Dhiren? Do you expect the finance minister to actually tinker with the capital gains tax? Do you have any arguments against and or in favor?
No, the argument is a very logical one, that capital gain should not be taxed simply because, my appreciation or long-term appreciation or even whatever it be, even short-term, is a function of, corporate income is anyway taxed. Those earnings are taxed and it amounts to the basic principle. But I don't think, the principles are being followed as meticulously, but it is good purely from a market standpoint. I think it is going to be a big, the scale of money that government realizes from capital gains may not be as much as the kind of implication it has, your disinvestment momentum, the mood of the market, the way we are able to, the FII investment or disinvestment or the flows, which were completely counterbalanced by mutual fund investors over the past couple of years. So it is more of a spoiler than or sentiment dampener than the real benefit that the government is able to, or the revenue that the government is able to realize out of it.
Sure. Radhika, how much do you think will the investor sentiment really be affected in case we have, capital gains tax raised?
So it depends on the color of this, and there are multiple possibilities. As I said, if you say that long-term capital gains tax, which is 10% after 1 year, becomes 10% after 3 years, that's one speculation that one hears. I don't think that's a big dampener on sentiment, because finally equity is long-term investing. Now, if you say long-term capital gains tax is going to become 20% after 1 year, or is going to become marginal after 1 year, I think that is a very meaningful dampener, because finally you are already, to Dhirendra's point, taxing corporate profits, you're taxing salary income, and then you want to further impose capital gains tax at such high rates. And India is already At the upper end, people are paying 30-40% tax. The salaried person is paying 30-40% tax. So that I think will be a meaningful dampener. So it depends on the shapes and forms that it comes in. And I have been arguing for years that India desperately needs, from both a global investor and domestic investor lens, consistency and stability in tax policy for a very elongated period of time. This constant flip-flop in tax policy, I don't think helps anyone. Let me give you an example. Last year, debt capital gains taxation was changed from the indexation framework to, marginal tax. If you look at the last year, with the exception of liquid funds, hardly any money has flown into debt mutual funds. Now, to Dhirendra's argument again, what is the incremental revenue you would have earned from debt funds by increasing this taxation when no flow came in? Versus, we run Bharat Bond ETF, which is India's largest target maturity program. I suspect that would have been double the size if they had not changed the taxation. So sometimes I think we have to think about playing the volume game rather than the, percentage of revenue game. And I really hope that's how we think. I'm giving you debt as a real example of what happened.
Sure. Another issue, Dhiren, probably you can take this question, is this arbitrage funds. I mean, there is just one pocket where is some tax arbitrage available, and that is arbitrage funds. Do you think that is going to get plugged? And what kind of damage could that do? Because that's a good, in the last 1 year, so much asset has gone into that. I think nearly 1,50,000 or, nearly 2 lakh crore rests in that category now.
Yeah, that could be on the radar, but I don't think it's a very significant thing, and it has taken off only recently, and I really wonder that it will be on the radar.
Sure. And what's your take on what kind of market reaction could you see today if this happens? Would you expect like a 2,000 point cut?
No, I have no idea.
How bad could it be?
Market on a day-to-day basis is beyond me. That is why I have stuck to writing columns and editorial.
Sure. Thank you so much, Radhika Dhiren, for joining me this morning.
Thank you.
So, well, moving on to the next case, I think we have Vaishali Parekh. Vaishali, good morning.
Vaishali is yet to join us, but in the meantime, I mean, firstly, why are you focusing so much on capital gains tax? Because that's making, I think, me nervous just hearing about it on and on. But do you really think, I mean, how likely do you think that it could happen?
No, this is very real. I think this is very real. Although I think the most important point we need to think about is that government itself is a large stakeholder in the market today, right? And they have much to gain by not spoiling the sentiment, not doing anything that totally upsets the stock market, because there is much to gain even for the government by selling stakes at higher valuations, as we see today in public sector banks and other companies where, the whole government holdings are significantly more than 51%. So there is so much more room for them to just offload these stocks in the market at higher valuation. So why would you want to really, spoil all that stuff? So I don't think logically there is any reason to do that. But equally, the pressure point is that this narrative has got created that bank deposits are under threat, and we are seeing that pressure on bank deposits for a while now, and this is again something that the bankers also keep pointing out, that it is because money is moving into equity markets that bank deposits are suffering, and the banking system continues to be the driver of credit in India. We don't have infrastructure finance institutions or development finance institutions as we once used to have. Those structures no longer exist. So most of our capital creation really rests on the banking system. And this is definitely a point that the finance minister would have pondered over multiple times before making the decision that we are going to hear today.
Gaurav, it's interesting because we were talking about whether there could be any change from giving a nudge or a booster to people or an incentive to people to save more.
Right.
This is an interesting angle because now if you tax the market participants differently or higher, then maybe that could sort of.
Yeah, so there are two things. One, I mean, it's fallacious to actually see bank deposits and equity deposits as a zero-sum game. These are not mutually exclusive. So if I'm not withdrawing money from my bank account and investing in mutual funds or equities, the whole purpose and the goal should be to increase the size of the cake. That is the savings. Cake. Now, within that savings case, the mix may change. It may move proportionately from bank deposits towards mutual funds and equities. But the purpose of the household savings cake, the financialization savings cake, the size of that cake will have to improve. But I have another question for Mahalakshmi, just to understand, one of the reasons why, I mean, it has been a running topic over the last 10, 12 years, that why aren't we organizing our capital gains structure? And one of the reasons that I believe could be is also because the government, the finance minister and her team is eventually guided by the principles of revenue neutrality or the goal of revenue neutrality. If you end up organizing or standardizing the capital gain structure, I mean, today you have a mutual fund, you have a different slab, different rate, different tenure. If you have a real estate, you have a different slab, different rate, unlisted company. If you organize and standardize all of these, is the government fearing a certain kind of revenue loss, and that is what is preventing them from, or has prevented successive governments from doing that? It is like just asking why isn't petrol and diesel as part of GST. The answer is simple, because you cannot bring a 25 or 28% tax or GST on petrol and diesel, because the revenue neutral rate would be 45%. You cannot impose that. Is a similar thing at play here?
I'm not sure. I'm not an expert, and definitely the question you're asking is very nuanced. I have no answer for this, no enlightened insight on this. But I think organizing, the thrust at various different points in time for equity as an asset class and real estate as an asset class, these are the two big pockets from a long-term capital gains point of view, can be different. But I think today, as things stand today, because I think the one thing that is really different about Indian markets today versus any other emerging market is where we stand in the property cycle. Right. So how do you, and we are at the cusp of we've had 10, 12 years of absolutely nothing happening. Actually, property rent on average actually went down, and after pandemic it is starting to go up. Right. And property, as everybody acknowledges, also has, the real estate sector has maximum linkages to the economy. Correct. So the multiplier effect on growth through real estate is also quite high. So therefore, I think the case for incentivizing real estate is just as strong today as it is to keep the incentives on equities. Right. So I would think the time has come to keep all of it under one umbrella, standardize it. The government may well be worried about organizing it, because then you sort of lose the lever, right, to tinker with it and do some kind of management on a year-on-year basis. That's always the answer, because you want to keep that discretion in your hand and not lay out in one single time, because then later it will be seen as a regressive move whenever you sort of go dismantle the whole structure. Right. Yeah, that's that.
We actually have our next set of guests also joining in. Vaishali Parekh is also ready, and so is Jigar Mistry. Both of them are there.
Sure.
Take it away.
Good morning, Vaishali. From the derivative technical standpoint, what do you see?
Very good morning. I think market is quite poised to show us a buoyant move once again. Yesterday there was a little bit of a fear factor, but we held on to the support levels, and today also I think we will witness some volatility, but 24,400 acts as the near-term support, and 24,650 to 700 should be the next expected target.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that last bit, Vaishali.
Yeah, so I just said that we should be witnessing a range-bound move for now. 24,400 acts as the support, and 24,650 to 700 should be the expected move for today.
Okay, and this is, if you see the positioning on the election day versus today, I was just pointing out before you joined that it's a completely different sort of positioning, right? From net short, you have a net long of 77%. How do you think the market will react if there were a negative outcome especially on capital gains tax, versus what could be the, what could a stupendous rise, let's say a 30% rise or a 35% rise in Capex, along with a 5.1% fiscal deficit, which will be seen as very positive for markets. What kind of reaction could that trigger, and what would be the levels to watch out for?
So, well, on technical parameters, if 24,200 acts as the final crucial support. So, if market were to react adverse with any negative news coming in, I think 24,200 is the level to watch, because if we break those levels decisively, that could trigger a further sell-off coming towards, to start with, 23,500 and so on. So, that's how we would be looking at the market.
Cool. Jigar, good morning.
Good morning, Mahalakshmi.
We had quite some conversation on long-term capital gains tax. So the only question I want to ask you is, if it were to be raised indeed to, let's say, 20%, how do you think the market will react?
So sort of let's look at it from the impact on the actual numbers versus the perception impact, right? So first is that, let's say you raise the long-term capital gains by 10 percentage points, then all the future earnings would then be discounted at a slightly higher rate, which means you can argue that if you are discounting, if today's sort of stock value is 100 and that has a number of say about 50, which is from the future earnings, then that needs to come down by 10 percentage points, which is 5 rupees. So I would say on a numbers alone basis, that is say a 5 percentage point impact. But perception-wise, see, the market has always appreciated factors when the Honorable Finance Minister has given clarity on things, right? So when the corporate taxes were slashed down to 25%, that was appreciated. Increasingly, they are doing away with all sorts of parameters on the budget day, right? So you had the GST rates being decided by the GST Council, corporate taxes decided already in 2019, and then that those have sort of been stable. And instead of just randomly tinkering things, if they present sort of a scenario where this events are done away with, then I think that's what markets appreciate. So if they create a structure where they say, okay, these are the final rates, we are aligning all the debentures, unlisted equity, listed equity, and here is the comprehensive package, which will not touch in the future, then that's a net positive compared to the 5% earnings impact. And if they just increase it randomly, then I think the markets would see this as an increase in uncertainty, and therefore the impact on the markets could be a bit higher.
Okay. Could that also dent the, one big constituency in the market today, Jigar, is that, all these family offices have taken to investing in markets. Even all the promoter stake sales that are happening is getting redeployed or, plowed back into the markets in other stocks, right? So is that a constituency, or as a liquidity, a portion of that liquidity gets threatened if this happens?
Possibly, but see, taxes, Mahalakshmi, is one component of sort of the entire proposition, right? India's proposition is not just tax.
Yeah.
India's proposition starts with a very nice fundamental framework. Your sort of the whole system on how sort of the new working age population is developing, how manufacturing share is going up, how household savings are now being deployed increasingly into equities. So, as I said, the proposition is reasonably decent. Tax can play an angle, can sort of help alleviate the entire sentiment or dent it a little bit, but that alone won't be the deciding factor on how these family office, at least our interactions with many of those, is shaping up. So yeah, maybe sort of an increase in long-term capital gains tax, or even increase in period. So you align everything to say 36 months. Don't necessarily deal with the rates per se. So that would dent some bit of a sentiment, but
All
beyond
right, the
that, I don't
finance
think.
minister is here. She's standing with her colleagues and the members of the DFS and posing with the tab. This is a ritual, Mahalakshmi, I think that, happens every year pre-budget, where she, poses for a photo op with her team members. with the red tablet. Outside the Finance Ministry, of course. So once this photo op is done, she will be heading to the Parliament to table the budget for FY 2025. Just before the budget, actually, Gaurav was telling us that there's a cabinet meet that is held at the Parliament every year, and then the Finance Minister proceeds to table it in the Parliament and talk about it in detail. Of course, that will start at 11 a.m. sharp, but yeah. Here she is posing with her tablet and members of the team. And from here she will proceed to the Parliament. There she goes. Stacey Pereira also joins us from Moneycontrol. She'll be my co-anchor for the next leg. Hi Stacey, welcome aboard.
Was actually quite interesting because we've been seeing that year after year when she comes to present and comes to present that budget in that tablet form. It moved from that Bahi Khata to the tablet form sometime in 2020, and that's when we are seeing this change. But it's always nice to see those visuals, the whole team, right from the CEA to the Finance Secretary, and of course we'll be getting to hear all of those secretaries as well through the course of the day. That's when they'll tell us what exactly their plans and what they've put out for us in the budget. But let me also get you a quick recap because we're just minutes away from market open as well. So where did we leave off trade yesterday? Well, the Sensex and Nifty did end up flat, but we did see the mid caps really rally ahead of the budget. The Sensex falling by about 103 points, closing or shutting shop at 80,525, whereas the Nifty shutting shop at that 24,509 level. So like I was saying, the mid cap index, that's the one that saw some sharp recovery, gains of about 1,279 points from those opening lows that we saw in trade yesterday. And of course, it was all those PSUs, right, from railways, defense stocks, all of that were a buzz in trade, with the likes of an IRCTC gaining somewhere close to 4%. HAL was up by about 4%, and that's what we're going to see reactions to these stocks as soon as the Finance Minister takes that podium and also speaks, in fact. So let's get our guests back on and ask them how are they looking at markets opening. In fact, let me go ask Vaishali only. She did give us those numbers that we had to track on the charts and what they are looking at closely. But if you look at how the index is performing and somebody that needs to be, looking at investing into the Nifty today, what would be that level that they need to be looking at, and also specifically how should they be, poised or positioned in trade today?
So I would say we are back on track right now. From what we have seen, the pre-opening also is showing strength. So I would still maintain 24,400 as the stop loss and look for a target of 24,650 to 24,700. And well, we are seeing good frontline stocks are participating. So that is what gives us a trigger that yes, market is ready to show us positive move.
Right, so we can expect some positive movements there. Jigar, even to you, when you were talking about PSU stocks and how they've been such a outperformer, they've taken the lead all throughout. We saw that, but also when it comes to taking the knocks, they were the first one during that election day results that we saw. But here we are, markets opening there, the clock on your screens, we are ticking that off for you right now to see where exactly those market swings are going, and we are rather flat at this point, I would say, but that's what we were hoping, that the market will take its time and react accordingly. In fact, Malakshmi can also weigh in here and see what exactly the markets, I think, will be playing more of a wait and watch game, at least for that initial bit. We're just seeing about 0.2% of gain on the Nifty at this point. The Sensex also about 180 points. So rather flat, we would say, but that wait and watch game is going to continue.
Yeah, absolutely. At least on budget days, typically in the morning till 11 o'clock when the budget speech starts, usually, the markets tend to be flat because everybody is positioned in the places they want to position themselves. So I don't think nothing's going to change from now to 11 o'clock. One question to Vaishali. Vaishali, 3 stocks you are watching today.
So, well, one is Larsen and Toubro. It has opened strong, so I would focus on that. Well, it needs to cross 3,700 levels, and above that, we would be looking at 4,000. The other stock to my liking is Bharat Forge. So, Bharat Forge also has given us a good start. So, I would say that 1560 should act as a stop loss, and all going well, this can go towards 1,700 to start with. And in the cash category, I'm looking at NBCC. That is showing a lot of promise. I mean, yesterday's volume has given us hope that this will go towards 200 plus.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining this morning, Vaishali. Jigar, back to you. But tell me, in terms of your own expectation, where do you think the government, the finance minister will prioritize this time? You know, within Capex, there are segments that have done well from time to time. It keeps shifting. At least in the last round, we have seen power continuing to be very strong. Do you see any fresh boost in this budget to any specific areas of infrastructure that will trigger a new kind of rally?
Not really. See, because we need to understand, Mahalakshmi, that 4 months have already passed. And I think during the elections and immediately after, the government's ability to keep, your capex at a very high rate would have been impeded to a certain extent. So the number that they had put out in the vote of accounts was something like 11.1 trillion INR. I think if they were able to continue the same, then that remains to be seen. Also, the fact that today they might your difference between your policy rates between US and India is really at a very low number. So the interest payments that India is doing continues to remain at a reasonably high number, right? So 11.9 trillion is the interest that India will eventually pay out, and they might want to curtail that out to an extent that they can prioritize in the revenue spending area. So if you remove the non-negotiable items, which is defense, subsidy, and interest, then the other revenue expenditure for the second year in a row is projected to grow only by 1%. That is substantially lower than your nominal, even inflation rates, right? So I think they might have to prioritize a bit on the revenue expenditure part. Capex, we might not see a very big increase compared to the vote on account. I'll not be surprised if it comes down a little bit, given that you can't execute whatever needs to be executed in 8 months versus a full year number. In terms of government spending in specific areas, frankly, they can only do two things, right? You have national highways and national railway as the two large areas that the central government controls. And then the other parts of the capex is pretty much done by the state. So even the power that you mentioned, the government can lay the line. Whether the power flows through that or not is still a state subject. So from those standpoints, I think I'll not be surprised if they focus a little more on the revenue side of things rather than the complete capex side of things.
Okay. One question to you, Jigar. We also did some calculation, and I hope before the budget we'll be able to we'll be able to show some of those graphics to our viewers. The short point is, you're absolutely right, especially when you look at the rural and agriculture spend. Except for that 1 year, which is I think FY21 or 22, we've seen single digit growth. I think this year the growth number was 8%, means in the interim budget, and before that it was 4%. So obviously that space and by and large the rural agriculture spending is largely revenue expenditure, not capital expenditure, and that could see some kind of a turn this year. But if there were to be, there is also talk about, rural revival as a theme, agri-infrastructure as a theme. Do you see any place there? Is it possible that the government will do something around rural, but not entirely only on revenue expenditure, may do some shift towards something that is direct in the infrastructure segment? Is that possible? In which case, what kind of stocks would you watch out for?
Clearly. So, if the whole idea is to get parts of, your employment going, and rural plays a very large part there, Mahalakshmi. So the whole idea that the government would be working with is, crowd in a lot of employment opportunities. That would entail some amount of capex and revex place. The place which I think they can do a lot more is especially on the water segments, right? So irrigation, water segments, desalination, not all is within the remit of the central government. States, as I keep mentioning, play a very large part here. But at least they can nudge the state governments into taking actions in which case all this irrigation related capex stocks might, do a little better if they were to do something on that account.
Any specific stocks that you think you may not hold them, but could take positive, could be beneficiaries if this is going to be a thrust area?
So I think, as I said, see, the sectors specifically are those, and even the rural financiers. So I think you can take a look at a lot of those banks in that categories, NBFCs in those categories, but no stock names per se sort of come to mind.
Cool. Thank you so much, Jigar, for joining us this morning. We have another guest, Shivangi Sharda. Shivangi, good morning. Shivangi?
Yes, very good morning. Thank you for having me.
Hi, so what do you see on the charts this morning?
So
does the market opening have any cue in terms of what the market is factoring in?
So absolutely, there is some sort of jitterness. We've seen profit booking even in the yesterday's session, but Nifty has touched a good levels before we saw the profit booking come in. But of course, overall market is looking at some sort of capital gain announcements and some sort of impact it will have on the stock market as well, because there is some expectation around that as well. But of course, the overall structure or the overall key of the budget would be towards the growth of the entire economy, because it's the first budget of Modi 3.0. But of course, we are, we cannot rule out some of the volatility which will be sinking in the market in today's session. So, ahead of the budget, we will, obviously advise the traders to stay light on the index. But of course, there are a lot of sector specific pockets that we are looking at, which is looking quite positive, which include some of the cement infrastructure names, PSU banking, and the consumption names, which are looking quite positive.
Okay. Anything that is looking particularly weak, especially in the whole bunch of stocks that have seen a lot of speculative action and momentum building up? Anything in that pocket which might be setting itself up for disappointment in this budget?
So we've seen that, somewhere chemical names are witnessing some sort of profit booking from the last few weeks. And we've seen that, momentum is clearly not picking up over here. So this is one space or one pocket that we might say that witness profit booking or consolidative move thereafter. And also, there are some of the specific auto names which are looking quite positive, especially the EV space. So I think one should focus on, picking up those stocks which have a good growth perspective for the next few years, and also in line with the announcements that we are looking out for.
Shivani, also Stacey joining in this side from Mumbai. You spoke about auto, and I'm looking at the top gainers right now. I'm seeing M&M, Eicher Motors on the list. What are we, the auto industry, in fact, has had quite a bit of expectations that they are hoping that there could be some kind of incentives or an increase in that FAME subsidy. What really are you looking at, and which stocks within the auto space will look interesting, post, if there are any announcements, those that will tend to see the biggest gains?
Of course, Stacey, we're looking at, some of the auto names which include Aisha Motor, and I talked about EV space. So, of course, battery cannot be ruled out. Even Exide industry is looking quite positive. Now, the entire theme is towards sustainability, and of course, there will be some sort of focus on the battery related stocks as well. So, one is to look out for, the companies which are doing, well in the EV space as well. But definitely, rural pocket is somewhere where the government is, going to focus on doing the funds flow. So Aisha Motor, from that space, from the two-wheeler space, which is going to be benefited, and of course, Excite is another pick from the auto space.
Right, so you have Excite, and also you're looking at the auto ancillaries also that will tend to benefit. Of course, yes, the whole battery initiatives, those are something that we want to hear the government, the finance minister speak about. So that will also definitely get a push. But if you're shifting focus to another sector, and I'm looking at metals, and right now the likes of a Vedanta, Hindalco are all down and being the laggards in trade at this point. Anything, why these specific stocks that have seen quite a bit of swing, and in fact, just the metal index for that matter, through the start of the year, it was the hero, but now it's kind of lagging back. What are you looking at within the metal pack?
So looking at the metal pack, of course, there was 1 week or so something in the phase of, the year ending, the previous financial year ending, where the metal stocks had started picking up. But of course, the, absence of follow-up and quite a lot of volatility here has, given rise to some sort of profit booking, especially in the last 2 weeks. And we are seeing some sort of recovery from the lower levels. But, the kind of, if we look at the daily structure, the stocks are still not witnessing that kind of a momentum. So, I would still suggest that we could stay out of this sector and, focus on the other sectors which are in momentum. Metals still have, a few weeks left to again pick up momentum and drive this entire space.
It's still some more
Shivangi,
time for metals.
if you were to
let
look
me go across.
Yeah, Shivangi, if you were to just Shivangi, if you were to just look 1 month out from this point, and assume there is no big surprise coming along in this budget, what will be your top picks?
So, one of the top pick which I'm looking at is Grasim industry. The stock has, retraced exactly and at on the daily frame and, witnessing recovery from those levels. Even on a, broader structure, if we look at the monthly or the weekly structure, the stock is consistently shifting its base higher, and longs are being built up over here in this series so far. So we are, also expecting good amount of rollover here to the next series as well. So this is one stock which is definitely looking quite positive, and in fact, it would play out with the theme as well. So I would recommend a buy here with a target of 29.50 and a stop of 27.80 levels.
Anything else? And particularly in the small cap, mid cap space, do you see any stocks that are seeing unusual activity or position build up?
Now, of course, talking about some of the smaller names, there are some pockets of railways which are on radar. But of course, we do see historically that, after the budget, there is some sort of profit booking over here. But clearly, the entire rally that we've seen in the last 6 months have been driven by the heavyweights. So, of course, my focus would be, tilted towards that. We can look at, the strong players from each sectors. But one stock is, clearly catching my attention, which is Ashok Leyland. So, here this stock is now showing signs of revival. And after the consolidation of the last 8 to 10 sessions, we are seeing that the stock is surpassing its higher band as well, and looking quite positive. As I said, auto is one space which one can look out for. So this stock is looking quite good. One can buy this stock for a target of around 242 immediately, and then positionally 260 levels with a stop of around 225 levels.
How about the rest of the auto pack? Because this is quite a a diverse bunch with each one having a absolutely different kind of complexion. Either with even within two-wheeler space, you have the EV players versus the non-EV players, the players which are focused on the hinterland versus those focused on high-end bikes and so on. Do you see any, how does this entire pact look? Because today is an important day from the EV players' point of view. You need to really see what the government is veering towards in terms of policy direction.
Yes, of course, the policy announcements will have a major role in deciding the course of these stocks for the near-term future. But of course, for the long term, if you see the growth perspective, these stocks, or specifically the space of EV, has a very good prospect. So one can look at some of the auto ancillary stocks as well. Like I said, Excite Industry is looking quite well, which is related to batteries and the EV space. And this stock has the potential of halting at its higher zones, which is quite positive. And even in the time of market volatility amidst the market correction, we've seen this stock has held on to the higher zones, and now.
I think we've lost that connection with Shivangi. We can try and reconnect with her. I think Deven Choksi is also on the other line with us. Let's bring him on board. Deven, hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning.
All right. Markets have opened actually not even a couple of hours, less than 2 hours to go for the budget to be tabled. What is your sense? How are we, headed in terms of market move, and how do you think the budget is going to pan out later in the day?
Good morning, Mahalakshmi. Well, I think the continuity of the interim budget would be reflected into the main budget in this particular financial year. So that is the first underlying understanding that we are creating. The second aspect is there would be a situation where the government or the finance minister will also spell out the possibility of creating higher amount of spending on infrastructure and PLI schemes under the manufacturing. I believe that I think these are the two areas which will be of focus, largely also because of the fact that I think with infrastructure spending, with I think higher allocation towards PLI, and significantly higher amount of I think allocation towards various schemes for affecting or benefiting the agriculture, the job and the employment, I think, is also going to be taken care of. So we are expected to see the agriculture, the infrastructure, and the manufacturing, these three areas getting significantly large amount of emphasis from the finance minister. We call this particular program as AIM, as far as I think the agriculture, infrastructure, and manufacturing is concerned. We believe that the higher amount of allocation of money could go towards hydrogen, the green hydrogen particularly, wherein I think both for manufacturing under the PLI scheme for the electrolyzer process, I think which they want to bring in systematically, and also for creating the newer projects by the public sector undertakings like the oil PSUs, they would be possibly giving a large amount of thrust to the green hydrogen. At the same time, I think we believe that I think higher amount of thrust will also continue towards the infrastructure, particularly on the transportation side. And the focus, like I think in previous budget, the focus was on the freight corridor. This time around, the focus will be equally on the waterways corridor, wherein I think the emphasis would be on the ships, emphasis would be on the inland transportation through waterways. So we remain, I think, distinctly confident about the allocation of money, which goes towards creating the higher amount of infrastructure.
Devin, thank you so much. So, how do you play this? Infrastructure, are still very well-known names. If you were to look at agriculture, I mean, what are the main names that you would focus on?
Within agriculture, I think the ecosystem, you will have agrochemicals to begin with. That's where probably I think the higher amount of throughput on the agri side is expected. Second area is irrigation process, wherein I think you are basically talking about conserving the water on one side and improving the yield on the other side. So that is the second part of it. And the third part of agri play would be the warehouses and the storage mechanism, under which I think the government is expected to allocate higher amount of money towards creating the storage facilities in the country. Also because of the fact that the food-related product items inflation, if it has to be controlled, then enough amount of storage has to be created into the system so that I think in future any kind of natural shocks can be absorbed by the economy, given the kind of storage facility that they would have. So the 5-year program from now, sufficient amount of food storage capacity in form of warehouses to be created, as I understand.
Again, the stocks that you can play these through.
Well, I guess I think the names would be many, but I think select names which we believe I think could possibly play in agrochemicals. I think would include some of the companies, including the companies like Rallis or for that matter, PI Industries or for that matter, even companies like UPL. There are some of these companies I think which are the front stocks. I think which are basically the mainline stocks. They would possibly play this theme well within the micro irrigation segment, the likes of Jain irrigation, I think would be the ones I think which could possibly be the choice that one could possibly look at. And for the warehousing kind of a projects, I think different project companies I think will be the key source. But more importantly, I think the commodities like steel, cement would be I think required going forward for even this play as well. So I think one will play the side sectors more than I think playing the main sectors at times. So these names have been mentioned by me. I think they are not necessarily the recommendations. They are normally, I think, the point of reference which I have possibly put across. So that should be seen as a display.
Absolutely. What did you say, mention on cold storage? Because there are not so many players, inspiring players in cold storage yet.
In the corporate sector is being taken care of it, like taking the House of Adanis, they are putting across the cold storages in different pockets. Similarly, I think different other areas like Reliance, retail, they are basically, I think, putting across, I think, cold storages. And same is the situation with, I think, the others. So from that particular point of view, yes, I think the spending is happening and at the same time corporates are coming forward. In fact, I think this time around the corporates are likely to take up larger leadership in building this kind of infrastructure because I think next 5 years are going to be decisive 5 years as far as I think corporates are also concerned. They would like to put up their investment on the ground so that I think 2029 new government gets into power, whatever the new government gets into power, they would have sufficiently large amount of assets created for generating the revenue in the business for themselves in subsequent period of time. So most likely, this 5 years we are expected to see the corporate sector taking significant lead in putting across investment because of the government's policy, which is remaining quite favorable to.
Even also Stacey joining in here. I like the acronym that you gave of AIM of agriculture, infrastructure, manufacturing. But I want to know within this space, and you did mention a couple of stocks and names. But are there any PSU stocks within this pockets that you really like, and that can see a further that you like, also in terms of valuation?
So, Steffi, I don't think that the valuation is something which is great at this point of time in PSUs. Market is actually overhyped, I think, most of the things today. And they have started discounting 2 years hence earnings, I think, now. So that is going to be a little challenge as I see it, I think, from the perspective of managing the risk while making the investment. As I understand, I think the larger risk today in the marketplace would be the risk of execution because when you give P's of 50, 60 and 100, in such situation, I think you're assuming that the growth rate would be 40-50% year on year basis. Whereas many of the PSU companies, I think they are quite used to producing growth less than 10%. In the given situation, I think they may be producing growth between 15 and 20%. Should they sustain that growth, then probably I think putting them at in excess of 50 P's, I think would be relatively, I think, dangerous more because it may possibly, I think, create underperformance in the portfolio if these companies do not match up with the price earning ratio that they are enjoying as far as their growth is concerned. So one will have to be mindful about the possibilities. Yes, I think the narratives are strong. Yes, I think the allocation of money is also, I think, quite decisive. But at the same time, ability to execute and deliver will definitely take time, and that is not going to match with the P's that the market has given to these stocks.
Right, but I guess we cannot generalize that, because if you look at defense or even the railway stocks and how they've been performing and how they've seen such a good run up, would they be the outliers? And do you think there is still opportunities in these sectors?
They will continue to attract more investment, undoubtedly, be it defense, be it railways, be it any other areas of infrastructure, including power and power transmission. I believe that I think they will continue to attract investments, no doubt about it. The question remains that I think they being capital intensive businesses, I think they take time to get delivered. And if you as an investor, I think start looking at the companies who delivers 40-50% kind of a growth on a sustainable basis, these are not the companies which would ever do that. Because the fact remains that I think their buyers are also, I think, gradually inputting across their projects and building the projects. So obviously, I think the growth rate will have to be matched along with the end projects which are happening for these intermediary companies. In my viewpoint, I'm not pessimistic, but at the same time, I think I want to be realistic that well, the market is giving a high narratives for these companies. Nothing wrong with it because government is allocating more money and creating more visibility. But the execution risk, I think one should not undermine. That's the small and substance of this particular dialogue that we are talking right now.
So, Devin, right now, I think the most important question that a lot of investors are asking is that on one hand, you have, this entire consumer basket, you have names right from Hindustan Lever to Nestle to all of these companies, which a lot of smart investors got out of 3-4 years back because valuations were really elevated. You couldn't find anything that was below 80 times earnings, right? Today, because their earnings have grown, stock prices have not grown, so some kind of correction has happened in valuations. But now you look at this entire pack versus some of the defense plays or railways plays, all of them trading in triple digit earnings multiples, right? It looks like those are value plays, and it is the valuations today, as you also rightly point out, there is not much scope to err there. They're all priced to perfection. Whatever those growth assumptions you may have, the stock prices reflect all the optimism that we talk about in those respective areas. Do you think overall the market focus will now shift away, because in the absence of any fresh triggers, can these narratives really continue?
Well, I guess I think the discovery of ideas will have to happen in the given situation. If existing ideas have actually matured and they remain priced to perfection, then in such situation, I think the newer ideas will have to be explored by the market, and that is what is going to be interesting proposition going forward. Today, as many number of companies are entering into market through IPOs, and some of these companies are actually key players to some of the larger OEMs. For example, in the area of capital goods segment, if the likes of ABB, Siemens kind of companies who receive larger amount of orders from the customers, on the other side, I think there are suppliers like PT Engineering, among others, I think could possibly be the main fit to such kind of companies. So these examples are being taken largely to explain to the audience that the respective companies will have to be identified, who are the key players, I think, in the ecosystem, who would basically make best out of it. For example, if the Prime Minister has talked about creating 1 crore solar rooftops, in such situation, we will always look at, I think, the companies like Vario or somebody who are basically providing the solar panels. But what about those companies which are basically also, I think, getting into the business of designing and installing and also providing some of the capital equipments like inverters or even the power distribution systems? Those kind of ancillary companies too would get a significantly large amount of business going forward. So in my viewpoint, one will have to look at interesting companies which are deep value in the proposition, where probably I think you can make investment given the larger thing which is already unfolded and discovered.
But do you really see those deep value? I mean, there's no question of deep value in this market. Do you disagree?
Well, I guess I think if the way we look at it, I think there are values available. Suppose I think we once again talk with example. Since look at I think the companies like say for example Reliance, they have Geo platform in it, they have Reliance Retail in it. Geo platform is already 60,000 crore EBITDA making proposition with the new tariff hike. They are promising to grow this EBITDA at the rate of 20% for next 3 years. So what we are talking about is almost, I think, getting into the size of about 1 lakh crore kind of an EBITDA making company in 3 years' time. Now, is it not a deep value proposition out here? It is part of Reliance, agreed, but at the same time, I think it holds the promise to get monetized separately listed. So such kind of plays, I think, are important. Even for that matter, since we are talking about some of the finance companies. Say, for example, companies like Geo Finance.
Where is she
Once
giving
again, it's a
things?
core investment company, and I think it's investing into 4 different verticals. So in my viewpoint, I think such kind of proposition would have long-term objective of next 5 to 10 years. And that is where the deep value exists. If one wants to get into such kind of subject, study it well, put your money into it, and then stay invested. That is how I think we look at it. Again, I think these names have been taken only to explain, I think, the business of the companies and the opportunities therein. Recommendation is something one should not be following it that way. I think it should be a disclaimer also from my side.
Okay, Devang, thanks for that. We'll be back to you in a minute. Right now, we're seeing the visuals of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with President Murmu, and yeah, and she's holding her red tab right now as she poses for a photo op one final time before she tables the budget in the Parliament. Back to you, I guess, Mahalakshmi. We were speaking to Deven about his, predictions and his, stocks and sectors that could be in focus, not just today, but beyond budget as well, from a slightly medium-term perspective as well. So take it away.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Devin, for joining this morning. We're also joined by Firoz Aziz from Anand Rathi Wealth. Firoz, good morning.
Good morning, Mahalakshmi.
So what is your expectation, Firoz? Are you worried about the possibility of a tinkering in the capital gains tax?
No, I'm absolutely not worried about that, because I think it's quite irrational to tinker around with the capital gains of equity, point one. Reasons being that I think Indian households have funded the fiscal deficit of this country for long enough. This is the first time the global FIIs are investing in bonds of India. For the last few decades, Indian household savings, practically almost 97% or 90% of the financial savings of 426 lakh crores is pushed into debt or debt equivalent assets. That's what is fiscal deficit has been funded by the Indian household. Now it's time for the cult of equity to be built. And if you actually de-incentivize equity investments, then for the next 10, 20 years, only the foreigners will take benefit of the India growth story, which they have for the last few decades. I think if the asset allocation of Indian households was skewed towards equity for the last 25 years, I don't think we would be, by any stretch of imagination, a middle-class country. We would have been an upper middle-class country. So point one, I don't see a rationale of tinkering around with capital gains. I think 2018 saw a change after 14 years of 0 to 10%. I don't think that should change. I think capital gain simplification, which I've been speaking for the last 2 years now, it's become a reasonably large narrative, is on the cards. I think changing the time frame of long term definitely could be on the cards, if not this budget. A more holistic capital gain simplification of Section 70, 71 is needed. And I think this is made in budget. I don't think the government has got enough time to mull over a full revamp of a simplification of capital gains. So not worried. I don't think the derivative taxation also from a speculative income, there was some degree of fear there. I don't think that can be moved from the business head to the speculative income head, because there are a lot of hedgers, institutional hedgers. You can't keep capital gain and then speculative income for the counter balancing factor, which is a derivative. So I personally think derivative taxation head changing is quite unlikely.
Okay. And how do you think the market would react? I understand there is no rationale to tinker with it, but you don't know what is going on in the finance minister's head right now. And there is a large narrative being built that bank deposits are under threat because of money flowing into equity markets. What do you think is the sentiment? I mean, will there be a large reallocation of assets away from equities if there were to be a hike from 10% to 20% in long term? On the contrary, if there is just a shift away from the tenure goes up from 1 year to 3 year, what kind of impact do you see on the SIP flow, the discretionary money that is coming into equity markets? Because that discretionary money is not coming for 5 years or 10 years. Most people we talk to say that the mood is good now. It doesn't seem like a market that is going to relent. It's good to put money and make some money in stock markets right now.
See, I don't buy, firstly, the narrative that deposits are low. Deposit growth has to be given a push from the government side. If you look at the household savings of 426 lakh crores of financial assets alone, more than 35%, 37% is in deposits. I think banks are not growing their deposits because they're selling insurance policies. You see 70 lakh crores out of the 426 lakh crores is in insurance because there is 40-50% commission. Banks empty their bank accounts, and there's a 2 lakh balance. If you're going to put 1 lakh into an insurance policy and earn 50,000, deposits are not going to grow. So point one, I think that deposits are the largest portion of Indian household financial savings. So you can't have an external push for that anymore. Point one. Point two, I personally think that it's not discretionary money which is coming for short term. Where is the data to prove that? If you look at 21,400 crores of SIP money in the last 2 years, Nifty from October 2021, 18,500 to October 2023, that's full 2 years. Market was again back to 18,500, 18,700 on 26th October 2023, which was the expiry of October. Last year, markets did nothing for 2 years, but the SIP number went up from 11, 12,000 to close to 19,000. So the Indian retail is not coming on the back of greed. It's reasonably clear because there has been a Ukraine war. There has been people generally build a narrative that after COVID, people have seen nothing. I think they have seen something. Nifty went up and down from 18, 20,000 to 15,200 at least 4 times. Of course, the broader market rally post the state elections in December has made people forget the memories of the previous 2 years. So I personally think the money is not coming out of greed, and the large portion of inflows of the capital markets in this financial year have come through domestic institutions, not through direct investments. Direct holding of Indian individuals is only 23, 26 lakh crores. And that's hardly any market cap holding. So point one, I think deposits are the largest portion. That has to be acknowledged. No external push from the government side can be given to the banking sector. Point two, I personally think this is more sticky money. If you're expecting further more sticky money, then I think we are far-fetched in terms of our expectation from a general larger audience of about 10-15 crores who are capital market participants.
Right, Feroz. Stacey, this side joining as well. You talked about how the markets have seen some good swings and that money is coming in and there is no external push. But if I were to look at, portfolio allocation perspective, a lot of people or a lot of the retail investors that came in at that certain point did see a lot of value in that mid and small cap space. And we saw some good returns that were being made. But also when you had those stress tests and the others that were conducted, those also saw the biggest shaving off, causing that kind of volatility. And I think the regulator was more concerned about that fact also, that we need to protect our retail investors. So also with the whole narrative that they're building around the F&O space and how the volumes in that part is really something that is not unprecedented. Do you think there is reason to worry, especially because there is this kind of interest now coming into the equity markets?
You see, there are 2 parts to it. One is the cash market worry, Stacey. I think I was fortunate enough to hear Madam Chairperson of SEBI a few days back, just the last week, and I was fortunate to ask her a question as well on this regard of a kind of an elevated valuations, which they had shown concerns in March. And ma'am very clearly highlighted that it is an aberration. We don't generally step into valuations, and because nobody else was speaking about the valuations, so SEBI had to step in, was ma'am's answer to that, to somebody else's question. But coming back to the more important point, I think if you look at the total financial savings and then look at 2.5 lakh crore, 426 lakh crore of financial savings, 800 lakh crore of total savings, including physical assets, out of which you're putting 2.5 lakh crores in small cap funds.
Feroz, in fact, I'm just going to have to pause you there because we are seeing those visuals of Nirmala Sitharaman with that Bahi Khata now entering the Parliament building. So in, first we do know that she goes ahead and meets the members of her cabinet. They will discuss what they are going to be presenting and then she will take to the podium on the floor of the House. So those visuals there you can see of Nirmala Sitharaman entering the Parliament House, ahead of her going in and then presenting that budget. You can see that rerun, she is there, joined. Normally you would have the whole team. They do that photo op just before that, right from the finance secretary to the revenue secretaries and the likes, even from the tax departments, you do see them. But now she's going in to meet her cabinet colleagues first, and post that is when you will get to hear from her. So those visuals there you can see on your screen, this one with the rest of the A team, we would call them, the ones that really put their brains behind what exactly the finance minister can tinker with, or what exactly they can be spending that money in. This time around they do have that cushion because of the good RBI dividend that they've got. They've also got robust GST and other tax collection, direct and indirect, so that gives them some room to actually go ahead and increase allocation perhaps in different sectors, but we'll have to see in which and where and why that the finance minister decides that. But coming back to you, Firoz, you did mention about how there are two parts to what is happening with the equity markets and how retail investors need to tread with caution rather. So you can continue on the part where you left off at.
Yes, like you rightly said, retail investors have to have fair expectations for the capital market. The broader market has a lot of froth in certain specific stocks, several stocks. India's NSE Small Cap 250 Index has 250 stocks. Largely, you can, if you have to generalize, which it's difficult to for 250 stocks, 250 stocks, if you can't generalize, but at least the larger portion are on the heavier side of valuation. If you look at PE or PEG as the valuation measure, of course, they are significantly 1 or 2 sigma more than the mean they have shown for long periods of time. So, of course, a retail investor should be cautioned. But I think the more important thing for India to do is to create more supply of great companies. The 500th, the largest company, or at least the 500th largest free float, is 4,000-5,000 crores in a country of 140 crore people and 8 lakh crores of 8 lakh crores of financial total savings. We don't have enough paper, and that's for which ma'am said that there is a lot of IPOs in the pipeline. I think paper will come when there is growth. So that doesn't worry me. FNO, I think definitely the retail participation is high, and I think unprecedentedly high. And if you relatively compare our volumes with our developed countries, it can put some developed countries to shame in terms of the volumes we do. Of course, giving them a word of caution, trying to deter them and making it a little more expensive to trade in them will avoid their first experience being bad. So many demat accounts have opened, the first experience being bad shies them away forever. That's what the regulator is worried about, and rightly so, in my opinion.
Right. So if you're looking at, this churn that we're seeing also between, the large cap and the mid cap, and how people want to place their money ahead of the budget now, especially, where would you want to be placing your bets, and what would be those sectors or stocks be then?
See, in my opinion, I would still say small cap has a lot of rally left. If there is nothing which is detrimental in the budget, I think the small cap, hardly there is any free float left. Most of it over the last 1.5 years has been gobbled up. Per unit of extra inflow, the kind of price rise and price valuation re-rating we are seeing in several counters is astronomical. If all the free float has been absorbed and now you add a little more money, the impact on price rise is significant. So I am not quitting small cap just yet till the tide turns. So 20%, 22% of our model portfolio is still in small cap. It used to be 28, 30. We booked some profits, but the rally, which is liquidity driven in the last leg, is not over yet, is our assumption. Unless there's a significant bad news, then I will have to quickly change my opinion. Mid cap is about 20, 25%, the 150 stocks mid cap, by which I mean the mutual fund definition of mid cap, which is the subsequent 150 stocks other than the first 100 in NSE 500. That's another 20%, but we are going a little large cap heavier relative to last year, from 50 to 55. This kind of composition can beat you Nifty by about 4% for this financial year for the residual 8-9 months left for the FY 25.
Right, and given that everyone's saying that we might not get to hear some big bang announcements, that would change how corporate functioning is, or the corporate growth. Will the focus come back to earnings? And with that, at least of what we've seen so far in Q1, it's been quite a mixed bag, we would say, and IT clearly showing some shoots of recovery. So do you think that will be another game changer by the end of the year that we're going to see, or there is still more time to be looking at that specific sector?
Yes, Madam, mere hisab se, from my perspective, if you see it, I think fundamentals have been given a little lesser importance over the last 1 year. People have been very worried about the market levels. There are some people I was speaking to, and everybody was unequivocally saying markets have gone bonkers. Then I asked them, what is the Nifty earning? A group of 4 or 5 very so-called experts. They said Nifty is at 24,500. It's obscene levels. Markets can fall 15-20%. And my follow-up question was, what is the earnings of Nifty last year? And people didn't have an answer. If you look at last year, the earnings have moved up from 820 rupees straight to 1,048 rupees. Now, that's a growth greater or almost equal to the price rise between May last year and this year. So earnings growth have also caught up, and people have not noticed that the year which we began, our estimate on Nifty was 968 rupees. And actually, Nifty outperformed our estimates, which itself was aggressive at that point in time, by 80 rupees, 70, 80 rupees. So I think earnings have caught up beautifully. Of course, on a larger base, growing this year is going to be a little difficult. But I submit to everyone to actually pay attention to the absolute rupee value of Nifty earnings, which has doubled in the last 4 years or 5 years. August 2020, we highlighted that Nifty earnings will grow, and from 532 to 1,048. And people, I don't think, have spoken enough of the 532 earnings of FY20 growing to 1,048 of FY24, which is just 4 years.
Feroz, you made some very interesting points. You talked about earnings growth being stellar, which I agree. I want to, I don't know whether we can get this graphic out, but we did some numbers yesterday. Implied growth for BSE 500 companies, out of which for 400 we couldn't get. This is just ready data available on Bloomberg, no high funda DCF calculation that we have done for each company. But you look at the distribution, 12 companies were showing implied growth of more than 30%. 138 companies out of the 400 companies for which reverse DCF data is available on Bloomberg were around 20 to 30%. 120 companies about 15 to 20%. So now we obviously do not expect, we understand that we are a growth economy, fastest growing and all of that. Nobody is projecting a nominal GDP growth of more than 11-12% on a sustained basis to eternity, right? But the markets are already telling you that more than 250 companies, okay, are in the BSE 500 or are right now at prices which seem to suggest more than 15 to 20% growth to eternity. This is what the data shows us. So whatever the earnings growth rate is, right now for a good part of the market, that projection and more is already factored into the stock prices. That's point number one. So I want your reaction to that. Second question is, you talked about, the last leg of the liquidity rally is still not over, and you will wait and play this rally before you take reverse your position. What is that point that will be the trigger which will tell you that there is going to be a reversal? Because it's always difficult to call when, like Howard Marks always says, that something will happen, but you don't know when. So what's that point that you will be looking for?
Firstly, I should congratulate you. That's an impressive data. Very, very impressive. See, implied volatility is a derivative
Not my data,
nomenclature.
Bloomberg data. We just pulled it out.
See, highlighting to the viewer in the right direction and in an intelligent direction is something you're doing beautifully. Of course, the data is there for somebody else to consolidate, but that data has been there for eternity, but it's not come to the fore. So implied growth is a very beautiful way to find out whether the price is valued well or not, or the price of the stock is fair or not. So point one, I think that implied growths of 20-25% are scary to eternity because DCF also assumes that you have a terminal value to a business, and that's a large component. And if terminal growth implied is 20-25% aggregate or for large portions of the businesses, it's definitely expensive. But what happens is, unfortunately or fortunately, market is both valuation and how many people wish to own it. That way, a crypto has zero value in terms of intrinsic value, but it still has a value, right? But it depends on demand and supply as well. So coming back to why do large stocks, which are in the indices, quote at 70p, where their growths are not expected? If you speak to their chairman, he will tell you that their growth expected is not more than 10%, but the implied growth will be 25-30% for years. That's because a lot of the free float is gobbled up by the indices. Now, if you look at the top 10 weights of Nifty itself, if EPFO puts 2 lakh crores, the proportion of the 2 lakh crores which needs to be going into the top 5 weights, you will be surprised that 70,000 crore, 80,000 crore needs to go to 5 stocks. So if EPFO has decided to put 15% of its money, it is not going to apply rationality of fundamentals or DCF to understand whether the top 5 weights need a Nifty allocation or not. So indices actually make you gravitate out of the fundamentals. That's why you see the US market, the top stocks are obscenely valued, not because the valuation or the implied growths are achievable. That is because free float, a large portion of the market is ignoring fundamentals. An index fund ignores fundamentals. It buys the largest weight for 10% in Nifty. So if 2 lakh crore is cut by EPFO, 20,000 crore goes to the largest weight without even knowing whether the PE is 40 or 100 or 500. So both, as we move towards index fund investing, we have to keep demand and supply, and the implied free float is a barometer which we track extensively, because most of the free float is already gobbled up by index funds, which are as good as promoters because they're never going to bring it back to the market. That's point one. Coming to the trigger, which was again a brilliant question, madam, in terms of what is the trigger where we would become bearish on small cap or will want to pass the pillow away, is 20 days of continuous illiquidity or outflow in the domestic small cap funds. We track the small cap inflow and outflow on a daily basis in the mutual fund industry. If there is 15 days of consecutive outflow or 20 days of consecutive outflow, net outflow, that's the day when we will bring down small cap back to 5-10%, which is where it was a year back.
Thank you so much, Feroz, for joining this morning and these insights. And I look forward to getting the data on SIP, flows into small cap funds onto Moneycontrol on a daily basis. So our viewers have the benefit of this data. Thank you so much, Feroz. So we also have with us Madan Sabnavis, Chief Economist from Bank of Baroda. Madan, good morning. Thank you so much for joining in. Madan, what do you think must be playing on the FM's mind, and what is she going to do today? Sorry, can't hear.
Sorry. Yeah, I think this is a fairly comfortable position for the finance minister because A, the economy is doing very well. B, we know very well that the Reserve Bank of India has given an additional 1 lakh crores. And if you add to it what the public sector banks and other public financial institutions have given, I think the revenue situation appears to be very, very comfortable. So it's a case of having surpluses, and the FM has the prerogative to take care of any additional social welfare expenditure, additional capital expenditure, and more importantly, to reduce the fiscal deficit. To my mind, it will be a combination of all the three, with the tilt being more towards reducing the fiscal deficit number closer towards 5%, so that 4.5% number becomes easier to achieve in the next year. That's what the FRBM really lays down. So I think this is the overall kind of a picture which I'm expecting from the budget today. And of course, if you want to get into the internals, two things which I would be looking out for. One is if there is anything done to initiate additional consumption. So I think there is a need for the government to reduce the income tax rates or widen the income tax slab so that people have more disposable income. The reason being that we have had very high cumulative inflation in the last 3-4 years. So it's but natural that overall real consumption has gotten affected. We saw the rate of growth was just around 4% last year. So that is something which one could be looking out for. On the savings front, I think there is reason to believe that the ATC section as well as the interest on home loans, those limits are going to be probably doubled. It won't be much loss for the exchequer, but it will help to increase financial savings, something which has been affected again by inflation. So that's more on the individual front. And last, I would say in terms of investment, that is something which even the economic survey has been talking of, that private sector investment has not really done much in the last few years, ever since the government did lower the corporate tax rate. So here, I think the opportunity is more on the MSME side, where we could be having a PLI-like scheme for the MSMEs, something which would not require an outlay of 2 lakh crores, but maybe something like 2 or 3,000 crores, which could be accommodated quite easily in the budget, which will help to tackle the issues of employment as well as getting the MSMEs back on their feet. Because the MSMEs were probably the most affected by the lockdown, followed, I mean, prior to that, we had the GST too. So I think there is probably something, a special dispensation, which is required for the MSMEs. So these would be what I would be looking out. I think something on this front would probably take place in this particular budget.
Sure. Thanks, Madan. One question, after the election, obviously there has been this narrative that, you know, this budget could be more populist, spending on rural agriculture could go up, which is all largely revenue expenditure. And last 2 years, obviously this year, the projection for rural and agri expenditure is about 8%. Last year it was 4%. Largely it's been single digits last 3 years. Do you see a big jump there?
I see some increase, but I don't see a very big jump, because if you look at the interim budget, the numbers which were given for all these programs were kept at either the revised number of 23-24 or the budgeted number, whichever one was higher. So I don't think there is any need to increase it, but probably based on the election promises, some of these programs could be seeing marginal increases, nothing to actually sort of shake up the budget or put too much of pressure on revenue expenditure. So everything could be very well managed within the confines of the fiscal deficit number, which I expect to be brought down to 5%.
And how pressing is the need to consolidate or show a, you know, more aggressive fiscal consolidation path, Madan? Because from a foreign investor's perspective, India seems to be, in terms of macros and fiscal position, a lot better than a lot of other competing nations in the emerging markets. You know, so in that sense, this may not be a very urgent priority, although no question that if you do that, you might have some you know, positive developments on the rating front, which could lead to lower cost of borrowings. All of that is more than welcome and helpful. But how important do you think it is, just to understand whether the priority for the finance minister at this point in time will be a more aggressive fiscal consolidation, or put more hands in the more money in the hands of people?
I think given this very comfortable position we are in, and the fact that we have only 8 months to go for the budget to be implemented, the government could actually be a bit more aggressive when it comes to the fiscal deficit ratio. Now, we should remember that the signaling which we have done to the outside community as well as the inside world, it goes without saying, is that we are targeting 4.5% fiscal deficit number in 25-26, and probably after that we would be looking towards moving towards a 3% mark, which was the original target. Now, this being the case, we have seen that there's already been a 0.1% slippage statistically. When the GDP numbers came out in May, we realized that it was the nominal GDP number, which goes as a denominator, was lower than what was assumed at the time of the interim budget. So that fiscal deficit actually went to 5.2%. So we are talking in terms of moving from 5.2 to 5%, so that the migration to 4.5% next year becomes simpler. And while all of us would like to say that the government should spend more on capital expenditure, I think 11.1 lakh crores is large enough. And there's another issue about the capacity of the state to go in for more projects in this limited period of time. And also we should remember that the finance minister did mention during the interim budget that we should not be expecting the government to increase its Capex by 20 to 30% every year. It'll be more moderate given the fact that the base is now increased to almost 20% of the overall size of the budget. So I think it may not be an immediate priority, but this is a very good opportunity to move towards this level.
Okay, so you will bet on that. You will think about 20-30 basis points. She'll be able to reduce in terms of deficit, or will it be more aggressive than that?
I think it'll be 20 basis points to bring it to 5%, so that we can again go down to 4.5. That is down by 50 basis points in the next budget. I think it's a situation of comfort where anything can be done. You can also go to 4.9%, but probably the 0.1% could be preserved to take care of the election promises, and maybe something marginally higher in terms of capital expenditure.
And what could be some of the things you think she might do to spur consumption? Of course, tax is one thing. Anything else that she could do creatively?
I think for consumption, I think the only opportunity which is there within the realm of the budget is on the income tax front. Because ideally, I would say that there is scope for also reviewing the GST rates, but the GST would be outside the purview of the budget. The GST Council will have to take a call. But given the fact that we have had very robust collections, which has not been commensurate with higher consumption. I mean, nominally, the numbers have gone high because of the high inflation impact. So I think there is enough scope for reduction or rationalization of the GST rates, but that I don't see happening within the confines of the budget. So it will be more on the income tax front.
And this year, Madan, do you think there is a possibility of a rating upgrade for India?
No, I think that will be a bit difficult because whenever rating agencies review any particular country's rating, and even let's assume that they're happy with everything else and it's the fiscal situation which is something on which they have questions, they would tend to observe how the fiscal numbers look, not just for the center, but also for the states. Now, we have a bit of comfort here because I think the economic survey has pointed out that the consolidated fiscal deficit of the states has come to 2.8% last year, compared to a target of 3.1%. So there is definitely a lot of good happening out there too. But I think rating agencies would like to see if this kind of thing is sustained. So I think that is one of the reasons why the government will push along to make sure that we achieve the 4.5% target next year, so that they could target the 3% mark in the subsequent 3 years. And that would be the right kind of messaging for the rating agencies. So as of now, I don't think the rating agencies will do anything different, but they will definitely take any progress we make very positively.
Okay, and in terms of expenditure, I mean, are there any big schemes where you think big hikes could be made in terms of spending? Where would you bet?
I don't think there will be big hikes in spending.
So, for example, PM Awas, could that be, most economists feel, in fact, I was talking to Morgan Stanley about 2 weeks back, and they think that one of the things that really defines India, places India differently from all other emerging markets is where we are in the property cycle in India. Last 10, 12 years, you've not seen anything concrete happen in the property cycle. It's been a lull. In fact, there was a correction of 15-20%. Only post-pandemic we've started to see activity happen. Now, since this has maximum multiplier effect on growth, could there be something more that can happen on the property side? And that also gels well with the... What could be some of those measures that can sort of perpetuate the property cycle or accelerate it?
See, on the property side, we should remember that whenever we are talking of what the budget is doing, it's more a case of providing that subsidy. Now, actually, my own conversation with people in the real estate business are saying that there needs to be a fundamental change in the overall definition of this particular housing, which qualifies for the particular subsidy. Because ever since we had the scheme which came up several years back, there's been an increase in the input costs. And right now, it's not really profitable or even feasible for them to go ahead. So I think that's one of the reasons why there has been some kind of a slowdown in terms of the growth in this particular entire scheme. So as far as the government is concerned, yes, definitely we could see some kind of increasing, but I think that will be probably on the aggregate basis, 5 to 10,000 crores, which could be very easily absorbed. So on the whole, I'm expecting the overall expenditure to go up around 20 to 30,000 crores. That is given the 1 lakh crores of additional RBI funded funds which we're getting and what the other public financial institutions are going to provide, there would be an increase. This would probably be the biggest ticket among the others, but in terms of subsidies, or you're looking at PM Kisan or Nariga, I really don't expect any significant increases to take place.
Okay, thank you so much, Madan, for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
So, Bodhi, we have another guest joining in a few minutes, but before that, I mean, what is your own view on how what she might do around housing loans? I mean, she will hike the SOPs there. What could be done in this budget to perpetuate or accelerate this property cycle that we are seeing?
So, well, anyone who has a housing loan will wish for that to happen, but I would somehow, I'm not so sure about that, because see, the 80C by which you can get 1.5 lakh off on the principal, but that ATC is also clubbed with various other things like the PPF and insurance premiums and so on and so forth. And then there's the 2 lakh tax break which you get on interest. The issue is that there's been a demand from the industry. Keki Mistry said that a few days ago that 2 lakh was set in 2014.
Yeah.
And that's now 10 years old. It needs to be doubled at least. Right now, and that's what I think Madan Sabnavis also said. The issue really is that that comes under the old tax regime. The stated policy of the current government has been to discourage the old tax regime and move you to the new tax regime. As many of us know, for all companies, for the TDS, your default settings are for the new tax regime. So you have to manually change it to the old tax regime. That's all that's So this whole bit comes under the old tax regime. So I would doubt that. It would be in fact a fundamental, if that were to happen, I can't rule it out. There has been a demand from the housing industry, and obviously if you increase the tax break, so interest rate income, it will help at the margins. But nonetheless, it would be a fundamental departure from the policies they have followed for the last few years.
Right. Also because I think the policy intention is very clear that you want to do away with those
You do away with all these exemptions and you have somewhat lower tax rates under the new tax regime. That's the stated policy.
Correct.
So if they were to do that, it would then they're no longer following
violating
the
it.
policy.
Correct.
So let's see
in
what
a way
happens.
it will be seen as a regressive.
Yeah.
Cool.
The other thing which you might want to think about, which we can also discuss, is that you talked about the fact that the capital markets are overvalued, at least for some stocks, maybe not from an overall market perspective. And indeed, the possibility of a correction, a steep correction, has been talked about for quite a long time. The question is, what is the macroeconomic impact of such a correction? If there is a sharp fall in the markets, which can happen, and market, people far more knowledgeable about the markets than I have said that. I mean, for example, Ramdev Agarwal said that a few days back that this could end badly. If that happens, what's the impact on the wider economy? That's a theme which we
most certainly, because I mean we never thought about the wealth effect of stock markets going up in the yesteryears. I mean in 2000 boom, I mean there was hardly any skin in the game, in the sense equity participation of households was less than 2% or something. So now we are at 20%. So obviously it should have a significant wealth impact, combined with the fact that all the exits that people get through the stock markets also spurs investment in the venture capital space and the startup space, which is creating millionaires every single day. So that should be, I think we should put that question to an expert who is
so if there is a sharp correction, I think and possibly a sharp correction may be warranted by the fact that the markets are generally, the consensus is that they're overvalued, whatever that means. I mean, that's again a point of view. But if there is a sharp correction, what's the impact on the wider economy? You can say one missed an opportunity around the time, the markets missed an opportunity around the time of the election results. It corrected very sharply for one day and then came back, right? So, but if and when there is a correction.
I mean, I like the way you put it. Market missed the opportunity for a correction. Nobody says that in the market, Bodhi. We are addressing a stock market audience. You can't say that. Okay. We also have Gaurav. So Gaurav, you want to come in on this point that Bodhi is making on what could be the macroeconomic implication of a deep correction in the market?
See, the market will obviously not like a good news, and the bad news for the market would be if the fiscal deficit target is actually revised upwards. I think that's going to be the worst piece of news. But however, I do believe that the fiscal deficit target will be retained, at least retained at 5.1% of GDP, as was projected in the interim budget. And I would not be surprised if it actually brought down to 4.9% of GDP in today. The reason being that the finance minister has a lot of elbow room now, fiscal elbow room, regardless of the political necessities that have come about after June 4. She still has 1.1 lakh crore in her kitty to play around with that, and a part of that could be actually used up to draw down or bring down the fiscal deficit to closer to the 4.5% goal by 2020 FY26. If it comes down to, if it is retained at 5.1%, it would then mean that next year she has to bring it down by 0.6 percentage points, to meet that goal of 4.5%. At this point in time, and given the fact over the last 10 years, this government has demonstrated to be always on the fiscally conservative side of the fence, I would not be surprised if she sets a very ambitious target of 4.9%, which could appear steep, but it looks achievable. A lot will also depend on what kind of changes she actually estimates in the tax revenue targets, particularly on GST. There's a certain amount that was estimated in the interim budget. I wouldn't be surprised if those were revised upwards. Also interesting, it's going to be interesting to see how telecom revenues. She had penciled in about 1.2 lakh crore in the interim budget, and between the interim budget and now, the first round of the first auctions have taken place, and the response at best can be described as tepid or subpar. But regardless of the fact that if that is taken as an outlier, if she maintains a 1.2 lakh crore communication services revenue, other services from communication, essentially spectrum auction and license free from telecom companies, I think I would not be surprised if she actually sets anywhere between 4.9 to 5% of fiscal deficit target. That's going to be a big thumbs up. That's going to get a big thumbs up from the markets.
Cool. Thank you so much. Gaurav, I have a follow-up question for you, but I'll come back to you in just a bit. We have two guests waiting for us. Rajiv Radhakrishnan from SBI Mutual Fund, CIO of Debt for SBI Mutual Fund. Thank you so much, Rajiv, for joining in this morning.
Good morning, Mahalakshmi.
Tax rates on debts.
Rajiv, first question is, do you see the finance minister actually take a very aggressive fiscal consolidation path? What's your own estimate?
Yeah, in fact, the simple fact is the government has a substantial elbow room to continue on the path of consolidation and probably accelerate it as well. So if you recollect, the starting point is 5.6 because RE for the previous financial year stands at 560. So and they have committed to bring it down to 4.5 in the next financial year. So I would say that given that one, you've got the higher transfer from the RBI, but the fact is the tax revenues are also growing much higher, at least the data that we have for the financial year to date. It's growing at something like 19%. And I think the budget had assumed a buoyancy of just about one, translating into something like 11.5 odd percentage growth in GTR. So I think there's a substantial elbow room for the government to consolidate further. My sense is that I would not be surprised if we end up with 495 somewhere in between on the fiscal deficit target for the ensuing financial year.
Okay, and how do you think the bond market will react to a 4.9 kind of number?
Oh, clearly that would be positive because to some extent, given the revenue buoyancy that I just mentioned, and even assuming that the government would probably step up the revenue expense a little bit, you still have a lot of elbow room. So I think market is clearly expecting some sort of additional cut in the gross borrowing number. If 4.9 gets printed, which probably translates to something like a 60 odd thousand cut in the gross numbers, and I think the market should take that as positively. I mean, it should take it positively. So you would expect that there could be a down move in yields today if that were to happen. Even otherwise, I would say if you have a number around 5, broadly given that the demand supply is fairly well matched, you know that there are steady streams of offshore flows that would come in over the next 7-8 months. So I think even with a number around 5, the market should not really take it negatively.
And when you juxtapose this against the inflation picture, yes, and how monsoon is panning out, do you see any worries?
Oh, that's clearly a issue of concern, if I were to say, and in a way that that is reflecting in RBI's monetary policy stance. So when you look at two sides, the fisc is clearly consolidating. Yeah. There's a lot more of buoyancy on the revenue side, so you can clearly be on the path of consolidation. Unlike most of the developed and some of the emerging market peers, I think that's where India stands out. But when you look at the trajectory on inflation, core inflation is low. That gives a lot of comfort, but you have incipient price pressures. You mentioned about food inflation. It can actually have ramifications on the way headline evolves, and the RBI's policy stance can stay a bit conservative for a bit longer if that were to be the case. So yes, inflation continues to be, I think, clearly a focus point from the RBI side. And as long as you don't see a durable alignment of inflation towards a target of 4, one should safely assume that the RBI will stand. I mean, it will stand on the same stance for the foreseeable future.
Sure. Let me bring on board Rajesh Bhatia, who's joining us. He's CIO at ITI Mutual Fund. Rajesh, good morning. What is your own expectation on, first of all, capital gains tax? Because that's the question that everyone, that's playing on everyone's mind. And secondly, how are you positioned in terms of, near-term trades?
I think that's a very material, thing that one should be expecting from the budget. So I think there is so much talk around the markets are complacent. There's a shift away from deposits. There's a lot of speculation in futures and options, et cetera, et cetera. There's different taxation for fixed income versus equity, incentivizing equity investments. I think there's just so much talk pre-budget about all these things. It makes me believe that this government is going to talk about its philosophy, about how it wants to tackle this issue. So my sense is that what I'm looking forward to as a participant is what are the steps that the government will kind of outline to address this issue, including capital gains. Having said that, I don't think at this moment the markets are base cases are dramatic tinkering in capital gain tax, because you can see how the market has behaved in the last few days. It's been, it's hardly kind of corrected. In fact, it's been reasonably strong. So I don't think the market's base case is that there is going to be any dramatic change in, capital gains tax. But I think as a participant, I am looking forward to the government outlining the philosophy as to how it wants to address that. As far as our positioning is concerned, look, we believe we are in a bull market. We believe we are at an early stage of an economic cycle. Translation, we think earnings will continue to kind of move up over the next few years. Yes, we are at a late stage of the valuation cycle, but I think the earnings trajectory will kind of give a buffer to the equity markets. We are going into this event fully invested, and our holdings are across a diverse range of sectors. This is a bull market, the best of its kind that you will get. There is just so much breadth in the market. So many sectors are participating in this market. So that's the best kind. It's unlike let's say the United States, where the Magnificent Seven is, which is only on AI narrative driving the entire market. I like the breadth of our market. It's a bull market. Stay invested.
So, Rajesh, what do you mean when you say that we are in early stages of a bull cycle, but late stage of a valuation cycle?
What I mean by that is that basically, look, this is a capital expenditure driven cycle. These kind of cycles last 5, 7+ years. So 2003 to 2007, 8, we were in a capital expenditure driven cycle. Of course, consumption was also strong, but it was the dominant theme was really Capex as a percentage of GDP, which had kind of gone to a level which had not seen earlier. After that, we moved into kind of a consumption-driven cycle, I would say between 2010 to 2020. And subsequently, I think we have moved again, triggered by the public capital expenditure outlay by this government. Now, the public capital expenditure as a percentage of GDP from the budget is close to a 20-year high. So now, again, a lot of this is driven by the capital expenditure cycle, which, like I said, will last multiple years, and we are just at an early stage of that. The valuation cycle, however, of course, there has been excessive enthusiasm on the equity markets. They are at a late stage. So let's say if I just take the Nifty, your average should be about 17 to 18 times 1 year forward. We are at 20 plus times 1 year forward, 22, 23 times, in fact. That's at a late stage of a valuation cycle. So that's really what I mean, that valuations are excessive, but EPS, I think we're at an early stage, and that will last for a multiple year period.
No, I understand that. The point I'm trying to ask you is, if you hit late stages of a valuation cycle, it pretty much means that in terms of returns, you are peaking out. Is that what you mean?
So definitely, I think it leaves us vulnerable to a correction, but I don't think it'll lead to a crash in the equity markets, right? Because there will be earnings buffer. And as you move forward, as your earnings keeps going up, your markets will again become reasonably priced to becoming cheaper over a period of time. So you could have a time-biased correction, you could have some correction, but I don't expect this to be a crash. So when should you really worry about a crash? When you're at a late stage of an economic cycle and a late stage of a valuation cycle. Look at 2007. 2003 to 2007, the GDP grew at 9% for the last 3 years. We were an extremely overheated economy. There was a real estate bubble, there was a capital expenditure cycle bubble, power capital expenditure cycle bubble, etc., etc. Right? So earnings declined after that, and PE was also at a high, and that also declined. So when EPS declines very sharply and PE declines very sharply, that's when you get a crash. Here, in this case, EPS is still going to rise. So P's may correct, but I don't think that will lead to a correction, but it will not lead to a crash.
Okay, fair point. Rajiv, what is your projection for the next 2-3 months in terms of where could we be headed in terms of bond yields, and when do you see cuts coming from RBI? Given the concerns around inflation.
The second question is easier to answer, so I will answer that first. So honestly, given the way the growth and inflation equation is panning out in India, so growth is fairly robust. Inflation is still slightly away from target. So purely from these two facts, assuming that there are no other financial shocks that may hit either domestically or from external markets, my sense is the RBI will stay. RBI's policy rate will remain at 6.5 for the foreseeable future. So I'm not expecting a rate cut from the RBI. Definitely not in this calendar year. I think we need to either see growth decelerating significantly or a material downward alignment towards 4%. And I think that is very unlikely at this point. So any rate action from RBI, if any, possibly could be a event that could happen probably next year. But again, at this point, I'm not really looking at a rate easing cycle from RBI, given where the growth inflation mix is projected at. On the first question on the bond yields, apart from the fact that, as I said, I'm not expecting the RBI to change its policy stance, but what has changed clearly is the outlook on liquidity, or the way the RBI has been managing interbank liquidity. So today we have a far better alignment of overnight rates along or closer to the policy repo rate, which is comforting. The second fact, as I said, Fiscal is very strong. The demand supply equation is reasonable. I mean, it's quite positive. So and again, you have the potential flows that could come in. So given these three dynamics, even if the RBI were to stay on the policy rate for the foreseeable future, you could still see a marginal downward bias probably on the benchmark bond yields, but one needs to really temper expectations here. If you want to sort of look at a wider range, I really don't see 685 or so breaking on the lower side. Probably 685, 705, probably on a broader range, if I have to put a number to it.
You seem to be a real contrarian, Rajiv. You are a minority voice in the market today, and the minority usually in the markets, they say minority wins. So. Oh,
that's interesting.
So, okay. Thank you so much for joining in this morning, Rajiv. Rajesh, there is a lot of talk around, of course, like everyone sort of agrees. I think I have to make this point because in the past 20 years of being a journalist, Bodhi, I think there has not been a single year where we did not use this term. The FM has to tread a tightrope walk. It's such a cliche, and I think for a change, only this year, I don't think it's a tightrope walk at all. It's not a walk in the park, but it is definitely not a tightrope walk. We have a lot of room to for the finance minister to sort of place a please-all budget. Be that as it may, Rajesh, any particular segments that you think could see could be new segments that the market could now shift to? What I mean to ask is, for example, the way the fertilizer stocks have moved in the run-up to the budget. Agri-infrastructure seems to be emerging as a very important theme as part of this rural revival. If at all there is more spending that is going into those spaces. Cold storage is one segment that people are talking about. Do you see any small or meaningful pockets that could emerge as the biggest stories of the next 2 to 3 years, and what would, can you call out some of them?
Yeah. So first, let me again repeat. I think for the purpose of the market, which is a market moving event, it will be the thought process of the government as far as how it wants to tackle this excessive enthusiasm that it perceives. By the way, I'm actually surprised that the government has not sold. If it has a view that the markets are extremely overvalued, then the PSU stocks are valued at 40 to 50 lakh crores. Why has it not sold a little more, few percentage points of these PSUs, and actually used it for pro-growth, investments? Having said that, the tinkering that I would expect is, let us say, what if the government encourages hybrid cars, right? I think the taxation on hybrid cars, if it is made, a lot more attractive, then I think somebody like Maruti could kind of benefit, and that could benefit in a significant way because Maruti is best prepared in the hybrids category. I think more in the affordable housing outlays or tax concessions. If that were to come, that could definitely help the tailwinds for affordable housing companies. So things like that. I would say there's some expectation on cut on GST on cement. If that were to happen, I think that would definitely again give some kind of a boost to cement companies. So these are specific measures that the government can take to encourage or to provide a tailwind to some of these sectors.
Anything in the agri space that excites you?
No, not
I'm asking only because there has been so much action in that space, especially after elections.
I think fertilizer, I think a lot of the talk was there on fertilizer. A lot of it is really passed through from what I understand. So, the GST, etc., any concessions that were to come, because some of these companies get kind of, more certain economics. So, while there is a lot of narrative, I don't think that is where the economic benefit to the companies lie. So as far as agri is concerned, look, this is a slow growing part of the economy. We are a country which is growing at 7-8%, in terms of real GDP. Some of these sectors are growing at 15 or 20%. Agri is a laggard relative to the rest of the GDP growth cycle. So if you want to play the India growth opportunity, I think as far as I am concerned, there are many other areas where there is far greater visibility, multi-year growth visibility, and a far more attractive growth rate.
Fair enough. One last question for you, Rajesh. What is your take on banks? Because on one side, you have pressure on margins, pressure on because deposits are harder to come by. On the other hand, you talked about this, early cycle in terms of Capex, spend and etc., which means that there is a huge opportunity on the credit side. So marrying these two, and of course valuations are what they are, it's fairly divided between the PSU pack and the private pack. Where do you stand?
We had benefited enormously from the public sector bank, re-rating, I would say. And it kind of coincided with the economics of profitability of these banks also moving up. Two most important things for a bank profitability is NIM margins and credit cost. Some would argue that now we've seen the best of NIM margins and the best of credit cost. From here, as you pointed out, there will be marginal declines in NIM margin and probably some kind of an acceleration in credit costs, and that may hit the P&L. So we are at the best phase at this moment. PSU versus private sector, PSU banks are far more leveraged and far more cyclical with a lower return on assets. So they are less profitable even at peak of the cycle relative to the private banks. And they are far more cyclical and far more leveraged. And the valuation gap that existed between PSU banks and private sector banks has narrowed enormously. So my focus is a lot more on now private sector banks rather than PSU banks. As far as valuations is concerned, and PSU banks tend to be a little more secular rather than cyclical PSU banks. So I have sold some of my PSU banks and moved to the larger private sector banks.
All right. Thank you so much, Rajesh, for joining us this morning. Over to you, Karunya.
Well, We've spoken in great detail with people tracking the markets as well as the economy, and minutes away from the budget now. Gaurav, I want to come to you on your take as well. Just about what Mr. Bhatia was also talking about. PSU versus private companies, especially operating in the infra space and pockets like defense, etc. So, what is your assessment?
See, so a couple of points on private investment in infrastructure. One of the key things is that the points that the economic survey also made is that the crowding in phenomenon of the private sector investment hasn't taken place, and the evidence has at best been subpar. The reason why the government has been doing, or the public sector has been doing the heavy lifting so far as capital expenditure is concerned, is that at some point in time the private sector will actually get into that cycle, but that hasn't happened to the extent the government would have expected. In the infrastructure space, one of the reasons experts now say that hasn't happened is because there are not enough PPP projects that are in place now. So the government has to devise some kind of a policy enabler where we go back to actually a more prosperous, flourishing PPP ecosystem, private-public partnership ecosystem, where a lot of private investment in the infrastructure space also comes in. I would expect, if you have noticed over the last 10 years, we have moved from the PPP more to the EPC space, where a large part of the investment comes from the government budget, whereas in the PPP space, both the government and the private sector invests. I would expect a subtle shift back to the PPP ecosystem or the PPP environment in some form or the other, particularly in the road space, not as much in the port space. And if that happens, I think a fair degree of private investment in the infrastructure space should come in, although it will come with a lag, because private investment will always lag public investment. But if private investment actually starts coming and flowing into the infrastructure space, we will see more jobs being created, not at the same pace, but at a far larger space than what we have been witnessing now in the infrastructure space. And infrastructure, as we know, has the strongest multiplier because it spins jobs and multiplies income, not just in terms of jobs and income, but also in the intermediate sectors like cement and steel. It is absolutely essential to somehow get the private sector back into action in the infrastructure space.
Right.
Karunya.
Gaurav, in fact, we've been speaking so much about Capex and infrastructure and all of that, but I think one very important part is also going to be education. And given what we've seen with the NEET and all of the scams that have happened, I think that is going to be something that the government, not through the budget as such, but at least put out some kind of measures or initiatives that will improve the quality of, the education system that is there. Also, digital learning tools. That is another point that we perhaps will hear some sort of, maybe heard mention AI, because there was an AI fund or deep tech fund that was called out for in the interim budget as well. Could we hear more on those lines, or could the finance minister want to actually speak or develop more on this?
Oh, absolutely. I think we just need to be very careful not to conflate what's happening in the examination system with what is required in the education system. What we see now happening in the NEET space, for instance, is a problem of the examination system that is very different from the overall education system that this government has been trying to overhaul, primarily through the NEP, National Education Policy 2020. We also need to, and this is something that the point that the economic survey has also reinforced, is that we need to have a lot of emphasis on skilling. So education minus skilling actually is not really productive in terms of creating jobs, or at least in terms of employability, which is why I absolutely agree with you that the finance minister is going to, I would not be surprised if she spends a considerable amount of time on trying to build youth for and making them employable for future jobs. Tomorrow's jobs are going to be very different from today's jobs, and people who are joining the queue of hopefuls, and not by thousands but by millions and tens of millions, will have to be prepared to be able to be employable in those kind of jobs. And that is why skilling becomes an important part of the education goals that this government is going to, or any government for that matter, has to set. And it's a medium-term thing, because education and skills is an intergenerational upward mobility vehicle. Anyone who gets educated gets a job. First generation, for instance, if anyone gets a job for the first time in his or her family, it's a very potent tool of intergenerational upward economic and social mobility. And that is why it is absolutely essential to lay a fair degree of emphasis on skilling. By the way, that will also come, as you rightly said, through an emphasis on areas like artificial intelligence, which is something this government has, to be fair, has laid a fair degree of emphasis on over the last several months, not just through policy, but also through funds. And I would not be surprised if there are a few paragraphs of her speech actually dedicated only to talking about deep tech AI and their employability potential.
All right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
In fact,
go on, Stacey.
No, the economic survey also did mention some parts of, how social media is playing quite an important role on how we have to move ahead and how that will, there will be focus on technology and digitization, and that we've seen not just in terms of, financial inclusion and what UPI has done, but what could we hear more on the whole digitization front, and in what aspects will it really go on to impact people, if there are announcements in the budget?
Of course, yes. And I mean, UPI is a global success story, and there is no doubt about that. In fact, it has set the template not just as a technology stack, but also as an inclusion vehicle. And the results are there for everyone to see. But I think now we are moving on to the next phase of that so-called India stack, which is much more than, making transactions efficient and real time. Say, for instance, you will see a lot of action over the next few years on the ONDC front, which is essentially trying to democratize small merchants and creating a marketplace which is far, far more efficient in the e-commerce space. But more importantly, I would expect a fair degree of emphasis on digitalization of health services. And we have seen what the government has put in place. It's part of the broader India stack, but that could well be the UPI moment for India's health sector, which is the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission. Close to 300 million people are already registered there with their health records up there. Once that reaches full scale, which should, if you speak to experts, they tell us that it should be, we are probably moving towards full scale potential around in the next 18 months or so, which by when about 500 million people, about 1/3 of India's population should be on that platform. I think that is when the real point of inflection will come so far as India's health delivery services are concerned. That is something that this government has been fairly vocal about, trying to bring about these changes, particularly in delivery of public services. And one of the key reasons why in a large part of India's inequality, two reasons has been lack of education and lack of health. If we are able to address that through budgetary and the union budget can be a great policy enabler for that, I think we would have solved a large part of India's complex socio-economic problem and also political economic problem, which is, I think, I agree with you that the government and the finance minister should lay some emphasis on these as well.
Okay, all right. Bodhisattva is also with us in the newsroom. I want to take it across to him. Let's zoom out and look at the macro picture once again, because yes, the Reserve Bank of India, policy interventions, they've all managed to sort of keep inflation under control despite the pandemic, despite all kinds of macro concerns and risks. But still, inflation does remain a critical concern. High food prices, of course, have consistently posed a challenge, middle class income again. So what kind of, if at all any, announcements do you expect in terms of taming the inflation bit? Of course, RBI is doing its job simultaneously, but from the finance minister, are you expecting any commentary or any announcement?
So, see, inflation management is really the RBI's remit, and I think what I expect is and that's enshrined in law. You're absolutely right that inflation is a concern. I mean, the CPI in fact went up in the last reading, and while it's below the target of 6%, also there is the issue of cumulative inflation, and inflation again was an issue in the political sphere as well. But I think what I think will happen is that the RBI will, as one of the guests also mentioned, will keep the rates, to use the term which has now become famous, higher for longer. I think the first rate cuts will probably happen at the end of this year,
But
probably.
Think it will happen this year because
I mean, perhaps a 30% chance. I think they'll keep rates as high as long as they need to do, because clearly GDP growth is not being affected by rates. It is around 7%. I mean, you could argue that if you cut rates by 100 basis points or 200 basis points, it will go up by 8 or 9%, but that's a dubious this thing. In any case, I think inflation is far too politically sensitive, so they'll keep interest rates elevated. I think what they could of course do in terms of, so the main concern is about food prices. I think there you need some kind of agri reforms, but that is, to fix the supply chain issues, but again, that's been caught up in politics. There were agri laws which were introduced in the second BJP NDA government, but those had to be withdrawn because of political opposition. So I think you need to, I mean, agriculture in India is quite frankly a policy mess of various kinds. I mean, there are all kinds of subsidies. There are 23 crops of MSPs. And then there is the agroclimatic imbalance, in the sense that in Punjab you have paddy being grown and things like that. So all of these things need to be fixed. The inputs being given to the farmers are largely free, which is water and electricity. Fertilizer is subsidized. So you need to fix all that. But that's the budget. I'm sure will have some commentary on it. Obviously, the Kisan is a major constituent, but whether it can come up with any really innovative policy measures remains to be seen.
If we look at key challenges, I mean, we've talked about the opportunities and the upsides, but FDI, of course, exports on one hand have been weak, but even FDI inflows into India have been a bit of a concern. So to sort of promote that or attract more foreign direct investment, do you expect anything to be done today or in the budget?
No, I'm sure there will be some FDI related announcements. FDI has slowed down somewhat in the last year, and of course, in absolute terms, it has gone up over the last few years. The government is trying to attract, I mean, there are big success stories, notably iPhone manufacturing and cell phone manufacturing in general. The government is trying to attract a lot of FDI through the semiconductor missions. I would expect certainly some type of simplifications to take place. Perhaps in defense FDIs, you could, I mean, you allow 100% FDI in defense, but there are various norms. So you could tinker with those things. You could make FDI in insurance perhaps a little easier, in the sense that you could, although that applies to domestic companies as well, you could allow life insurance companies to issue general insurance policies and vice versa. You could do that kind of a tinkering the edges. But I would emphasize some of this is tinkering. It really depends. FDI will come in if they see the economy as, I mean, it's sort of linked to GDP growth. If the GDP growth moves into a different kind of gear, FDI will. But there is certainly tinkering you can do at the margins.
It's interesting because the survey also suggests that India should seek increased FDI from Beijing to sort of bolster local manufacturing.
That's a very interesting and a bold suggestion, because the government policy in fact has been quite the opposite. Because if you've been the government policy appears to be to actually get to discourage Chinese FDI.
Because on one hand there's China plus one.
Because of security reasons. So the law currently as it stands is that FDI from border countries, and that largely means China, I mean, there's hardly any FDI from Pakistan or this thing, needs different levels of scrutiny. So it's intended to discourage FDI. There have been visas are not easily given to Chinese personnel. So those are, and also there is a general government policy which is basically asking Chinese companies to enter into JVs with Indian companies. So you have the example of MG Motors, which is a large manufacturer, entering into a JV with the JSW group. I think that's the policy being followed as far as cell phones is concerned. So the policy has been to, and so the eco survey quite boldly, and that is as it should be, because it's the work of the economics division of the finance ministry. So, but they have struck a somewhat independent stance in arguing that the more logical thing would be to actually encourage FDI from China. Obviously, when it comes to areas like 5G, like telecom equipment, a company like Huawei has been completely discouraged and is essentially banned from the Indian market. And so yeah, it's sort of it's a very interesting session. Whether it will find its way into policy, let's see.
Yeah,
quickly, Karuna, we're just minutes away from the budget, seconds away from the budget. But I just wanted to make, like, show a couple of slides. I don't know whether we can show, pull up these graphics on screen, but a rough calculation of the big numbers in the budget. Everybody has been talking about this RBI dividend, but I want to draw attention to two things. One is that we got about 1.3 lakh crore extra from the RBI dividend, because the actual dividend came in at 2.1 lakh crore versus 80,000 crores that was budgeted in the interim budget. Apart from that, in the last year, this year, in fact, the constantly post-pandemic, the finance minister has been underestimating tax collections. And if we were to just mirror the trend of the past year into next year, we might end up with an underestimated tax collection of about 1.3 lakh crore. So that gives us a fairly big number, which is 2.6 lakh crore in terms of excess resources or cash available with the government, which it can maneuver in the way that it wants. And the two numbers that the markets are really thinking about, one is the Capex number. The Capex number in the interim budget came at 11.1 lakh crore, which was a 17% surge over the revised estimates of the previous year. Now, in the past, except for 1 year, where we had a 35% increase in Capex, all other years, post-pandemic also, we've had about, the maximum was 28%, 24%, and then this year about 17%. So even if we were to assume that she gives another push to Capex, which is, if we assume a 20% push to Capex, in the sense that instead of 17% that was projected in the interim budget, if it becomes 20%, the additional outlay required will be about 30,000 crores. If we were to take it up to 30%, which is peak, then it will involve about 1.2 lakh crore. If we strip this off from the 2.6 lakh crore total kitty that we have, excess cash with the government, we still have about 1.3 lakh crore available with the finance minister to put out in two areas, which is rural spending, revenue expenditure, or fiscal consolidation. Now, one small number, a 10 BIP reduction in fiscal deficit essentially means 30,000 crore.
Okay, the budget is about to be presented any minute now. I think the parliament session has already begun. Mahalakshmi, great insights, and just seconds from now, I think any minute now, the finance minister will start speaking and presenting the union budget for fiscal year 2025. Yeah, I think they're just settling in, and any minute now, the finance minister will take the center stage and start presenting the budget.
वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की प्रतियां हार्ड कॉपी के रूप में उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। अतः बजट प्रस्तुत हो जाने के पश्चात माननीय सदस्य कृपया बजट भाषण की अपनी अपनी प्रति प्रकाशन काउंटर से प्राप्त कर लें। आपको ये भी सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय मंत्री द्वारा बजट प्रस्तुत किए जाने के पश्चात बजट की प्रतियां आपको मेंबर्स पोर्टल के माध्यम से भी उपलब्ध करा दी जाएगी। माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण।
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for 24-25. Introduction. The people of India have reposed their faith in the government led by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and re-elected it for a historic third term under his leadership. We are grateful for their support, faith, and trust in our policies. We are determined to ensure that all Indians, regardless of religion, caste, gender, and age, make substantial progress in realizing their life goals and aspirations. Global context. The global economy, while performing better than expected, is still in the grip of policy uncertainties. Elevated asset prices, political uncertainties, and shipping disruptions continue to pose significant downside risks for growth and upside risks to inflation. In this context, India's economic growth continues to be the shining exception and will remain so in the years ahead. India's inflation continues to be low, stable, and moving towards the 4% target. Core inflation, that is non-food and non-fuel, currently is 3.1%. Steps are being taken to ensure supplies of perishable goods reach markets adequately. Interim budget. As mentioned in the interim budget, we need to focus on 4 major castes, namely the Garib, Mahilaye, Yuva, and Annadata, the poor, women, youth, and the farmer. For Annadata, we announced higher minimum support prices a month ago for all major crops, delivering on the promise of at least a 50% margin over costs. Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana was extended for 5 years, benefiting more than 80 crore people. Administrative actions for approval and implementation of various schemes announced in the interim budget are well underway. The required allocations have been made. Budget theme. Turning attention to the full year and beyond in this budget, we particularly focus on employment, skilling, MSMEs, and the middle class. I'm happy to announce the Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes and initiatives to facilitate employment, skilling, and other opportunities for 4.1 crore youth over a 5-year period, with a central outlay of 2 lakh crore rupees. I will speak about them shortly, while more details may be seen in the annexure. This year, I've made a provision of 1.48 lakh rupees, 1.48 lakh crore rupees for education, employment, and skilling. Budget priorities. The people have given a unique opportunity to our government to take the country on the path of strong development and an all-round prosperity. In the interim budget, we promise to present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Vikasit Bharat. In line with the strategy set out in the interim budget, this budget envisages sustained efforts on the following 9 priorities for generating ample opportunities for all. Number 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Number 2, employment and skilling. Number 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. 4, manufacturing and services. 5, urban development. 6, energy security. 7, infrastructure. 8, innovation, research and development. And 9, next generation reforms. Subsequent budgets will build on these and add more priorities and actions. A more detailed formulation will be carried out as part of the economic policy framework, about which I will speak later in this speech. This budget details some of the specific actions to be initiated in the current year towards fulfillment of these priorities with potential for transformative changes. The budget also covers some of the previously made announcements with intent to strengthen them and step up their implementation for expediting our journey towards the goal of Viksit Bharat. Priority 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Transforming agricultural research. Our government will undertake a comprehensive review of the agricultural research setup to bring the focus on raising productivity and developing climate-resilient varieties. Funding will be provided in challenge mode, including to the private sector. Domain experts, both from the government and outside, will oversee the conduct of such research. Release of new varieties. New 109 high-yielding and climate-resilient varieties of 32 field and horticultural crops will be released for cultivation by farmers. Natural farming. In the next 2 years, 1 crore farmers across the country will be initiated into natural farming, supported by certification and branding. Implementation will be through scientific institutions and willing gram panchayats. 10,000 need-based bio-input resource centers will be established. Missions for pulses and oilseeds. For achieving self-sufficiency in pulses and oilseeds, we will strengthen their production, storage, and marketing. As announced in the interim budget, a strategy is being put in place to achieve Atmanirbharta for oilseeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soybean, and sunflower. Vegetable production and supply chains. Large-scale clusters for vegetable production will be developed closer to major consumption centers. We will promote farmer-producer organizations, cooperatives, and startups for vegetable supply chains, including for collection and storage and marketing. Digital public infrastructure for agriculture. Buoyed by the success of the pilot project, our government, in partnership with the states, will facilitate the implementation of the digital public infrastructure in agriculture for coverage of farmers and their lands in 3 years. During this year, digital crop survey for Kharif using the DPI will be taken up in 400 districts. The details of 6 crore farmers and their lands will be brought into the farmer and land registries. Further, the issuance of Jan Samarth-based Kisan credit cards will be enabled in 5 states. Shrimp production and export. Financial support for setting up a network of nucleus breeding centers for shrimp brood stocks will be provided. Financing for shrimp farming, processing, and export will be facilitated through NABARD. National cooperation policy. Our government will bring out a national cooperation policy for systematic, orderly, and all-round development of the cooperative sector, fast-tracking growth of rural economy and generation of employment opportunities on a large scale will be the policy goal. This year, I have made a provision of 1.52 lakh crore rupees for agriculture and allied sectors. Priority 2, employment and skilling. Employment-linked incentive. our government will implement following 3 schemes for employment-linked incentive as part of the Prime Minister's package. These will be based on enrollment in the EPFO and focus on recognition of first-time employees and support to employees and employers. Scheme A, first-timers. This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths. Scheme B, job creation in manufacturing. This scheme will incentivize additional employment in the manufacturing sector linked to the employment of first-time employees. An incentive will be provided at specified scale directly both to the employee and the employer with respect to the EPFO contribution in the first 4 years of employment. The scheme is expected to benefit 30 lakh youth entering employment and their employers. Scheme C, support to employers. This employer-focused scheme will cover additional employment in all sectors. All additional employment within a salary of 1 lakh rupee per month will be counted. The government will reimburse to employers up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards the EPFO contribution for each additional employee. The scheme is expected to incentivize additional employment of 50 lakh persons. Participation of women in the workforce. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises. Skilling program. I'm happy to announce a new centrally sponsored scheme as the 4th scheme under the Prime Minister's package for skilling in collaboration with state governments and industry. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a 5-year period. "1,000 industrial training institutes will be upgraded in hub and spoke arrangements with outcome orientation. Course content and design will be aligned to the skill needs of industry, and new courses will be introduced for emerging needs. Skilling loans. The model skill loan scheme will be revised to facilitate loans up to 7.5 lakh rupees with a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. This measure is expected to help 25,000 students every year. Education loans. For helping our youth who have not been eligible for any benefit under government schemes and policies, I am happy to announce a financial support for loans up to 10 lakh rupees for higher education in domestic institutions. e-vouchers for this purpose. E-vouchers for this purpose will be given directly to 1 lakh students every year for annual interest subvention of 3% of the loan amount. Priority 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice, saturation approach. Our government is committed to all-round, all-pervasive and all-inclusive development of people, particularly farmers, youth, women, and the poor. For achieving social justice comprehensively, the saturation approach of covering all eligible people through various programs, including those for education and health, will be adopted to empower them by improving their capabilities. Implementation of schemes meant for supporting economic activities by craftsmen, artisans, self-help groups, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and women entrepreneurs and street vendors such as the PM Vishwakarma, PM Swanidhi, National Livelihood Missions, and Stand Up India will be stepped up. Purvodaya. The states in the eastern part of the country are rich in endowments and have strong cultural traditions. We will formulate a plan, Purvodaya, for the all-round development of the eastern region of the country, covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. This will cover human resource development, infrastructure, and generation of economic opportunities to make the region an engine to attain Vikasit Bharat. On the Amritsar-Kolkata industrial corridor, we will support development of an industrial node at Gaya. This corridor will catalyze industrial development of the eastern region. The industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. This model shall showcase Vikas B, Virasat B in a growth trajectory. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna-Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar-Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees. Power projects, including setting up of a new 2,400 megawatt power plant at Pir Painti, will be taken up at a cost of 21,400 crore rupees. New airports, medical colleges, and sports infrastructure in Bihar will be constructed. An additional allocation to support capital investments will be provided. The requests of Bihar government for external assistance from multilateral development banks will be expedited. Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Our government has made concerted efforts to fulfill the commitments in Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Recognizing the state's need for the capital, recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years. Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline. It's the lifeline for Andhra Pradesh and its farmers. This will facilitate our country's food security as well. Under the Act, Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, for promoting industrial development, funds will be provided for essential infrastructure such as water, power, railways, and roads in Kopparthi node on the Visakhapatnam-Chennai industrial corridor and Varavakal node on the Hyderabad-Bengaluru industrial corridor. An additional allocation will be provided this year towards capital investment for economic growth. Grants for backward regions of Rayalaseema, Prakasham, North Coastal Andhra, as stated in the Act, will be provided. PM Awas Yojana. 3 crore additional houses under the PM Awas Yojana in rural and urban areas in the country have been announced, for which the necessary allocations are being made. Women-led development. For promoting women-led development, the budget carries an allocation of more than 3 lakh crore for schemes benefiting women and girls. This signals our government's commitment for enhancing women's role in economic development. Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan. For improving the socio-economic condition of tribal communities, we will launch the Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan by adopting saturation coverage for tribal families in tribal majority villages and aspirational districts. This will cover 63,000 villages, benefiting 5 crore tribal people. Bank branches in northeastern region. More than 100 branches of India Post Payment Bank will be set up in the northeast region to expand the banking services. This year, I have made a provision of 2.66 lakh crore rupees for rural development, including rural infrastructure. Priority 4, manufacturing and services, support for promotion of MSMEs. This budget provides special attention to MSMEs and manufacturing, particularly labor-intensive manufacturing. We have formulated a package covering financing, regulatory changes, and technology support for MSMEs to help them grow and also compete globally, as mentioned in the interim budget. I am happy to announce the following specific measures. Credit guarantee scheme for MSMEs in the manufacturing sector. For facilitating term loans to MSMEs for purchase of machinery and equipment without collateral or third-party guarantee, a credit guarantee scheme will be introduced. The scheme will operate on pooling of credit risks of such MSMEs. A separately constituted self-financing guarantee fund will provide to each applicant guarantee cover up to 100 crore rupees, while the loan amount may be larger. The borrower will have to provide an upfront guarantee fee and an annual guarantee fee on the reducing loan balance. New assessment model for MSME credit. Public sector banks will build their own in-house capability to assess MSMEs for credit instead of relying on external assessment. They will also take a lead in developing or getting developed a new credit assessment model based on the scoring of digital footprints of the MSMEs in the economy. This is expected to be a significant improvement over the traditional assessment of credit eligibility based only on asset or turnover criteria. That will also cover MSMEs without a formal accounting system. Credit support to MSMEs during stress period. I'm happy to announce a new mechanism for facilitating continuation of bank credit to MSMEs during their stress period while being in special mention account, SMA stage, for reasons beyond their control. MSMEs need credit to continue their business and to avoid getting into the NPA stage. Credit availability will be supported through a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. Mudra loans will be enhanced to 20 lakh from the current 10 lakh for those entrepreneurs who have availed and successfully repaid previous loans under the Tarun category. Enhanced scope for mandatory onboarding in TREDS. For facilitating MSMEs to unlock their working capital by converting their trade receivables into cash, I propose to reduce the turnover threshold of buyers for mandatory onboarding on the TREDS platform from rupees 500 crore to 250 crore rupees. This measure will bring 22 more CPSCs and 7,000 more companies onto the platform. Medium enterprises will also be included in the scope of the suppliers. SIDBI branches in MSME clusters. SIDBI will open new branches to expand its reach to serve all major MSME clusters within 3 years and provide direct credit to them. With the opening of 24 such branches this year, the service coverage will expand to 168 out of 242 major clusters. MSME units for food irradiation, quality and safety testing. Financial support for setting up of 50 multi-product food irradiation units in the MSME sector will be provided. Setting up of 100 food quality and safety testing labs with NABL accreditation will be facilitated. E-commerce export hubs to enable MSMEs and traditional artisans to sell their products in international markets. E-commerce export hubs will be set up in public-private partnership mode. These hubs, under a seamless regulatory and logistic framework, will facilitate trade and export-related services under one roof. Measures for promotion of manufacturing and services. Internship in top companies. As the fifth scheme under Prime Minister's package, our government will launch a comprehensive scheme for providing internship opportunities in 500 top companies to 1 crore youth in 5 years. They will gain exposure for 12 months to real-life business environment, varied professions, and employment opportunities. An internship allowance of 5,000 per month, 5,000 rupees per month, along with a one-time assistance of 6,000 rupees will be provided. Companies will be expected to bear the training cost and 10% of their internship cost from their CSR funds. Industrial parks. Our government will facilitate development of investment-ready, plug-and-play industrial parks with complete infrastructure in or near 100 cities in partnership with the states and private sector by better using town planning schemes. 12 industrial parks under the National Industrial Corridor Development Program also will be sanctioned.
Veggie paper, no. Please, Petty.
Rental housing. Rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be, just 1 minute. Rental housing, I repeat, rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be facilitated in PPP mode with VGF support and commitment from anchor industries. Shipping industry, ownership, leasing, and flagging reforms will be implemented to improve the share of Indian shipping industry and generate more employment. Critical mineral mission. We will set up a critical mineral mission for domestic production, recycling of critical minerals, and overseas acquisition of critical mineral assets. Its mandate will include technology development, skilled workforce, extended producer responsibility framework, and a suitable financing mechanism. Offshore mining of minerals. Our government will launch the auction of the first tranche of offshore blocks for mining, building on the exploration already carried out. Digital public infrastructure applications. Turning to the services sector, I propose development of DPI applications at population scale for productivity gains, business opportunities, and innovation by the private sector. These are planned in the areas of credit, e-commerce, education, health, law and justice, logistics, MSME service delivery, and urban governance. Integrated technology platform for IBC ecosystem. An integrated technology platform will be set up for improving the outcomes under the Insolvency Bankruptcy Code for achieving consistency, transparency, timely processing, and better oversight for all stakeholders. Voluntary closure of LLPs. The services of the Center for Processing Accelerated Corporate Exit, CPACE, will be extended for voluntary closure of LLPs to reduce the closure times. National Company Law Tribunals. The IBC has resolved more than 1,000 companies, resulting in direct recovery of 3.3 lakh crore to creditors. 3.3 lakh crore rupees to creditors. In addition, 28,000 cases involving over 10 lakh crore rupees have been disposed of even prior to admission. Appropriate changes to the IBC, reforms and strengthening of the tribunal and appellate tribunals will be initiated to speed up insolvency resolution. Additional tribunals will be established. Out of those, some will be notified to decide cases exclusively under the Companies Act. Debt recovery. Steps for reforming and strengthening debt recovery tribunals will be taken. Additional tribunals will be established to speed up recovery. Priority 5, urban development. Cities as growth hubs. Working with states, our government will facilitate development of cities as growth hubs. This will be achieved through economic and transit planning and orderly development of peri-urban areas utilizing town planning schemes. Creative redevelopment of cities. For creative brownfield redevelopment of existing cities with a transformative impact, our government will formulate a framework for enabling policies, market-based mechanisms, and regulation. Transit-oriented development. Transit-oriented development plans for 14 large cities with a population above 30 lakh will be formulated, along with an implementation and financing strategy. Urban housing. Under the PM Awas Yojana, Urban 2.0, housing needs of 1 crore urban poor and middle-class families will be addressed with an investment of 10 lakh crore rupees. This will include the central assistance of 2.2 lakh crore rupees in the next 5 years. A provision of interest subsidy to facilitate loans at affordable rates is also envisaged. In addition, enabling policies and regulations for efficient and transparent rental housing markets with enhanced availability will also be put in place. Water supply and sanitation. In partnership with state governments and multilateral development banks, we will promote water supply, sewage treatments, and solid waste management projects and services for 100 large cities through bankable projects. These projects will also envisage use of treated water for irrigation and filling up of tanks in nearby areas. Street markets. Building on the success of PM Swanidhi scheme in transforming the lives of street vendors, our government envisions a scheme to support each year over the next 5 years the development of 100 weekly hearts or street food hubs in select cities. Stamp duty. We will encourage states which continue to charge high stamp duty to moderate the rates for all and also consider further lowering duties for properties purchased by women. This reform will be made an essential component of urban development schemes. Priority 6, energy security, energy transition. In the interim budget, I had announced our strategy to sustain high and more resource-efficient economic growth, along with the energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. We will bring out a policy document on appropriate energy transition pathways that balances the imperatives of employment, growth, and environmental sustainability. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. In line with the announcement in the interim budget, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana has been launched to install rooftop solar plants to enable 1 crore households obtain free electricity up to 300 units every month. The scheme has generated remarkable response with more than 1.28 crore registrations and 14 lakh applications, and we will further encourage it. Pumped storage policy. A policy for promoting pumped storage projects will be brought out for electricity storage and facilitating smooth integration of the growing share of renewable energy with its variable and intermittent nature in the overall energy mix. research and development of small and modular nuclear reactors. Nuclear energy is expected to form a very significant part of the energy mix for Vikasit Bharat. Towards that pursuit, our government will partner with the private sector for 1. Setting up Bharat Small Reactors, 2. Research and development of Bharat Small Modular Reactor, and 3. Research and development of newer technologies for nuclear energy. The R&D funding announced in the interim budget will be made available for this sector also. Advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants. The development of indigenous technology for advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants with much higher efficiency has been completed. A joint venture between NTPC and BHEL will set up a full-scale 800 megawatt commercial plant using AUSC technology. The government will provide the required fiscal support. Moving forward, development of indigenous capacity for the production of high-grade steel and other advanced metallurgy materials for these plants will result in strong spin-off benefits for the economy. Roadmap for hard-to-abate industries. A roadmap for moving the hard-to-abate industries from energy efficiency targets to emission targets will be formulated. Appropriate regulations for transition of these industries from the current perform, achieve, and trade mode to Indian carbon market mode will be put in place. Support to traditional micro and small industries. An investment-grade energy audit of traditional micro and small industries in 60 clusters, including brass and ceramic, will be facilitated. Financial support will be provided for shifting them to cleaner forms of energy and implementation of energy efficiency measures. The scheme will be replicated in another 100 clusters in the next phase. Priority 7, infrastructure investment by central government. Significant investment the central government has made over the years in building and improving infrastructure has had a strong multiplier effect on the economy. We will endeavor to maintain strong fiscal support for infrastructure over the next 5 years in conjunction with imperatives of other fiscal consolidation. This year, I have provided 11,11,111 crore rupees for capital expenditure. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Infrastructure investment by state governments. We will encourage states to provide support of similar scale for infrastructure, subject to their development priorities. A provision of 1.5 lakh crore rupees for long-term interest-free loans have been made this year also to support the states in their resource allocation. Private investment in infrastructure. Investment in infrastructure by private sector will be promoted through viability gap funding and enabling policies and regulations. A market-based financing framework will be brought out. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, Phase 4 of the PMGSY will be launched to provide all-weather connectivity to 25,000 rural habitations, which have become eligible in view of their population increase. Irrigation and flood mitigation. Bihar has frequently suffered from floods, many of them originating outside the country. Plans to build flood control structures in Nepal are yet to progress. Our government, through the Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program and other sources, will provide financial support for projects with estimated cost of 11,500 crore rupees, such as the Kosi-Michi intra-state link and 20 other ongoing and new schemes, including barrages, river pollution abatement, and irrigation projects. In addition, survey and investigation of Kosi-related flood mitigation and irrigation projects will be undertaken. Assam grapples with floods every year by the Brahmaputra River and its tributaries originating outside India. We will provide assistance to Assam for flood management and related projects. Himachal Pradesh suffered extensive losses due to floods last year. Our government will provide assistance to the state rehabilitation through multilateral development assistance. Uttarakhand too suffered losses due to cloudbursts and massive landslides. We will provide assistance to the state. Recently, Sikkim witnessed devastating flash floods and landslides that wreaked havoc across the state. Our government will provide assistance to the state. Tourism has always been a part of our civilization. Our efforts in positioning India as a global tourist destination will also create jobs, stimulate investments, and unlock economic opportunities for other sectors. In addition to the measures outlined in the interim budget, I propose the following measures. Vishnupad Temple at Gaya and Mahabodhi Temple at Bodh Gaya in Bihar are of immense spiritual significance. Of Vishnupad Temple corridor and Mahabodhi Temple corridor will be supported, modeled on the successful Kashi Vishwanath Temple corridor to transform them into world-class pilgrim and tourist destinations. Rajgir holds immense religious significance for Hindus, Buddhists and Jains. The 20th Tirthankara Muniswarata temple in the Jain temple complex is ancient. The Saptarishi or the 7 hot springs form a warm water Brahmkund that is sacred. A comprehensive development initiative for Rajgir will be undertaken. Our government will support the development of Nalanda as a tourist center, besides reviving Nalanda University to its glorious stature. Odisha's scenic beauty, temples, monuments, craftsmanship, wildlife sanctuaries, natural landscapes, and pristine beaches make it an ultimate tourism destination. Our government will provide assistance for their development to Odisha as well. Priority 8, innovation, research and development. We will operationalize the Anusandhan National Research Fund for basic research and prototype development. Further, we will set up a mechanism for spurring private sector-driven research and innovation at commercial scale with a financing pool of 1 lakh crore rupees in line with the announcement in the interim budget. Space economy. With our continued emphasis on expanding the space economy by 5 times in the next 10 years, a venture capital fund of 1,000 crore rupees will be set up. Priority 9, next generation reforms. Economic policy framework. We will formulate an economic to delineate the overarching approach to economic development and set the scope of the next generation of reforms for facilitating employment opportunities and sustaining high growth. Our government will initiate and incentivize reforms for 1. Improving productivity of factors of production, and 2. Facilitating market become more efficient. These reforms will cover all factors of production, namely land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, and technology as an enabler of improving total factor productivity and bridging inequality. Effective implementation of several of these reforms requires collaboration between the center and the states, and building consensus as development of the country lies in development of the states. For promoting competitive federalism and incentivizing states for faster implementation of reforms, I propose to earmark a significant part of the 50-year interest-free loan. Working with the states, we will initiate the following reforms. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1. Land administration, planning and management, and 2. Urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1. Assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. Linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land-related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments. The rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, currency, and for 3. Overseas promote opportunities for using Indian rupee as a currency. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health, and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavour will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. I will now move to Part B. Indirect taxes. Sir, I start with GST. It has decreased tax incidence on the common man, reduced compliance burden and logistics cost for trade and industry, and enhanced revenues of the central and the state governments. It is a success of vast proportions. To multiply the benefits of GST, we will strive to further simplify and rationalize the tax structure and endeavour to expand it to the remaining sectors. My proposals for customs duties intend to support domestic manufacturing, deepen local value addition, promote export competitiveness, and simplify taxation while keeping the interest of the general public and consumers surmount. In Budget 22-23, we reduced the number of customs duty rates. I propose to undertake a comprehensive review of the rate structure over the next 6 months to rationalize and simplify it for ease of trade, removal of duty inversion, and reduction of disputes. I shall now take up sector-specific customs duty proposals. Medicine and medical equipments. To provide relief to cancer patients, I propose to fully exempt 3 more medicines from customs duties. I also propose changes in the BCD on X-ray tubes and flat panel detectors for use in medical X-ray machines under the phased manufacturing program so as to synchronize them with the domestic capacity addition. Mobile phone and related parts. With a 3-fold increase in domestic production and almost a 100-fold jump in exports of mobile phones over the last 6 years, the Indian mobile industry has matured. In the interest of consumers, I now propose to reduce the BCD on mobile phone, mobile PCBA, and mobile charger to 15%. Minerals such as lithium, copper, cobalt, and rare earth elements are critical for sectors like nuclear energy, renewable energy, space, defense, telecommunications, and high-tech electronics. I propose to fully exempt customs duties on 25 critical minerals and reduce BCD on 2 of them. This will provide a major fillip to the processing and refining of such minerals and help secure their availability for these strategic and important sectors. Solar energy. Energy transition is critical in the fight against climate change. To support energy transition, I propose to expand the list of exempted capital goods for use in the manufacture of solar cells and panels in the country. Further, in view of sufficient domestic manufacturing capacity of solar gas, glass, and tinned copper interconnect, I propose not to extend the exemption of custom duties provided to them. Marine products. India's seafood exports in the last financial year touched an all-time high of more than 60,000 crores of rupees. Frozen shrimp accounted for about 2/3 of these exports. To enhance their competitiveness, I propose to reduce BCD on certain broodstock, polychaete worms, shrimp, and fish feed to 5%. I also propose to exempt customs duty on various inputs for manufacture of shrimp and fish feed, leather and textile. Similarly, to enhance the competitiveness of exports in the leather and textile sectors, I propose to reduce BCD on real down-filling material from duck or goose. I am also making additions to the list of exempted goods for manufacture of leather and textile garments, footwear, and other leather articles for export. To rectify inversion in duty, I propose to reduce BCD subject to conditions on methylene diphenyl diisocyanate MDI for manufacture of spandex yarn from 7.5 to 5%. Furthermore, the export duty structure on raw hides, skin, and leather is proposed to be simplified and rationalized. Precious metals. To enhance domestic value addition in gold and precious metal jewelry in the country, I propose to reduce customs duties on gold and silver to 6% and that of platinum to 6.4%. Other metals, steel and copper are important raw materials. To reduce their cost of production, I propose to remove the BCD on ferronickel and blister copper. I am also continuing with nil BCD on ferrous scrap and nickel cathode and concessional BCD of 2.5% on copper scrap. Electronics. To increase value addition in the domestic electronics industry, I propose to remove the BCD subject to conditions on oxygen-free copper for manufacture of resistors. I also propose to exempt certain parts for manufacture of connectors. Chemicals and petrochemicals. To support existing and new capacities, I propose to increase the BCD on ammonium nitrate from 7.5% to 10%. Plastics. PVC flex banners are non-biodegradable and hazardous for environment and health. To curb their imports, I propose to raise the BCD on them from 10 to 25%. Telecommunication equipment. To incentivize domestic manufacturing, I propose to increase the BCD from 10 to 15% on PCBA of specified telecom equipment. Trade facilitation. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship MRO, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. I'll read that again. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship maintenance, repair and operations, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. In the same vein, I propose to extend the time limit for re-import of goods for repairs under warranty from 3 to 5 years. I now move to direct taxes. We will continue our efforts to simplify taxes, improve taxpayer services, provide tax certainty, and reduce litigation while enhancing revenues for funding the development and welfare schemes of the government. It has been our endeavor to simplify taxation. We have taken a number of measures in the last few years, including introduction of simplified tax regimes without exemptions and deductions for corporate tax and for personal income tax. This has been appreciated by taxpayers. 58% of corporate tax came from the simplified tax regime in the financial year 22-23. Similarly, as per data available till now, for the last fiscal, more than 2/3 have availed the new personal income tax regime. Comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act. I am now announcing a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. The purpose is to make the Act concise, lucid, easy to read and understand. This will reduce disputes and litigation, thereby providing tax certainty to the taxpayers. I will also bring down the demand embroiled in litigation. It is proposed to be completed in 6 months. A beginning is being made in the Finance Bill by simplifying the tax regime for charities, tedious rate structures, provisions of reassessment and such provisions, and capital gains taxation. Simplification for charities and tedious. The two tax exemption regimes for charities are proposed to be merged into one. The 5% tedious rate on many payments is being merged into the 2% tedious rate, and the 20% tedious rate on repurchase of units by mutual funds or UTI is being withdrawn. Tedious rate on e-commerce operators is proposed to be reduced from 1 to 0.1%. Moreover, credit of TCS is proposed to be given in the TDS to be deducted on salary. Further, I propose to decriminalize delay up to the due date of filing statement for the same. I also plan to provide a standard operating procedure for tedious defaults and simplify and rationalize the compounding guidelines for such defaults. Simplification of reassessment. I propose to thoroughly simplify the provisions for reopening and reassessment. An assessment hereinafter can be reopened beyond 3 years from the end of the assessment year only if the escaped income is 50 lakh rupees or more, up to a maximum period of 5 years from the end of the assessment year. Even in such cases, a time limit of 6 years before the year of the search, as against the existing time limit of 10 years, is being proposed. This will reduce tax uncertainty and disputes. Simplification and rationalization of capital gains. Capital gains taxation is also proposed to be hugely simplified. Short-term gains on certain financial assets shall henceforth attract a tax rate of 20%, while that on all other financial assets and all non-financial assets shall continue to attract the applicable tax rate. Long-term gains on all financial and non-financial assets, on the other hand, will attract a tax rate of 12.5%. For the benefit of the lower and the middle income classes, I propose to increase the limit of exemption of capital financial assets to 1.25 lakh rupees per year. Listed financial assets held for more than a year will be classified as long-term, while unlisted financial assets and all non-financial assets will have to be held for at least 2 years to be classified as long-term. Unlisted bonds and debentures, debt mutual funds, and market-linked debentures, irrespective of holding period, however, will attract tax on capital gains at applicable rates. Taxpayer services. All the major taxpayer services under GST and most services under customs and income tax have been digitalized. All remaining services of customs and income tax, including rectification and order giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. Litigation and appeals. While our concerted efforts to reduce pendency of appeals at various appellate fora are beginning to show good results, it will continue to engage our highest attention. To dispose of the backlog of first appeals, I plan to deploy more officers to hear and decide such appeals, large tax effect. For resolution of certain income tax disputes pending in appeal, I am also proposing Vivad Se Vishwas Scheme 2024. Further, I propose to increase monetary limits for filing appeals related to direct taxes, excise and service tax in the tax tribunals, high courts and Supreme Court to 60 lakh rupees, 2 crore rupees and 5 crore respectively, with a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation. We will expand the scope of safe harbor rules and make them more attractive. We will also streamline the transfer pricing assessment procedure. Employment and investment. I have a few proposals to promote investment and foster employment. First of all, to bolster the Indian startup ecosystem, boost the entrepreneurial spirit, and to support innovation, I propose to abolish the so-called angel tax for all classes of investors. Second, there is tremendous potential for cruise tourism in India. To give a fillip to this employment-generating industry, I am proposing a simpler tax regime for foreign shipping companies operating. Third, India is a world leader in the diamond cutting and polishing industry, which employs a large number of skilled workers. To further promote the development of this sector, we would provide for safe harbor rates for foreign mining companies selling raw diamonds in the country. Fourth, to attract foreign capital for our development needs, I propose to reduce the corporate tax rate on foreign companies from 40 to 35%. Deepening the tax base. I have a couple of proposals for deepening the tax base. First, security transaction tax on futures and options of securities proposed to be increased to 0.02% and 0.1% respectively. Second, for reasons of equity, I propose to tax income received on buyback of shares in the hands of recipients. Other proposals. To improve social security benefits, deduction of expenditure by employers towards NPS is proposed to be increased from 10 to 14% of the employee's salary. Similarly, deduction of this expenditure up to 14% of salary from the income of employees in private sector, public sector banks and undertakings opting for the new tax regime is proposed to be provided. Indian professionals working in multinationals get ESOPs and invest in social security schemes and other movable assets abroad. Non-reporting of such small foreign assets has penal consequences under the Black Money Act. Such non-reporting of movable assets up to 20 lakh rupees is proposed to be depenalized. Other major proposals in the finance bill relate to withdrawal of equalization levy of 2%, expansion of tax benefits to certain funds and entities in IFSCs, and immunity from penalty and prosecution to benamidar on full and true disclosure so as to improve conviction under the Benami Transaction Prohibition Act 1988. Personal income tax. Coming to personal income tax rates, I have two announcements to make for those opting for the new tax regime. First, the standard deduction for salaried employees is proposed to be increased from 50,000 to 75,000 rupees. Similarly, deduction on family pension for pensioners is proposed to be enhanced from 15,000 to 25,000 rupees. This will provide relief to about 4 crore salaried individuals and pensioners. Second, in the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax. Apart from these, I am also making some other changes as given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, revenue of about 37,000 crore, that is 29,000 crore in direct taxes and 8,000 crore in indirect taxes will be foregone, while revenue of about 30,000 crore rupees will be additionally mobilized. Thus, the total revenue foregone is about 7,000 crores annually. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Item number 2. Item number 2.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management, FRBM Act 2003, Medium-Term Fiscal Policy cum Fiscal Policy Strategy Statement, and Macroeconomic Framework Statement.
Item number 3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Number 2 Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पुनर्स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
Item number 4.
The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir budget. Sir, I rise to present a statement, Hindi and English versions, of the estimated receipts and expenditure of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir for the year 24-25.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल बुधवार दिनांक 24 जुलाई 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
जूम आउट करने बोल रहे हैं। कम जल्दी से। Well, those were the highlights of the budget there. We did, get to hear, I think, pretty much on most of the counters that we were hoping to hear the finance minister speak on, right from LTCG that has been hiked now to 12.5% versus the 10%. So your long-term capital gains that the market is perhaps what is reacting to. We saw that big slip there for the Sensex. After that, you also have an increase in the securities transaction tax when it comes to your F&O segment. So that is something that the markets are reacting to as well. But other than that, the finance minister has stuck to the fiscal discipline, we would say, in the way that she has kept, in fact, gone on to lower the fiscal deficit estimate to 4.9% versus the 5.1% that was proposed in the interim budget. So that is a positive that has come out. But a couple of them that the street is really reacting to right now, the abolishing of angel tax, that is another one that the startups have been going hammer and tongue, and that chorus was going quite louder, but now it's going to be abolished for all sort of investors, and not just the the domestic ones that were this was being pulled to. Besides this, there is the whole tweak that has happened in your personal income tax, the regime as well. In the new tax regime, of course, they're trying to incentivize that, so that is going to be interesting. And the standard deduction that has been raised to now from 50,000 rupees to 75,000 rupees. Karunya, pretty much all the points that we've been talking about right through the pre-budget sessions that we are speaking to all of the experts. We are talking about whether she would go on to increase that standard deduction. She has done that. When it comes to what the capital markets were, what the equity markets were expecting, some kind of tweaking when it comes to long-term capital gains, that too she has addressed. There's also a couple of indirect taxes, the duties that she has increased and also cut. So when it comes to custom duty on gold and silver, that has been reduced to 6%. So a whole host of different measures that the government has taken, and right now the streets pretty much reacting, you could say, to those few announcements. Her speech. So Karunya, how are you looking at all of this?
Well, I am just looking at the reaction that the stock markets have shown. There was a bit of a knee-jerk response right after the finance minister announced the fact that there's been a revision, an upward revision in capital gains tax. Long-term capital gains tax will now be 12.5% versus 10% earlier. So clearly, we've seen the fact that the street is a bit upset, or it's definitely a negative surprise of sorts. Yes, like you said, we have been discussing possibilities, and unanimously all the experts also who've been joining us or who've been writing on Moneycontrol for all this time said that if there will be any tinkering in capital gains tax in an adverse manner, that will definitely hurt investor sentiment, and that is what we're looking at. Yeah, the silver lining here is, Stacey, that the reaction is not very adverse in the markets right now. We started on a flattish note, we continue to remain flattish. Yes, during the speech there were a bit of ups and downs and oscillations that we witnessed, but right now largely I think flat. The market is also just digesting the host of announcements made by the finance minister. So completely I would say largely flat as we speak. So not as big a dent or as big a negative surprise clearly for the market, looks like, at least the early reactions. Of course, everybody will wait for the fine print to come in, then slice and dice it in more detail. But prima facie, I think market reaction is not very adverse. We'll also be joined by a host of experts as well. But before that, Nandita is also here with us from the Mumbai studio. Nandita, hi. Markets seem to be still processing, the host of announcements made by the finance minister. Right now, yes, flat, but there was a bit of a knee-jerk reaction, but things seem to be stabilizing. I'm not able to hear Nandita. We'll just cut across to her in a bit. I think there's a bit of a technical glitch. But yeah, like I said, markets are sort of stabilizing most of the discussions or most of the commentary rather that the finance minister gave today about the economy, about the host of measures and initiatives they plan to undertake in this financial year to bolster the economy, mostly in line. But actually once again there's been a bit of a dip in the markets right now, down about 145 points as we speak. We did see a mild recovery after from that knee-jerk reaction which happened because of the hike in long-term capital gains tax, but right now markets again seem to be dipping once more, languishing at around 24,366. Bodhi Sattva is here in the studios. Initial reactions?
So the big story, big takeaway of the budget, the banner headline if you like, is the hike, at least as far as the markets are concerned, is the hike in capital gains tax. That's from 10 to 12.5% in long-term capital gains and 20% for short-term capital gains. The markets plunged because of that. It has gone up a little bit. It seems to have stabilized, but I think that will take some digesting because it's something which market participants won't like. But I guess the government needs to raise revenues. It has various, very clearly if you listen to the other parts of the budget speech, there's a big emphasis on job creation, on skilling, on rural areas. There's lots that's expected. A lot of it is in line with the BJP's manifesto. So yes, the government needs to raise revenues. They have also tried to, that was pretty much signal, but they have raised the STT on F&O, which is to discourage therefore derivatives trading, which had become a concern. Both the governor and the SEBI chairperson had spoken about this.
Yeah.
So those are the big sort of measures. Positives also, the angel tax, the much reviled angel tax has been scrapped. The corporate tax rate has been reduced for foreign companies 40 to 35%. There's been some minor minor reliefs to the taxpayers in the below 20 lakh range. As long as you're part of the new tax regime.
Yes.
That's a saving of 17,500 rupees, which will be, that matters for people. No reliefs on home loans, etc., which I didn't expect. Some of the participants early in the morning were expecting that. But home loan,
I want to take a minute to also flag off the further slip in the markets. Right now, another 100 points down. In fact, the last 2-3 minutes that we've been chatting, I've seen this change from 145 points dip to now more than 250 points.
How much has the Nifty fallen over?
Right now, down to 50 points. If we could show it to our viewers as well, if we could pull up the way Nifty and Sensex are,
No, so that's the reaction to the capital gains tax.
And also the F&O STT, do you think that also has played?
Not so much. It was expected. Okay. The government clearly, there have been remarks that from the SEBI chairperson that a lot of the derivatives trading is coming in the way of capital formation and is going into speculation. So that was expected. What was perhaps not so expected was a hike in the capital gains tax. A lot of market participants were vociferous about it, but the government has clearly taken a different call. There were hints of that in the economic survey. See, the theory is that why would a capital gain from sale of mutual funds or sale of shares be not taxed the same rate of income? Income tax rate is, it depends on your tax slab. It is 40% under at the highest tax level, or 30% at levels just below that. So how is that different from salary? If salaries can be taxed at 30% or 40%, what is so special about income from selling shares or houses or so on and so forth? That's a theoretical argument, and it's fair enough. The issue which the policymakers have to consider is that India is in a competitive situation. Foreign portfolio investment, we are competing with Hong Kong, we are competing with Singapore, we are competing with China, and those jurisdictions do offer lower capital gains tax than India. So that's the reason why capital gains tax have been low. In fact, some jurisdictions, especially in Asia, in the Asia Pacific region, have zero capital gains tax, or so that is also the top income tax rate at around 40% is a high income tax rate. Of course, the 40% tax rate has not been enforced, but clearly the government has taken a view that it does needs to. There is a huge, value addition which investors get from the market. Their portfolio values are increasing.
So the Exchequer
And
wants a
the Exchequer wants a
Just
slice
want to
of
come
it.
in here.
As and when you realize that income, when you
Yeah.
sell mutual funds.
Nandita is also here. I think she wants
Right. Just want to come in here. The Capex figure has been maintained at 11.11 lakh crore rupees, and we can see all these railway stocks reacting to it. Stocks like IRFC, IRCON, they have all slumped in trade, 7 to 8% kind of cut coming in. What are you making of all the macro numbers that have been announced in terms of Capex, in terms of receipts, as well as the fiscal deficit figure, right, below 5%. So market was working with a figure of somewhere around 5%. For FY25, it is at 4.9%. Take us through, what your sense is as to how the entire setup is going forward. 4.5%, that was for FY26. The FM has said that they will look at a lower number vis-a-vis 4.5%. So that should be good news, if you set aside all the market-related announcements that have been made in terms of taxation. So overall, this looks like, a good growth-oriented budget. Would you concur with that, Bodhi?
Yeah, it is a growth-oriented budget. See, the fiscal deficit number will be welcomed by the market. 4.9 is in fact a little lower than what was expected. The expectation was around 5%, right? And the interim budget actually proposed 5.1 as compared to 5.6 in the previous fiscal. So 4.9 will be welcome. 4.5 in next year, and I think she's talked about bringing it down to 3% over the subsequently. As 3% is the number in the FRBM framework. I mean, there's no magic about the 3% number. It's derived from the Maastricht Treaty. But anyway, let me not go into ancient history. But yeah, so the budget, the government, the markets will welcome that. I think it's also important for India to meet these fiscal deficit and to be conservative on the fiscal deficit front. Further, she's talked about bringing down the debt to GDP ratio. So all these parameters, fiscal deficit and the debt to GDP ratio, which are interlinked, is important because the rating agencies, we want an upgrade in our rating from the rating agencies over a period of time. We've now part of the world's major bond indices. So from that point of view, these are numbers which will be welcomed by those parts of the market. And I think, it's a fiscally prudent budget. I mean, the capital gains tax hike, while the market may not like it, will add to the government's exchequer. So I think that's, yeah. So I think those are welcome measures.
Right. Before we move further, just want to look at what the markets are really doing at the current juncture in terms of losers and gainers. Some of these PSU names have taken it on the chin. The likes of ONGC, Coal India, Power Grid, all of these stocks feature among the losers. Have the likes of Hindalco, L&T, BPCL. Some of the auto names like Bajaj Auto, Tata Motors are under pressure. On the flip side, you have I think ITC was one stock that I saw was among the gainers. Gainers are few and far between. Titan, that's one stock. Of course, we've had customs duty cut on gold and silver. So Titan, top nifty gainer at the current juncture, 4% up. ITC is the other one. I think in the fine print, we'll get to see what the government has really done with tobacco taxation. But for now, ITC is up 3.5%. Tata Consumer, HL. So all these consumption related stocks have gone up. Of course, we've had this announcement of standard deduction going up from 50,000 to 75,000 for the new tax regime. So some more funds in the hands of common man, people who of course follow the new tax regime. So all of these consumption related stocks are doing well. Dr. Reddy's, Hiromoto, some rural facing stocks also doing well. Britannia. Aside of that, you have some bank names also doing well. But in terms of priority areas, urban development, space economy, financial assistance for Sikkim, Assam, and then package for Andhra as well. Has the FM or has the government really been able to, dole out enough for their coalition partners as well? On that front, how would you really look at the budget, Bodhi?
Yeah. I think the budget was should have met the expectations of both the partners. I think there was a big package for Bihar. Lots of announcements from Bihar sprinkled throughout the budget. Delivery, development of a lot of infrastructure in Bihar, in eastern states in general, but in Bihar in particular, of religious tourism, religious sites. So There was also a subvention. So the special package, as the economic survey made clear, is not constitutionally possible. What they're going to do, however, is that loans from multilateral agencies, essentially the tab will be picked up by the center, to put it simply, for both Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. So that's the way the special package is being done. So I think the allies will be happy. I think on the point that you made earlier on the Capex spend being kept at the 11.1 trillion rupees figure, I think that was expected, and I think nonetheless some of the infrastructure stocks have declined somewhat because I think the markets are falling overall. I think that's really what is happening, and as you said, but because the budget is clearly intended to boost consumption, particularly consumption at the bottom of the pyramid, broadly speaking, I think that is why some of the stocks are rising.
And boost has it got, because Nifty FMCG is the only bright spot right now. 1.5.
Same thing happened on election verdict day as well, right, guys? We saw the HUL rise 6% on a day when the Nifty was down 6,000 points. So yeah, consumption at that point of time also came as a buffer. In fact, it came to the rescue, and today as well, the same is happening. I think we have Gaurav as well joining in at this juncture. Gaurav, I was just, listening to our pre-FM speech chat where you had spoken about, how the government should focus on job creation, employment, education, skilling. In terms of that, how would you really rate this budget? Because we have seen the FM announced, a record 1.5 lakh crore for education, employment, as well as skilling.
Absolutely. I think this budget, the focus is clearly on job creation. Some of those jobs will probably will be created over the medium term, not an immediate, but the intent clearly, the government has signaled its intent that job creation remains a primary priority area for this government, and then we have seen how, and there's some creative policy making that was displayed during the budget speech. So one of them, of course, was the internship program, where corporates will now be allowed to use up part of the CSR funds for engaging or employing interns with a salary of 5,000 rupees a month for 12 months. Essentially what it does is that it skills a large number of young people and also enables them to earn some money. And for corporates, there is no extra money that they're going to spend. So it essentially comes from the 2% CSR fund that they were using for a variety of other programs. So that is one part of it. So far as jobs are concerned, MSMEs have been incentivized to create more jobs. Jobs clearly remains a primary focus area. Also agriculture, for instance, we just heard what the finance minister said about using digital public infrastructure for a digital crop survey, and finally, creating climate resilient varieties, which is something that this government has been talking about, because climate change has reached right at our doorsteps, and this is something that we can only ignore at our own peril. So this is one priority area. Now, climate resistant varieties could well be a precursor for diversifying the crop basket away from the grain bowl. Punjab, for instance, should not be cultivating paddy given the level of water, given the level of groundwater that it has, because paddy requires knee-deep water. And we have seen over the last few years how farmers' resistance to any kind of reforms that the government has sought to bring about in a farm sector has run into serious resistance from the farming community, and they have their own reasons too, probably. But this is something that the government has said that let's try and get a long-term solution to both incentivizing farm income, that is incentivizing farming as an economic activity, and also trying to deal with climate change, which is rapidly affecting crop produce, also affecting farmers' insured income, because you don't have any certainty. If there is a weather shock, farmers are unable to deal with it. This is something that the government has. The results of most of these will be felt and be seen in the medium term. But the government has made it very clear, this budget is about jobs. This budget is about the government's signal that it wants to create jobs by the millions. It's not about tens or thousands. And those jobs will have to come from the MSME sector. The large corporations will have to pitch in. The internship program is an example of that. And the jobs that will have to come in will come both from the public and the private sector and the small industries too. So jobs remains a priority area. Clearly markets are unhappy. But on the fiscal consolidation side, the government has again demonstrated that it wants to toe the line. She has again walked the talk on fiscal consolidation. from 5.1% announced in the interim budget, she has set a rather steep target. And please do bear in mind that we are already almost 4 months into the financial year. So effectively, if you have to bring down the fiscal deficit to 4.9% of GDP, you have only 8 months to achieve that. And that's quite an ambitious, steep target. But the government is very clear that it will toe the fiscal consolidation line. It is not going to deviate from the fiscal glide path. 4.5% by FY26 and much lower beyond. I was a little disappointed because the finance minister did not give out a medium-term fiscal deficit target and did not return to the practice of actually projecting those targets, which was kind of paused a couple of years ago. But nonetheless, one would expect that the fiscal deficit will progressively come down to closer to 3%, which was a pre-COVID target before it was reset again.
Gaurav, would you be disappointed that the Capex figure has been maintained, or would you say that that was something that you were expecting? Because the government had fiscal room to do so, right, to increase Capex, which is why I think some of the disappointment is clearly visible. We've seen some of the PSU stocks, tank in trade, the railway stocks in particular. But do you think the government had, the fiscal room to perhaps just about bump it up by, a fair bit, not a fair bit, slightly? Do you think that should have been the case, or do you think it's maintaining it at 11.11 is something that bodes well?
So 11.11 lakh crore that was announced in the interim budget is something that I would have expected to remain unchanged, because there are two reasons for it. One, the effective capital expenditure is actually still close to 13 lakh crore, because if you account for the interest-free loan that the government, what is called the grants in aid to state for capital expenditure, that the government is going to give to state government to support their infrastructure asset creation activities. So the effective capital expenditure is still about 13 lakh crore. And the government is left only with about 9 months. So if you had about 8 months. So if you have to raise the capital expenditure, then you have 8 months to use up that capital expenditure. That would not have come. We had seen previously also in a couple of years where the budgeted capital expenditure actually could not be spent by the time the year ended, because capital expenditure in infrastructure follows with a certain time lag. So 11.11 lakh crore is a figure that was probably factored in, and I would not have expected the finance minister to raise it in this budget. If the capital expenditure has to go up, it will probably go up in the next full budget, which is around just about 7-8 months away from now, 6 months in fact to be away from now. So that is one. But that said, this government had a fiscal elbow room of more than 1 lakh crore, because the RBI bonanza had come in by the time she was preparing for this budget. What she has ended up doing is that she has actually used a large part of that money, a significant part of that money, to reduce the fiscal deficit, and so that you use up that money to actually accelerate your fiscal consolidation path. If you reduce the fiscal deficit coming down from 5.1% to 4.9% actually frees up 60,000 crores of extra borrowing from the market. So the government will not go down that road to borrow that 60,000 crores. What it does is that it frees up that amount of money for the private sector to borrow, and also enables the government to bring down the fiscal deficit.
I want to interrupt you for a moment. Shashi Tharoor is giving his initial reaction on the budget. Let's cut across to him.
I myself had recommended it to Sri Arun Jaitley more than 5 years ago. Finally, it has happened, and that's being done. We must have more investment coming in to generate more jobs. But otherwise, I find very little in terms of any good creative ideas when it comes to generating more jobs in our economy and more opportunities for young people and for those at the bottom of the pyramid to improve their incomes. We will have to study the budget in much more detail, but I would say it's an underwhelming budget.
Sir, how do you see this budget, sir?
I think
किया गया है उसमें बिहार को स्पेशल आर्थिक पैकेज दिया गया है, इस पर आपका क्या कहना है?
देखिए, मैं कल ही बता रहा था.
Back to you, Nandita.
Right. Just was going through the changes announced to the personal taxes in the new tax regime. Standard deduction has been hiked. The tax slabs have been changed a bit, tinkered with a bit. But no announcement as such on the old tax regime. Do you think, there's high time that the government does something with the old tax regime as well? Because that does incentivize, investments under various sections. So do you think, there should have been something for people who are still, subscribing to the old tax regime? Gaurav, this one's for you.
Yeah, Nandita. I think that's very unlikely. Gaurav, I think, will back me up on that. I think that's very unlikely because the government is clearly, the new tax regime is the tax regime, is the default tax regime. They want to keep it that way and they want to encourage people to move to the new tax regime. If you look at, that's the default setting. So I don't think they will do anything under the old tax regime. They want people to move away from the old tax regime. The reason why people are in the old tax regime is that if a person has a housing loan, you get that the 2 lakh rupees break on interest, and also health insurance you can claim benefits under the old tax regime. Those are not available under the new tax regime. So a lot of people will stay on the old tax regime for some time, but they should not expect any further, the 2 lakh limit to go up, although the housing industry has been clamoring for it for quite some time. I don't see that happening. I think the government is quite clear that the new tax, that they want everyone to move to the new tax regime, which are in fact somewhat lower rates and no exemptions.
Right, the budget has been good for jobs, high on political priorities as well. You've had the government or the finance minister outline 9 priority areas as well. It's been a little tough for investors, but any area where you feel that the budget is lacking, or that the government could have perhaps done more, to unburden the middle class.
So, just a point on the income tax changes, on the individual income tax changes. You asked the question why the government, what's the government's plan to do with the old tax regime. One thing that she announced in the budget was a comprehensive review of the existing income tax system, that the Income Tax Act, or what is called as the IT Act 1961. I would assume that by the time that review comes along, maybe in a year or two, that is when the government is going to probably announce a sunset clause to the old income tax regime, which is when by the time exemptions will be done away with, deductions, many deductions will be not done away with, but we'll have a probably neater, more organized and standardized, easy to administer and more importantly, easy to understand income tax system. The 1961 Income Tax Act has gone through several amendments. Every finance bill there is almost an amendment in the income tax laws and rules. That is due for a long overhaul. An attempt was made about 15 years ago to bring a direct taxes code. Some of those proposed direct taxes would have come along in the successive budgets, but I think it's about time to actually completely overhaul India's income tax regime and come out with a neater, simpler, easy to administer income tax code of sorts, which the finance minister announced that the government is going to work, and because when she said that she's going to announce launch a comprehensive review of the income tax regime and the Income Tax Act 1961, this is probably what we are looking at. And I think she's waiting for that time, and the government is waiting for that time for the review to take place and the overhaul to be announced, which is when the old income tax regime will get set into a sunset kind of a time. On the other aspects of the budget, I think the government signals its intent on infrastructure, which has strong economic multiplier effects for spinning jobs and multiplying income. That will continue. Bihar and Andhra Pradesh remained focus areas as was expected, more so Bihar because it find more mention than Andhra Pradesh in the budget speech, although there were a few programs for Andhra Pradesh announced too. Very, very big on jobs, very big on MSMEs, very big on agriculture. But one important thing, however, is that we need to notice that a large number of the schemes that was announced and a large number of the measures that was announced in this budget speech also found significant mention in the BJP's manifesto launched in April, just before elections, the first phase of elections had started. And so clearly the strike rate and the conversion from the manifesto to the budget, it was also true in 2014, it was also held true in 2019 and continued again in 2024, which is something, say for instance, the DPI on agriculture was mentioned in the manifesto. Most of the MSME schemes was also mentioned in the manifesto, and many other schemes related to other areas too. So manifesto remains the guiding playbook of sorts for the BJP so far as its economic policy is concerned. But one thing is certain: this is the 11th year of the BJP government, of the current NDA government, led by Prime Minister Modi, and it remains its outlook remains, philosophy remains fiscally conservative. From a pure public finance point of view, they are public finance purists, and that is why we see, despite the RBI bonanza that came in during the start of this financial year, she hasn't used that to loosen her purse strings and go on a welfareist kind of a spree. Instead, use that to actually bring down the fiscal deficit.
Right. There's something for the startup community as well. Of course, this budget will bring cheer to the startup community, given the fact that the FM has abolished angel tax. I beg your pardon. Coming off of funding winter, do you think this paves the way for higher or more startup investments in the country? How do you expect the landscape to pan out here on?
That's for me.
Gaurav?
Yeah, so the angel tax, it was long expected that the angel tax will be abolished, and something that the startup community will gladly welcome. And I think it was about time, because it was some kind of a regressive tax, because the angel investors and the VC community and the PE community is actually playing a pivotal role in helping our startup and the entrepreneurial culture prosper and flourish in India. You cannot be taxing them for doing that, because they are coming in at a place when no one else is paying money to entrepreneurs. There is no risk capital that is being made available to entrepreneurs to actually start their enterprise and create employment. So angel tax was some kind of a punitive measure, essentially trying to penalize someone who is bearing a risk capital, who is bearing a risk for the capital. So if you can't be doing that forever, so this is something that should be very, very positive for the startup world, coming as it does during a very long and extended. I mean, we have gone through 2 winters. We're again going into another winter on the seasonal side, and this one just hope that this kind of turns around, the funds start flowing in. There's another thing that has happened which will be a positive for the startup community, is that the corporate income tax rate for foreign companies has been brought down to 35%, which means that any startup or any startup enterprise that is seeking funds from foreign investors or through a foreign location, the foreign investor will ends up selling out a majority stake. The foreign investor actually will only be liable to 35% of corporate income tax than previously, which is lower than the previous rate, which is again going to be a big positive for the startup community. All in all, for startups, yes, it's good. Markets, it's not that good, because no one would have expected short-term capital gains tax as well as long-term capital gains tax across asset classes to go up. But the finance minister has gone ahead and do it. For jobs, it's quite good, and I think it's very, unlike her previous budget speeches, this budget speech is also very long on detail. So you have a lot of details about many policies. In previous budget speeches, not just hers, you would see policy announcements being made and the details coming much later. In this case, there are even micro details of how policies or schemes that she has announced are going to be executed, including exact numbers and within how much time, etc. So that's a significant departure in the budget making process itself.
All right, Bodhi, I want to come to you once again, and we were discussing earlier before the FM speech as to whether or not rating agencies will dole out an upgrade if the government really reduces the FY25 deficit target, which it has done, and higher than expectations as well, 4.9%. Do you see a case for a rating upgrade by S&P at least, because it had revised its outlook upwards, right, to positive from stable? So any chances now that the government has reduced it to below 5% for FY25, we could perhaps see some bit of upgrade coming in from one of the rating agencies?
Yeah, I don't know whether we have the data. I think bonds have rallied since the budget announcement and the fiscal deficit, but we can check that. But I don't think no upgrade will happen immediately because they have their own time frames. But I think, but if you in its sort of detailed analysis, when it announced the change in outlook, S&P did say that, there was a number of things, but I think obviously sticking to fiscal deficit targets was a major part of it. So to that extent, when it increases the possibility of an upgrade, but I don't think it's going to happen immediately. It will. It would probably might. They work according to their own time frames. There'll be no immediate. They'll have to also see where this actual 4.9% target is actually met. At the end of this fiscal. But yes, it is it's positive in terms of a ratings upgrade is concerned.
Okay, just want to take a look at how the market is faring. ITC, of course, continues to be the top gainer. I think there has been no changes to tobacco taxation. We'll just confirm that in a bit. But aside of that, if you look at the market, the Nifty has pared some of its losses. 140 points lower for the Nifty, and the Sensex as well. Off days lows, down by somewhere around 460 points. So thereabouts. At one point of time, we saw a 600 to 700 point cut coming in once the FM announced the changes to the capital gains tax. But right now, holding out, and consumption, of course, doing well. But what about the measures that were announced to boost rural India? There were quite a few of them. Anything that stood out that could actually revive fortunes of some of these FMCG names that have been grappling with low demand in terms of demand or boosting rural demand? Do you think that the budget has done a fair bit, Bodhi?
I think it has. There'll be no direct handouts. There's been no this thing, but I think the emphasis of the NDA government has been to boost rural infrastructure, and that seems to be the message of this budget also. There really hasn't been anything in terms of direct or an enhancement of direct income support, by way of what we call handouts. But there's a general attempt to boost rural infrastructure and to support job creation. There's a whole budget is about, a large part of the budget is about job creation. There are there are employment linked incentives which have been announced in the budget. So to that extent, I think a large part of this budget, big emphasis in this budget is on boosting consumption at the bottom of the pyramid, for the lower income sections of the population. And to that extent, I think it will help FMCG stocks.
In terms of energy security as well, that's one of the focus areas that the FM highlighted. Nuclear power plant, critical mineral mission. In terms of embracing green energy, how do you really expect the measures to pan out going forward?
So
Gaurav, I'll come to you for that.
Solar rooftops, which was announced, I think,
yes.
with that's a big one. It was there in the interim budget as well, and it's very ambitious that you sort of, if you install panels on solar rooftops, you can actually, households can cut down their power consumption, even be net sellers to the grid, and use the excess power to, for their two-wheelers or their four-wheelers. So I think that scheme is one of the schemes announced in this budget. Once again, it also has significant job creation. This thing, there is also a scheme. If I don't quite remember what the actual number is, but for pump storage. So renewables is. This government has been big on renewables, and there are measures to to support renewables. Also, nuclear power. That's also.
What is written in the
there was a lot of references to nuclear power in this.
Then it's a prospective thing, no?
So this the ongoing financial year it will
not be applicable.
It will not be applicable.
Okay, all right. Bodhi, also talking about the overall, economy standpoint and what they've done and announced a host of measures. They've kept the Capex unchanged. They've paid the fiscal deficit to 4.9%, largely in line with estimates. But the cut in borrowings, do you think was it lower than expected?
It is a little lower than expected.
And does that or could that have any impact on the big picture or for the coming, rest of the year, remaining 7 months?
It all sort of feeds into what we've been earlier, been discussing in terms of the impact on the bond markets, in terms of what the rating agencies think, the fiscal deficit. So yeah, it is a. I mean, see you can't really fault the fiscal management part of the way the government has managed the economy since COVID. Their overall macro management of the fiscal numbers, they've been very prudent. I mean that's really been excellent in conjunction with the RBI. The issue facing the economy, the challenge which the polity is facing, is weak job creation. They've tried to address that to the best of their ability. What will actually happen on the ground, we'll see, but there are lots of measures to support job creation.
And also the medium-term fiscal consolidation path that they have sort of taken, will it give them enough flexibility to, chart an appropriate fiscal course?
No, so the plan is to bring down the fiscal deficit to 3%, which is the ultimate. So obviously next fiscal, 25-26, it's supposed to be 4.5, and then to gradually bring it down to 3% in terms of the FRBM. So subject to no major external shocks, that should be possible, and that will be positive for bond markets, positive for markets overall. So yeah, but that would, so when you say flexibility, well, it would limit flexibility to some extent if they want to spend money on, if they want to give direct income support to a large section of the population, to the farming community, which this budget doesn't do, they obviously can't do that. But the government, but I don't think this government, the BJP-led NDA government, does not appear to be ideologically inclined to take those kind of measures. So yes, it does limit their flexibility somewhat in terms of providing direct, in more expansive welfare measures beyond. I mean, there are big welfare measures already, right? There's the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana. There's the free housing scheme, the rural housing scheme, and the urban housing scheme, and there are all kinds of other schemes. I mean, there are the old schemes like the Swachh Bharat and so on and so forth, which I presume are funded. But I don't see any big, what we would call handouts type of gestures in terms of large direct payments.
So the populist, quote unquote.
The populist, yeah. I mean, whatever populism is there, but I don't think there'll be any further this thing, and that seems to be the measure. So if you listen to the first part of the speech, there were lots of announcements on job creation and the the various schemes for skilling the youth and all that. But ultimately, it's all done within a parameter where they have stuck to it.
And much of it also depends on cooperation from the private
from the private sector and from
domain.
the states. There's a lot of also state. It's done in conjunction with the states and with the private sector. So the fulfillment of the budget's vision to a large extent depends on the private sector and the government and the states working together.
Okay.
Sure, we have Rahul Arora joining us from the Mumbai studio. Rahul, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, worst fears of the market come true, or is market already shrugging off? Do you look at it as a slightly bad news that the market is already shrugging off?
Well, I think it was a bit of a knee-jerk reaction. I think the markets are certainly off from the day's lows. It is definitely a negative for the market. There's no question about that. I mean, it doesn't change too much in the scheme of things from a revenue perspective for the government of India, because I think if you look at the mathematics, this would probably add about 20 or 1,000 crores of revenue to them on an otherwise estimated revenue of almost about 32 lakh crores. So, this isn't even 10% or 5% of that number that you're talking about. But yeah, of course, sentimentally, both on the futures and options as well as on the cash market, you've sort of made these changes. But the interesting part, of course, is that the exemption limit has been raised from 1 to about 1.25. So they've offset a little bit of this increase through the exemption of, that 25,000 that they've given. But I think the market will absorb this in the larger scheme of things. See, nobody likes an increase in tax, but obviously, is this increase that significant that it is going to deter equity market investments? I don't think so. There are a lot of things in this market that are other asset class positive. I'm sure you've discussed gold and what's happened with the duties there. The fact that the borrowing program is in line and the fiscal deficit has been projected at 20 basis points lower than what the market was expecting, that could also land up being bond market positive. So it actually opens up other avenues for investment as well. But yeah, I think prima facie hiking the rates is negative. But I think the way the market is reacted from the day's low is telling you that people are ready to buy into these dips.
Sure, obviously this is a very strong bull market, so even on election day we could shrug off an adverse outcome on March ahead, so this is not something that is not digestible for the market. We also have with us Shankar Sharma joining us. Good afternoon, Shankar.
Good afternoon.
What's your takeaway? Big takeaway. Status quo?
I'm not happy.
Sorry?
Not happy.
I'm not
happy about what?
We don't have an increase in the Capex budget. We don't, and we have an increase in my tax budget. So I'm not happy. As simple as that. I don't think it was required, this kind of sort of tweaking that India, I love the word tweaking, that it's not tweaking. A 20% increase in tax for long term and like a third increase in short term is significant tax increases. And people are talking about on another channel, and somebody was talking about this exemption limit being raised from 1 lakh to 1,25,000. That's a palliative. That's like nothing at all. I don't see the purpose of doing all these things. I can understand that on FNO you do want to curb some degree of speculation and all that, but for equity market investors, just because they've had 3 good years, prior to that 6 years of this government delivered risk-adjusted lower than fixed deposit returns, which was 2014 till 2020 March. And in the interim, there was a very bad, actually not even captured by the index levels, a very bad period of 2018-19 and up until the March of 2020, which was following the imposition of long-term capital gains tax from 0 to 10%. Despite the fact that it had been removed and replaced by STT. So STT remained, and then LTCG was also imposed. And that sent the market into a tailspin. And I must point out this to you, and this is very important. Everybody thinks India has some great market. I'll give you the data. 2019, the year following the imposition of the LTCG, India was the 18th worst performing market in the world. 18th. Okay? Europe was up 25%. S&P was up 28%. Nasdaq was 35%. Most of Asia was up around 18-25%. India was up only some 6-7%, something like that. So that is the effect that an imposition of taxation had on the stock market. So I hope it does not repeat it. I'm invested almost 100%. I hope those days are not revisited. But this was not required. This was not necessary. That's my unequivocal point of view.
Shankar, nobody likes tax raises. But tell me, this 2.5% hike, will it change the complexion of equities or the attractiveness that equity poses to Indian investors now? Because that is the large cohort that is really, that we rely on. We're not relying so much on, FII flows anymore. Does this change that equation?
By that token, then why 2.5%? Why not 1%?
No, I agree.
Why not 4%? Why not 5% more? What are these percentages about? That way, from a base of 10, everything will look only ke 2% to bada hai yaar. Arre bhai, it's a 25% increase. And on STCG, it's a 33% increase. That is like if your personal income tax is 30% tax slab, it has gone to 40%. Is that small? Is
No,
that small?
STCG is
Would you be
definitely
happy
STCG.
if as a householder, your tax bill went from 30% to 40%, which is effectively on the equivalent blended basis, what we have been given in this budget on the capital gain side? How is that insignificant? I don't understand.
No, no, no. I'm not saying it is insignificant. I'm just making a distinction between this long term and short term here, Shankar. Long term, my pointed question is: does this change the attractiveness not of equities at all? My limited question is that I'm not disputing whether it is good or bad, because we have to look ahead, right? I mean, I'm not sure whether the finance minister is going to revisit this change. So this is a given now. But going forward, what does it mean for flows? What does it mean for, you know, people who are looking at equities? And today you look at whether it is the retail investor or the HNI or big, large family offices, promoters, all the money that is going out of stock markets is also coming back to stock markets in one way or the other. So does this change that equation? Should we worry?
Look, it's too early to say that. Okay, we cannot say for sure. The larger point here actually is that markets have run up a lot. When markets run up a lot, then they look for reasons and excuses to correct. Okay, we had a similar period post demonetization when the markets ran up a lot, and then the LTCG came and that crashed the market for next 2 years. I hope that, again, I'm saying I'm invested. I hope it doesn't repeat. But I fear that some element of that might actually come true, because markets have rallied a lot. At this point, incremental good news doesn't do much good, but incremental bad news can have a disproportionate effect. That's my real fear. I don't have a clear answer as to whether this will break the camel's back or not. I hope it doesn't, but I'm just saying we could have done without it. It is just an unnecessary sentiment spoiler. And the sentiment was amazing in India. Why do we need to do all these things when things are going so well?
Also, Shankar, this whole idea of increasing short term from 15 to 20% and also tinkering with STT, it seems to be some sort of a concerted attempt by the government now. SEBI is also looking at taking a lot of measures. The margins are already high, but also taking the lot sizes higher to essentially rein down, take away some part of this exuberance or cool off this speculation, right? Also an attempt to cool off the market. The question is...
Let me be very clear. Let me be very clear about it. What market are we talking about here? Are we talking the FNO market? Are we talking equity markets? If you're talking FNO markets, this STCG from 15 to 20 doesn't matter. That's not where we are supposed to pay all these things. That's the place where all your tinkerings on margin and STTs will have an impact and should have an impact. But when it comes to equity market investing, and I'm only limitedly focused on the equity part of it, not the derivatives part of it, I'm saying that a 15 to 20% increase is significant, and I don't see why somebody should be penalized so heavily merely because he bought something in January and sold something in November. I mean, I just don't get the logic. See, every taxation has to have some logic. I don't understand what is the logic of doing these things. It's not enough to just brush it aside and say that it's not that big a deal. It is a big deal because we need logical explanations for these things, and I don't see any.
Cool. Anything else that you took away in terms of a number of schemes that she talked about? Most of it related to employment, rural. Those were mainly the talking points. Apart from that, like you rightly pointed out, Capex growth, the market would have definitely liked a little more, but she has been saying for a while that, and also the economic survey also pointed out that now it's time for private sector to actually step in. So anything else that you took away?
That is the point, that Capex, I've been very unequivocal about it again in the last couple of year and a half, that it cannot increase because the government has increased fiscal deficit like crazy. We were normalized 3.5% over the last 20, 25 years. And suddenly we went to 10% post-COVID, and that has been gradually brought down to 5.5%, 6%. But that is still huge by any standard. The government cannot run deficits of this kind. We'll get into a debt trap. So the government has to ratchet that down gradually to, I mean, they talk about 4.5. I think that's still too high. More like 3.5 is more appropriate. In order to do that, it can only cut back on capex. So this 11 lakh crores, I'm pretty sure, forget about rising, it may even come down in the next budget because it cannot remain at these levels. So I have factored that into my numbers, which is why I've not bought the railways and the defenses that people have been gaga about. Because the fact is that every sector which has derived benefit from government capex will be hit. And I'm not thankfully invested in any of those sectors because that trade is not going to work in the future. Government capex has hit a ceiling. It can only come down from here. It cannot go up.
So that's a substantial pivot, isn't it, from the market perspective?
Yes.
So where are the new bets? Where do you see the leaders of the new?
I don't see anything positive in this budget that should give me incremental reason to be bullish because of the budget itself. There might be some other reasons extraneous to the budget. But the budget is a fly in the ointment. It is not creating a positive environment incrementally for equity investing.
Okay. This whole, so obviously this, the bond market seemed to be quite happy with this fiscal consolidation happening. I mean, nobody was counting in 4.9% for this fiscal. I mean, she could have kept it at 5.1% and given us a little more by way of capex. Would you have preferred that? Or should we care about, fiscal consolidation at a faster pace? Because some of the money that you're getting is also one-off, right? The 1.3 lakh crore that we talked about in RBI dividends, excess cash. That is also a one-off item which will not come back next year. Therefore, it's better to sort of be on that consolidation path quickly than to continue to do the heavy lifting on capex. I'm just playing devil's advocate to elicit to see if there is a different response.
No. I mean, look. I'm very clear in my head. Every government likes a bull market by and large. Okay, and the way to create a bull market are primarily two. I'm talking from the government standpoint. Basically, run very loose fiscal deficits, which we have, and to run very low interest rates, which we have also kind of kept reasonably low, given the fact that real inflation is quite high. We probably are running at 0% real interest rates right now, which is extremely low. If we have these two recipes, we'll have a bull market, and that's exactly what we have had. But the government and the RBI also, they recognize that this cannot continue like this. We need to ratchet it down. So if I were sitting in the position of decision making, I would definitely not increase the fiscal deficit. I would cut back. And you're right that some of the gains or some of the revenues are one-off. I would rather use that like a asset sale for a company or a household. You've sold some property here and there. Use that to pay down debt or reduce your cash outflows or the negative gap in your cash flow, rather than use that for consumption or for spending or capex or whatever you want to call it. I think that's prudent. All I'm saying is that's not good news for stock market, because stock markets don't care about fiscal prudence. Let me be absolutely categorical about it. Give us a party. As long as you are paying the bills, we're happy to get drunk. Don't ask us for the bill. And if the bill comes, as long as we are not in the bar at that point in time, the next guys are paying, we are also fine with that. That's how bull markets happen.
Fair enough. In 2 minutes, just quickly tell me, what is your strategy from here on? Where do you focus?
Good question. So actually, I didn't watch much of the budget. I mean, I was in a company. I'm in the company's office having a meeting. So I'm still doing what I will do, which is to go and find interesting companies, hopefully make some money out of it, and hopefully not cry too much about the incremental tax. But I am crying right now. You can't see my tears, but they are there.
That's a very broad statement. Tell me specifically any particular segments, at least three segments that you're really bullish on.
I remain a small cap bull.
And since you're bearish, some shorting opportunities.
Shorting?
I'm saying since you're bearish, some shorting opportunities also.
I don't think you are in a shorting market. I don't think you can short it. You can. I mean, by the way, I have sold a fair bit. I've been sitting on cash. in the last few days running up to the budget. So hopefully we'll see when the dust settles down whether I can find some places to put cash into. So yes, thankfully I did take some money off the table.
Sure. Thank you so much, Shankar, for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you, Mahalakshmi. As always, real pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, we have with us Rashesh Shah, founder and CEO at Edelweiss, joining us now. Rashesh, good afternoon. Your first thoughts on the budget?
Hi, good to see you. And yeah, I think there is quite a bit of excitement. I think every year this happens.
So, but is this exciting at all? The fact that we have a hike in the long-term capital gains tax, short-term buyback tax, which I think you should care about. A lot of people in the stock markets have to care about, all companies, because every buyback is the new dividend, right?
Yeah, I think buyback and dividend had a gap in that, so that gap had to be equalized because ultimately both are the same thing. I mean, whether you buy back or you pay a dividend,
Tax-free dividend is buyback, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that equalization was expected, though, I mean, there is a school of thought. A lot of people believe that you should not have either buyback or dividend because the company has already paid the tax. So this is already after tax money, but that's a ideological debate. I think government has a hard task there to really pull out money wherever they can. And we should always remember that capital market is still a very small part of India's investing base. I mean, it's grown a lot in the last few years. So I personally think this STCG, the LTCG increase from 10 to 12.5 is all okay. I think the markets have made enough returns and the market even now on an after-tax basis over 30 years has given a 13-14% kind of return. So if there is a little bit of increase in tax, I think the markets will absorb it. I think the larger returns in the market will not come from changes in long-term capital gains or buyback tax and all. Because dividend income is a very small part of an investor's return. The large part is capital gains, which comes out of growth. So I think the larger issue is, will this budget restore profit earnings growth for Indian companies, and overall that will give a much larger return to investors. So I personally over the years have seen that a tax is excitement for a few days, but the markets adjust for that. But what is really important is, will this budget, lead to higher growth?
On that vital question, Rashesh, what's your take? Does the budget really have things to ensure sustaining earnings growth of the past 3 years?
So I think last 3 years, obviously we came out of COVID and there were all those other extraordinary factors. I personally think to get growth to move, private capex and interest rates will have to come down. I think private capex will have to go up and interest rates will have to come down. Because I don't see exports as being a leading driver of growth in India, though we have this China plus one and all going on. But I think the global markets are becoming more and more protectionist. If there is a Republican government in the US, I think exports to US will get even harder. So we have to get our local growth done, which will come from the government has been driving a large part of the capex, and I think that has done well. In fact, the growth rate, the GDP growth we're seeing now is mainly because of government spending on capex. But unless we get private capex out there and unless we get interest rates down, I do think that, if I see the numbers, they are projecting a nominal 10.5% growth. And if I take a 4% inflation also, then it is a real growth of only 6.5, which is slightly disappointing. I hope India aims for at least between 7 to 7.5% real growth for this year.
But that might just be conservatism, Rashesh, because last 3 years post-pandemic, you've seen that, the budget estimates were always underestimated. You always had a better figure in the revised estimates. The tax collections always were better than what was projected. So in that sense, this 10.5% may end up at 11%. That's one thing. But coming back to the point on private investments, what is stopping corporates from investing? Because before the elections, of course, last year, we were saying that the capacity utilization levels were still at 70%, 75%. So there was more room for companies to, exhaust their existing capacities to move on to do fresh capex. Then you and I had this conversation. You were saying that brownfield expansion is a far better way to do it than greenfield. That was one reason that was holding up. Then election was the new reason. Now we are running out of reasons to defend why private capex is not taking off in a big way.
I think as you very correctly said, I think when I talk to companies, and ultimately there is no one easy answer to that. We only talk to companies and find out why companies are not investing as aggressively as they've been doing maybe 8-10 years ago. I think there are 2 or 3 reasons that I see. One is obviously demand is slow, consumption is slow. So if you see capacity utilization has not gone up, and we need to be consistently at about 74, 75, at which point companies will start adding to capex, anticipating future demand. So I think the current demand is not as robust as we would want it to be. And the expectation of future demand is also not very strong. And actually that is the real conundrum we need to crack. And I was hoping that, the government cracks that problem, that how do we revive actual demand and confidence on future demand. And that is still not there. I mean, even when we speak to companies, it's slow. Demand is not there, which is not giving companies the confidence to invest. The other times companies invest is what we call the invest ahead of the curve. That even if the demand is not there, they make the investment because they expect the demand to come there. And in India, that has also happened in the past, where there were animal spirits out there, people were willing to take risks and all. Right now, I think amongst corporates, risk taking is only limited to what I can do with my equity. But nobody wants to take any risk with borrowed money. So project finance, putting up a new steel plant or a cement plant or a power plant, the people don't want to borrow money. And that also, the hesitation to put project finance, which is with borrowed money, is also affecting growth of new capex. So I think this 2 angle, one is more confidence on the future demand, as well as not willing to take risk on borrowing money and putting it. And you can't put up capex only with equity. For capex, you need both equity and debt. And with the bond markets not being as robust, with the banks also willing to fund a lot of working capital, but project finance is still a very risky area. So I think those are the ones that we need to solve for. There are some good news on that. The new infrastructure bank is doing quite a bit of work. I think they have very exciting growth plans on infrastructure funding. So infrastructure should happen. But again, a lot of that will be government-led and PSU-led. We need to see more private sector investing in infrastructure and capex and all, for which they have maybe a little bit of equity and they can raise equity. Equity markets are very good, but they are very hesitant to borrow money for that.
So why is that this hesitation to borrow? Is it just scarred by past experiences, or what is it?
Yeah, it's scarred by past experiences, and I think NPAs and all have been very big. NPA is not an accounting issue for us. NPA is a very emotional, psychological issue for Indians. I think in stock market you can have an IPO of a company that comes at 1,000 rupees and the stock goes to 500 rupees. It's okay. If you take a loan or a bond, and if there is a credit event, it becomes a very scarring issue. And I think that is the risk aversion for the debt market, and that is also partly holding back the capex. At least I know a lot of companies who are very, very cash rich, lot of free operating cash flow, but they are saying, you know what, we don't want to borrow money and put up a new project and don't want to take the risk. If the cycle goes against us and we become an NPA, we end up losing everything. So they would rather not take the risk and just be on status quo rather than try to put up capacity ahead of the curve. Now, will they put capacity after the curve? Absolutely. When the demand is clear, people will take risk. I think we now need people to take risk before the demand is clear. And that is where the hesitation is very clear.
And what do you think is the capacity utilization right now in traditional industries?
I think we are between 70 to 74, 75. We have not crossed above 75.
Right.
In actually many, it varies from industry to industry. I think under 70 is bad. Between 70 75, you are adequately capacitized. In older India, maybe a 10 to 15-year India, between 70 to 75 is where people will start, taking risk. But
Right.
I think right now maybe people will start taking risk once we cross 80% capacity utilization.
Right. One more question, Rashesh. There was one announcement that the FM made related to, PSU banks essentially putting some technology in place, doing some digital, essentially tracking digital footprints and creating credit scores for MSMEs and stuff like that. Do you think that'll alter the equation in a way that, that's right now in the realm of all the digital players, microfinance companies, agile, nimble-footed companies? What does this do to that landscape? Do you see this as a threat, or is this something that PSU banks can do and take away a large proportion of that market? How do you see this pan out?
I haven't understood this part as much because I have not read the fine print, but the way you have explained it, I would think it will make a lot of sense because ultimately all credit is about information processing.
Right.
So not only the new digital fintech players, but we have also had credit rating agencies and credit bureaus, because for MSME, the individual credit score of the promoter as well as the credit rating of the business are also very interlinked. So I think a lot of information is out there, a lot of data is out there. I think data processing is still behind the curve. So there is still a large part of MSME market which is underserved, which means they are eligible for credit but not getting enough credit, given the kind of business they have. So if this data helps in processing that information more efficiently and making credit more widely available, I don't think this will be used to say you can't give credit to MSME. I think it will be used to say which are the MSMEs who should get credit, who are not getting credit now. And if that happens, it will be good. I think not only banks, I think everybody, NBFCs, everybody will have to use data for credit evaluation rather than what old world has been, which is go and do a physical examination, have a personal meeting. More and more for MSME, if you rely on data, there'll be much more efficient credit delivery to MSME. I would agree with that.
No, I'm just asking only because, this might take, at least the moat around some of those digital companies. If this also becomes digital public infrastructure of sorts, then the moat around some of those companies may just be lost.
And actually, so Mahalakshmi, that is true with almost everything. I think as data and data processing becomes more and more commonplace, I think any data-based moat you have will ultimately go away. A lot of others will depend on customer experience, on your distribution prowess. All that will still be there because banks already have distribution prowess in any case. So I would think anything that is data-based with AI coming in and all that, a lot of that will anyway get commoditized. Like we have seen UPI came in, I think the payment infrastructure became more and more commoditized in India because that has to be the way it is. So if it becomes part of PDI, that MSME data processing, I think that will make credit more efficient, but you can't build a moat only because you are better at getting information and processing it, because everybody catches up on that's a new way of the world.
Rashesh, one final question. Are you feeling more bullish about your own business after this budget? You have, all pieces of the pie, at least in the financial space. Do you feel more bullish?
I think I'm very confident. I think India, we will get, as I said, a real growth of 7 to 7.5 is what I'm hoping for in this year. I think at 7.5 will be one of the fastest growing economies in the world, and we are now a $4 trillion economy. So I think I'm confident given the budget, the government finance is also in a good place. As I said, there are still issues of private capex and demand and all that. But overall, I found the budget pretty reassuring on India's growth story. So I'm happy with that because all of us are highly correlated to India's growth story.
All right. Thank you so much, Rashesh, for joining this afternoon.
Thank you, Mahalakshmi. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, well, how are the markets doing? If we could just pull up and see if there's been any recovery, because after the initial shock of 250 odd points, okay, right now still hovering around the day's low. Mild recovery has been there. It's 180 points shaved off the Nifty right now. 24,330 is where we're perched at. So slowly recovering. But Mahalakshmi, you've already spoken to a couple of them already, market experts, market watchers. Some seem to be very, very upset with the LTCG revision, even STCG for that matter. But overall, how do you think? I mean, market also still seems to be like undecided, assessing the fine print perhaps, but barring the taxation bit, what do you think, has been the overall sense right now?
I think markets, we are in a bull market, we have to admit that. So a lot of negative news gets shrugged off, and that is why I think this tax thing also has been shrugged off. But I think as Rashesh was pointing out, he didn't say that, but my own feeling is that a lot of stuff that we heard, because we haven't seen the fine print, a lot of it was around employment, youth, rural spending and all of that. And we didn't see very concrete measures to see, to tell us that consumption will be clearly on a growth path, which is one thing that was, that's missing. And secondly, any hopes of any hike in the Capex also did not come through. So I think those two things were a bit disappointing, but be that as it may, we have Sushil Kedia joining us. Good afternoon, Sushil.
Good afternoon.
More bullish or bearish after the budget?
Bullish on India, bearish on markets.
Okay. Explain.
Bullish on India is obviously a longer term story. And in the short run, markets had already started selling off. They had come down in the last 3-4 days only with a hesitation. Should the budget not come and spoil the bear's game? Globally, a sell-off has started already 8-9 days ago. Nasdaq, S&P made their tops way ahead of us. Nifty was reluctant. Bank Nifty, as it has made its trading top 8-9 sessions ago, it was a soft decline. And now that the budget has left nothing for the bulls to owe, I think the short-term game today that everybody sold off the moment long-term and short-term capital gains and STT were touched, that, the extreme short selling that has happened, short squeeze for the day has worked out. But I think Indian stock markets are now having no reasons to not join the global correction that has set in.
Any hiding spaces you see?
See, FMCG has continued to be positive through the day. We spoke before the election and, ahead of the budget also. We've continuously maintained those bets on IT and FMCG. So mid-cap ITs are still places to hide for going forward. FMCG stocks will still hold on, even if, the others are selling off, metals and autos are selling off. And maybe, we'll also carry on with our 6-month bet on chemicals. So everything is not a sell. Nifty and Bank Nifty indeed are, but there are pockets where are definitely not only places to hide, but also do well as an investor or alongside a trader.
Karunya?
Okay, all right. Just wanted to also understand, after reading the memorandum, while LTCG on the listed shares, has been upped to 12.5%, it has been brought down from 20% with indexation to 12.5% for other assets, including property. So if you could, explain this for the benefit of our viewers, what exactly?
Audio has been poor, so I really hope you don't mind putting your question out to me again.
Sure. I'm just saying that while LTCG on listed shares has been upped to 12.5%, it has been brought down to 20% with indexation to 12.5% for other assets, including property. So if you could tell our viewers, or rather explain to our viewers, how this would work out.
Okay, so see, I'll tell you what. When do rentals go up? Landlords come and ask for higher rentals when people are earning more and they can afford more. When do interest rates go up? Bankers will come and ask for higher interest rates when economy is heating up. So if the government has increased the rent for investing and trading, government is the owner of the stock market, say as a eulogy or kind of, take that as a parallelism. So taxability is going to be better, and that's why government is taxing the stock market more than it has taxed in the past, should not become a reason for worry for investors. Buying at the tax, and as it is the second most subsidized business to be an investor. Farmers don't pay income taxes, and stock market investors pay the lowest tax. So if record amounts of money are being made, and justifications were laid out by SEBI, RBI, and the economic survey that there's too much speculation going on. So those are justifications. The fact is, people are minting money on the markets, and government wants a better share of it. And at the same time, to not saturate household savings only into what might turn out to be a speculative bubble eventually, to facilitate diversification, if through indexation benefits means, say you bought something in 5 years ago at 100 rupees. Inflation would have brought the value of that without any benefits to you, to say at the rate of 10%, approximately 50% 5 साल में inflation अगर हो गया, compounded. So if it becomes 150 rupees, you have not benefit at all. So with the benefit of indexation, if post inflation adjustment, whatever the indexation values government fixes, if the tax rate has been adjusted down, so government is encouraging the diversify beyond stock market. Stock market should not be your only place. Diversify your basket. Don't put all your eggs in one basket of the stock market. So I find it very prudent and sensible. Any good, clever businessman should increase prices where demand is more. If stock market is where capital is rushing in and they are doing very well, government taking a little extra pound of its flesh is absolutely fine.
Right, Mr. Kedia, Nandita here, you said you're bearish on the markets, but there may be some pockets that you're bullish on, right? Especially the consumption pack, the FMCG pocket. On election verdict day as well, we saw FMCG come to the rescue, and today as well, markets are under pressure, but the Nifty FMCG index is holding fine, and ITC in particular, up somewhere around 4% or thereabouts. There's been no change in tobacco taxation. And of course, there have been quite a few measures that have been announced to boost rural infrastructure. So in that sense, would you be bullish on the FMCG pack? And if yes, which are the stocks that would excite you now? Mr. Kedia, sure. Mr. Kedia, could you hear me? All right, I think my voice is not reaching him. But ML, coming to you, I think we've had chats with a lot of in-house editors, but I haven't really been able to get in your take on, which are the pockets that investors or, market participants are really betting on after the budget. Because, as I was pointing out to Sushil as well, that consumption is one pocket that has come to the rescue today as well. And, on the election verdict day as well, when we were anchoring together, we saw how the FMCG pack was buzzing. Today as well, the main point being the kind of measures that have been announced to boost rural infrastructure. And secondly, no changes to tobacco taxation. And that has come as a boost for ITC, that's up somewhere around 4% or thereabouts. So is consumption really a pocket that the market is looking at the current juncture? You've already had a few chats with some big market voices. Any sense you're getting?
So Nandita, when the rest of the market is quiet, FMCG takes a step forward. That's about it. Although having said that, I mean, there might be some fresh triggers for consumption stocks to do well now. First of all, over the last 2-3 years, valuations have gotten a little more, these stocks have become a slightly, I can't say cheaper, but less expensive. Compared to the rest of the pack. That is because one, earnings have grown for all these companies, but the markets have not, the stock prices have not grown as much. Secondly, the rest of the pack, which the entire industrial pack, banks, all of them have gone up more sharply, and therefore they look a little more, those valuations don't look as stretched as they looked about 3 years ago. So that's really a trade-off, but the fact is that, like somebody, I think one of the guests in the morning was also saying that till you don't see a slowdown in order book positions or growth numbers of some of these companies which have been in momentum, whether it is real estate or PSU banks or not railway stocks but defense stocks, all of these which have been in momentum, unless you see some fundamental trigger for a slowdown, those stocks will continue to march forward. I don't particularly see any fresh triggers for consumption, although at the margin they could be gainers. The best pack in the entire market continues to be banks, because those banks seem to be a relatively undervalued pocket, and that's a fairly significant part of the market. Nearly 35% of Nifty is banks. So that is one hunting ground that people may want to consider.
ML, if I may, I think you were, before the budget I talked about despite the market missing the opportunities to bring about a correction. But I think Mr. Kedia was also, I think, reflecting that point when he said that now there is no reason for India not to join the global correction. I think that is because, I mean, he's in the context of the capital gains tax. But we'll see. I think we are in a bull market. It's possible the markets might bounce back strongly tomorrow or this thing.
One of the things about markets is, bull markets climb a wall of worry, they say, right? So as long as there are worries, and as long as we are talking about concerns around valuations, and everyone, including the regulator, is very, very vigilant, I think the markets will continue to move forward. Except that...
I think if you saw Nitin Kamat's tweet, I think he is also talking about attempts to bring down the market, and says this might do it. But I think the regulators have been worried about the levels of the market. And I think there's a concerted attempt underway. Whether it succeeds or not, you want to talk about, I think there are some points we're getting, some fine print we're getting on indexation, etc. Do we have enough to talk on that?
Not really.
Not at this point. I'm just trying to also... Maybe we'll
no, I'm not really very clear about what exactly is there, whether it is prospective or whether it is with indexation, without indexation. What is the deal with property versus stock? I'm not very clear about it.
I think we'll
have to wait to see the fine print and get an expert to decode this, which we will do in our personal finance show after market hours, or if we get an update sooner than that. Nandita, a quick market check will be in order.
Yeah, sure. But I just want to point out, I was just reading the budget fine print. Just to answer Bodhi's question, indexation on long-term capital gains for property has been removed, and indexation on long-term gains for gold and other unlisted assets, has also been removed. Bodhi, if you want to give your take on this, we could come to you.
No, sorry, just come again. Indexation has been removed for shares in mutual funds. Is that what you said?
Property as well as gold and other unlisted assets.
Has been removed. And what is the rate for property and unlisted assets? What is the taxation rate?
I need to look up on that. But for now, the budget fine print says that the indexation on long-term capital gains for these asset classes has been removed.
No,
but on that note, we'll come back and we'll.
Let's just understand what exactly it means instead of giving a random reaction.
All right. Taking a look at the markets, then we have come off from the day's low. The Nifty is down, 120 points or thereabouts. We were, looking at taking out 24,000 at one point in time when the changes to, taxation or capital gains tax were being announced. But we have, really managed to stage a good recovery, although it's a 116-point cut on the Nifty right now. Sensex also down somewhere around 350 points. The mid and small cap end of the markets are looking at deeper cuts. So a 1.2% or over 1% cut coming in on the mid and small cap indices. And if you look at the market breadth, the advance decline ratio on the NSE is almost 1:3. So yes, the broader end of the markets are under pressure. Of course, it's the consumption names, that is providing support to the index. So of course, you had the customs duty cut on gold as well, and Titan is clearly reacting to that, 6% up for that. ITC, no change in tobacco taxation, so that's up somewhere around 4%. All the other names like Tata Consumer, HUL from the FMCG pack are among the other gainers. What else is doing well is, the likes of TCS, Adani Ports, Dr. Reddy's, Infosys, HCL Tech. So IT stocks are once again doing well. Defensives are doing well, so to say. On the other hand, you've had some of these PSU stocks that are under pressure. ONGC, you have Power Grid, Coal India, and PSU banking names like SBI under pressure. Also some private banking names like Axis Bank is under pressure. But I want to point out that fertilizer stocks have taken it on the chin. Fertilizer stocks, which have been rallying quite a bit in the run-up to the budget, have seen deep cuts, and so have the railway stocks. Of course, the government has maintained its Capex figure of 11.11 lakh crore rupees. So no changes there. There were perhaps expectations building of the government, kind of upping their Capex for FY25, but that hasn't happened, and we are seeing that disappointment play out on some of these names. But ML, aside of that, if we have our next guest, or if we have Sushil, we could ask him about how one should really navigate some of these railways and defense stocks post the budget.
Seems we don't have Sushil, but we do have Prashant Jain. Prashant, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mahalakshmi.
What is the big takeaway from the budget? Where are you placing your next bets?
Mahalakshmi, I think it's a very good budget, and I don't see any negatives. The policy direction is consistent. Invest more, improve the ease of doing business conditions, maintain stability and taxation, direct, indirect taxes, and bring in more equitable tax regime. And I think some concessions for the low income groups and higher taxation for the HNIs, ultra HNIs, by way of taxing higher taxes on capital gains and on buybacks. And maintain that accelerate fiscal consolidation, which I think is great. And government has done its bit of supporting Capex. And I think by reducing fiscal deficit, they will make it easier for the private sector to step in. And I think net, and I don't feel there is anything to be concerned about at all.
Were you disappointed about Capex number remaining the same? Because even after the interim budget, most people were speculating that, it was only a 17% rise over the previous revised estimate, and we could have done with a 20-25% because the signs of private Capex coming on stream is still not very clear.
Actually, to be honest, I was not disappointed at all, because we have to be mindful that 3 years back or thereabouts, the Capex to GDP was about 1.7%. You have taken it up to 3.4%. So I think there are limits to how high that number can grow. And in fact, we have written in our last quarterly that we believe fiscal consolidation should progress. And one of the reasons is that government's Capex to GDP is unlikely to go up in percentage terms. So I don't think I am disappointed on that front. And after our interim budget and this budget, there is hardly any gap. It is by the same people, the same thought process. So there was no disappointment for me personally.
Okay. Prashant, how do you see the complexion of the market change in terms of, the stocks that have led the rally over the last 2-3 years? Do you see that change? Because largely it was private sector banks, a lot of public sector banks, and a lot of other public sector companies, and you own a lot of them. Do you see momentum shifting away from that pack? Yes, especially as you're saying that government spending is not going up, and there are limits to that. Does it also limit growth opportunities for some of those companies? Of course, you have to. It's quite a diverse basket, but you can expand on that.
The government's Capex is going up, but I think the rate of change is certainly coming down, and I think that's quite normal and to be expected. And I do feel that with the sharp run-up in prices in the engineering, manufacturing, defense space, the markets are pricing in very high levels of growth for considerable periods. So I think the risk reward in that space is much lower, and I would be either very selective or be cautious on that space. And this applies irrespective of whether you are public sector or private sector. I think markets have moved beyond distinguishing companies or valuing companies on the basis of ownership alone. And today, I don't think are cheap or expensive by virtue of being PSUs. So I think uh, I would be cautious in the manufacturing defense space, but banks I think are okay. Banks I think are okay.
But in banks, would you prefer the private sector banks, or is there value in public sector banks? Especially because of this, the whole narrative that deposits are becoming more and more expensive to come by, and do public sector banks have an advantage there?
I think again the markets are not differentiating between public and private sector. If you look at, for example, the valuation gap between State Bank, the biggest public sector bank, and the other large private banks has narrowed considerably. I think some discount is warranted, but it is clearly much lower than what it used to be. So we own strong private banks and strong public banks. I think that's how it should be because the valuation gap has normalized. I don't think public banks would have any uh, special advantage when it
ये
comes
देश के
to deposits.
गांव
But yes, in
गरीब
some
किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है। पिछले 10 वर्षों में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं। ये जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास बना है, यह बजट उनके सशक्तिकरण की निरंतरता का बजट है। इन नौजवानों को अनगिनत नए अवसर देने वाला बजट है। इस बजट से शिक्षा और स्किल को नई स्केल मिलेगी। ये मिडिल क्लास को नई ताकत देने वाला बजट है। ये जनजातीय समाज, दलित, पिछड़ों को सशक्त करने की मजबूत योजनाओं के साथ आया है। इस बजट से महिलाओं की आर्थिक भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने में मदद मिलेगी। इस बजट से छोटे व्यापारियों, एमएसएमईज को यानी कि लघु उद्योगों का उसकी प्रगति का नया रास्ता मिलेगा। बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर भी बल है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर भी बल है। इससे आर्थिक विकास को नई गति मिलेगी और गति को भी निरंतरता मिलेगी। साथियों, रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के अभूतपूर्व अवसर बढ़, ये हमारी सरकार की पहचान रही है। आज का बजट इसे और सुदृढ़ करता है। देश और दुनिया ने पीएलआई स्कीम की सफलता देखी है। अब इस बजट में सरकार ने एम्प्लॉयमेंट लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव स्कीम की घोषणा की है। करोड़ों नए रोजगार बनेंगे। इस योजना के तहत जीवन में पहली नौकरी पाने वाले युवा की पहली तनख्वाह हमारी सरकार देगी। स्किल डेवलपमेंट और उच्च शिक्षा के लिए मदद हो या फिर 1 करोड़ नौजवानों को इंटर्नशिप की योजना, इससे गांव के, गरीब के मेरे नौजवान साथी, मेरे बेटे बेटी देश की टॉप कंपनियों में काम करेंगे। उनके सामने संभावनाओं के नए द्वार खुलेंगे। हमें हर शहर, हर गांव, हर घर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनाना है। इसी उद्देश्य से बिना गारंटी के मुद्रा लोन की लिमिट को 10 लाख से बढ़ाकर 20 लाख रुपए किया गया है। इससे छोटे कारोबारियों, विशेष रूप से महिलाओं, दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी परिवारों में स्वरोजगार को बल मिलेगा। साथियों, हम सब लोग मिलकर भारत को ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाएंगे। देश का एमएसएमई सेक्टर मध्यम वर्ग से जुड़ा हुआ है। एक प्रकार से एमएसएमई सेक्टर की ओनरशिप मध्यम वर्ग है और इसी सेक्टर से गरीबों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा रोजगार भी मिलता है। छोटे उद्योगों की बड़ी ताकत, उस दिशा में हमारा अहम कदम है। इस बजट में एमएसएमईज के लिए ईज ऑफ क्रेडिट बढ़ाने वाली नई योजना का ऐलान किया गया है। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और एक्सपोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम को हर जिले तक ले जाने के लिए बजट में अहम घोषणा की गई है। ई कॉमर्स, एक्सपोर्ट हब्स और फूड क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग के लिए 100 यूनिट्स, ऐसे कदमों से वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट अभियान को गति मिलेगी। साथियों, ये बजट हमारे स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम के लिए ढेर सारे नए अवसर लेकर आया है। स्पेस इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 1000 करोड़ रुपए का फंड हो, एंजल टैक्स हटाने का फैसला हो, ऐसे कई सारे कदम इस बजट में उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, रिकॉर्ड हाई कैपेक्स इकोनॉमी का एक ड्राइविंग फोर्स बनेगा। 12 नए इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स, देश में नए सैटेलाइट टाउन्स का विकास और 14 बड़े शहरों के लिए ट्रांजिट प्लान्स, इससे देश में नए इकोनॉमिक हब विकसित होंगे और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में नए रोजगार बनेंगे। साथियों, आज डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट्स रिकॉर्ड स्तर पर है। इस बजट में डिफेंस सेक्टर को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए अनेक प्रावधान किए गए हैं। आज पूरी दुनिया में भारत के प्रति आकर्षण बढ़ा है और भारत में टूरिज्म के क्षेत्र में नई संभावनाएं बनी हैं। टूरिज्म क्षेत्र गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के लिए कई अवसर लेके आता है। इस बजट में टूरिज्म क्षेत्र पर भी विशेष बल दिया गया है। साथियों, एनडीए सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल में ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को लगातार टैक्स से राहत मिलती रहे। इस बजट में भी इनकम टैक्स में कटौती और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन में वृद्धि का फैसला लिया गया है। टीडीएस के नियमों को भी सरल किया गया है। इन कदमों से हर टैक्स पेयर को अतिरिक्त बचत होने वाली है। साथियों, देश के विकास के लिए भारत के पूर्वी क्षेत्र का संपूर्ण विकास पूर्वोदय के विजन द्वारा हमारे इस अभियान को नई गति, नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी। हम पूर्वी भारत में कई महत्वपूर्ण इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसे हाईवेज, वाटर प्रोजेक्ट्स और पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स का निर्माण कर विकास को नई गति देंगे। साथियों, इस बजट का एक बहुत बड़ा फोकस देश के किसान है। अन्न भंडारण के लिए दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी स्कीम के बाद अब हम वेजिटेबल प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर्स बनाने जा रहे हैं। इससे एक और छोटे किसानों को फल, सब्जियों, अन्य उपज के लिए नए बाजार मिलेंगे, बेहतर दाम मिलेंगे, तो दूसरी ओर हमारे मध्यम वर्ग के लिए फल, सब्जियों की उपलब्धता बढ़ेगी और परिवार के लिए पोषण भी सुनिश्चित होगा। कृषि क्षेत्र में भारत का आत्मनिर्भर बनना समय की मांग है। इसलिए दलहन, तिलहन की पैदावार बढ़ाने के लिए किसानों को मदद की घोषणा की गई है। साथियों, देश में गरीबी समाप्त हो, गरीब का सशक्तिकरण हो, इस दिशा में भी आज के बजट में प्रमुख घोषणाएं की गई है। गरीबों के लिए 3 करोड़ नए घर बनाना तय हुआ है। जनजातीय उन्नत ग्राम अभियान सेचुरेशन अप्रोच के साथ 5 करोड़ आदिवासी परिवारों को मूलभूत सुविधाओं से जोड़ा जाएगा। इसके अलावा ग्राम सड़क योजना 25,000 नए ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों को ऑल वेदर रोड से जोड़ेगी। इसका लाभ देश के सभी राज्यों के दूर दराज गांवों को मिलेगा। साथियों, आज का बजट नए अवसर, नई ऊर्जा लेकर आया है। ये ढेर सारे नए रोजगार, स्वरोजगार के अवसर लेकर आया है। ये बेटर ग्रोथ और ब्राइट फ्यूचर लेकर आया है। आज का बजट भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत बनाने के उस पूरी प्रक्रिया में कैटलिस्ट का काम करेगा। विकसित भारत की एक ठोस नींव रखेगा। सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
देखो कैसे होगा।
I don't think the CNBC.
Well, that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing the public of India, the citizens of India, and talking about what budget 2024 aims to do and how it aims to work on various sections, sectors and segments across the landscape, the economic landscape of the country. Anything remarkable that you took away from the PM's speech, Modi?
No, I mean, so it's very detailed, and he sort of expounding on the main features of the budget, and he did talk about went a lot of details about, for example, the fact that the angel tax has been scrapped, about the you know, the which is a granular measure which had irritated the startup sector, and he talked about essentially the measures. He talked about, for example, of one of the schemes announced in the budget which would offer internships in the 100 top companies in India. So he talked about young boys and girls being able to work in top Indian in top companies. So yeah, so he talked about the welfare measures of the budget, the employment generation prospects on agriculture. He talked about emphasis on things like vegetable cultivation, defense exports, this thing. emphasis on building resilience in agriculture, in with reference to climate change. So overall, a very comprehensive account of what the main proposals of the budget, and but with obviously with emphasis on the welfare aspects.
So we continue to have Prashant Jain. Prashant, coming back to you, you were talking about banks. You don't distinguish between private and public sector banks, and you hold good quality banks in both. On the consumption side, Prashant, did you see any measures in the budget that gives you the confidence that consumption growth might be back?
We need to understand the background. I think the consumption has grown faster than the economy for a few years, and I think that was driven by a rising leverage in households. And if you are probably you are aware, India's household financial savings, net financial savings, has dipped quite sharply in the last few years. So when you prepone your consumption driven by borrowings, it will lead to some moderation. I think that is what we are probably experiencing. I think the key to growing consumption sustainably over longer periods is to faster economic growth, more investments, more job creation. And that is what the budget is focusing on, honestly. But yes, to some extent, the moderation in tax rates and the tax slabs, I think, will provide some relief to the lower income groups.
Specifically, what measures are you talking about which gives you the confidence that we will see a recovery in all of this? I mean, is there anything specific that you saw which can sort of change this equation in terms of private capex coming quickly?
But I think government has to play the role of an enabler and to create space, and that is what is being done steadily. So if you look at the reforms over last decade, IBC, GST, PLI, RERA, improving physical digital infrastructure, the focus on further simplification of direct indirect taxes in this budget, the digitization of land records, property ownership, the endeavor to bridge the gap between demand and supply of skills in labor. I think the government and to create borrowing space for the private sector by continuing to moderate the fiscal deficit. So I think these are all steps that will lead to a recovery in private capex. And I am not disappointed with the progress we have made so far. See, capex is a long lead item. It is not a revenue expenditure that you plan today and you execute it tomorrow. So there is a gap between intent, planning, and eventual capex. If you look at the order backlogs of large engineering companies in India, that has gone up sharply, and that is reflected in the stock prices also. So I think private capex is recovering. It bottomed out 2-3 years back, and I think it will continue to grow faster than GDP and to progress over the next 3-5 years. So I would be quite optimistic on continued faster growth in capex, especially private capex, for the next many years.
And what's your take on the power pack, Prashant? You hold a lot of stocks there. There was also this announcement of a BHEL NTPC tie-up for research around nuclear and stuff like that she talked about in the budget speech. Do you see these as fresh triggers for these stocks, or it is just status quo?
Well, actually, these are policy initiatives, but the impact will take many years to show up. I think power stocks, by and large, to my mind, are now approaching fair value, and they will continue to grow. But at the same time, I don't think they are trading at excessive multiples. So I think these multiples should hold, and we can hope to make some returns through dividends and continued growth in these businesses, undervalued as they were in the past.
And one final question, what's your take on the consumption pack? Because last 2-3 years they've not performed. Are these now at valuations that you're willing to look at them?
Well, actually, I feel the consumer staple companies are still quite expensive, and there are better, more promising investments, in my opinion, in other spaces, but the consumer discretionary space, I think, should grow faster. And that is an area of interest to us, though, to be honest, multiples are not cheap anywhere in India in the consumer space.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, Prashant, for joining in this afternoon.
Pleasure, Mahalakshmi. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
We also have with us CEO of the Bombay Stock Exchange, Sundar Raman Ramamurthy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Are you disappointed with the tax changes in the budget? What does it do for your business?
I think it has been a very well balanced budget given the various constraints that are facing the current situation. I consider it as a very well balanced budget.
What kind of sentimental impact do you think this budget will have on investors? I mean, do you think it's a, when you look at the liquidity in the market and the various constituents, does that materially change retail sentiment?
It appears that the market's retail sentiment is changing. That's why the market is recovering, as you would have seen post the budget. So clearly, the market is the decider, and the market appears to be looking at this a favorable thing because the market is recovering. That is point number one. Point number two is, as far as the specific impact on the investors and the traders, there will always be some pluses, some minuses, because it is a balancing act, as you would say. SUT increase is one part there, there is a balancing act taken care of. But if you look at the angel tax abolition, the encouragement given to the SMEs, the simplification associated with some of the short-term capital gains provisions, and some of the long-term capital gains provisions, and overall plan to make the tax statements and the tax laws simpler, they all are towards and also the efforts taken in capital formation for the country, and employment generation and skill development, which will be therefore overall improvement in the saving capability of a retail individual. It's a balanced budget given the constraints. That's how I will put it across.
Right. Sir, are you clear about what is the tax impact on property? I mean, what is the change there? Have you been able to see the fine print?
No, I had not had the opportunity to see the fine print. What I had realized is that while changing the long-term and short-term capital gain, it was mentioned that specific financial assets, we need to see the fine print. Honestly, I had not had the opportunity to look at the fine print.
So this 10% long-term capital gains is without indexation, but in property there was 20% with indexation benefit. So do all of them align to 12%? You're not clear either.
Not yet. Honestly, I need to read the full text to become clearer.
Fair enough, sir. So you've seen like 20 years of markets being in NSE, and more than that actually. Typically when taxes, the first time STT was introduced, what kind of impact does it have on liquidity in the near term and in the medium term?
See, it's like this, right? So
and right now also, just to add to that point, it seems like, regulators, government, all of them are aligned in sort of trying to cool off this speculative bubble that is happening in the F&O market. On the other hand, this increase in short term also tells me that somewhere short termism is something that they want investors to move away from. All of
this is a very fair assessment. If you look at any cost which is imposed on the market, the immediate impact it has is on the bid-ask spread, because people who are providing liquidity quote on both sides of the market, and their bid-ask spread is always decided based on what is the cost they incur in a round-trip transaction. As we call it as a round-trip transaction cost. An increase in one of the elements of expenditure will therefore widen typically the bid-ask spread, and therefore in the immediate impact, what it will be is there will be a reduction in the amount of volume that happens. That's exactly what the government also is planning to do, because people do not want a frenzy in trading. People should think what they are doing and have clearly an understanding of what they are doing. And it should not be a one-way street of just rushing towards an opportunity to trade. So therefore, when the bid-ask spread increases, the ease of coming in and going out is slightly sort of impacted, resulting in therefore more of a thoughtful volume, not of a frenzied volume. And once that happens, people start getting into a education curve and learning curve, and post that the market recovers and liquidity recovers. Because more and more people who understand it then come into the market, and the prices gets factored in, and the volumes return and liquidity return back to normalcy. That's what I have seen in my past.
But then, considering the fact that the large constituent in that market is only retail, and if that's going to go out, is there any constituent that can actually replace it? Because institutional volumes
Honestly,
cannot make up for it, right?
Honestly,
so what goes out goes out.
I'm not able to see it that way. I'll tell you why. We are able to define clearly who is a foreign participant institution. We are able to clearly define who is a domestic institution. We are able to some extent at least, clearly define who is a proprietary trader. Whatever is balanced, we are calling it as retail. Is it a homogeneous mix? It is not. In the retail, there are big high net worth individuals who trade heavily, and who are big people who have a lot of money, who have a lot of capabilities. And where we also have very small investors who are only trading one contract or one share. So therefore, considering everything as retail in itself is probably not a right thing to do. That is one point I wanted to make. The second point is, are we right in saying that they are the majority player? I don't think so. If the majority players are retail, who is on the other side, right? So today, when you look at it, it is domestic institutions, foreign institutions, HFT players, who are all very, very big in their own way. They are on the other side. So retail is just one portion of it. And in that, if you were to classify it as retail, taking away the HNIs and big participants, it will not be a very big proportion. It should be around, if you look at the F&O data, the very small retail participant contribute for less than 1% of the total volume of F&O. Their numbers is around 50-60% of the total retail, what you call as retail today, and they contribute only for 1%. The balance, who are actually very big retail, if you want to call them that way, or if they are probably high net worth individuals, they contribute for the bulk. So to just say that retail contributes the maximum volume, and therefore any bid-ask spread and therefore impact will be totally driving them away, may not be a fully correct picture, is my view.
Sure. If we were to, fast forward 1 year from now, do you think overall volumes and liquidity in the market will be higher or lower? That's question number one. And you think where will Sensex be?
Honestly, I wish I have that capability to see. I don't think I'm able to fast forward and look at 1 year down the lane what the market will be. Market is always full of surprises. That's what the market is, and that's why it is so interesting. I'm not able to forecast what it will be. What I am able to certainly forecast is, on this day, particularly when a very forward-looking, very balanced budget has been given, India's future is certainly very good. Its capability to reach newer and newer milestones is very good. Think about the provisions which have been made for innovation, research and development, next generation reforms. Clearly, it is forward looking. I'm sure because of that, no, and the look of fiscal consolidation and fiscal discipline. Clearly, therefore, India is poised to grow in a big way. 1 year, what? Next to 3 to 5 years, with the growing trend of growth and the GDP increase, India is poised for a great growth. Market is just one part of it. It is not the everything and anything of the entire economy.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining in this afternoon. We also have Nilesh Shah, MD of Kotak Mutual Fund. Hi, Nilesh.
Hi.
Your first thoughts on the budget. Are you delighted with the fiscal consolidation path, or are you ruining the hike in the taxes?
So I'm absolutely delighted by the fiscal consolidation in the budget. It is well beyond market's expectation. Last year, the fiscal deficit was 5.8% when budget was presented. And now we are talking about 4.9%. More importantly, with tax buoyancy, potential divestment, and potential higher dividend from the RBI as well as the PSU companies, this number can even surprise further. On top of it, there is commitment for 4.5 fiscal deficit for next year, and also commitment to reduce India's debt to GDP ratio thereafter. I won't be surprised if India becomes primarily surplus country from primary deficit over next 3 to 4 years. Combined fiscal deficit of center and state will be less than 8% after some time. So fiscal consolidation absolutely delighted. And the valuation positive effect of fiscal consolidation will be far more than some increase in capital gains.
Fair enough. Nilesh, what kind of sentimental impact do you think this change in capital gains tax will have? And more importantly, are you clear on what has changed with respect to property tax? I mean, with respect to real estate long-term capital gains, are you clear about what is the change?
So again, this is Gyan from WhatsApp University. I believe there was 10% without indexation and 20% without indexation for capital gains in property. And the period was 3 year. Now 3 year has become 2 year, clearly benefiting property owners. And 10 and 20 with without indexation has been merged into just 12.5% without any indexation benefit.
So what that means is equity long-term capital gains, property long-term capital gains is all now a uniform rate of 12% without indexation.
Absolutely.
So how does that change the complexion of equities then? I mean, does it materially change? Because people, at least the fact that, you know, real estate has not performed over the last 10, 12 years is also a key trigger why people are now looking at equities in a big way. Do you see that as a trigger for a reverse migration?
I think the real estate industry has a serious need for introspection. In which part of the world borrower of your product gets interest rate cheaper than the producer itself? An automobile company borrows at a much cheaper rate than the consumer who is doing auto financing. In real estate, housing loan borrower borrows at a much cheaper rate than the real estate developer. So clearly, real estate is an important part of individual's portfolio, but the real estate industry has to evolve in terms of transparency, governance, and consumer satisfaction. If you compare financial product versus real estate, there's no investor protection in real estate industry. In financial industry, you are protected. There is regulator who will listen to you. There is governance, and that is reflected into the borrowing cost of real estate industry versus financial industry. So I think more than the taxation, it is the governance practices which will bring investors flow towards financial services.
Why do you say that, Nilesh? Because with RERA coming in, I thought some of that problem was getting sorted out. Do you think that it's still a problem? And I know that, you know, real estate has wanted this industry status for a long time, which has not happened. Tell me what makes you uncomfortable about real estate even now?
So Mahalakshmi, undoubtedly there are good apples and there are bad apples. I'll give you just one example. 10 years back, I bought a property in Andheri East. At that point of time, there was no metro there. The builder was supposed to deliver fully furnished house in certain manner. For 10 years, he hasn't delivered, and I have sold the property at loss. Now, yes, of course, there is RERA, and I can go to the court and consumer forum and fight it out. Do I have time for it? I don't think so. What is the governance structure in the real estate industry? Can a auto loan borrower will be borrowing auto loan cheaper than Maruti Suzuki? Answer is no. Then why is a home loan borrower getting a rate better, far better, multiple times better than the real estate developer? Undoubtedly, there are many listed real estate players who are focused on building brand. They deliver fantastic into the price they are getting for their property. But unfortunately, there are bad apples also in the basket.
So as a pack, are you underweight real estate in your portfolios?
So we have generally played real estate cycle with very few real estate developers. and more via the building materials, building supply chain kind of companies. As I mentioned, there are good apples in real estate, there are bad apples. As an investor, I'm supposed to invest with good apples, not with the bad apples, even if they deliver higher return.
Okay. And after this budget, Nilesh, do you see any shift in strategy? Has anything changed materially for you to look at your portfolio weights of various sectors, etc.?
So we will be looking at fine prints to make some modifications here and there. But Mahalakshmi, when I'm investing, we are investing with 5-year, 10-year horizon. Budgets will come and go. Your basic investment thesis is unlikely to change because of certain budget proposals. Undoubtedly, fine prints, we will make adjustments, but by and large, no material impact on portfolios.
And this year, what is your outlook on earnings and what does the budget do? Do you think there are enough triggers for earnings to accelerate or at least replicate the growth of last year?
Last year, growth was in 8 big figure. This year, growth will be in 7 big figure for GDP. That will be somewhere reflected into earnings growth. Will earnings growth slow down a little bit as GDP growth slows down? Answer is undoubtedly yes. More importantly, global pitch has also changed. There is more protectionism. There is slower global growth. There is withdrawal of monetary accommodation globally. Put together, earnings growth is slightly to decelerate. If we get earnings growth of 10 to 15% this year, I think that will be a good achievement.
Fair enough. And the way you are portraying it over the next 12 months, do you expect a deeper correction? Because we've not seen a more than 10% correction so far since the pandemic.
So my feeling is that the cause of the deeper corrections will be more external than internal. We trade at a premium to others because we are doing well and others are doing badly. I have confidence that we will continue to do well, but I don't have confidence that others will continue to do badly. If those guys do course correction, then certainly some of our premium valuation could come under pressure and there could be some amount of correction. I still believe a big, deep correction is unlikely to happen. At best, we will have time correction. This is primarily because there is Triveni Sangam of fundamentals. Corporate earnings growth will grow between 20 to 25% over FY25 and FY26. That makes India's price to earnings growth ratio reasonable. The governance structure in India is far better and we are getting domestic liquidity. So I will say deep correction in broad market extremely unlikely unless triggered by a global event. Of course, there is froth in low floating stock counters, concentrated holdings. Those stocks will correct.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, Nilesh, for joining us this afternoon. Over to you, Karunya. A quick market check.
Yeah, there's been a recovery for sure from the day's low. I was looking at Sensex also a while back, and yeah, similar kind of a up move or a crawl back rather that we've seen for the markets. Nifty right now trading with a loss of 0.2%. 24,457 is where we're exactly perched at. And a similar mild, subtle recovery has been witnessed even on the BSE Sensex as well. Let me quickly pull up the top gainers and losers list as well. Of course, on the Nifty 50, a clear winner today is Titan, the kind of fantastic up move that it has seen and it continues to see even now is remarkable, followed by the likes of ITC, again another one from the consumption pack, which is looking fairly strong. You also have Tata Consumer, which is also one of the top gainers on the Nifty 50 today. But on the flip side, L&T, Hindalco, ONGC, Power Grid, these are the kind of large scale companies which are from the oil and gas sector, manufacturing sector, which seem to be a little not little, but a little, actually more than 2.5–3% lackluster, 2.5–3% lower in trade as we speak. Top losers on the Nifty 50. In fact, Bajaj Finance, Shriram Finance, HDFC Bank, these banking heavyweights are also weighing on the weakness today in the market. Clearly, Mahalakshmi, for the banking space specifically and private sector lenders, I mean, is the reason that they're sulking right now in trade because there was nothing significant, nothing remarkable announced directly or indirectly that benefits the private banking space?
I don't think there was anything
Yeah.
good or bad for
Yeah, that's
banks
what.
in this budget, because there is for the bond markets, which is their treasury operations, it's at the margin a positive, because there is no surprise. I mean,
Yeah.
borrowing figure is pretty much the same, so how do you really care? Otherwise, I think in general, I think the market mood right now, I think Nifty is up just about 20 points, is it?
It's flat. I mean,
It's
last
flat.
we
It's
checked,
flat. So that's the thing. I mean, we were discussing this in the morning also, that this is such a strong bull market that whatever negative comes is the market is willing to shrug it off. And I think just today is a fairly uneventful day, and whatever we see on the screens, whether they're gainers or losers, is just because somebody's taken a position. And there is no clear winner or loser from this
the
budget.
usual suspects, your infra stocks, your cap goods, manufacturing, your banks, very, very lackluster. I mean, they're just keeping up with the overall market mood, which seems to be a bit, sluggish.
Absolutely, because first of all, it is more of the same. The Capex spend continues to be the same. We're just looking at all the, spending segment-wise, and there is really no big change in the spending pattern of the government. The overall big number also continues to be the same, and it's very hard to identify. And some of the announcements, for example, related to power, etc., that were made, were not significant enough to be a trigger for any particular stock. It's the same old stuff, right? Urban housing they talked about, so affordable housing plays. These are all factored in, and if you see, barring Friday and Monday was a flat market, Friday we gave up a lot of the gains. Past 6-7 weeks, we have seen the market only rise in anticipation of all this. The rural plays that she, talked about so much, the agri plays, the, fertilizer stock was the only part which has been very disappointing. And all the Capex plays, the industrial stocks, all of those have rallied over the last 6 weeks, right? So we didn't have any substantial trigger for them to rise from whatever was announced today, because those are not concrete steps that is resulting in anything. The second thing is, I think on the consumption stuff, I think I'm still not very clear that what are those triggers in the budget which is going to immediately give you the confidence that this year's earnings growth is going to be better than last year.
The fact that one can still fathom why rural or FMCG stocks with more rural exposure are doing well, because they're talking about increasing household income, they're trying to get people more employable, skilled, etc. But what's more curious is the discretionary index and the consumer discretionary names, which are also rallying a fair bit. And Titan, of course, is an exemption, and it's reacting to the customs duty on gold and silver update. But I mean, look at a Blue Star, V-Guard, Bata. I mean, these are pure consumer discretionary companies, and they're also looking fairly resilient amid all the sluggishness in the market. So yeah, clearly, I mean, the outliers today, FMCG and followed by consumer.
I think durables, there is still a case, because I think the durable pack was especially low ticket consumption items were the worst hit in the last 2 years in terms of demand, suppressed demand. And there is obviously some reason to believe that demand may be coming back. In any case, I think the total manufacturing numbers also showed a recovery in the last 2 months, which is a positive. So they might, but the fact is also, Karunya, that in most of these companies, earnings have been depressed in the sense that you've not seen the kind of growth that we saw before, you know, in the before 2019, 20, 21 was also a very good period, but after that we saw the sluggishness. But stock prices have not corrected so much. So in a sense that earnings growth story did not pan out, but the stock prices did not correct. So they're not like seriously undervalued or anything that, you know, people should jump in and start to buy these stocks. Anyway, we'll talk a little more about that later, but we have Saurabh Mukherjee joining us from Marcellus. Hi Saurabh. Good, bad, ugly. Sorry, can't hear.
Not hear me?
Yes, we can.
I was saying, I thought it was a brilliant budget. Full marks to the FM. If I had to give marks, I would say 8 or 9 out of 10. She took on this whole stock market mania head on and said, you know, come to your senses, stock market investors. Here's a 20% short-term capital gains tax in case you guys can't smell the coffee, she said to the stock market. She acknowledged that employment was a massive issue. I thought there were 5 distinct measures to juice up employment. I'm not so sure all of them will succeed, but even if 2 to 3 measures succeed, I think we'll see significant relief on what is a pretty serious employment crisis in our country, I reckon. And furthermore, there was acknowledgement that rural India also needs money, that 1.25 trillion allocation to rural India. But what was most significant was there was acknowledgement that this whole Capex mania has to be throttled off, and the government has to spend on the poor, on the unemployed, on urban housing. And I think that's a significant shift in direction. I would say this is the most significant policy shift I've seen from the NDA in the last 3 or 4 years. And this is a lot like the budgets we got accustomed to in the coalition era that we used to inhabit pre-2014.
So what does that mean for the market, Saurabh? And also, what does this do to the consumption space? This whole rural spending and employment, all of it is welcome also, considering that in the last 3 years, that side in the budget, it was not really an area of priority in the budget. Capital spending took priority. Now there is this shift. But all of this from a stock market perspective and, you know, consumption growth perspective, do you see that panning out this year?
I think this is a very significant budget. If you think about it, we have a polarized stock market where companies that are reliant on the government for Capex or PSUs have done exceedingly well over the last 2 to 3 years, whereas a whole raft of other companies, whether they be focused on consumption or they be focused on consumer lending, those companies have struggled, as you're saying, from macroeconomic reasons. This is the lowest consumption growth India has clocked in the last 2 decades, given that we are one of the 50 poorest nations in the world. For one of the 50 poorest nations in the world to have 2-3% consumption growth in real terms is a serious issue, and that's been reflected in the stock prices of the FMCG names, of the consumer durables names. I think you and your colleague were just discussing. I think the FM is effectively saying that, look, we hear you, we understand the situation, and this is a beginning of remediating the employment issues, the consumption issues that afflict much of the population. And to finance that in coming budgets, they'll have to throttle off. They'll have to throttle off further on public sector Capex. It was notable that there was not 1 rupee increase in public sector Capex between the interim budget and the final budget, whereas RevX or pro-poor spending rose by my estimate, 3 to 4 trillion.
Fair enough. Bodhi?
Saurabh, this is Bodhi here. I just wanted to ask you just on a thing. So you see the rise in the capital gains tax, both long term and short term, as a deliberate measure to cool down the market, and also the STT on derivatives. I mean, you see this as a deliberate measure to cool.
I think it's a measure to cool down the markets. You're absolutely right, Modi. But I think I see it as a lot more. The government is effectively saying that, look, you are business people out there, you're entrepreneurs, business families out there. You guys are taking your hard-earned money and sticking it into the stock market in the hope of a speculative gain, rather than investing it in the real economy. private sector capex is weak, and the stock market is roaring, and I've met hundreds of business families who are taking their surplus, sticking it in the market because they're saying, if I can pay 10% LTCGT, whereas corporate tax is 25%, why should I even bother growing my business? I'll just simply stick it in the stock market. I think that's a serious issue. I think over the next 3 or 4 years, the government will try very hard to bring the corporate tax rate and the LTCGT rate close to each other. At the moment, it's 12.5. After today's change, it's 12.5 playing 22 being the corporate tax rate. I think over the next 4 or 5 years, the corporate tax rate should come down and the LTCGT rate should go up. Otherwise, you simply cannot grow an economy like this. You can't let people take business surplus, stick it in the market and speculate. And I thought it was a brave acknowledgement by the FM. LTCGT, it's a token increase. That's an acknowledgement that there's more to come. And the STCGT was clearly an attack on speculative activity in the market.
The STCG is actually very close to the corporate tax.
Saurabh, hi, if you can hear me, this is Nandita here. Just want to ask you, you've given the FM full marks for this budget, 8 out of 10 and all, but in terms of FII positioning, you think now they'll be ready to make a beeline to India? Of course, they have turned buyers. It's in sharp contrast to how they were positioned before the elections. So here on, do you think there will be more inflows? Do you think that the recent reversal that we have seen in the trend when FIIs have made a comeback, do you think this is sustainable going forward now?
I think if you look at the stocks that the FIIs have bought post the election, and the reason I'm aware of this is because these are Marcellus stocks. The FIIs like consumption, they like private sector banking. The FIIs are not particularly keen on loading up on government capex, because government capex tends to come and go depending on the political realities on the ground. And to the extent that the FM is signaling that the wind is blowing in favor of the government helping consumption, the wind is blowing in the favor of the government juicing up employment, I think this sort of budget is pro-FII. What's even more encouraging, I think, from a long-term investor's perspective, whether it be FII or DII, what's even more encouraging is the government is saying, not only will I stoke consumption, not only will I try to juice up consumption, I will do so without compromising on fiscal rectitude. I think that's just brilliant. 4.9% was a pointed signal by the FM that I can help the poor without abandoning fiscal discipline. And if I need some money for that, I'll get it from the stock market.
Sort of just to play devil's advocate, I mean, your logic certainly is quite compelling on what you talked about, why the government raised the tax on capital gains at many levels. But just to play the devil's advocate, as it were, suppose, I mean, one of the aspects of the stock market boom has been the, the retail money coming into stock markets and SIPs and so on, which has gone up exponentially since 2020. And the number of such investors is far more than, let's say, 6 or 7 years ago. Do you think that would, and that is said to have acted as a source of stability and as some kind of a counterforce, a countervailing force to FPIs, to portfolio investors who, were hitherto dominant? Do you think that they might be discouraged from investing in stock markets or indeed in mutual funds? SIPs in mutual funds, not individual stocks, obviously. Do you think that might discourage them? I'm just putting a contrarian argument here.
So I think what the government is, I think, very clearly trying to discourage, if I look at the tax changes today, is speculative activity, whether it be in the FNO market or in the cash equities market. Hence the doubling of the FNO tax and the jacking up of STCGT to 20%. The government is saying, I'm not that keen to bang you up on long-term capital gains tax, hence almost a token increase, 10 going to 12.5. And to the extent that the domestic retail money coming in, whether it's via SIPs or straight into PMSs like ours, to the extent that is long-term oriented, I think that continues in light of this budget. To the extent there are punters in the market coming in trying to have a flutter, whether in the FNO market or in cash equities, I think that clearly will get discouraged. And what I can make out from SEBI's stance on this and from the FM's announcement, if this doesn't work, then in the next budget there'll be another dose of this until the short-term speculative activity cools down. The FNO market volumes that we have in India, there is no rational justification for it. Neither is there any positive economic good coming out of that.
So Saurabh, I mean, just as a follow-up to what you're saying, I mean, if the idea is that the FM is trying to tell, especially family offices and high net worth individuals who are also sort of taking money, all the promoter stake sales that are happening are also getting redeployed into the stock markets, and that's a big source of liquidity for markets, which is what is causing this stock prices to continuously go up. Does that go away? Is this enough to dissuade that money to go away from the stock markets?
I think what I see, if you again link this to the fact that the buyback tax has been made so unattractive, unless somebody's out of their mind, no company will now announce a buyback through a variety of means, through the means you just highlighted, Mahalakshmi, and through basically eliminating the buyback as a viable option. And remember, dividends are also already taxed. The signal to the promoter community is very clear. You guys invest company surpluses into the real economy. If you don't want to invest company surpluses in the real economy, we will tax you as you try to sell stock and try to monetize that through your personal family offices. I think the signal is very, very clear. Whether the promoter community will heed that or not is something that we will see in the coming months. But through the combination of tax measures that have been announced, I think the government is sending a loud message to corporate India, saying, get on with it, get the Capex program going.
So Saurabh, if that were to be the case and it actually turns out that way, that will be a significant negative for the market, isn't it? Because this has been a big source of liquidity for markets.
If you give me a choice, Mahalakshmi, between what would I rather have? Do I want to see promoters selling stakes and setting up family offices? Or do I want to see promoters doing corporate Capex? I think my vote will be in favor of the latter. Private sector Capex is weak for no justifiable reason. And I think both from macroeconomic perspective and from a corporate earnings perspective, we would rather see companies reinvesting their surpluses back into the stock market rather than liquidating stakes and setting up family offices.
But I mean, it is one thing to say that people are prioritizing stock markets than private sector. A businessman, especially somebody who has an established business, do you think people are actually seeing growth and seeing this as easy money and coming into markets, or is it a lack of confidence in growth?
I guarantee you they are. I've spoken to hundreds of SME owners. Their point is, why should I work hard, reinvest in my business and get taxed at 25% or 22% if I can stick it in the market and get taxed at 10%? And I can understand that, right? To be honest, even Marcellus's balance sheet, we have invested a fair bit of our money from the balance sheet into the market rather than growing the business. Because why shouldn't I? If I can pay long-term capital gains still this morning of 10% and even tomorrow morning at 12.5%, that's a lot easier than setting up offices, hiring young people, training them, right? Why should I do all that hard work if the market will give me easy wins at a capital gains tax of 12.5%? So I think this is a signal from the government. They are indicating to business owners like us, invest in the country, invest in the economy. If you don't do that, then the long-term capital gains tax will keep getting close to the corporate tax rate, so that business owners like me don't get an arbitrage between what the corporate tax rate is and what the capital gains tax rate is.
Sorry. So does that mean, is that a negative for stock markets? I'm sorry, I'm asking this question again.
I think it's a good thing. I think, see, the stock market ultimately hinges on the economy. The economy is driven by private capex, right? We need to get private capex going, and the government is giving every indication that they will do whatever it takes to get private capex going. The stock market doesn't exist in some void where you can have an economy running without private capex and the stock market boom. It doesn't work like that. So that this is good for the economy. The budget is good for the economy. Anything which is good for the economy is fundamentally good for the stock market in the longer run. There is no trade-off here.
Okay. What are your top bets? Anything specific in the budget that creates triggers for any new themes to emerge from here on?
We've been invested in much of these things for a long time. So amongst agri stocks, we've been invested in Eicher and Godrej Agrovet for a while now. Amongst the consumption stocks, we've been invested in Titan for many years. Tata Consumer, we built a position more recently. On the women-centric stocks, we've been invested in Trent and Nestle for a while now. And in building materials, we've been invested in Asian Paints and Astral Poly for many years, similarly Pidilite. So much of what's done well in the budget, we've been invested in for many years, and we'll carry on like that. I mean, I never could understand in the first place why the wild rally in government capex stocks took place, and that was why I was so happy to see that after the election, the FM kept the capex spend frozen and jacked up the revenue expenditure, focusing specifically on employment, consumption, and rural areas.
So you see, consumer durable companies rallying from here on. We were just talking just before this conversation that, any consumer durable company you look at, and some of them you've also owned like Relaxo and all of these, even though earnings growth did not pan out very well over the last 2 years, most of these stock prices did not correct so much. So in terms of overall valuation, they continue to be fairly, I won't say overvalued, but it's not cheap.
Yeah. So Relaxo we sold a couple of years ago, but I take your point on the broader consumer environment. A lot depends on will you see consumer durable companies or consumption companies earnings rally? I think a lot depends on the measures that the FM announced. Do those result in incremental employment? My first reading of the FM's measures is those measures will result in meaningful gain in employment. If that comes through, that I think gives a fillip to consumption. I think the next thing to look forward to then is the election results in October. What happens in Maharashtra, Haryana, and Jharkhand? I think that again has a bearing on how the budget in February shapes up. But my reading of both the political and the economic situation is we went to sort of one extreme in terms of the market running away from consumption, the economy seeing weak consumption, and now gradually the needle will correct back to maybe get back to say 6-7%, which is long-term consumption growth in India, and hopefully the capex, private sector capex piece now picks up, and rather than government capex, private sector capex now drives the economy forward, especially as the interest rate cycle comes off.
Sure. Nandita, you want to ask a question?
Just wanted to ask, you mentioned some of the themes, in the women-centric names. Would you look at Nykaa now? Saurabh, has your view changed? I remember post the interim budget, when we were talking, we were mentioning how Nykaa also forms a part of the entire women-centric theme that the FM had highlighted. How would you look at Nykaa now as a stock?
And a team that made a fabulous business. The share prices have come off sharply over the last year or so. So it becomes interesting. Keeping a close eye on capital allocation, we would rather they didn't allocate capital beyond the beauty and personal care vertical. The fact that they are allocating capital to apparel worries us a little bit. But that being said, the valuations have come up and it's interesting. So we'll carry on doing some more research on it. I won't be able to tell you more than that at this stage.
Right, and in terms of valuations and earnings, do you think current valuations, are being justified by the kind of performance we've seen from the companies thus far? Or would you be a little uncomfortable because, it could be somewhere around 22, 23 times? Do you think some bit of correction is warranted if there could be, or if there is a disappointment from other sectors? Because IT, we went into the earnings season with very low expectations when it comes to IT stocks. Perhaps that's why they have really managed to impress, even though there has been no, tangible improvement in the discretionary demand environment. But would you see more pockets of outperformance from this particular earnings season? And if not, do you see some bit of, some chances of correction here on? Because, we've climbed all the walls of worry thus far, and even now, today, we've made a 500-point recovery from the day's low. So, could earnings be that trigger for a correction going forward?
I think there is a big part of the Indian market which is overvalued. A big part of that is around government-owned companies, around government capex-focused companies. There's hundreds of small caps whose valuations make no sense. Clearly, there is big pockets of overvaluation in the Indian market. That being said, because of the very sort of distorted nature of the stock market rally over the last 3 years, where quality has stayed on the sidelines, the sorts of quality stocks we invest in, their PE multiples today are no higher than they were 5 years ago. And Asian Paints today trades at much the same 35, 40 times PE multiple that it traded 5 years ago. And HDFC Bank, in fact, trades way lower. I think it's at a 20 or low on PE multiples. Similarly, say a Kotak Bank, right? So high quality names haven't had much of a rally in the last 5 years. And I think that presents a delicious opportunity for people like us who are saying that, look, the economy is in good shape. Corporate India's balance sheet is the strongest it has been in 20 years. Banking system balance sheet is at a record high. Tier 1 ratio in India is an all-time high. In fact, it's the highest in the world. Interest rate cycle is peaked, likely to come down, and therefore you couldn't really ask for a better macroeconomic environment, and you're getting to invest in quality names at the same P multiples that prevailed in 2019, 2018. So we have a distorted market, low quality overvalued, high quality undervalued, and our job is to optimize that mix that we are presented with.
Thank you so much, Saurabh, for joining us this afternoon. Now we have Amit Jeswani, founder of Stallion Asset. Amit, good afternoon. From morning
Hi,
till evening, have you got any new stock ideas?
Oh, from the budget?
From the budget.
Lakshmi ji, I'm not able to hear you properly. Your voice is very low. But we've not
New
done
stock.
anything. We've been on
Please go ahead.
We've been on some cash, Mahalakshmi ji. We're just finding new ideas very aggressively. The earnings season has been very, very, very weak. So we've not been able to allocate capital very aggressively. Though we've bought some auto ancillary companies here and there, some port management chain, some special situations we've done. We bought some real estate companies today. It's the same thing. Nothing changes. Yeah, we're buying growth. We're buying market leaders. Companies who are executing very well and creating market leadership in their segment.
Were you a tad disappointed by the, no increase in Capex spending? Is that a big part of your portfolio?
This was expected. I don't think it would have made a difference so much, but it's okay. I was very disappointed with capital gain taxes, but it is what it is. You can't do much about it. We make a lot of money and it's okay to pay some more taxes now.
Fair enough. So what is your strategy going forward, Amit? Because you are an out-and-out growth person and more so in companies which have moats, etc. We've talked about it. Does that change in any way, especially after this budget?
I'm not able to hear you very properly. If you can, I don't know why the voice that I'm not able to get proper volume of what you're saying, but my strategy doesn't change at all. Our strategy remains to buy growth across industries, and wherever we find growth, see, Mahalakshmi, for us, budget, after 2 days, no one is going to speak about budget. It will be only about earnings. If you see today, one wind energy company came with earnings yesterday. The earnings was a beat. The stock is still on upper circuit. This is India's largest wind energy player that I'm speaking about. Wherever, so we don't have that company in our portfolio, but wherever there is earnings, wherever markets are seeing growth, that is where the bidding will continue. This bull market. See, Mahalakshmi, today the news is very bad. If you would have asked me in the morning, what would market react if the government increased short-term capital gain tax from 15 to 20%, long-term from 10 to 12.5%, I would have told you the market would be down 2%, at least, or 3%. But this market is flat or now positive probably. So this market is not reacting badly on bad news. The markets are giving us signs that we are in a bull market. The markets are climbing walls of worry. The government getting 240 seats didn't impact this bull market. The budget not being as per market expectation. I didn't see a lot of people. Everyone was speaking about option speculation. Getting taxed, but no one was speaking about hike in capital gain tax. At least not many people were speaking about hike in capital gain taxes, and that was the case. But the markets have been very strong today, and if the market stays strong on these negative news, it is telling you that it doesn't want to go down anymore. And liquidity, and it's the same thing. Liquidity गिरने नहीं देगी.
Tell me about the real estate pack, Amit. Do you hold any real estate stocks? Because this is one section that has done exceptionally well. And of course, even in the budget, there is a lot, on housing. Does that look like a credible prey from here on?
Apologies, I'm not able to hear you at all, Mahalakshmi.
Okay, maybe Nandita. Nandita, you want to jump in with some of your questions?
I think ML was asking you about the real estate pack, the indexation benefit being removed. How do you really see that, and how does the realty pack look like here on? Amit.
Hello?
Amit, is my voice reaching you?
I think it's a problem with his, probably with his
I
mic.
think there seems to be some audio issue. We will get that fixed, but just want to get you a market check on that note. Very flat. In fact, we've given up those mild gains that we were witnessing just a while ago. So we are down, some 30 odd points. No big fall coming in, but we are somewhat volatile after the day's low. In fact, we are waiting for the finance minister's press conference also post the budget speech. It will begin any time, and we will cut across once she starts. In fact, the press conference has just started. Let's cut across. Okay, so the FM will be starting her press conference, so the post budget speech press conference. Of course. Okay, we will come and cut back to the finance minister once she starts speaking. I think she has started speaking. Okay, Amit, we were talking about.
Let her speak now.
She can't see the
budget and also seek clarification. For your, just for a matter of drawing your attention, we've put up a single slide which has used the word employment as an acronym to capture that is everything in the budget. So each letter actually highlights the important points of the budget, and we can elaborate more on that a bit later. But employment captures everything to do with this budget, and I would like you to, for a moment, spend a time on it. And deriving from that, everything which has been said in the budget falls in place. But with that said, yes, your question is on the point there is we wanted to simplify the approach to taxation, also for the capital gains. One. Second, if anything, the average taxation actually has come down when we say it is 12.5%. Because we've worked out for each of the different asset classes, each varied with the indexation. I'll ask secretaries to elaborate on it. But the point that we brought it down from below the average to 12.5, which is the lowest if you can look at the last several years, encourages investment in the markets. With that said, I'll ask Somanathan or who is going to elaborate, Sanjay, on the specifics.
So you had, there were, I think, two or more parts to your question. One was on real estate and gold and other assets. So earlier the rate was 20% with indexation. It has now been reduced to 12.5% without indexation. If you assume that the rate of return on real estate is typically above 10% per annum, and if you take inflation at about 4% per annum, the real rate of return was earlier, let's say, somewhere between 6 and 16% per annum in real estate. If it was 16%, 20% of 16% was being taxed. The effective rate was 16%. It has gone down to 12.5%. If the rate of return was 10% per annum nominal, it has also remained approximately the same at 12.5%. So actually there is either a reduction or no change in respect of the effective rate of tax on property and gold. Now, as regards the equity, yes, it has gone up from 10 to 12.5, but you will also find that unlisted equity has gone down from 20 with indexation to 12.5 without indexation. Basically, we have a very, very simple, easy regime. All listed, all unlisted are at 12.5% long term. And all are at 20%, I mean, equities are at 20% and everything else is at applicable rate for short term. So yes, short term has gone up, and yes, long term has been rationalized. It has not necessarily gone up. And Sanjay, would you like to add anything?
One point I would like to add over here is that we also need to keep in mind as to the kind of people who are actually paying these taxes, the capital gains on the securities, the listed securities especially. And so over there, when we did this analysis for the year 22-23, we found that about 88% of the tax is actually coming from people who have an income of more than 15 lakh. 61% of that income is actually coming from people who have an income of more than 1 crore.
That is income on capital gains on this.
And we are all aware that otherwise, the standard rate is, about 30%. And for some, it can go up to 39%. So this marginal, very small marginal increase is actually impacting only those, primarily those who have an income of more than 15 lakh rupees per year.
Okay, number 3.
On capital gains.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria from CNBC TV 18. You announced a very lucrative new tax regime with changes in tax slabs. A lot of new changes are there in the income tax side, on the revenue side. And in the speech, you mentioned that revenue foregone will be around 29,000 crore rupees, whereas government will now try to mobilize around 30,000 crore rupees. What will be these revenue mobilization measures, and from where do you think this foregone revenue will be recovered? If you can highlight, where are you foregoing the revenue and where are you going to recoup this revenue from?
First of all, it is not just because we've mentioned it in this budget, but the attempt to widen the tax net is something which we've been repeatedly saying, that India's tax net will have to be widened, whether it is in the direct taxation or indirect. Second, there are also now the PSU dividends which are improving because their valuations have gone up really high. And their performance is also now substantially increased. So revenue mobilization is not just tax-based, you have non-tax revenue mobilizations which are also coming up. Then we had, for almost now 3 years, been talking about asset monetization, which is not selling of assets, but optimum utilization of those assets which are lying in the form of unutilized stadiums or land which is available with PSUs which can be utilized for better purposes. That's a third one. Fourth, you're also looking at generating resources from newer areas. So in all those, the revenue is going to be mobilized better, and as a result of which the revenue foregone will be now made up for. Is our
Well, those are some important clarifications coming in from the Finance Ministry on, on realty indexation benefit being taken, being removed, and of course the LTCG on realty being reduced to 12.5% from 20%. But let's now also listen into some of the political reactions that are coming in on the budget that was presented in the Parliament by the Finance Minister today.
वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने जो बजट प्रस्तुत किया, हम कह सकते हैं आधुनिक भारत के निर्माण में सहायक सिद्ध होगा। 2047 में विकसित भारत का संकल्प का सपना जो देशवासियों ने माननीय मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में देखा है, उसको पूरा करने वाला बजट है। एक तरफ छात्रों की चिंता की गई है, किसानों को भी मजबूती देने का काम किया गया है, मध्यम वर्गीय लोगों के जीवन स्तर को ऊपर उठाने के लिए प्रावधान किए गए हैं, इनकम टैक्स सीमा में छूट देकर के सरकारी कर्मचारियों को भी बड़ा तोहफा भारत सरकार ने देने का काम किया है। मैं बजट का बहुत बहुत स्वागत करता हूं और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, वित्त मंत्री आदरणीय निर्मला सीतारमण जी को बहुत बहुत आभार प्रकट करता हूं और पूरे प्रदेशवासियों को बहुत बहुत बधाई।
मैं समझती हूँ किचन का ध्यान नहीं रखा गया है क्योंकि सरकार महंगाई के बारे में कोई स्टेप्स लेना ही नहीं चाह रही है, और जहाँ तक हम देखेंगे तो जो परचेजिंग पावर है जो रूरल एरियाज में है वो लगातार घटती जा रही है, इसके ऊपर भी कोई ध्यान नहीं दिया गया है।
यह बजट सर्वस्पर्शी
सर्वसमावेशी, विकासोन्मुख 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की आशा, आकांक्षा और अमृत काल के संकल्पों को पूरा करने वाला सिद्ध होगा। आम बजट 2024-25 आत्मनिर्भर एवं विकसित भारत के निर्माण का एक आर्थिक दस्तावेज है।
में विकसित भारत का आधार पर जो बजट प्रस्तुत किया गया, मेरी अपनी ओर से बजट की बहुत बहुत बधाई। मैं माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण जी को भी बधाई देना चाहूँगा, जिनके माध्यम से भारत की चमक और महंगाई दर पर कंट्रोल करने की जो भावना है वो परिलक्षित होती है। खास करके सरकार की 9 सूत्री योजना जो प्रस्तुत की गई, जिसमें कृषि उत्पादकता, रोजगार और कौशल प्रशिक्षण, आर्थिक विकास, समावेशी मानव संसाधन विकास और सामाजिक न्याय पर उनने पूरा बजट केंद्रित किया है। निश्चित रूप से यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में भारत दुनिया में अपनी एक नई पहचान कायम करेगा। ये बजट मध्य प्रदेश को भी अपने विकास के साथ कदम से कदम मिलाने के लिए मौका देगा। विकसित भारत में ही विकसित मध्य प्रदेश की संभावना भी छिपी हुई है।
We should be aware that this is actually a tax measure. It's not really a money laundering issue, but money laundering issue was being tackled through a tax measure. So first of all, I want to clarify that this tax, there are other provisions in the income tax itself, first of all, to find out the source of these funds. Number two, there is already, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which continues to be in existence. So if there is money which is being laundered, money, being paid as a bribe or for use in, other purposes for terrorism, etc., there are enough laws, including the Nyaya Sahita, Bharatiya Nyaya Sahita and the Prevention of Money Laundering Act to take care of those issues. While on the other hand, now some genuine money for investment, actually, there is this deterrent provision no longer exists, while provisions for money laundering remain, and they should be sufficient to cater to it.
I would add that there are also certain provisions of the Companies Act which can be invoked if there is deliberate undervaluation of shares. So there are other legal remedies. The balance here is between preventing money laundering but accidentally also preventing investment. So that balance is what we are seeking to get it right.
211 backside. Yeah. Hello, ma'am. Prakash Predashi from ET Now. My question is, will the increased STT be applicable from April 1 or perspective? And if from April 1, will there be retrospective tax calculation for the increased amount?
It's not retrospective. It is with effect from 1st of October 2024. So we are giving sufficient time for the exchanges and the people, who collect this tax to put their systems in place to be able to collect it. It's not retrospective, it is prospective.
13. 11. 11.
Ma'am, Karishma here from Business Today. Ma'am, congratulations to you and everybody. Ma'am, my question is on this special assistance to Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. 15,000 crore is the number that you've given for Andhra Pradesh for this financial year. Is there further assistance that you are looking at, or is it going to be need-based in terms of the amount?
I've already mentioned in the budget speech that 15,000 crore is coming through the multilateral development assistance, which we borrow from the multilateral banks, whether it is World Bank or ADB or AIB, whatever. And I've also ended that paragraph by saying further assistance will also be extended.
There is no definitive amount?
No.
152.
मैम आलोक प्रियदर्शी फ्रॉम CNBC आवाज में। मैम सवाल यही है कि जिस तरह से आप लोग न्यू टैक्स रिजीम को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, इस बार भी आप लोगों ने स्लैब में चेंज किया, स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन बढ़ाया, तो ये मान के चलें कि न्यू टैक्स रिजीम के जरिए आप मिडिल क्लास को राहत देने की कोशिश की है इस बार। ओल्ड टैक्स रिजीम को लेकर क्या कोई सनसेट क्लॉज है? क्योंकि आपने कहा है कि जो इनकम टैक्स एक्ट है उसका हम लोग कंप्रहेंसिव रिव्यू करेंगे, तो रिव्यू में क्या ये मान के चले कोई सनसेट टाइम आएगा ओल्ड टैक्स रिजीम को लेकर?
अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ। जरूर हमारी इरादा ये है कि सिंपलर टैक्सेशन रजीम होना चाहिए, और सिंपल टैक्स रजीम की ओर अगर हम जा रहे हैं ये रिव्यू के द्वारा, वो ही हमारी मकसद होगा कि सिंपल कर दो। ओल्ड टैक्स रजीम को सिंपल करने के रास्ते पर ही ये नया टैक्स रजीम आया है। सनसेट होगा कि नहीं होगा वो अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ, वो रिव्यू करने के बाद ही हम एक डिसीजन लेंगे।
और ये एक आंकड़ा मैं आपको दे दूं कि इस बार पिछली बार जो हमने परिवर्तन किए थे नई टैक्स प्रणाली में, तो 70% लोग अभी तक जो 4 करोड़ के लगभग हमारे पास में रिटर्न प्राप्त हुए हैं पिछले वर्ष के, 70% ने इसको प्रेफर किया है बनिस्बत की पुरानी प्रणाली को। तो बड़ी तेजी से लोग नई प्रणाली की ओर आकर्षित हो रहे हैं और हमारा यही प्रयास रहेगा।
Yes.
Ongoing period.
Ongoing
Not
filing.
yet. I mean, more returns are coming in. Yes.
271. Hi, ma'am. This is Sumit Chaturvedi, ET Now. Ma'am, the corporate tax for foreign companies has been slashed to 35%. I want to understand the broad intent of this intention behind this decision, and what kind of benefits to economy, increase in investment you are expecting.
You've, in your own question, answered it. We want more investment to come into this country. So that is why it has been brought down.
$95. Just to add to that, there was a widened differential between foreign and domestic companies which arose after the tax cut in 2019. When the domestic rates were cut, the foreign rates were not cut. So there was a widening of the gap. With today's change, there is still a higher rate of tax for foreign companies, but it is not now disproportionately higher than domestic. And therefore, this is something where, according to the feedback received from industry, we expect more foreign companies to invest now that this regime is adjusted in this manner.
Good evening, ma'am. This is Pal Singh from Outlook Business. So you have earmarked a significant allocation towards rural infrastructure today. So how much of a boost to consumption and overall demand are we expecting here from this allocation?
So it is difficult to quantify what would be the accretion to demand coming from. I mean, the obvious increase is whatever we have increased. But yes, would there be a multiplier? Probably yes. I think with the Awas Yojana Gramin and the Gram Sadak Yojana, these two do have a lot of multiplier effects as well. Traditionally, for capital expenditure, the multiplier has been calculated at somewhere around 2.5 to 3. In the Awas Yojana, it may be a little lower. But yes, there would be a substantial multiplier. I don't have a precise calculation.
But other than the Awas Yojana and Sadak Yojana, Gram Sadak Yojana, there's a major push towards the corridors. For instance, I mentioned in the context of Bihar, I mentioned in the context of Andhra, 2 corridors which are moving, one from Visakhapatnam to Chennai, the other moving from Hyderabad to Bangalore, Buxar, Purnia, and so on, and building of the Gaya node in the Amritsar to Kolkata are all towards building infrastructure in the rural areas in order that we attract more investment and enable transit of goods in those huge corridors. All these are essentially going to the rural areas in a big way. And therefore, it is not just through PM Awas Yojana and Sadak Yojana, but major investments in strengthening the corridors, building nodes, and therefore also in improving the rural infrastructure is happening.
11.
Ma'am, I'm Maria Shakir from NDTV and NDTV Profit. Congratulations for creating history today by becoming the only finance minister for having presented 7 consecutive budgets. Ma'am, My question to you is about the first-timer scheme, because as you said, that employment perhaps sums up the essence of this budget. Would there be more blueprint coming out as to how this first-timers scheme will be playing out, and what will be the role of private sector?
Just 1 minute. See, this Prime Minister's package that I announced has 5 different schemes. The first timers is, I would think, one of the very, very innovative initiative. So what we are doing there is to be able to provide first timers 1 whole month's salary as subsidy. And this will be put into their account as direct benefit transfer, but possibly in tranches. When an employer picks up a first timer, and this is through the EPFO that you get to know that they have paid their provident fund amounts, and therefore the first timer indicator that we are talking about will be established. So they can't just say one of the existing employee is a first timer and claim it. There are enough checks and balances in the system to make sure that indeed the first timer is coming in. And then the first timers will be put through that learning curve, and this will help them to acquire skills so that they become fully productive. This kind of a subsidy giving, 1, you give the first one month's salary. 2, you're also giving both for the employee and for the employer subsidy. So the applicable person for whom it is being given may even draw a wage up to 1 lakh rupees. But to the extent of 15,000 is what you're giving as a subsidy. The installments, as I said, for the first 1 month wage that you want to give will be done over 3 installments, direct into the first time employee's account. One compulsory measure that we are bringing in there is to make sure that the employee undergoes online financial literacy course before claiming the second installment from the government. So he may be a qualified engineer, he may be a diploma holder, he's a first time employee in an office, he becomes a first time employee and the employer also claims that he's been recruited. We try giving him the 15,000 rupees. He may have a salary of 1 lakh, but up to 15,000 rupees is what we are going to give. And in that, if you're giving 3 installments, the first installment will be given. But before he draws the second installment, he should undergo an online financial literacy course so that he can claim the second one. So we are not training him in engineering, we are training him in financial literacy. Post that, of course, the place where he goes to work, he's going to be working in any case. Then subsidy to be refunded if in case the employer removes him from the work within 12 months. So the employer gets a subsidy as well, but he will have to refund it if within 12 months this first time employer has been removed out of the work. This will cover, and we expect it to cover, 1 crore persons per annum. And the scheme will run for 2 years. So up to 24 months, you can have new employees brought in, new first time employees brought in, for whom the government will give 15,000 rupees as from our side, 1 month, what we think, 1 month's salary. Although his salary may be any amount, but to a cap of 1 lakh. And then he undergoes some financial literacy course, post which the second installment and the third installments can be withdrawn, put into his account. But most important is if the employer removes him within 12 months, the employer will have to refund the subsidy given to the employer. So that's how that scheme works.
278. If I may just add, details are available in the budget speech in the annexure on page 31. So there are details of all the five schemes in this package. If you go through them, there's considerable amount of detail which you can get.
Hi, good evening. This is Priyashmita from Informist. I have 2 points from the budget that I would like to ask. The first is nominal GDP has been pegged at 10.5%. And we have seen that growth is on a high momentum, and even the RBI has pegged growth at 7.2%. And the Econ survey said that it is going to be between 6.5 to 7%. So a 10.5% nominal GDP looks a little conservative. What is your view on it? And the second is that there's a mention that beyond FY26, you would want to reduce your debt to GDP. And you've mentioned that, you know, the 4% debt to GDP it's a thing of the past. So what do you think is a sustainable debt to GDP or a desirable debt to GDP?
Well, that was the Finance Minister answering some very important questions raised on long-term capital gains, on the lack of indexation available anymore for the sale of real estate and the LTCG that will be applicable. Yes, the long-term capital gains has come down for real estate, but indexation gains may not be available. But there are many fine points because the house price can be reset to 2001 levels, we are told. There is a lot of tax clarifications that we need on all the long-term and short-term capital gains changes that have been announced. There are a bunch of STT announcements. For all these details, we are being joined by one tax expert who's perhaps the best of them all. Joining me now is Mr. Dinesh Kanabar of Dhruva Advisors. Mr. Kanabar, thank you very much once again. You've really given us a lot of time here to the Network 18 group. Well, for starters, can you clarify on real estate? Because there are stock market and non-stock market people interested in this issue. What is the advantage or disadvantage with LTCG or real estate not getting indexation, but long-term capital gains tax getting reduced?
So thank you, Lata, for having me. A couple of quick points. First, the period of holding a real estate to qualify for long-term has now been reduced from 36 to 24 months, which means that if you hold a real estate for just 2 years and you sell it, then you would be entitled to qualify as long-term capital gains, and therefore the rate of tax of 12.5 would apply instead of the higher rate which was applicable today. So that's point number one. Point number two is that, as you mentioned rightly, Lata, we do not have any benefit of indexation now. And that would mean really that, so what did indexation do? Indexation ensured that what was being taxed was the excess which you got beyond inflation. Your inflation was protected, and there were gains beyond that, only that you paid tax. Now, today, when government does not grant you indexation, you are paying tax even on a notional inflation, which is not really warranted. That said, as you mentioned earlier, and you and I had spoken earlier, the reset of the cost base to 1st April 2001 continues. So indexation is applicable only in respect of cost. As at 2001, you apply the indexation to it. Now that continues. Therefore, instead of the cost of acquisition, you take the market value of the asset as at 1st April 2001. But however, the indexation applicable thereafter, which would be approximately a multiple of 3, is gone.
Okay. Mr. Kanabar, may I interrupt you? Let us take 2 concrete examples. Okay. I have my father's house bought at 50,000 rupees in 1970, and I am selling it 54 years later in 2024. And I have my house which I bought in 2007 for say 5 lakhs, and I am selling it for say 50 lakhs in 2024. How will the tax work for the 50,000 house going for probably 50 lakh today, and the 15 lakh house going for 50 lakh today?
So in respect of the father's house, you take the market value of the house as at 1st April 2001 and that will form your cost base. So when you compute the capital gains, you take the sale value, and from the sale, you reduce the market value as at 1st April 2001. The second house was purchased after 2001. So from 50 lakhs, you would reduce 15 lakhs and pay tax on that. No indexation would be available for period beyond 2001.
Okay. But in both cases, if I used the money from selling the old house to buy a new house, I don't pay any tax?
Absolutely. Provided, of course, that you do not own more than 2 houses.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, now let me toss the same question to my guest, Nilesh Shah of Envision Capital, who has just joined us. Please don't go away, Mr. Kanabar, because there are lots of tax questions. Nilesh, thank you very much for your time, and you've been really generous with your time and your explanations. Real estate stocks went down today. But what Mr. Kanabar explains is that if I'm going to sell my old house to buy a new house, then I'm not my situation, status quo ante remains. Then why are real estate stocks going down? Fresh buyers should continue.
I think it's just more a knee-jerk reaction.
Okay.
I don't think it's anything to do with essentially, this change impacting them. If at all, it's quite possible that because of this, actually the resale of houses may actually slow down a bit.
Okay.
And actually there might be demand for new homes.
Okay.
Okay. So to that extent, actually this in no way negatively impacts any of the real estate companies, but I still think it's just more a sentimental impact.
Okay. Why don't you wear your personal finance cap and tell me, because this was one interpretation I got from someone, that people invest their money in gold, in shares, in debentures and in real estate. So far in real estate, you got an indexation and a long-term capital gains benefit. Now you get only one. So in comparison to other asset classes, real estate has lost its lure, which is why the stocks have fallen. Is that a fair?
I'm not sure if it's fair, because at least in real estate, they still have one additional benefit, that if you reinvest the proceeds, then there is no
tax at all.
Whereas in shares, if you reinvest the proceeds, you still pay tax.
That's true.
Okay. So it still looks like, if I were to kind of look at it, real estate essentially is still favored relatively versus equities. Gold, the cost has been brought down.
Yes.
So if you really look at it from all of that today, from
real estate should not complain.
Real estate actually should not be contained.
Okay. Now that said, why don't you come with some concrete advice? Would you buy real estate stocks today?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, not necessarily, it would all depend upon what kind of, at what price, but I wouldn't be negative on real estate because of today's announcement.
Okay. Irrespective of today, where do you stand? Is that one of the set of stocks that you are attracted to?
Yeah, I think that is one. Two is basically this, again, the budget benefits the gold, right? Because gold prices are down. It benefits the jewelry companies. Hopefully, gold prices have come off today, which will trigger a kind of a consumer demand for jewelry. So anyway, gold jewelry as a space was looking good for the long term, but I just feel that today's announcements really kind of makes them even attractive in the very short term as well.
Fair enough. Okay, now let me come to the other important stock market rules that have changed. The LTCG has now been raised, short-term capital gains has been raised from 15% to 20%, and long-term capital gains have come down. Gone up from 10 to 12.5. It's come down for real estate. It's gone up for stocks. So stocks, there is an increase both sides. Now, Mr. Kanabar, anything further that we should know about stocks? STT has also gone up. So basically, you would say a stock investor is getting taxed more. Is that right?
That's right. So two things. One is 10 has gone to 12.5 STT. Therefore, you are paying both the transaction tax, which is at a higher rate, and you are paying capital gains tax, which is at a higher rate. But you know, Lata, much as one may talk about it in today's date and time, or for that matter at any date and time, would you regard that 12 months is long term? I mean, the fact that we are looking at stocks as just held for a year as being long term and therefore being subjected to a lower rate of tax itself is good enough. So while the rate has gone up by 25%, I don't think it is earth shattering, particularly when one considers how the market has been moving over a period of time.
Okay. Yeah, and after all, the aim of the government has been to tone down the exuberance. So perhaps that point is well taken. Mr. Dinesh Kanabar, thank you very much indeed for joining us with all your thoughts. Is there any last point you want to add?
No, the only other thing I would say is that, Lata, when you and I were speaking very early this morning, which was with regard to litigation, and I think there are enough and more things out here on litigation. One is a simple announcement that tax assessment will not be reopened for 10 years, but only for 5 years, which itself should give a lot of people peace of mind to say, once my assessment is complete, I can breathe a sigh of relief. And then, of course, we'll await the VSV scheme and how does the settlement scheme work to reduce the litigation. Very, very welcome.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, litigation is welcome because I think in this country, not just on tax, but on everything, it is the lower courts and the litigation that have pulled us down seriously. So any even minor reform in that to that end is important. Thank you very much, Mr. Kanabar, for joining us. With that, let me come to you, Nilesh. The market was surprisingly mature in the reaction to the higher short-term capital gains and the higher long-term capital gains. Do you think it is just short-term position adjustment and the market will continue to show its kind of sulking because of the higher tax, or do you think it has moved on?
No, I think it has moved on. There was that initial knee-jerk reaction when post the announcement. I think markets were down about 1.5%, 1.5%, and it was like a kind of a knee-jerk reaction. It's pretty much kind of reaction that we saw at the time of the election result. Of course, that time the cut was much more deeper, but the bounce back was very sharp. Probably the bounce back happened the next day. Today we've seen the bounce back on the very same day. I think it's more about the event is out of the way. The murmur around tax rates going up for capital gains were doing the rounds, and it's like it's come, it's happened, it's gone. Okay, and I think now market is beginning to focus on saying, okay, now we are off to the earnings season. The budget has been good, that there has really been no populism. There have been no freebies handed out. The whole commitment to infrastructure spending remains. There's a huge focus on urban housing, which can have a multiplier effect on the economy. I think if I remember the numbers, it was something like 10 lakh, 11 lakh crore, which is there. Those are like kind of humongous numbers, which will do a lot more good to the economy. So I think the market is probably trying to now just kind of focus back on that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get the number of houses. I think there was some
PMAY
itself is 1 crore.
Correct. So 1 crore.
I remember that. I even saw 3 crore number somewhere. So housing clearly has got a huge fillip. And along with that, would you be positive? I mean, what would it make you positive on? I'll just read out. Urban housing under the PM Awas Yojana 2.0, 1 crore urban poor middle class families will be addressed with an investment of 10 lakh. And in addition, there is also a subsidy for the loan subvention. So, do you go to the Aadhars and the Awases for this, or would you go for the cement companies, or would you go for the century ply kind of people who will be inevitably used in a new house? What are your favorites?
I think, Lata, all. Clearly, the affordable housing finance companies are like kind of the direct, straightforward beneficiaries of this. I just think the market opportunity for them gets a lot more fast forwarded, and that will help them to kind of grow in very strong high double digits, okay, as long as of course they manage their loan book well. The second would be the building material guys, including the cement guys. So cement, tiles, plywood, construction chemicals, adhesives, all of that, that entire pack gets benefited quite significantly. So it's essentially these two pockets which benefit quite phenomenally with this.
Okay. You know the valuations of many of these companies. Where are you more inclined to find attractive valuations?
I still think in context of the growth and the capital efficiency, I still think affordable housing finance is a much better space to be in, because some of the building material companies and stocks are like really on the higher side in terms of valuations.
Okay.
The leaders in that, be it the leading tiles company or the leading adhesives company, these are all trading at 40, 50, 60 time P multiples. Okay, and it's not that this opportunity is going to remain for the next 10, 20 years. They'll probably have a gush of opportunity for maybe the next 2, 3 years. Whereas versus that affordable housing finance, you write a loan, you make money for the next 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Okay. So that's why I think I would still kind of go with affordable housing finance space. Okay.
I think we are joined by Rajesh Srinivasan. Do we have him? Okay, I think I'll go to Rajesh. Okay, we'll get Rajesh away in a minute because tax is always attractive. But I wanted to ask you also, why did bank stocks fall so much? as you say, housing financiers are benefited. Now, I would assume PSU banks are also lenders at the PMAY level, at least small banks would be. Now, Jana Small Finance has fallen, small finance banks have also fallen today. Is there any explanation, or is it just position squaring?
I think it must be just position squaring. Okay. I don't think it's got anything to do with any direct impact on them.
Okay.
If you
Nifty
really
bank is down 1%.
Which is very surprising, because look at it. I think for the bank Nifty today, what would have been the most relevant? It would have been the number on fiscal deficit,
yes,
which I think has been good, 4.9, 4.5. That's honestly very cheerful, but very surprisingly that they are down. It's also possible because the numbers, the growth is not yet very high. I mean, these are banks which are still kind of growing in a band of 10 to 15%.
Yes.
And the smaller banks, the fintechs, the NBFCs, they're growing at a much faster pace. So probably fresh allocations are not going into the big banks. The fresh allocations are going into all these satellite sectors, satellite positions.
No, fair point. I guess the market was also hoping that something in the whole grammar will change to make life a little easier for the banks to collect deposits. That doesn't seem to be the case. And I'll just, since I have a fixed income bias, I might tell you that although the fiscal deficit has come down, the government borrowing, which was 14.1, has become 14.01. So they've only lessened the borrowing by about 9,000 crores. So the bonds did not react much. It's down by 1 basis point, which is still positive. But there is a bit of a jump in the overnight index swaps, indicating the bond markets are happy. The fiscal deficit is lower, but immediately the government is not borrowing less. But be that as it may, you've seen the HDFC Bank results, you've seen the Kotak Bank numbers. Are you attracted to the big banks?
Honestly, Lata, I can't say one is attracted. It's not like a situation where you want to kind of go overweight on them.
Compelling buy.
Okay, and that's because maybe the smaller banks and some of the NBFCs, some of the fintechs, some of the affordable housing finance companies probably still are a relatively better place to be in. Okay. So it's not yet a situation where you want to go terribly overweight on.
Fair enough. But any choice between PSU and public sector?
I think private. I think private banks.
Okay.
Clearly private
There is
banks.
something about mudra loans and some responsibility which is more for PSU banks. But I'll have to read the fine print over there. I'll come back to you in just a minute. We've got Rajesh Srinivasan, the tax expert, joining us. Rajesh, thank you very much, and thank you for your patience. We've been trying the phone lines for some time now. Well, there are a lot of minutiae of tax changes. According to you, what is the one that stands out in terms of impact on the economy or impact on corporates?
I think if I have to look at it from the corporate perspective, I think there's a lot more that needs to be done, because if I must talk about bringing out the direct tax code, as of now, some basic changes are being made. Rationalization of TDS is one significant thing. And also with regard to the reassessment period being brought down to 6 years as against 10 years, I think that's another significant move. However, I think we have to wait for the direct tax code to really bring out the ease of doing business in India. I think there is a lot that needs to be done on the tax front to improve our ranking over there.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying that the promise of the direct tax code reform is a big one, something to look forward to.
Okay. That's true.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else? I mean, we were expecting something on BEPS as well. Is there anything in terms of taxation over there that will come or has not come? Any disappointments?
Yeah, I think we thought that there would be support for newer manufacturing entities. We had a lower tax rate of 15% for the new manufacturing entities being set up. In order to further push the manufacturing activity, we were hoping that that would be extended for another couple of years. Maybe government is also under pressure on the collections. I think the corporate tax collections have been lower than the personal tax collection as far as the percentage of growth is concerned. Could be because of the lack of flexibility on the finance side. I think government has not been able to offer more on the tax front. That is one part of it. See, people are not only expecting the change in tax rate, they are expecting the certainty with regard to operating in India. I think that's where we need to give a lot of comfort to the investors. I think there we are hoping that the direct tax code will bring in a big change. I think the other thing is with regard to rationalization of capital gains. Again, it's going to increase the tax burden for some of the people. I think it's more of a balancing act where you increase the collections on one side, and the other side you also reduce the impact that would be there, but not significant. I think there has not been significant change with regard to the fundamental aspects. The other aspect is with regard to again VSPV. Whether that would help in eliminating or reducing the pending tax disputes, that's one more option that would be available. That's more to clear the past issues. I think we also have to look at how we are going to create a very transparent and simplified tax policy as well as administration going forward. I think that's going to be critical because our tax system has been to allow people to move forward without bothering too much about the past, particularly for the compliant taxpayers. So wherever we are seeing the challenges on the compliance, then there could be action on the past. But otherwise, we should allow the business to look up for the future. I think that's a change will have to come through the direct tax code. It definitely requires a complete overhaul of our direct tax system.
Fair point, fair point. And very quickly, Rajesh, one last question. What about the TCS, tax collected at source, getting adjusted in our salary payments itself? Would you think that is important? Because a lot of people who only pay, file their returns at the end of the year, if you went on a foreign holiday or had more than a 7 lakh credit card payment, then you ended up losing 20%, which you can get back, but you get back after 1 year. That getting adjusted earlier is a big positive, you would think?
Yeah, these are all the irritants that have been there in the system. It's getting gradually eliminated. If you have to measure some of the things that are being done at these levels, if you see there has been some concession given at the lower income tax bracket. So those things are being done. But I think it calls for a significant change, right? We are giving 10,000 rupees extra deduction for pensioners, right? Those are all the benefits that the individuals would enjoy. But I think the people would be expecting a lot more comfort, right? In the sense of 10,000 rupees increase in pension deduction may not be significant for everyone. I think we may have to, but still it would call for compliance. So we got to see how we can eliminate the compliance for senior people. But the overall exemption amount available with all of this, it makes it quite attractive. So these are the positives that are there in the budget. Making the changes for individuals at the target has been, if you see, the 12 lakh seems to be the income bracket which the government is looking at, either with regard to the employment generation or with regard to the taxes. I think that seems to be the focus in the budget today. But otherwise, I think you would see big changes coming in the years to come.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Rajesh Srinivasan, for giving us your thoughts. So there's some bit of cleaning up, and then at the lower bracket, there is a little bit of tax relief, both in terms of standard deduction and in terms of LTCG also. I mean, capital gains also. The amount that is excused, the cap goes up to 1,25,000.
Yes.
Thanks a lot, Rajesh, for that.
Sure.
Question based on that to you, Nilesh. Which part of the consumption basket are you attracted to? There is a little more money in the hands of people. Yeah. And, there is, of course, those employment schemes, etc., which hopefully will mean a little more of transfer of income in course of time. Nothing is going immediately. I mean, we don't have a PM Jan Kalyan or PM Kisan Samman Nidhi or anything putting immediate money. But are you attracted to consumer, personal products, FMCG, or are you attracted to the consumer discretionary?
I think it's a mix of both. But I think the broader theme being more about premiumization. I think wherever you see an element of premiumization or basically demand getting driven by more aspirations, I think that's really the space to bet on. What we discussed earlier, gold jewelry as a space, I think that's a very interesting space. I still think there are strong tailwinds of growth or a runway of growth for, is there for years to come. The second area basically in the staples category, I think, is dairy as a space looks interesting. I think that's one important area within the overall food basket, which I think is offering interesting opportunities. And the third, of course, is the travel tourism. People still want better experiences, more holidaying. So I think the online travel aggregators, the resort companies, the hotel companies, I think that again is a very interesting space. So I think it's a combination of these things that we like in consumption.
Okay, no, actually you're very right about tourism. There is a lot of money that's been sanctioned to Bodhi Gaya and Gaya, and we may see, like Ayodhya, yet another and Varanasi, another tourist spot coming. And I know in the past, in anecdotal evidence, in the last couple of years, the number of tourists who have told me they're going to Banaras or they're going to Varanasi or they're going to Ayodhya. So tourism clearly for travel companies and for hotel companies. Another guest is waiting by, but I just want to finish that travel question with you. What would you like in that? Is it the hotel companies? Is it Indian hotels which becomes attractive? I mean, airplanes, there isn't so much.
Yeah. No, I think the what we've been owning for some time is the interesting kind of space. We are watchful of the OTA space, the online travel aggregators. There are a couple of listed names, but I still think right now valuations are on the higher side. But if
You're referring to EasyMyTrip?
Yeah, and then we had recently Ixigo, which got listed, so we still don't own Ixigo, but yeah, I think these are some of the interesting space, maybe the Thomas Cook, etc. These are all basically the guys who are providing travel related services. Okay. So that's an interesting space to watch. Okay.
Now, a final question to you. I know I've really harassed you. What would you tell an investor to expect in terms of returns for the remaining part of this calendar year or even for the next 12 months? Do you think the best is juiced out? Or you think the growth story is intact?
So I think if over the last 3 to 5 years, the returns have been more in terms of the high double digits, the returns have been more in the 20s and 30s, okay? I don't think expectations should be now as high as that. I think returns over the last 3-4 years have had the advantage of a low base. The period between 2018 and 2020 were very difficult times for equity markets, and then you've obviously got returns which came bunched up. I think going forward, probably low teens is a more fair expectation to have.
Okay, low teens. I mean, you expect that, and if you get better than that.
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously, more the merrier.
Okay. Nilesh Shah, it was really a pleasure having you with us.
Thank
you very much for hand-holding us right from morning. Okay, so that's the message. Don't expect outlandish gains, but this budget has not done anything to deter stocks. Yes, there is a little more capital gains tax that you will have to pay, both short-term and long-term. But regardless, the market has marched on. A little bit of your gains will go as tax, but that's only 5% more if you look at it that way. Okay, with that, let me invite Mr. Sudhin Choksi, formerly of Griha Finance, to join us. He's absolutely the veteran of affordable housing. Mr. Choksi, it's such a pleasure to have you once again with us. Let me start by asking you, what did you make of the PMAY announcement? Would you say that for housing finance companies, especially low-cost housing finance companies, the budget is a good one?
Yes, Lata, I fully agree. The budget will prove very good for the housing finance companies, especially the affordable housing finance companies. I think more than housing finance companies, I am more pleased with the government's very extensive focus on the housing which they have brought in this particular budget. It is not only those 3 crore which they will bring it under the PMAY, but they want to also extend a support to 1 crore urban poor and urban middle class families. Besides, they are going to also encourage the states to reduce the stamp duty and also encourage a lower stamp duty for the women home ownership. And I also heard that they would be also doing something on the rental, regulation and rental housing at urban locations. I think this is quite an extensive, focus of the government I have seen in one single budget. So I'm very pleased, from that aspect.
Okay. Would you say that the way in which PMAY functions is good? I'll tell you why. Just before we went into the budget, we had looked for how many people are availing of the PMAY. And, we found that of the, for instance, in HDFC, this is before Griha Finance got merged into the whole, into Bandhan. The experience was that only 27% of eligible loans, about 64,000 crore were eligible, but only 27% actually availed of PMAY. And HDFC was the best performer. Griha Finance, of course, was best at 55%. But if you came to SBI, ICICI, the people who availed were much lower, about 13% and 6%, as low as that. What's going wrong? Is PMAY very difficult to access, Mr. Choksi?
No, it has not been very difficult to access. I think, PMAY is quite easy. I think if you look at the NHB records, because, the interest subsidy does, comes only through NHB, okay? And therefore, if you look at NHB's support in this regard, I think has been very good. I think they have probably given more than 20 to 30 lakhs of, home borrowers the interest subsidy under the PMAY. And as you know, PMAY is not only in respect of the interest subsidy. There are other self-construction beneficiaries also get subsidy directly from the state governments. And besides, the government themselves have been undertaking the construction for economically weaker section. And I think on those two parameters, one, there's government construction and the self-beneficiary construction, I think the number or the progress has been wonderful. So I think PMAY, I think we'll have to wait and watch this 3 crore housing which they have announced, under which of this pillar or under which of the tenant, they will get a benefit of the PMAY scheme.
Okay. And would you say that this also gives fillip to employment? I mean, we have found lately that infrastructure in the form of highways is not necessarily very labor intensive because there are mostly prefabricated bridges. It's not as employment intensive as it used to be, say, 40, 50 years ago. But housing, we are told, is still employment intensive. What's your take?
No, there is no doubt, Lata. We have seen over the number of years, housing has been proven to be the engine of the economy, and therefore this kind of support definitely will give a boost to the employment, especially the unskilled labor. And besides, I think the kind of the program which the government has announced on the employment side and the skilling side, I think all this is going to translate into, quite a good, positive for the economy overall.
Okay. Okay. Well, stay on, Mr. Choksi, if you don't mind. I have another economist joining me to give us his sense of the big numbers in the budget, the revenues, the tax buoyancy, and above all, of course, the fiscal deficit. Joining me is Kaushik Das, the chief economist at Deutsche India. Kaushik, thank you very much indeed for sparing time for us yet again today. You helped us with the big numbers in the morning as well. Now, the government has done a little better than you thought. I think you said 5% is your expectation. They have done 4.9. Would you give it a AAA?
Yeah, I mean, there are different ways to look at it from an economist point of view, particularly if you're in the fixed income market. It's the best budget that you could have, wanted from a fiscal deficit consolidation point of view. I kept on telling you even yesterday when we did the economic survey that I was the most optimistic among the panelists, and I thought like our official forecast was 5, but we thought like it could go down to 4.9%. And, if you see the double decimal, it's 4.94. So it's more or less in line with what I had expected. And the whole idea was that whatever extra dividend that they had got from RBI, they will not spend the entire amount, and they'll probably spend half of that for expenditure, and then the remaining part would be used for fiscal consolidation, which is exactly what has happened. The only thing is, from the market point of view, if the gross market borrowing and net market borrowing had reduced meaningfully, that would have led markets to, kind of rally, particularly 10-year bond deals. That hasn't happened because, the gross and net market borrowing has changed only marginally, and they managed it through T-bills and cash balances. So that's the only part which has not kind of, made the markets rally, even with a 4.9% fiscal deficit number. But from a macro point of view, these numbers look excellent.
Yeah, actually, they have not reduced the borrowing, I agree. 14.1 lakh crore was the gross borrowing. It's come to, I think, 14.01 lakh crore now. So just a few 9,000 crores less.
Net market borrowing.
Yeah, net borrowing, exactly. So would you say that they're probably preserving the best for the end? That at the end, you may see the government borrowing program getting, reduced next year because, your math is better. And why I'm asking you this question is, have they underestimated tax collections? They have said that because of the tax giveaways, they lose 37,000 crore. But because of the tax increases, they are getting in 30,000 crores and therefore they are about negative in 7,000 crore. But my sense is STT has gone up, LTCG has gone up, STCG, I mean short-term capital gains and long-term capital gains on shares has gone up. So, and of course indexation goes away for real estate. All told, the government may be more in the money at the end of the year. So do you think we can retain a hope of government borrowing coming down?
So, Lata, if you see last few years, whatever the government had estimated, first of all, they always estimate on a conservative basis. So even this 10.5% nominal GDP growth can be, high this year. But let's assume that 10.5% is what we'll get. Even then, the 11% net tax revenue, growth that they've assumed, I think that's on the conservative side. You could end up getting more, even from the tax collection point of view. One thing which could disappoint a bit, or maybe not, but at this stage, there's no way to know. It is the disinvestment target of 50,000 crore. Last time also it was lower. But if you add everything together, I think there is a possibility that instead of 4.9, you could end up even getting better by the end of the year. Maybe 4.8, that kind of a handle. If you look at FY24, we started with 5.9 and we ended up getting 5.6, and that is without the RBI dividend. It is just, tax going up more than what we had expected and expenditure ending up being a little lower. Also, I feel that the 11.1 trillion that they have kept as capital expenditure may be difficult to spend even in these 8 months of the fiscal year. So there could be some savings from there as well. So all told, my feeling is that this 4.94 could end up getting into the 4.8% handle. And to that extent, what you're asking, that decision will only be taken probably in December or January of next year, whether they can reduce some market borrowing or not. Could happen, and I'll not rule that out. But even if market borrowing is not reduced, if you get a lower fiscal deficit at the end of the year, then it makes it even easier, not only to achieve 4.5 next year. Now it is looking like you can go down to 4.2, 4.3 in FY26. And what that means is that if you add that 4.2 or 4.3 for next year, along with say a 2.8% fiscal deficit for the states, you are possibly going to go down below 7% fiscal deficit for the center and state as a whole, which can open up room for discussion for a ratings upgrade for India, which I've been saying continuously that this kind of fiscal consolidation paves the way for a ratings upgrade eventually. Not this year, but maybe next year you could have a serious discussion on that.
Okay, that's very big. I mean, my sense also is that we are perhaps on the way to a ratings upgrade. We have clearly, general government deficit is now going very clearly below the 8% mark. We are going to have 4.9 plus maybe at best 2.8, 2.9. The states normally don't deliver the deficit that they declare in their budgets. So assuming 2.9 over there, we have come down to 7.8. And I guess if we come down to 7, we could well be on the way to an upgrade. Kaushik, just hold on for a minute. We still have Mr. Sudhin Choksi with us. Mr. Choksi, would it be a big disappointment that the interest set-off on taxes is not increased for a very, very long time? We continue to have, at 1.5 lakh rupees. Do you think that that would have moved the needle a lot in terms of housing finance or housing loans?
Yes, I think, the government should have looked at, that element and given some kind of, incentive or encouragement or relief, in the repayment of the loans. I agree. But I think in the scheme of the things, I think, that becomes a little smaller component compared to
I
the
agree.
larger picture which they have been trying to draw.
Okay. More broadly, how are you looking at the health of the real estate companies? I mean, they were, of course, in the pink of health after all the asset quality review and cleanup of bank balance sheets. But you think real estate companies are in a fine spot? I mean, I know I'm not trying to ask you a stock market question in terms of whether you will buy real estate stocks. But more broadly, do you think that real estate is in a better shape after this budget?
No, I think they'll continue to be in a good spot. I think for over the last 2 years, the real estate companies across the nation, I think they all have been doing well. There has been a good demand. And I think with this kind of a thrust and the focus which government has been bringing on a housing, I think they will tend to gain and the momentum will continue. I mean, I see all positivity as far as the housing is concerned, whether at a high end of the market or whether at a low end of the market.
Low end of the market. Fair enough. Thank you very much, Mr. Choksi. Always a pleasure listening to you. And when from someone like Sudhin Choksi, then that's a compliment that the government should treasure. It comes from someone who knows. Back to Kaushik Das, our macroeconomic expert. Kaushik, the assumption of the nominal GDP is 10.5%, and yesterday we discussed at length the real GDP assumption of the government at 6.5 to 7. Do you think both are underestimated?
Yeah, I think this Ministry of Finance team of people are starting generally with a conservative estimate every year, because the approach is that you don't want to kind of start off with a very optimistic number and then you're struggling to kind of manage the fiscal deficit. It's better to start with a conservative estimate and then you get a positive surprise market likes that. So I approach 6.5 to 7%. As I told you, this year we have a 6.9% forecast, so possibly it will be at the upper end of the range that the CA has kind of indicated. And if you add at least another 4% GDP deflator on top of that, close to 7% real GDP, you could come closer to 11% compared to the 10.5% that they have indicated, which means that the net tax revenue growth that they've taken at 11% roundabout those levels could be higher with a nominal GDP growth coming closer to 11% instead of 10.5%. We've seen how the tax buoyancy has played out in the last few years. So I think the momentum would remain strong for tax collection. The disinvestments are the only, component which we don't know whether it can be lower. Sometimes what happens is if you haven't been able to do disinvestments in the last few years, you could have a bunched up impact and this year could be better. You never know about this number, but they have kept it at 50,000 crore. I've assumed a little lower number, around 35,000 crore this financial year. But overall, I think you could have an upside on the revenue front. On the expenditure, as I told you, maybe that 11.1 trillion already has an inbuilt buffer of savings in it because they may not be able to spend the entire amount. Last year, FY24, the whole year, they spent 9.5 trillion INR. So in this 8 months, spending close to 11 trillion might be difficult. So there could be some savings, there. But what could also happen is that revenue expenditure, whatever assumption has been made as of now, in December, when Finance Minister presents the supplementary demand for grants, there could be some increases based on how things play out between now, the monsoon and other factors. So overall, I think there is a possibility of doing better on the fiscal deficit front, and instead of 494, you can end up getting closer to maybe 490 or the 489 handle kind of a number, which may not lead to reduction in market borrowing immediately, but they can adjust it through different other means. But this will set the tone for next year. And when we go to 1st February, expecting for the budget for FY26, I think people would build in a possibility of 4.2, 4.3 kind of fiscal deficit number. And if you think of it, before this whole system of taking off balance sheet into the budget and adding it as expenditure, our fiscal deficit, if I remember clearly, it was around 4% or something, or slightly lower that we had come down to before COVID. So if you add about 1% on top of that, which was sitting as off balance sheet, we were actually at about 4.2, 4.3. So we are going to go down to that 4.2, 4.3, which is the pre-COVID level next year. And if you add about 2.8% of state fiscal deficit, we could actually be below 7% of GDP after a long time, and that could open up the room for ratings upgrade, as I'm telling you.
No, you're absolutely right. Both on FCI and NHAI, the government had parked a lot of its what should legitimately be budgetary expenditure under these heads, and therefore the fiscal deficit tended to be understated in the pre-COVID years. And
Lata, do you remember what was the number before COVID? What was the lowest point that we achieved? Was it 3.5 or 3.7?
No, I don't think we went that low, did we? I mean, I don't remember that very clearly. I remember only from the 6.4, which was, of course, a very big number in the post-COVID. But I can maybe get back to you. I don't think we went below 4, but I'll get back to you on that.
Number is,
let me just...
whatever that number is, you should add 0.8 or 1% of GDP, which was sitting as off balance sheet, and compare that with the current number, because now everything is on balance sheet. So if you go down below 4.5, that is probably better than what we were with the off balance sheet being added.
Okay. Now, I'll come back to you with the previous budget numbers in just a minute. Let me get a final answer from you before I go to Ashok Wadhwa, who's joining us in just a minute. I wanted to know from you, what is the multiplier effect? You know, when we discuss pure economic theory, we always say that if the government spends on houses, it has a multiplier effect, because a whole downstream of cement and, housing material, consumer durables get a leg up. Likewise, if the government, if the economy spends more on employment, then again that creates a multiplier effect. And the government has tried its level best to ensure some 1 crore more jobs and employment. At least it's given the incentive. We will have to ask a businessman whether it is, if there is demand enough for that many jobs. But that's a separate matter. Do you think there is multiplier effect enough to keep the economy chugging above 7% in the current year and at least 7% next year?
So the GDP data, Lata, has got distorted because of base effects, GDP deflator being, very low. So you have to, take all this into consideration. So maybe GDP growth is not as high as 8% like we got last year, because, the GDP deflator played a big role and it was very low. So we are probably, that's why I think the CA is very, kind of realistic when he says that 6.5% growth is what we can assume for a long-term trajectory for India. Sometimes will be higher, sometimes will be lower. So 6.5, 7, I would assume as, a realistic GDP growth for India, having taken care of all these distortions. Definitely there's a multiplier impact. It's difficult to quantify exactly how much it is, but, when you have, different expenditure happening, which is more productive in nature, like capital expenditure happening from the government side, that will definitely add to employment. What we need more now is to see that the private sector Capex picks up. That's $1 million question when it will pick up. We've been waiting for it. Government has done a lot from its own, kitty, whatever they could do without, kind of increasing the fiscal deficit or keeping on the path of fiscal consolidation. But I think over there, the Capex of the private sector has already started to increase, but it is only limited to a few conglomerates. So there's a broad basing of Capex recovery that is still awaiting. I think, maybe, in the next 6 months, or now that the budget is over and the election uncertainties are over. I know state elections are coming up in some of the major states, but probably next year you'd see the Capex becoming much more broad-based from the private sector side. And that itself can add to the multiplier impact that you're talking about and maintain a growth of about 6.5 to 7%. But I would also expect at some point the RBI to step in and try to boost a little bit of consumption from their side, because you can't expect everything from the fiscal side and fiscal consolidation to continue at the same pace. So maybe RBI will step in with some rate cuts and liquidity easing measures to boost consumption at some stage, so that growth remains somewhere between 6.5 to 7 for the foreseeable future.
No, that's a very legitimate, logical conclusion to draw. Considering that the Fed itself is speaking about lowering rates, or at least enough disinflation to please them. close to their target. September is now, I think, a 98% vote on the CME Fed watch. And the fiscal deficit also has surprised on the downside. So Reserve Bank has two good reasons to relook at its stance, at least when it meets in August. But let's wait for that. Thank you very much, Kaushik Das, for joining us and parsing the macros, which have turned out to be one of the healthiest performers in the budget today. By the way, Kaushik was right about the fiscal deficit. It was 3.5, 3.3 and 3.4 in the 3 years preceding COVID. Let's now get to the tax. Ultimately, budget is all about taxes, and so we have a tax expert before we wind up the show. Joining me is Ashok Wadhwa, the head of Ambit. Ashok, thank you very much indeed. You've been hand-holding us practically through the day. Well, for you, what stands out as the big tax achievement of this budget?
Listen, I mean, you have two different segments that you were trying to address. One segment that feeds into the Indian consumption story, the large Indian middle class. And we know that consumption in India has been muted. I mean, you know, this engine's been firing on government expenditure, really. And the consumption engine, as I said, has certainly been muted. So you had to address that issue. And then you had the other issue about a very robust, very spoken about capital market where people have different views. You know, the interesting thing about the market is that if you have 4 people, you'll have 8 views. And we've seen that over the last few days as you played your different sessions here. And I think in one sense, the government has managed to do both. They've taken a little from the capital markets, which is very bullish, and given a little to the middle class market, which really needed the money to support greater consumption. So in that sense, I would say if I look at the two segments that stand out from a tax front, the government has done a good balancing job, right? I mean, you have increased capital gains tax at the cost, I must say, of hurting a sentiment which stability in the rate and regime brought over a very long period of time. But you've chosen to take a little from there, and you've chosen to give little to the middle class by lowering the tax rates and putting more money in their hands. Obviously, the government feels that supporting consumption at this point of time is more important than kind of addressing the sentiment in the marketplace. And if you kind of see those in a broader perspective, you know, when we were sitting with you in your studio, you were obviously watching the finance minister talk and reacting on the spur of the moment. We've had a chance to sit back. The market has had a chance to sit back. And, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, books have to balance out, right? That's the one thing you learn in accounting, that you know, profit and loss and balance sheet in a two-sided accounting have to eventually balance out. And that's what has happened here.
Okay.
And that's what I would say is a good balancing act eventually, Lata.
Yeah, fair point. Actually, the market has reconciled that it will have to pay 20% on short-term capital gains. Yes, if I make 100 rupees, I have to pay not 15 but 20 to the government. But the fact that the market continues to see growth and the fact that it expects that 100 to become maybe 110, 120 in the coming year keeps people attracted. As long as growth is far higher than the incremental tax taken away, I guess people will remain attracted. It is important to keep the growth story alive, and perhaps the government, by putting some money into consumption, has done that.
Don't miss another point over there. They've increased short term from 15 to 20, which is 33%, and which is 5 percentage points. And
incrementally 33%, I agree.
Yeah, and they've taken long term from 10 to 12.5, which is 25 and 2.5% basis points. And the reason I think they've also done that is because the government, rightly so, wants long-only investors to be encouraged. The government has historically said, I don't like hedge. I mean, they've said it, right? That we like people who have long-term investment attitude towards India. And in that sense, even the differential in the rates, they've not taken 15 to 17.5.
Yeah.
They've really deliberately done that to continue encouraging long term.
Okay. Did you get a chance to speak to the Ambit Securities guys or Ambit Capital people? What did they say about the STT increase? The government's aim, of course, is to reduce the volume of F&O trades and they have maybe with that end in view increased the securities transaction tax on futures and on options, almost doubled it from 0.01 to 0.02 or thereabouts. It's still a minor tax, but do you think it moves the needle on volume?
From an institutional desk perspective, they don't care, because honestly, they are dealing with large institutions. And
no, they don't. But will the clients care?
I don't think so. I mean, somebody who is now, it's a signal. It's also a message to say that if the pattern doesn't change, I can increase it again and I can increase it again. So remember, the message is more powerful. The threat is always more powerful than sometimes the action itself. So I would think that it will have some impact, but I don't think it will have significant enough impact. The messaging is really, I think, what government was trying to provide over here. Yeah, I'll tell you where the institutional desk was more concerned about, and I have tried to clarify that to them, is there was a change in the OFS regulation related to OFSs. Previously, the government had introduced a legislation to say that if you are an unlisted company and you were holding shares which you had acquired prior to 2018, I will allow you to replace it with the cost as on 18 for the determination of what your gain is when you offer the shares in OFS. Right? Because remember, there was a regime, there was a time when as listed shares, where if you decided, if a promoter decided to sell shares as a part of the offering in the IPO, they had to pay tax as an unlisted company. And then the government, in an effort to encourage promoters and for secondary trades to happen, said that even if you offer promoter shares in the public offer, we will treat that as long term, so long as you held it for more than 12 months. And then they introduced a section to say that if you held these shares from before 2018, this was a time when the government was trying to encourage more and more unlisted companies to come to the market. The market was still shallow. They changed it. There was some concern on whether that concession had been withdrawn along with the concession on indexation. And as Dinesh pointed out during the studio meeting, when it comes to real estate, the 1st April 2001 pricing remains intact. It's the indexation after 2001 for real estate that's been taken away.
That's right.
When they brought the 2018 pricing that was used as a substitute for price when you held it, continues to remain. Indexation goes after that.
Okay.
So we've clarified that.
Okay. Yeah, he clarified that. Okay. Got that, Ashok. Thank you very much indeed for joining us and giving us the wealth of your experience, bringing your wealth of your experience to understand the budget, to help us understand the budget. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Okay, so now that was a 360-degree perspective on stocks that we brought for you. We've got tax experts like Ashok Wadhwa, Dinesh Kanabar, Rajesh Srinivasan joining us. We had economists like Kaushik Das. We had stock experts like Nilesh Shah joining us. And we had a housing finance expert like Sudhin Choksi. That 360-degree perspective tells us that there was one big disappointment, yes, in terms of the market having now reconciled itself to paying more capital gains. But the market has reconciled to it. It was a fear after the economic survey raised the worries over exuberant equities. So in a way, the shock was expected, but the market's taken it in its stride, and it's not a very big loss at the end of the day. If you looked at the way shares have ended, the Nifty has ended practically flat. Some of the big beneficiaries have been gold finance companies with customs duty on gold going down. There is also some advantage overall to the macro economy because there is a lot of encouragement given to companies to skill more people, to take on more youngsters on their roles, formalization of labor. That will also give a fillip to consumption. There is the big PMAY project, which is at least for 1 crore urban homes. That's expected to give a fillip to a lot of building materials, cement and housing finance companies. So there is a lot for many sectors and something for the consumer as well in terms of a higher cap on standard deduction. So, well, everyone has got something and everyone has lost a wee bit as well. No disappointments with that budget. That's it on this edition of Understanding the Budget. Let us leave you with some very interesting opinion we got as reactions to the budget.
कहने को आम बजट पर आम जनता के लिए कुछ नहीं। किसानों के लिए बड़े वादे किए थे, पर मिला क्या किसानों को? ना न्यूनतम समर्थन मूल्य का जिक्र आया और ना ही विकास निधि, किसान निधि बढ़ी। बात हुई थी कि हम बेरोजगारी दूर करेंगे, ना स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्री के लिए कुल है, ना मीडियम स्केल इंडस्ट्री के लिए। कहाँ से बढ़ेगा? कुछ पूंजीपतियों के लिए सोने चांदी का दाम तो कम कर दोगे आप, लेकिन आम आदमी की जरूरत का कैसे पूरा करोगे? कुल मिलाकर अगर आप देखें तो ये पूरी तरह निराश करने वाला। मैं तो इतना कहूँगा, झुंझुना पकड़ाया है बिहार को, आंध्रा को। अगर मुख्यमंत्री अपने राज्यों के लिए वफादार हैं तो इन्हें चाहिए कि हर हालत में ये समर्थन वापस लें और बाहर आए।
देखो, बजट दिल्ली के कागजों में उनको ठीक लगता होगा, लेकिन ग्रामीण पृष्ठभूमि पे ठीक नहीं है। इसका ज्यादा लाभ किसानों को नहीं होगा, कंपनियों को जरूर लाभ होगा। जो ऑर्गेनिक और नेचुरल फार्मिंग की बात करिए, वो भी कोई न कोई एनजीओ, कंपनी, कोई संस्था वो इसको लेगी और वो कहेगी कि हम इतने किसानों को खेती करने सिखाएंगे ऑर्गेनिक। ये आएगा, उस पर पैसा चला जाएगा। वो इसका ये देखना कि किस मद में पैसा जाएगा। डायरेक्ट किसानों को लाभ देना है तो उसकी फसलों की कीमतें देनी पड़ेगी।
हर पॉइंट पे, हर सेक्टर पे, अपर मिडिल क्लास, मिडिल क्लास, पुअर मिडिल क्लास और गरीब, रूरल एरिया के लिए बहुत, किसान वर्ग के लिए बहुत कुछ, एग्रीकल्चर के लिए बहुत बड़ा खजाना एक बजट खोल दिया। बिहार बम बम हो गया, जो बाढ़ ग्रस्त इलाका है, तो अब हमारा गोरखपुर भी बाढ़ से बचेगा। ये एक ऐतिहासिक, बिहार के लिए, नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी के लिए, राजगीर के लिए ऐतिहासिक बजट हमने नहीं उम्मीद की थी।
बिहार के लिए जिस तरह खजाना आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने खोला है, बिहार के स्वर्णिम विकास के लिए, चाहे वो बाढ़ की समस्या हो, चाहे एयरपोर्ट की समस्या हो, चाहे रोड की समस्या हो, बिजली के सेक्टर की हो, चाहे वो धार्मिक स्थानों के विकास की चर्चा हो, सभी चीजों पर आज देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भारत के खजाने को बिहार के तरफ खोलने का काम किया है।
बिहार के लिए जो हुआ है, बिहार का होने के नाते बहुत अच्छा लगा, लेकिन उसकी कीमत तो आपको चुकानी ही थी। यानी बिहार को ऐसे नाक नहीं पकड़ के वैसे नाक पकड़ा, लोग एक्सपेक्ट भी कर रहे थे, अच्छा किया। बिहार को ज़रूरत भी थी, बिहार की मांग भी थी, आपने किया। लेकिन साथ साथ आपने आंध्रा के लिए भी किया, एक्सपेक्टेड था। लेकिन बाकी आपने तेलंगाना के लिए क्या किया, पंजाब के लिए क्या किया, और जैसा आपने कहा बंगाल के लिए क्या किया। बहुत सारी बातें हैं जिस पे अब कल से उछल उछल के बातें होंगी।
बढ़ती हुई बेरोजगारी, बढ़ती हुई महंगाई, खास तौर पे फूड इन्फ्लेशन, ऐसे चीज़ों के बारे में उनको सही ढंग से जिस तरीके से एड्रेस करना चाहिए था वो नहीं हुआ। इस हालत में जो चाहिए था वो ये था कि खर्चा जो है, सरकारी खर्चा, वो बढ़ने की जगह सरकारी खर्चा जीडीपी के मुकाबले में अगर आप देखेंगे तो वो रेशियो जो एक्सपेंडिचर अपन आज परसेंटेज ऑफ जीडीपी वो घटा है। अब आपकी आमदनी बढ़ी है 14.5% और आपका खर्चा जो आप बढ़ा रहे हो वो है 5.9%। तो आमदनी इतनी ज़्यादा बढ़ी है और खर्चा इतना कम है उसके मुकाबले में। इसका मतलब क्या है?
हम लोग की मांग रही थी कि जब तक विशेष राज्य के दर्जे का दर्जा हम लोग को नहीं मिलता, स्पेशल पैकेजेस हम लोग को दिए जाए। मैं धन्यवाद करूंगा।
The other issue concerning education is NEET and the scandal-ridden National Testing Agency. Several states have demanded that NEET should be scrapped and the states should be free to adopt their own methods of selecting candidates to various courses in medical education. The budget has no response. I did not hear the finance minister refer to school education. Yet the government is stubbornly clinging to NEET. You will recall, NEET is an examination at the end of school education. Interestingly, against the BE of rupees 1,16,470 crore on education, the government spent only rupees 1,08,878 crore. before. Health care is better but not sufficient. Public health care is growing quantitatively but not in quality. Out-of-pocket expenditure is still about 47% of total health expenditure. There is a grave shortage of doctors, nurses, medical technicians, and diagnostic equipment and machines. The central government's expenditure on health care has declined to 0.28% as a proportion of GDP and to 1.9% as a proportion of total expenditure until the last year. The budget speech, there is no response. I did not hear the finance minister speak about the grave deficiencies in public health care. Moreover, against a BE of rupees 88,956 crore, the government spent only rupees 79,221 crore. 5. Wages have stagnated in the last 6 years after adjusting for inflation. Between 2017-18 and 2022-23, the average monthly earnings of workers were self-employed worker, rupees 12,800 per month. Casual or daily labor, rupees 7,400 per month. And regular wage labor, rupees 19,750 per month. We demand that the minimum wage should be fixed at rupees 400 per day for every kind of employment. While some relief has been given to the tax-paying citizen in the 0 to 20% tax bracket, no relief, I repeat, no relief at all has been given to the poorer sections of the people, especially those who are non-tax-paying wage laborers and casual daily laborers. The government seems to be blissfully ignorant of its own statistics that wages have stagnated in the last 6 years while inflation is raging and such workers are not paid a decent minimum wage. 6. Farmers are mobilizing to protest. One of their demands is that the MSP announced for an agricultural produce must be backed by a legal guarantee. The Congress had in its manifesto promised to provide such a guarantee. No response in the budget speech. Let's wait to hear from the farmers. 7. Owing to massive unemployment, many students who had availed of educational loans have defaulted in payment of interest and or repayment of the principal. There is a demand that the government should write off the unpaid balance of educational loans as a one-time measure of relief. The response? The government has unusually spoken about giving education loans. They did not say that in the previous budget speeches. They are talking about giving education loans. But what about the huge burden of unpaid education loans? Students and their families were hoping that, given the acute unemployment situation, the government would give relief to the current borrowers. They must be bitter and disappointed. 8. Several political parties, including the Congress, have demanded that the ill-conceived and discriminatory Agnipath scheme should be scrapped forthwith, and the armed forces should resume the time-honored methods of recruitment. The response, there is no response. The agitation to scrap the Agnipath scheme will continue. So I have listed major issues of our concern. I have not gotten to macroeconomic analysis or analyzing the numbers. I'm talking about the common citizen of India, the youth, the students, the farmers, the laborers. They have demands, and those demands have been articulated by every political party in the recent elections. The Congress was among the first party to carefully articulate those demands. I'm afraid the first budget of the new government has left us very, very disappointed.
आपका बहुत धन्यवाद श्री चिदम्बरम जी। जो उन्होंने अंग्रेजी में कहा है, मैं मोटे तौर पर उसका हिंदी अनुवाद आपके सामने प्रस्तुत करना चाहती हूँ। आज बजट के जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स होते हैं वो थोड़ी देर पहले ही अपलोड हुए थे, तो उसको और डिटेल में देखकर हम आपको एक और डिटेल टिप्पणी देंगे। लेकिन फौरी तौर पर जो बड़ी बातें हैं उस बजट पर आपको कांग्रेस पार्टी की प्रतिक्रिया इस मंच से मिल रही है। ये देखकर खुशी है कि वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण ने कांग्रेस के
All right, so that was the Congress party over there giving their first reactions to the budget and sitting down and talking about that a lot of the reforms that we've heard this time around in the budget has been coming out of the Congress manifesto. We'll see how much truth is really into that as we read the fine print of the budget. But for now, what's happening at the moment here on Moneycontrol? You've been watching our non-stop coverage since morning 7:30. We're roughly about 4 hours or so after the budget. We've had time to digest the budget as well. And over the next half an hour, we are going to focus on one key issue that has got everybody's attention, which is jobs and youth. When the finance minister started her speech in the morning, it was about 4 key agendas. She said poor, women, youth and the farmer. But at the end of the budget, one section perhaps which has been talked about the most over here has been the youth. How did they gain or not in this budget overall is what will be our focus over the next half an hour. I'm Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor. With me is Gulam Zia. Also with us, joining us on the program at this point will be Sharan. Sharan Hegde, you all know as a very famous influencer, goes by Finance with Sharan. We also have with us Bipin Sapra, a partner at EY India. Let me just begin by first getting a word from Sharan. Sharan, your first thoughts? All right, so we are waiting for Sharan to sort of join us in a bit. Let me take that question to Bipin then first. Bipin, to you first. When you look at what was in it for the youth, what was in it for the young and restless in the country, first key takeaway for you over there?
I think it's an interesting budget and a lot of changes, a lot of things which will set the agenda for the next 5 years of this government. The removal of angel tax was, I think, a very welcome step. A lot of changes on income tax, some of them really good, removal of equalization levy and other things. Some changes which were expected, and there would be mixed responses always. Make in India continued to remain the agenda. Changes on the custom side, rationalization. We are going to see ease of doing business all around. The changes which were required has been the focus. I think all around, generally, the areas which the FM talked about, the 5 areas initially, and then the 7 areas, the energy, the youth, women empowerment, all of that. I think there has been a major thrust in all of these areas, and it's a very balanced budget out there. So quite happy with what I'm seeing right now.
Okay, I'm told we have Sharan also with us now. Sharan, your first thoughts as the young and restless in the country, did the budget have enough for you? All right, apologies for that. We seem to have lost that line
with Sharan over there. Ghulam, let me come to you then. We are focusing on the young in the country. You started the program by saying not really your domain over there, but let me ask you this. As somebody, if you look at the tax slab cut, it has gone to the ones who are perhaps in that just starting out their career, urban youth. If you look at incentives or the perhaps a bit of a nudge that has been given to companies to employ more young people, that has also goes in the favor of the youth. And then if you look at overall, the kind of things that have gone cheaper, for example, it could be mobile phones, it could be gold, silver, it could be stuff like that. All of it sort of puts you in the direction that if you are, say, a 20-year-old in the country, just starting out a job of sorts, then you're not you have something for you in the budget.
Definitely. The first thing I would want to do is classify in two types of job opportunities. The first, which has been the talk of the town for last almost about 5-7 years, if not 10, is the startups. So the angel tax withdrawal is something which will definitely give a boost to the startup economy, and that's when most of the urban youngsters are looking at joining for jobs and looking at finding their first paycheck in that domain. The other side, which is normally not very highly spoken about, I am a civil engineer. I am extremely excited to look at the continued support on infrastructure spend. When we're talking about 11 lakh crore to be spent on infrastructure, I'm talking about whether it is road, transportation, all kinds of infra activities. Huge amount of jobs will be created, while many of them could be in hinterland, and that's exactly the reason why we don't talk about them. Our focus is always those youngsters who are in Bangalore sitting in some coffee shops, etc. But we normally don't talk about those who are actually involved in nation building in some remote area, working on a dam or a road, etc. But we have to look at the larger picture. And I'm extremely excited about a lot of those jobs created in that domain and the spend that does. You're talking about, well, gold and silver is not as much as of, say, mobile phones, because it's something which all of us flaunt.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at a lot of positivity coming from the job front and the spending front, both.
Yeah, I don't think I mean only the youth sitting in Bengaluru and having a startup idea, or several of them up their alley or pockets. I'm actually talking about those large queues of people who've been seen outside job centers in different cities, all of them for, say, 2 vacancies or 3 vacancies. Those pictures go viral, and that's said to be one of the reasons why the government actually came back with such a humbling verdict as well, which is why I want to understand. Sharan, let me try the third time, see if we are lucky third time around, and understand if you can hear us. I wanted to understand your views. Did the budget do enough for you on the front of getting in the right kind of push or nudge and creating more jobs and excitement for the youth? All right. I think we'll leave it there for the moment with Sharan and try and come back only once we have established line. Let me take that to Bipin then. Bipin, tell us then, at this point when we are looking at specifically the kind of waivers that have been rolled out for the youth. I'm talking about schemes which talks about almost sort of 13th month pay or a 15K sorts, which has been established for the first time office goers, the first time job seekers. How much of a difference will that make to the young?
I think it will make a lot of difference, and that's one thing I think you are focusing on. The white collar. So there are 2 types of jobs, we all know, white collared and blue collared. I've seen incentives for both of them, at least for the young people, people who are in the age group of 20, as you are talking about. There is a huge incentivization for the blue-collared workers who are going to be in manufacturing, who are starting out their first jobs. There's incentives for the companies who are hiring them to provide them the necessary some monthly allowance in terms of whatever has been promised out there. I think even for the white-collar jobs, people whom we see outside offices who are looking out for jobs, you spoke about a couple of these things which this budget has given in terms of employment generation, in terms of other benefits. I think it's a and we can, I'm not really an expert in that field, but I think what I see and what I read from that, all of this is that there's a huge incentive out there for people to join the workforce. The country is growing and showing promise. There is a huge manufacturing sector which is bustling. There's a 9.9% growth, which the economic survey showed last time. And with incentivizing to people who are coming in here or who are joining the workforce for the first time, I think the whole economic ecosystem right now is bustling for the youth.
It is bustling for the youth, but has this been enough to sort of generate that sort of vacuum and that sort of impatience that was building up in the country when it came to the youth? All right, let's try our luck again with Sharan. He's with us. Sharan, I hope you can hear me. Can you wave and say hi and tell us that you actually can hear us there? Okay. Ghulam, it's you and me in the studio to sort of take this conversation forward. Sure. But tell me this, we were looking before the budget or before just this entire political sentiment that was building up. One of the major reasons for this sort of humbling verdict that the Modi government got was said to be this kind of vacuum and restlessness that was building up in the young in the country, not enough jobs. And this budget cash transfer of sorts or a direct short-term relief, but has there enough been done to create a longer route to ensure that there is building up of jobs?
You know, as I submitted while you asked me the previous question, is exactly that especially my focus is infrastructure, a lot of spending, and which is happening for last 7-8 years. A lot of spend is coming in infra, and that continues, and that is very positive to me, because that's where we shall see a lot of job creation happening, and that shall continue. And as I said, even from when I look at my domain is real estate, and when I look at the office occupiers, you know, the whole new global capability center wave, they call GCCs, very high-end research-oriented jobs that many of the MNCs and even local organizations are doing in India, and helping create lots and lots of jobs. In fact, we are currently looking at this current financial year, this calendar year, we are going to look at almost about 70 million square feet of office space absorption, which is going to be historic best. The last best we have seen was 62 odd million, and which means that we shall see a huge bump up in job creation in urban nature. When we're talking about the Bangalore, Mumbai, all those IT offices, destinations, etc., are buzzing with activity. And that is happening in the backdrop when many of them want us to believe that the work from home, we haven't yet come out of work from home, but the reality is that we have come out of it, and a lot of new jobs created for which spaces are being taken up.
I wanted to know, who are those people still working from home? I know very few industries who are actually doing that. All of us are pretty much full-fledged out in offices now, yeah.
Indeed. So it's only the IT back offices which has taken a huge backseat. Like this ITS, BPOs used to take almost 70% of space of overall annual space absorption, say about 7-8 years back. That has changed drastically. Their share of pie has shrunk to barely 20-25%. The global capability centers, the GCCs, are today taking up almost 40% of the overall office space absorption, and which are essentially the high-end jobs where the youngsters coming out of good engineering schools, etc., are finding tech-related jobs, research-oriented jobs, and that's where the future is looking bright. And I was trying to tell you both sides of picture. On one side, the IT technology-driven jobs. On the other side, the brick and mortar infrastructure as we relate to. Somebody is making dams and airports and so on and so forth. Jobs are created both ways, and these are both for entry-level jobs. A lot of new opportunities coming up, knocking our doors.
Right. That's interesting you say that, but you know, at the same time, while there seems to be an excitement building up on the jobs, we also are constantly looking at headlines on how IITs also could not have 100% placements. We're also looking at headlines emerging from how even, you know, there have been sort of, layoffs in big companies globally as well, including Microsoft over there, which hasn't had a past few very nice days, if one can really call it that. So this has been a challenge of sorts. The question before the government really was that how do they address it? Could there have been anything else that they could have done in the sector? Let me take that question to Bipin.
Can you repeat that question? I missed that. There was.
Vipin, I'm trying to understand, would there be what else could the government really have done to sort of invite in more jobs, to sort of turn the page and turn the needle a bit on this entire job narrative?
I think what I can see, government has focused on this sector. I think it's a big area which they have invested in. I see skilling, which the government has taken up. They've talked about internships. They have talked about providing incentives. I think the industry is doing well. Ultimately, we are influenced by the demand for certain sectors, and if you see the young people, if you see most of the people who are coming out of college, a lot of them are engineers who are in the IT sector, ITS sector. That's an area where the demand from overseas has reduced. And my colleague talked about GCCs. They have done very well in the past, and they still are growing hugely. But they are also in turn dependent upon what is happening on the international side. So while India has grown substantially in this last 1 year, 8.2 is no mean number when it comes to the growth in GDP. But the current scenario is that the jobs are essentially drying out. So what needs to be done is to basically revitalize the economy. Short-term incentives help. They'll help a certain section of the people. All of these are really helpful. But I think what the people are looking for is that the economy to continue to do well, manufacturing to do well, services to do well, so that the people who are coming out from the villages, looking up, moving out of the agriculture sector, they have a clear focus. They have opportunities which they can go to. So while there are there's no a single solution, or like as we say that a medicine which can solve this. But as long as the government focuses on the economy, jobs gets generated. I think the youth which will come to the country. So my focus would be that the basics should continue to be right. The government needs to continue to work on those basics. In a difficult scenario globally, we need to keep our economy intact and keep our job market bustling for the youth and for the betterment of the country.
Vipin, we leave it there for the moment. Thank you so much for joining us with your thoughts. Joining me in studio now is Manisha Gupta. Manisha, you are glittering right now. How much gold, silver has been bought in yet, considering all the cuts that we've seen in the budget so far?
I could actually start with, I told you so, Sonal. This is what exactly we talked about in the morning before the budget, that this is something that the industry is absolutely anticipating. But they were hoping, they were asking for a 2 to 5% of a cut in gold and silver as an import duty. What you have is a 9% of a slash. So that's really huge. So, you know, if you bought gold yesterday, you're down by 9% in your holding already. But if I'm buying gold today, I stand to gain, because this import duty down will clearly get consumers into the market, especially because this is now the festival season and the wedding season. So the exports are going to pick up. I mean, this really has come in as a boon for the jewelry industry.
Prices are down how much since the budget expectations?
5 to 6%.
Wow, wow. And we have, when was the last time we saw something like this? This has to be one of the major shakeups that we've seen.
It has to be. I mean, such a huge change. And it's quite a positive, Sonal, as well, because, you know, there was gold coming in at 15%, and then it was coming under CEPA at lower. Then it was coming at a much lower rate because of the FTA agreements and with the low developed countries as well. So there were various rates that were in around the market at anywhere between 10 to 15%. So with a 6% of an import duty now, all of this actually goes out of the window. window. It gives a level playing field for the industry. The unofficial smuggled gold will stop coming back. And 15% of a rate was anyway all-time highs, and it was the highest in the world. So now I've been talking to some jewelers in Dubai. Remember, a lot of people go to Dubai to buy gold.
Correct.
You
The
don't have to do that.
souks there, the gold souks
you don't
there.
have to do that now because you have cheaper import duty here, and this really makes for a level playing field for Indian markets.
Yeah, and I think you're right. This coming at a time when we're just about to get into the second half of the year. Diwali is, not around the corner, but just right there. But this gives you a good level play to sort of do that. Would you say the only place where we didn't see something happen was perhaps in the diamond space? We've had so many news items prop up, and especially those sustainable diamonds. We've been talking about it so much.
Yes.
There was no mention of that at all.
Yeah, but the industry wasn't really expecting anything on that as well, because one, you have a lot of support coming in the previous budget, and then apart from that, it also is about that you have all of those reactors in the country. The production has been quite strong. There is understanding in the market. People are buying lab grown, so it didn't really need anything like that. So it has been good. As far as the natural diamonds go, well, you have seen the equalizing levy go down by 2%. It also is about the special notified zone in the country, which can now harbor diamonds, sell diamonds from here as well. So there was a bit of a movement that needed to be done. The government has done that as well. So for the jewelry industry, three things came. One was the import duty cut, second was the equalization levy, and third was the special notified zone also where the safe harbor sales could happen. All of that has come. I think this is one industry that is going home really happy and celebrating for sure.
Going home glittering, as they say over here. And Manisha has been very busy tracking all those updates. So leave it to you to take it forward from here, Manisha.
Well, thank you so much for that. Well, yes, gold is going to be one important thing to watch out for, and we will see those impacts come in for the days to come as well. Today has been a day when you have seen the gold prices and the global markets decline as well. And with the duty cut in the Indian markets, there has been that decline coming in here too. Well, what you will need to watch for going forward is the rupee depreciation. That is the only reason that has led to the gold prices not falling as much. But I'm hoping we have our guest with us, and joining us now is Surendra Mehta. He is director at IBJA. Mr. Mehta, hi, thank you so much for joining in. And what is your sense? I mean, this is exactly what the industry wanted, and industry gets it.
Well, Manisha, definitely the industry was looking at the duty cut of about 4 to 5%, but this was like a bonanza to us, and we were gifted with 9% duty cut. Yeah, initially we thought that only basic custom duty has been reduced, but on going through the document, we realized that even the agriculture cess has been reduced. So overall, basic custom duty has been reduced from 10 to 5, and agriculture cess from 5 to 1%. So totaling to about 6% duty only, which is almost 5 lakh reduction in duty by 5,90,000 rupees per kg of gold, and about 7,600 rupees per kg of silver.
Mr. Mehta, I see you're busy calculating all of those numbers, but tell me, the concern that the industry has right now is that while we've seen a duty cut come in, is it now time for the GST to go higher?
Well, that remains in our mind, because the government is going to lose about 35,000 crores to 40,000 crore rupees revenue because of this duty reduction. Now, I really don't feel that government can give such a big bonanza to the gold industry, because we have always been termed as the, a sin product as far as Indian economy is concerned. So, I personally feel that there can be this duty cut is likely to be compensated somewhere else.
Too good to be true is what the feeling the industry has right now. But, we've seen the capital that the industry blocks actually kind of go down right now. So that is a big positive here. The other clearly has been about the diamonds and the equalization levy. That is something that the industry sees as positive too. So would you say that from here on, the industry in sense of its margins does seem to be looking better?
No, I personally feel that yes, volume will increase, but the margin will not improve, because there is a stiff competition amongst the jewelers, and who are organized jewelers and unorganized jewelers. So I don't see any margin going up, but what I see is that the volumes will go up. The overall jewelry consumption in the country, bullion investment in the country is likely to go up because of this duty reduction.
Mr. Mehta, we've seen all the jewelry stocks do quite well today. So clearly this is a story that is going down quite well for the overall industry because one, many of these jewelry houses are hedged in sense of their gold holdings. And the second is that they're all expecting higher volumes going forward is the reason that they are seeing support. But what about the consumers? Do you think it's a good time for them to start buying into this?
First of all, let me come to the jewelry stock. I still wonder why jewelry stocks are going up because most of the jewelry stocks have tons of gold. Jewelry companies have tons of gold. And if they have any unhedged gold, then that is going to hit their bottom line straight. That is number one. Secondly, the banks have started calling jewelers and asking to pay to the bank as their drawing powers have gone down. And in case of gold metal loan also, one needs to understand that the repayment needs to be done at the higher rate of duty and not at the lower rate of duty because the gold has already been obtained by the bank at higher rate of duty. But yes, of course, the volume will go up, but volume cannot go to the extent that their bottom line is likely to be hit because of reduction in the inventory price.
All right. So today perhaps is a knee-jerk reaction for many of these jewelry companies. But yes, the metal loan companies have seen their shares decline. And there's, of course, a reason for that as well because they are not hedged to that extent there. Well, that's about gold and silver. But let's also talk about agriculture now. And joining us for that is Mr. M.J. Khan from ICI. Mr. Khan, thank you for joining us. You know, this was a budget that started with agriculture and rural India and farmers. But then, while of course a lot of announcements have been made, and I'll come to you with each one of them, I want to start with research first because that is what the finance minister as well started with. And then it was also about 109 new seed varieties for 32 crops. How do you look at a couple of these announcements?
Thank you, Manisha ji. In fact, technology and research and development, this was quite emphatically discussed in the consultation meeting with the finance minister. And this was quite obvious that major focus is going to be on technology and R&D because current challenges and emerging challenges are to be addressed by the power of technology only. So these new varieties, if you recall, last week when we had connected, we had discussed about this because Agriculture Minister had also made a statement about 100 new varieties to be released. Importantly, that digital technology, that is public digital platform, I think this is important because the power of digital technology and power of the agriculture research, these are to be leveraged to drive the growth and innovation in agriculture and reduce the cost of cultivation and bring down the overall cost of the price, overall the prices of the commodities. As long as this happens, and we specifically had requested to increase the budget of ICR from 9,500 crores to 20,000 crores. So finally, let the figures come. I hope there will be substantial increase in that because the overall budget of the Agriculture Ministry, which has been increased to, I think, 1,50,000 crores from 1,23,000 crores last year. So I believe that major allocation has got to be to the, research and development. So this is one silver lining. And the second, which we again, if you recall, we had discussed just after meeting the finance minister, that bioagriculture, which is the new form given natural farming, so that is to be given major boost. So I believe that safe food production and enhancing the efficiency of agriculture system through technology and importantly digital technologies. So that together should be the the hallmark of this year's budget for agriculture. Otherwise, we are looking at that it is slightly falling short of our expectations. We had actually expected a little more. But anyway,
I want to come to that as well. Mr. Khan, also, we spoke about this earlier as well, and this was in various representations also about National Mission for Edible Oil and Pulses. While it has been mentioned yet again and in the opening speech around at that time itself, but again, would you say that a roadmap and the allocation and how is it going to be implemented is something that is still missing?
I think there was broad agreement that there will be focus on pulses and oil seeds. Pulses less has been talked about, but oil seeds, there has been discussion about, Atmanirbharta, specifically mentioning about mustard and sunflower and safflower and groundnut. So I believe let the details come, but some mission or some major allocation or some center of excellence or something has got to be there. So let the details emerge. But I believe this is the right step in the right direction because palm oil, no matter how hard we do, in the next 10 years' time, will be unable to compete in terms of the productivity and price level of the imported palm oil. So therefore, groundnut is promising, mustard is promising. So let there be major focus on these two crops, if not sunflower and safflower as much as we would like to.
Mr. Khan, budget is a place where we, of course, the industry looks at it. And when you look at agriculture, of course, you would be reading it and a lot of companies would be reading it as well. But when you look at a consumer of various agriculture commodities and produce, how would you see budget from their light?
I think not much discussion has happened because I was expecting little major allocation coming for agro exports. And so that part has gone silent. Also, the reforms agenda that has not been discussed. I believe that the states are to be encouraged with some incentivization for reforms to be taken up. But in the budget, some announcement was expected, which is not there. Now, as far as your point is of the commodities pricing, again, I believe that even if it has not found place in the budget, it has got to be the priority of the government in the days or weeks to come up with some plans which may not be financial in terms of, and therefore not part of the budget. But that is an area of concern, that the fluctuating prices and increasing dependence on certain commodities for imports. So that I believe has to be addressed maybe by the administrative decision or some cabinet decisions in the weeks to come.
So, Mr. Khan, would you say that not everything comes in the budget? A lot of things can happen outside of it too?
That's correct. That's correct. Because even though it is kind of repeat of what Agriculture Minister had already spoken about last week, about 100 new varieties, so it was not expected to be part of the budget announcement, because that is something a regular development as far as the Indian Council of Agriculture Research is concerned and the domain of the Ministry of Agriculture. So, but it has come in that. So therefore, similarly, many things which may not be today part of the budget, but if these are important for the country, then cabinet decision has got to be there.
All right. Mr. Khan, as always, thank you so much for joining us and really analyzing that budget in sense of agriculture as a sector. And while, of course, there have been some important announcements, but as Mr. Khan says, a lot of is still desired and hoping that it is all covered outside of budget. Well, that's from me in sense of commodities on agriculture and gold and silver. But Shweta is ready with more analysis on that budget there.
Right, Manisha. Thanks so much for that. We can never analyze the budget enough. Hello and a very warm welcome. I'm Shweta Punj. Well, Modi government's Modi 3.0's first budget has stuck to fiscal prudence, pegging the deficit at 4.9% of the GDP for the financial year 24-25. This target is lower than the 5.1% projected in the interim budget in February compared to the 4.5% target for 25-26. The budget has also made the worst fears of the markets come true. Finance Minister has increased taxes on long-term and short-term capital gains and securities transaction tax. Long-term capital gains on non-financial assets from 10% to 12.5%, and short-term capital gains will now be taxed at 20%, up from the previous 15%. Well, the budget provides some relief to the middle class with revised tax slabs. The government has hiked standard deduction by 50% to 75,000 rupees and tweaked tax slabs under the new income tax regime. Well, to make sense, to decode the budget further, I have with me Mr. Mohandas Pai and Mr. Alok Agarwal, partner of Deloitte India, and Gaurav Chaudhary, consulting editor with Network 18, joins me in the studio. Let me begin with you, Mr. Pai. What's the direct messaging in this budget? How are you reading into it? Your first thoughts?
Well, my first thought is that the objectives of the government are very clear. Job creation is the #1 objective. Increasing agriculture productivity is the second objective. Urbanization is the third objective. So because Prime Minister Modi had said that the last 10 years are a trailer to the next 5 years. Next 5 years, we have to reach 6 to 6.5 trillion GDP from $3.6 trillion last year. So I think the focus is very clear. Focus is jobs are the biggest challenge for the country, and increasing urbanization. Remember, when the census happens this year, we'll find that the urban population has increased massively, and there'll be more seats for the urban cities in parliament. So political power will pass to the urban areas. You have to invest in urban areas, and urban areas are wealth creating, job creating, etc. The focus is going there. There's also focus on infrastructure, focus on improving regulatory cholesterol in the system and other areas. So I think the focus is there. Now the middle class has been very angry and upset over the last 5-7 years because they've been paying the brunt of taxes. Their taxes have gone up. Their take-home salary in real terms has come down. They've given a few crumbs to the middle class, which is not enough. They should have done much more, especially the retired class. We have 13 crore people above the age of 60, going up to 20 crores by 2030. They should have a better tax slabs, but it's not been done. Little bit has been given. For the capital market, of course, you've spoken about capital gains and all that, which is very good. They're trying to reduce the complexity of capital gains. You win some, you lose some, but overall, I think is very, very positive. And fiscally, you must compliment the government and bring in on the fiscal deficit to 4.9%. They got a huge dividend from the RBI. And I think that's good news because next year they want to bring it on to 4.5%. So next year, the degrowth will be 0.4%. The budget said about 5.1. They brought it on from, budget. So I think that's good news. So interest rates will come down. There'll be more money available for private investment. So overall, the direction is good. The focus is good. But the middle class hasn't got a great deal. It's got a small deal, a few crumbs thrown to them. And I think they must do better.
Right, Mr. Pai. The middle class has been unhappy for a very, very long time, as you rightly pointed out. 5 to 7 years. There were a whole host of memes that were doing the rounds on social media before Ms. Sitharaman took charge again as Finance Minister. Gaurav, it's been an eventful morning today. I think the budget is somewhat on expected lines, but I think this whole LTCG, shocker that the budget has brought in has been a bit of a dampener. And today again, the memes are, completely dominating the internet. That the middle class is very unhappy.
Yeah, I mean, well, it'll be a little unfair to judge the budget only on LTCG or also on the tax proposal. There are many things in the budget, particularly on the fiscal consolidation side, and I would call it a very carefully crafted fiscal plan. There are a few things that changed between then and now, of course, is the political landscape, and the second, the RBI dividends bonanza. The finance minister could well have been tempted to use the RBI dividends bonanza and actually go on a welfare spending spree, but she resisted all kind of those temptations and decided to bring down the fiscal deficit to 4.9% from 5.1% in the interim budget. That's a right signal because this government, if you have noticed over the last 10 years, has always been on the fiscally conservative side. And from a public finance point of view, this is a very good signal. It's not just about the fiscal deficit. The other number that one should really read here in the finer details is also the primary deficit, which the estimates for %. That's pointing towards a very healthy public finance, at least directionally, because when you're reducing and shrinking primary deficit, essentially mirrors that the government is using lesser and lesser amount of the proportion of the borrowed money to fund interest payments, which is a good sign.
Right, Gaurav, absolutely. So fiscal prudence is a big plus and rating agencies would love that. We also have Alok Agarwal joining us from Deloitte. Alok, we were just discussing, how the government has stuck to the path of fiscal prudence. It has also continued to spend on capital expenditure at 11.1 lakh crores. It's kept that number unchanged. But I just want to get a sense from you on, do you think that the budget does enough to boost consumption? Because that has been one of the drags in the economy, and this focus on capex, has it had the desired spillover effect on boosting consumption, that feel good factor on job creation?
In consumption through taxation cuts, let's say for the individual taxpayers is concerned, I don't think that has been the strategy of this government even in their previous terms. So they look at tax-related cuts from a different perspective. And I would say for those who've been following the kind of changes they've been making, the relief is kind of in line with expectations. Some increase in standard deduction under the new regime, some widening of the slabs. the FM talked about 17,500 tax savings overall for these two changes. And in addition to that, they've also given a fillip to the NPS scheme, where they have now allowed up to 14% of the salary for private sector employees also, although only under the new tax regime. So that's a significant addition, which is not being looked at in general, which can help in individuals saving tax so long as the employer provides for that employer contribution.
Okay, let me come across to you, Mr. Pai. Considering all the work that you've done in the space of skilling, what's your sense of the employment, the ways that the government is trying to, create skills, go about creating jobs, specifically this bit about companies being asked to get interns on board and offloading that expense as part of their CSR spends. Is that a desired approach, Mr. Pai, according to you?
You see, there are multiple issues with job creation and jobs. One, there are more people coming into the job market in the north of India than the south of India. The south has more jobs than people. So there's a migration from the north to the south. But women get educated more in the north and they're staying home, and there's a problem. Second is, there's a large number of people with very low skills in the job market, because 1 crore people graduate from colleges every year, and maybe half of them don't have any skills. So that is a big problem. And the third is a mismatch in job between aspirations and job available. High quality jobs paying 30 to 50,000 rupees and more are maybe 20-25% of jobs, whereas 45-50% of people want those kind of jobs. So there are multiple areas, and about 1.5 crore to 2 crore people come into the job market. There are maybe 10 crore people who are not happy with the jobs they have, and that's why you see for government jobs so many people applying and trying the luck again and again. Now, what does the budget do? The budget is trying to improve the skills of people by an internship program with top companies. So hopefully the mismatch of aspirations and skill will be met to some extent. The budget is incentivizing new job creation by manufacturing, by reducing the cost, giving for the PF contribution the employer for the first 2-3 years. That is a good thing, because it will reduce the cost of formal job creation and incentivize formal job creation. That will be good. That will apply all over. And then in the manufacturing other area, they're giving special incentives. So I think it's a good step. It solves 40 to 50%. But the bigger thing is the economy has to grow much faster, and for more jobs to be created and high quality jobs being more to be created. And that is going to take time. And we have to grow the economy more in the north of India. For example, per capita income of Bihar is 70,000 rupees. Bihar is 13 crore people. Per capita income in UP is 1 lakh rupees. That is about 23 crore people. 33 crore people have 1 lakh and less, when India's per capita income is 2 lakh rupees. So the problem is in the north of India. For that, huge investments have to be done. So the investments for Bihar in roads, medical colleges, in hospitals, etc. is very, very welcome. Bihar should get much, much more in the poorest region in India. Of course, Andhra Pradesh also gets more. So I think they've done a lot, but we got to see how it goes. And then we must bring in the new labor codes, the 4 new labor codes, remove the Inspector Raj. The Inspector Raj hurt the MSMEs much more. And now they're trying to improve the MSMEs too, because they're large job creators. I think now we have a good framework in place, good policy in place. They have to execute that well with the cooperation of everybody to improve job creation. But to see the impact will take 2 or 3 years.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Mr. Pai, for joining us with that perspective. And thank you very much, Mr. Alok Agarwal from Deloitte for sharing your thoughts on the budget. Joining me now from Washington is Professor K.V. Subramanian, Executive Director of IMF, and we have Mr. Abik Barua joining us in just a little bit. But Gaurav, we just heard Mr. Pai talk about how this budget lays down a framework for skill development, for job creation. You have been tracking the Indian economy for over 3 decades now. Is this the first time that the private sector has been categorically told that you have to hire interns and you have to pay them?
Right.
Those times of free interns are now behind us. I was never paid as an intern, for instance. So that is behind us. Yesterday we heard the chief economic advisor come down very strongly on the private sector, saying that they need to step up in terms of job creation. A slightly coercive method, if I may use that word.
Yeah, I think it's more on the persuasive side rather than the coercive side. But what it does is that I think this is quite creative policy making, because it has sent a message to the corporate sector, particularly the profitable ones. And I would assume that this will be limited to the profitable ones, because the finance minister said that they can use the CSR funds for running these internship programs. Essentially what she has done is she has expanded the scope of eligibility for CSR programs, making internship programs eligible for CSR spend. All profitable companies listed have been making profits for the last 3 years are necessarily required to spend 2% of their net profits on eligible CSR programs. This now becomes an eligible CSR program. What it does is that this is a very interesting creative policy making, because one, it immediately absorbs a lot of young children or young people who have joined the queue of hopefuls, who will join a queue of hopefuls every year, and this will run into millions for about a year. And when you're the best way of skilling yourself is on the job training.
Correct, yeah.
So if you are going to a structured internship program for a year and also being paid for it, howsoever small that amount might be, you end up raising your prospects for the real job market significantly, as opposed to just coming out of a college and applying for a job, because you've already spent your time skilling and learning the ropes, which is what it does. And for the corporates, they are not spending extra money. They would have spent that money anyway, in any case, on some kind of a CSR program. They would rather spend it now on hiring interns, skilling them, and it also kind of solves some kind of, it doesn't add to their wage bill, but it gives them extra hands on the factory floor or on the shop floor.
So interesting, very interesting, Gaurav, because when Ms. Sitaraman started her speech, she was very categorical when she said that this budget is going to be focused on Kisan, Yuva, Mahila. And youth has been the centerpiece of this budget if you look at the creative policy making that's gone around it. So clearly there is some feedback that's come in from the ground, from the party cadres, that you need to reach out to the youth, because somewhere I think there are political compulsions also at play here. You have 2 big state elections coming up very soon.
Absolutely, and I mean the best form of inclusion is a productive job.
Absolutely.
And this is an acknowledgement of the fact that there are pain points there. The election results notwithstanding, we know that is a pain point. So it was about time for the government, regardless of whichever party is in power, for any government in power to actually acknowledge those pain points and then try and do something. The first step of any effective policy making is to identify the problem. In this case, it's a subtle acknowledgement and a very nuanced acknowledgement by the government, yes, that they recognize that this is a pain point. Creating jobs by the millions for those who are joining the queue every year is going to be an enormous challenge, and the government has to get its act together. So this is the first step. I think it's gone in the right direction.
Right. We also have with us Mr. Abhik Barua joining us. Mr. Barua, thank you so much for joining us. Your first thoughts on the budget. Social media is full of varied reactions, and I want to get an economist to talk about how are you reading into the budget?
Well, I think I sort of heard the discussion that was going on, and I think if there is one central theme of the budget, it is to kind of change the labor capital mix in India's in Indian industry, which has been kind of perverse in some way, because people have chosen capital intensive production because of all kinds of problems in the job market, labor market rigidities for one. And of course, the lack of skills. If you talk to Indian industry, they would say that there is, there are enough able-bodied people around, but there is a severe shortage of skills. And if you address the skill problem, supply would create its own demand. So I think the government, the principal focus is to make Indian industry more labor intensive and hence absorb the addition to the workforce that is happening every year, and to, through innovative measures like this internship, etc., to enable them to sort of participate more, actively, because they have the training to take on a productive, well-paying job. So I think that's the central strategy of the budget, and I think it's significant because it sort of recognizes ground realities, and it also recognizes that the growth pattern in terms of the utilization of the factors of production has been somewhat perverse.
Right. We also have Professor K.V. Subramanian joining us from Washington. Thank you, Mr. Subramanian. We don't have you in Delhi. You're joining us from Washington. We would have interviewed you in person if you were here. But, from Washington, what is it looking like what's your view on the budget? Fiscal prudence, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman has expectedly stayed true to what she has been saying all along. We see a lot of cautiousness. We see a lot of careful planning of the schemes and of the resources. What's your sense?
A very good morning from Washington, D.C., and a good evening to viewers back in India. I think this is a very visionary budget. There are many aspects that make me say this. If you look at the push for entrepreneurship by removing the angel tax, the emphasis on ease of doing business by relooking the income tax code, which was passed in 1961, a vision for the financial sector to support growth. But I think what stands out for me is the emphasis on employment and skilling. If you look at the skilling part, and I think internship programs are a very important part of skilling, the emphasis on internship with the top 500 firms is particularly good because, about two odd decades before, I myself have worked as an intern. And when you work on the ground, in a company and it's in a large company, you end up learning a lot and you then become very attractive, not only for large firms, but particularly for smaller firms as well. And that is really critical. So the internship program that has been announced, I think, is very critical. At the same time, the slew of steps for direct employment, by giving incentives to both the manufacturer, both the employer and the employee, I think are really very important. This is based on past successes. If you would recall, the Atmanirbhar Bharat Rozgar Yojana had done something similar, and research shows that created about 60 lakh jobs or avoided job loss during the COVID pandemic. So this is based on things that have worked and are therefore likely to work as well. I think from a macroeconomic perspective as well, employment, as Milton Friedman used to say, through the permanent income hypothesis, really furthers consumption and thereby will help in demand creation. So this is a very visionary budget, first budget of the new government, laying out the vision for India to progress towards India at 100 in its centennial year.
Right. Let me bring in Mr. Barua. Mr. Barua, do you think the budget does enough to address pain in rural India? Because if you look at allocations across the big flagship schemes, whether it's Manrega, whether it's Ayushman Bharat, or whether it is PM Kisan, they have largely remained the same. They've largely remained unchanged. So, and there was an expectation that the government could do something to alleviate the pain in the rural sector, which has been fairly well documented, and it is quite evident. So, is there something that we are missing in this budget, that the budget does to address this specific cycle?
Well, I think that's an extremely interesting question, because one could argue, and some economists, including myself, would perhaps argue that this aggressive fiscal consolidation was perhaps not needed. There was a windfall that came from the RBI and PSU dividends, and perhaps it created room to allocate a little more to the areas that you were talking about and maybe kept the fiscal deficit GDP ratio at 5.1%. While that is debatable, but I would like to sort of go back to the economic survey which came out. And one of the things that the economic survey talked about it with respect to some of these, social welfare programs, the rural programs, is that it's not really the allocations that matter, but the outcomes, namely the implementation. And I think there is a lot of ground level research done by top level researchers. So I think there could have been a little more allocation to these programs, and I think this needs to be stepped up over time. But if there is a move towards improving outcomes and the efficiency of the programs, maybe it
Stock markets are saying that removal of indexation benefits is almost like an inheritance tax that has been brought in. So I wanted to get your views in on this. At the moment, the sentiment is that, okay, for rural, there does not seem to be a direct incentive or a direct consumption boost. The middle class has seen some minor tax tweaks, so they are also not very happy. Plus, the community that was very optimistic about this government is also feeling a bit let down today.
So I would like to think that many of the steps that have been announced are really critical for the stakeholders that are far more important at this point in time. Yes, I think the middle class, that's an area that needs continuous work. The salaried class ends up paying or taking a large part of the personal income tax burden. But the emphasis on employment, as I said, the emphasis on entrepreneurship, innovation, these are really critical, and the ease of doing business is as the income tax code, for instance, and the financial sector. I think Northeast, for instance, getting the payment banks, basically postal banks, I think those are all very important. Yes, based on my own personal experience, having done 4 budgets, it is in a large, diverse country like India, it is very hard to satisfy everybody. But if a budget does, ticks more boxes than not, I think I would call that a good budget. And by that count, I think this is a very visionary budget.
That's a good way of looking at it. My colleague Gaurav here also has a question for you, Professor Subramaniam.
Good morning, Professor Subramaniam. I had a question on the nominal GDP growth assumptions that the budget has made. The budget is penciled in at 10.5% nominal GDP growth for FY25, but considering the fact that inflation has remained sticky and could also remain sticky for a long, for a few more months, does it mean that we are probably looking at a sub 7% real GDP growth in FY25?
So if you look at the economic survey, the growth assumption was conservative at 6.5 to 7%. I think the 10.5% nominal growth is very conservative because if we take, even if let's say the RBI target of 4% inflation is achieved at 6.5%, real growth and 4% inflation, the actual nominal growth will be higher than that. And, given the way you asked your question, the fact that inflation is sticky, if inflation is indeed 5%, and I actually think real growth will be 7% plus, we are looking at nominal growth that will be, closer to 12.5%. So clearly, I think as has been the case in past years where growth assumptions, in the recent budgets have been conservative, this is along the same lines. I actually think that even the fiscal deficit actual number will be lower because the nominal growth will be higher.
All right, let me just go across to Mr. Barua. Mr. Barua, just wanted to get your sense in on the reforms that this budget brings in to take India's reform story forward. In the speech, we heard Ms. Sitaraman speak about a whole host of things, including encouraging production of oil seeds and so on, labor reforms. But when you look at the budget allocations for a bunch of those, the numbers do not necessarily tally with, the kind of space that those schemes were given in the budget speech. So what are the key reforms, according to you, that stand out in this budget?
Look, I think, if you look at past budgets, often, reforms are, often process reforms, reforms that are, geared towards actually implementing schemes better. So they need not necessarily be associated with significantly higher allocations. So broadly, I would, I would again come back to, and I sort of agree with Dr. Subramaniam, that you have a very major, reform initiative in the form of this entire the intervention, the very serious intervention in the labor market, and in and in Indian industry, which kind of changes the factor mix. A lot of things are in the works. There might not be
Sure.
necessarily large allocations associated with it. And I think they broadly sort of and quite aggressively stuck to the path of fiscal consolidation.
Got
So to search for money corresponding to every initiative that the finance minister is announcing, and often these are
Right.
long-term initiatives,
Absolutely.
would perhaps be a little misguided.
Right, right. Sure. So very quickly, if you were to rate this budget between 1 to 10, how much would you give budget 24-25?
I would give it a 7.
7. Professor Subramaniam?
Between 8 to 8.5.
Gaurav, you?
I would give it a 7.5, considering the fact that many things have changed between February and now.
Okay, so that's a distinction on all counts. Thank you so much to all our panelists for joining us. I'm going to toss it back to my colleague in Bombay, Ashwin Mohan. Ashwin, over to you.
Thanks for that, Shweta. So at Moneycontrol, we continue our ongoing non-stop post-budget coverage over the course of the next half an hour of Budget 2024 on the investment environment, the impact it has on private equity players, foreign investors, and of course, we're also going to try and dissect the impact on the overall deals climate. So joining us to understand those aspects and much more are two top deal makers. I have with me Ashwath Rao, senior partner at law firm AZBN Partners. He's joining me from the Mumbai studios, and we're also going to be joined by Vivek Soni, who's the private equity leader at EY India. Ashwath, let's start the ball rolling with you. The big one, right, in terms of investor sentiment, and that of course is the impact of the withdrawal of the angel tax, right? The very unpopular angel tax. It was introduced back in 2012, of course, to sort of curb suspected money laundering via investments in the startup community. Now it's been abolished for all classes of investors. What's your preliminary take? Do you think this will sort of provide a booster to the VC community and also the angel investor community? Perhaps they would want to sign larger checks. And secondly, since you come from a legal background, maybe it could also curb litigation, because there was a lot of acrimony between startups and the revenue department when it came to valuations, and therefore there were these tax notices that were being hurled at them. So your take?
I think money laundering objective aside, it was a unique tax because it taxed capital. It wasn't really income. It was capital coming into a company, mostly startups in the tech space, raising global capital. And the method to arrive at the tax FMV, right, were a bunch of conservative methodologies which may be right, but you know how startups were raising capital, come June, $1 billion, and then come December, the value would have jumped up to a $3 billion round.
That's right.
That was driven really by supply and demand. It was investment opportunity, growth of the businesses, excitement that was there. And the bottom line was this was meant to curb money laundering, but was basically hitting a lot of bona fide investments, right? And speaking for just clients that we've been talking to, right? It's not limited to just venture capital. It extends to any form of growth capital as well as even private equity for that matter. Was a big concern. People were trying to figure out, how do you get certainty around this? And it was certainly a dampener. I'm not saying it slowed down investment on its own, but it was certainly one of the negatives. So this is, to my mind, a great positive. And to your point, yes, there was litigation. That litigation is not going to go away because this has not been scrapped, retrospectively. It's a prospective change. But I think now investors basically looking to come in, particularly after the VC winter of sorts that we have had and things just picking up, will hopefully add to the momentum of deals.
Right. So clear big boost as far as sentiment is concerned in the VC and the private equity space. Vivek, if Vivek Soni is there with us, perhaps Vivek, you would like to chip in as well. You heard the opening comments from Ashwath. Your take on the angel tax being abolished? Right. We'll come back to Vivek in a very short while. Let's continue with Ashwath for the time being. Ashwath, if you look at the overall message that the FM wanted to send, there was a very key message that she had sent, and that was that the rules and regulations of foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified. And there were 3 buckets that were specified by her in the speech. 1, to facilitate foreign direct investments. Secondly, to nudge prioritization. And the third one was to promote opportunities for using the Indian rupee as a currency for overseas investments. Now, the fine print does not elaborate on this. What do you make of this statement from the FM? A key one, but there were no specifics. Do you expect notifications in the coming months to sort of supplement what she has said?
That I'm sure is going to happen. We'll have to see what the changes are. The devil will lie in the detail. But for me, the overall direction of those statements, I think, coming from the finance minister was clearly positive, because we've actually had foreign investment slowing down. A worrying sign for a market like ours, which is widely, seen as benefiting from the slowdown in China interest, if you will, right? At that time, we should be getting more capital, not less capital. There's a bunch of stuff that she's done in terms of, buyback being in the hands of the recipient. That has treaty benefits for non-residents, so will probably reduce the amount of tax they pay on a buyback. Not so happy for domestic investors. Similarly, I think there's clarity in relation to withholding tax periods when the seller is a non-resident.
True.
And it's limited the period, after which it can be reopened, which is going to give certainty. I think there has been reduction in periods for reopening of assessments as well, which is again positive. I think by and large, if you look at a key message coming out of various parts of the budget, it's definitely pro-investment. As far as foreign investment is concerned, what I would like to see is something that we've been waiting for ever since, the anti-China Press Note 3 rule came out in 2020, which is, the government can take, I think, a policy view and should take a policy view and a political view vis-a-vis one particular investment constituent, which could be a country. But at the same time, what's happened is it's impacted global pools of capital.
True.
What constitutes Chinese capital has not been clarified.
Correct.
At what threshold?
That's one of the misses. In fact, we'll come to the misses in the later section of the show, Ashwath. We have Vivek with us, who's now joined the show. Vivek, opening comments from you on the withdrawal of angel tax, A, and secondly, also the 2% equalization levy, or the so-called unpopular Google tax. That's also been done away with. So your opening comments on these 2 moves that were announced in today's budget.
Sure. Thank you, Ashwin, for having me on the show. In summary, I think both are very welcome moves. I would say let me spend a bit more time on the angel tax abolition, since my constituency is private equity and venture capital ecosystem. I think net, it's a huge positive. There was needless friction with tax authorities taking place, right? When you had the share premium coming into companies, right, as startups. Fast-growing startups will naturally issue shares at premium to their book value. And it was just creating too much of friction, too much of uncertainty, which is needless. So the fact that it's been done away is very welcome. And as the Indian startup ecosystem begins to crank up, and we have seen that evidence in the first 6 months, where the number of deals for the startup sector has gone up meaningfully over the last year, I think this is going to be a tailwind, that one problem less to worry about for investors as well as the companies. As far as the 2% Google tax levy going away is concerned, again, very welcome. But the constituency that benefits from this are largely the large US headquartered tech platforms. The impact it has on future investments to India, positive or negative, is still debatable. It was a friction point with a very large, powerful constituency, and that's been done away. Overall, I think it's a welcome sign.
Right. So two big tax moves, angel tax as well as the equalization levy, that's been done away with, and hopefully that will reduce litigation in the days ahead. There are a few supplemental moves as well that have in fact been announced that are going to be beneficial for the funds community. The expansion of tax benefits to certain funds and entities in IFSC. There's also a 1,000 crore VC fund that's been announced for the space economy. Now, space has been getting a lot of attention from the government. In February, we saw the FDI liberalization in that segment. So let's see how these pockets pan out in the days to come in terms of fresh investments. Ashwath, if you look at foreign companies, right, and here's where we need to sort of take a hard look and see whether this move will in fact move the needle or not, right? And this is where the FM says that India needs to attract foreign capital for our developmental needs, and therefore the corporate tax rate on foreign companies, that's been reduced from 40 to 35%. How much of a benefit do you think it is? In any case, India is right at the center of the world right now. Investments are pouring in. So this is just one more sweetener?
I mean, looking at it from an investment lawyer's prism, less a tax lawyer, at the end of the day, foreign investors coming into India would typically either operate through presences here or make investments in companies over here, right? The tax that we are talking about is really when, they, for example, have a permanent establishment here, which is actually something that they go out of their way to avoid, because it then opens up questions in relation to which part of their global income is attributable to their activities over here. So to the extent that that kind of an attribution happens, it's a welcome move. But to your point, I mean, I don't really see it moving the needle.
Right. Vivek, what's your take on this aspect, 40 to 35%? Do you think it's going to encourage foreign companies? Ashwath feels it's not going to move the needle. And also, Ashwath shared his views a little while earlier on the buyback of shares and that tax treatment being changed, because buyback of shares going forward will income. So your quick thoughts on those two aspects?
So look, let me address the buyback of shares. So net is positive for, this change is positive for foreign investors, because dividend is subject to whatever treaty benefits they will have vis-a-vis the domicile, where they're domiciled. So they can take advantage of that. Not so the Indian promoters, especially in the IT sector. We saw some buybacks happening where cash-rich IT companies are returning money back to their shareholders by way of buybacks. So now the incidence of tax is moved from the company to the recipient, which is not such a positive for them, for that segment. Now, as far as the foreign company tax tweaking is concerned, I concur with Ashwath that it doesn't change much. Anybody who means to have a meaningful presence in India, meaningful investment into India, or want to start a business in India will have an establishment in India, right? And that again will be taxed at whatever rate an Indian company would be taxed, the shareholding of which will be foreign. So this is just a nuance, it's not going to encourage anybody to take the plunge into India, because, the thesis for that is very different than this 5% tax flex on PE, which anyway they want to avoid when they're not in India.
Point taken, Vivek. Now let's shift our focus to the entire corporate, the entire capital gains tax regime, in fact, and that's where we have seen a lot of changes. The FM has announced some moves for simplification and rationalization of the entire capital gains tax regime. We have seen long-term capital gains on all financial and non-financial assets. That's going to attract a tax rate of 12.5% from 10%. Also seen changes on short-term gains of financial assets. That's going to attract 20% from 15%. Now, of course, Ashwath, these two announcements and perhaps a few more, they spooked the market, right? We saw the market sort of slipping 800 points, then they recovered. But of course, on the other hand, there's also other aspects like the exemption threshold has gone up, certain holding periods have been streamlined. So net, Is it positive or negative overall, or is it the perfect balancing act?
I don't know if it's the perfect balancing act, but certainly, there's been a cry for rationalization of capital gains across asset classes. So one of the big asks was really, this artificial divide between listed and unlisted shares should be plugged. I think it has been plugged. I think rationalizations of holding periods have happened. Another positive to my mind is now for InvITs and REITs, the holding period for long-term capital gains is down to 12 from 36 months. Holding period for other asset classes, 36 has gone away altogether. It's now either 12 or it's 24, which I think are all welcome, rationalization moves, which I think will help long term. But I mean, if you really look at it, I think from a revenue collection point of view, it's pro-revenue, because I think long-term capital gains has gone up to 12.5%. Short-term has gone up from 15 to 20, and whilst property, basically long-term has gone down from 20 to 12.5. Indexation has been done away with altogether. So, I mean, I think it's certainly not a move to fuel further investments in our capital markets.
All right. Vivek, I wanted to get your point on the indexation benefit that's been taken away when it comes to property. That, as well as the overall view that you have on the changes made to the capital gains tax regime. Go ahead.
So, Ashwin, if you remember when you reached out to me a few days ago asking me for the three key, requests or needs that the PE/VC sector would be asking for, I had pointed out to you that the rationalization of this capital gains tax regime was one of the most important ones. So look, they have done the positives, as Ashwath said, on the periods as well as classification between listed and unlisted, and try to remove this bogey of tax arbitrage, because of which people's, incentives on investing in asset classes tend to change. So that's a positive. The negative is the tinkering. Investors don't like that. Investors like predictability. And they'll think, oh, every year they're going to come up with something change. It may be net revenue for this year, but we are a country which needs trillions of dollars of investment to build what we need to build out to become Viksit Bharat. And we have foreign investors who are channeling foreign savings into India because we have a deficit. Our savings are not enough to fuel our gross capital formation needs. Are we sending out the message that, look, every year we'll change something? And to gain what? That is something that sort of surprises me. I haven't done the number work to see what is the effective increase in revenue that's going to come as a result of this. Bear in mind, capital gains happens when the gain is realized. Not every investment results in a capital gain, but every dollar of investment results in capital formation, results in employment, results in indirect tax revenues going up. So I think we should basically look at the sum of the parts, and to that extent, I think it could have been avoided, but that's my view. I could be wrong. My experience has been investors don't like surprises, and we don't want to tell them every year there'll be some surprise. India is not for beginners.
Right. Fair point you make over there. Investors definitely like consistency. That's the key word. Ashwath, if you look at the entire private equity community, right, in the interim budget that happened just a few months back, you had the pension funds pocket, some of the sovereign wealth funds and pension funds, they had certain tax benefits relating to the infra sector. No such explicit benefits this time around. And private equity investors, mind you, are, of course, the busiest as far as signing bigger checks is concerned. In fact, I think they've moved far ahead of some of the strategics and the corporates, right? So overall, any misses, any aspects from the government which you think the private equity community had in mind, which perhaps could have been sort of absorbed in this budget and announced?
I mean, if you look at, foreign investment not coming in at the rate one would want it to come in, the relevance of domestic capital, I think, is only increasing.
That's right.
And in that context, the point you made on pension funds is important, because today there are limitations on pension funds going into AIFs, which are then coming into the market.
And that's been a demand to include
that. It's been a request, and that's not been, allowed. And I mean, market risk, I think, is the justification, possibly. But deepening domestic pools of capital, I think, is going to be important to insulate our market from global situations where people pull away capital, etc. So I think that's one part of it. The other part of it is in terms of the entire expectation from the investment community perspective. One of the things to my mind which is affecting a lot of people, a lot of investors is, are there incentives for investors coming into the market? Sovereign wealth funds is the example you gave. I think that one, to be fair, there were infra-related benefits that have been extended into next year, which I think is a welcome move. But the question really is, do you want to broaden those incentives across sectors, given the continuing sovereign interest in our market from multiple places, including in the Middle East, right? So I think sovereign wealth funds, that could have been something that we could have done more on. And I think one point which I believe is a miss is, I made the point on press note 3, and this is all, I think, stemming from an undue sort of emphasis on beneficial ownership, right? We have to understand the meaning of the word private pools of capital. It's called private pools of capital because it's private.
For a reason.
And the people who are investing in those pools of capital don't want to be known. I mean, you can take declarations, you can make sure they're coming from FATF, IOSCO jurisdictions,
no
KYC is
issues,
being done, no money laundering, no terrorism. You can even make sure there's no Indian capital coming back, which is the overwhelming concern from our perspective. But I think the overemphasis that has come in across multiple regulation, right, is something that is becoming a dampener on foreign investment.
All right.
Because pools basically turn around and say, if you're going to be subjected to that cavity search, for the want of any better way of putting it, then we'd rather not come and subject ourselves to it.
All right, intense scrutiny on the PE pocket over there. Vivek, what's there on your list of missing items? Any demands from the PE community? Many of them are your clients. Any demands from the PE community that perhaps have been ignored by Madam FM this time?
There'll always be some pockets. If you remember, I had sent you 3 main points. Capital gains policy has been addressed, but it's a mixed bag. The removal of angel tax has happened. That's a great positive. And the third part was clarification or reframing of the rules around indirect transfer of assets into India. That has yet to happen. Hopefully that will happen with passage of time.
This is the one relating to the controversial Vodafone tax case.
Yes.
Which has its origins in the controversial Vodafone tax case.
Yeah, yes. And to some extent, there are some more benefits that are being granted vis-a-vis domiciling at the IFSC Gift City. All this is positive. Some of the Indian GPs have already set up offices in the Gift City, and some more are to follow. But look, the reality is that private equity investors, when they invest in a country like India, it's a long-term play, right? The tweaking of taxes, something here or there, these are wish lists, but are they going to meaningfully reframe one's thinking of, is India the investment destination to invest the next $10 billion over the next 5 years or not? I would say less so, right? So commercially, there are quite a few things the budget is doing that's right to increase India's maximum. Fiscal deficit is being reduced. Consolidation on the fiscal side is not being sacrificed in the altar of political largesse, which a lot of people were thinking will happen, given the way the constituency of the NDA 3.0 has happened. So that's positive that we haven't seen the government go down that path as yet. And, India will continue to grow. They want to strengthen the rural economy, which is also a huge positive because 70% of the Indian population lives there. We are a consumption-led society, a consumption-led economy. As more and more people get more wealth, there is trickle-down effect. It's a virtuous cycle which will continue, hopefully spin a bit faster than it did before. From all these aspects, it's a positive one for investors, right? It's a positive one for businessmen. May not be so positive for middle-class salaried people, but we are not talking about them right now.
Right. No, fair enough. Vivek, now it's time to quickly shift focus to capital markets as well, right? Both of you are deal makers. The last year has seen, frenzy of activity in the Indian domestic capital markets, record-setting IPOs, blockbuster block deals. So, today at least the fizz has been taken out of the markets because, the markets tanked, then they recovered. So let's see how the markets respond in the days to come. But Ashmat, nothing big bang to further spur the pace of capital market transactions that we have seen in the last year or so. Your take?
So Ashwin, I mean, I agree with Vivek in the sense that, you know, the marginal increase in capital gains tax rates is not going to be a dampener in terms of continuing to see, you know, the block deals, the IPOs, etc., which, you know, hopefully will continue. For me, actually, one of the factors that I've been seeing in M&A activity is a lot of people who over a 5-7 year period had externalized their business, where the original idea was to go public overseas, have actually, thanks to the depth and proven track record now
they
of
want
our
to come back
marketers,
and-
they want to come back. And internalizations or inbound mergers, you know, you're seeing so many now where businesses want to come back and list here. I think what would have helped, and that for me is probably a miss which one would hope for, you know, in the future, is when an Indian company merges into an Indian company, it's tax neutral, right? I think the benefit of bringing those businesses back or the holding structures back into India well merit considering the same thing when you have a foreign company merging into an Indian company. So inbound mergers or outbound mergers, whether that should be exempt from capital gains tax is something I think the government should, you know,
Should look
certainly
at.
consider.
Yeah, right. Vivek, what's your take on overseas listings, right? In the past few budgets, the markets have been waiting for some indication from the government. There was also a panel set up, if I'm not wrong. But, you know, the government's been quiet. Of course, the argument could be that, you know, the Indian capital markets are rocking. There's a lot of depth over here. There are South Korean auto majors looking to list over here, $3 billion record-sized IPOs. So therefore, why look outside? But one must not lose sight of the fact that there are certain sectors that perhaps will be a little more well appreciated and perhaps maybe better valued in overseas markets. Your take on the fact that the government's been silent on the entire overseas listings regime?
So I think it's about prioritizing what's important in the given time frame. With the way the Indian equity markets are rocking, and you know, foreign MNCs want to list their Indian businesses here. You have situations like Maruti's probably got more market cap than Suzuki standalone. And you know, you will have all the listed subsidiaries of all, say, the German companies, the Siemens, the ABBs, you know, industrial companies doing so well, trading at huge premiums to their parents' multiples. So you pick the sector. I would wager in most sectors, the Indian market is awarding a higher listing multiple. And I think in the overall scheme of things, if I was in the FM's team, I would say, okay, this is important, but maybe not so important right now. Let's stick to what is very important right now. And we'll keep looking at this and evaluating this. There is nothing preventing them from tweaking the rules necessary to enable this next time around, right? It's not that there is a consortium of companies banging at the door that, hey, allow us to list overseas right now. In fact, the ones that are domiciled outside are paying huge taxes to re-domicile back in India. So I think it's just about prioritizing what is important in the given time frame. I'm sure the government will take it up. They've generally been very progressive, but maybe now is not the right time, simply because there's not so much demand for it right now.
Sure. You know, Ashwath, there's one concept, and that's a concept that's very popular in overseas jurisdictions like Luxembourg, Mauritius, Singapore. This is one of the concepts that has been introduced, or at least spoken about in the speech at least, and that's the concept of variable capital companies, VCCs, right? Some believe that perhaps the concept of VCCs may sort of lure fund managers to sort of, you know, come back to India. That's an easier structure. It has its own set of benefits when it comes to, dividends and taxation. What do you make of this concept? It's basically a structuring flexibility that has been introduced in the budget.
I think currently the FM speech basically focuses it on sectors like aviation, right? Its relevance to my mind, Ashwin, from a fund structuring perspective, the beauty of our law is our entire fund framework is pretty much built on trust law, right? And if you look at our trust law, basic trust law coupled with the relevant SEBI regulations that are there and the tax rules around it, I think we are already there in terms of achieving, you know, what some other jurisdictions might have done through a corporate structure. Now, will there be, you know, incremental benefits to a corporate structure? Maybe. But I mean, again, to Vivek's point, I think this isn't really one of the pressing changes that we need, because I think we are just fine in terms of the jurisprudential framework or the legal framework that we have currently.
Maybe one more nuance that has been introduced.
Yes, one more option probably. But right now, I think from the speech, it's very narrow.
Right. Disinvestment, Ashwath, that's also an area where the government was silent last time, the government was silent this time as well. And there's not much that has happened also in terms of some of the big ticket deals being sealed, right? They're at various stages of approvals, of clearances, right? So what do you make of the government's entire disinvestment agenda? At one point of time, it used to be a very substantial part of every budget speech, right? Last two budgets, we haven't seen that. Is it purely because of the fact that it's a coincidence that the last few years haven't seen any big ticket disinvestments being done and they have been delayed?
So, I mean, Ashwin, if you look at it, I mean, ultimately, divestment was one more fiscal tool, right, to ultimately manage deficits and basically ensure that government has revenue. It's at some level selling the family silver. So, I mean, I can't speak for the FM, but at the end of the day, the way one would look at it is we've still managed fiscal discipline and revenue generation.
Yeah, tax, GST.
Through a slew of means.
RBI
right?
dividend as well. Yeah.
Absolutely, and record RBI dividends.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, the question to ask is, do they really need to get rid of state assets at this point of time? I mean, just given the way the market is growing overall, right, this is probably not the best time to divest, and the best is yet to come.
All right, the best is yet to come. Vivek, any sectors that you would like to highlight from, at least from the budget speech, that you think will benefit in terms of greater PE deal activity going ahead?
So look, I think these sectors where private equity has always remained strong, one is on the real assets, on infrastructure and on real estate. And within real estate, it's largely been commercial real estate or real estate related to warehousing platforms being set up and the like. I think nothing meaningful has changed there, which is also great. No change is also good news. And we expect the PE community, especially backed by sovereign wealth funds and pension funds, with direct investment teams looking at deploying capital in India, to continue down the path of infra and real estate. And I've written enough about it in our monthly and quarterly reports. The other sectors where PE has been very strong in is financial services, technology, which is IT, ITS, software, SaaS, e-commerce, life sciences, and healthcare. Again, there is virtually no change that we have seen from the broad print. We look at the fine print, which will impact investment theses in these sectors, right? So we expect private equity to continue in all of these. At the VC end, there is a lot of activity. I would say some activity in space and space tech. Hopefully that'll get a fillip with some more capital being given by the government. It'll be given to Indian GPs, through the fund of fund structure, and they'll be able to deploy more capital in, emerging space tech companies who work with the DRDO, ISRO, develop applications that are commercial, and the like. So that is obviously very welcome. India has shown its chops. We are very frugal in terms of the money we spend as a nation on our space program, which is world class. So that's good. So at an overall level, if I were to see last 10 years where private equity money has come in, 65-70% has come in these changed. Economy continues to hum along and grow. Unless there is some speed breaker, we expect PE community to continue to remain focused on these sectors. What may happen is we may see a lot more deals in consumer. They may become larger, because over the years, a lot of VC money has come into D2C brands. Some of those brands have become larger. There'll be an exchange of ownership where the VC investors, early investors will sell out, and growth capital will come in, which is the PE community. So we'll see some bit more of that, hopefully in the next 2-3 years, consumer sector deals becoming larger, right? This is this would be a change to, the regular sectors that private equity has been investing in.
Right. All right. Vivek and Ashwath, it's time now for closing comments. I'll leave the last word to you, Ashwath. Your three sectors, your top sectoral picks for M&A and private equity activity going ahead. We've had a very busy 2024. So your 3 picks, stick your neck out.
So I think infra with an emphasis on renewables. I think healthcare and pharma will continue to see a lot of activity. And the hope now is tech, which has been quiet for a while, will pick up as well.
So tech as well. On that note, tech is also an area where perhaps one hopes that the VCs will be signing larger checks, right? At least with the startup community, because after the boom during COVID, you also had, the tech meltdown, and then valuations went down. There were a lot of down rounds. So hopefully those things will be addressed in the days to come.
Absolutely.
Right. On that note, it's a wrap on this budget special, where we dissected the impact of today's budget on the entire deal-making environment as well as the investment environment. I must thank both our expert guests, Ashwath as well as Vivek, for taking out time and sharing their perspective. With that, I'll toss it to my colleague, Karunya Rao.
Thank you for that, Ashwin. And yes, that was quite the comprehensive chat on not just the deal environment in the country, but also how the budget and the host of announcements that it entails would impact the deal-making environment, corporate India, private equity segment, and much more. But now it's time to shift gears and talk all about that impacts you, your personal finances, your money, your investments, and how budget and its announcements stand to impact you, the Aam Aadmi and the Aam investor, the retail investor. So we'll get that discussion going. I'm Karunya Rao, and I will soon be joined by my colleague and co-host for the show, Kaizad Adajania as well, who will be joining us from the Mumbai studios to talk about all this and more. But first, let me quickly give a recap on what exactly was announced today in the budget by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Now, if we talk about capital gains tax, there have been changes announced in the income tax slabs for the new regime. Remember, not for the older one, but for those who opt or want to opt for the new tax regime will see these changes happen in their tax slabs. So if you have your income between 3 to 7 lakh rupees, if your annual income is in that bracket, then your taxable your tax rate will be 5%. Below 3%, of course, there will be no tax. And that threshold has also been raised by the finance minister today. Now, between 7 to 10 lakh rupees, if your income falls under that basket, then your tax rate will be 10%. Now, if your annual income is between 10 to 12 lakh rupees, the rate of tax will be 15%. Between 12 to 15 lakh rupees of annual income, your income tax rate will be 30%. So that, of course, is largely unchanged. But this is how the new tax slabs under the new tax regime are going to look like. So, of course, we will be talking about this in greater detail with our experts who will shortly be joining us as well. Now, another very important thing that stands to impact you, the Aam investor, the retail investor, is capital gains. Budget 2024 has essentially also seen a revision in that domain as well. Long-term capital gain tax rate. Now, for listed entities, that has gone up from 10% earlier to 12.5%. Listed entities means your shares, your rates, InvITs, those kind of instruments which are listed and trade on an exchange. So, the LTCG, the long-term capital gains tax, has gone up from 10% before to now 12.5%. Not just that. Now, second is that short-term capital gain, or STCG as we know it, on listed entities again has been hiked from 15% to 20%. Earlier, if you were incurring any short-term gains or booking any short-term profits, you had to pay a 15% tax. Now, that taxable tax rate has gone up from 15% to 20% on short-term capital gains, or STCG as we call it. And the third component, which impacts largely F&O, or the derivative segment, the derivative trading segment, is the STT. Now, what is STT? It is Securities Transaction Tax, also called as STT. Basically, the amount or the fee that you pay on every transaction is your STT. So that has been hiked. For futures, it is now at 0.02%, and for options, it's now at 0.1%. So these are essentially the big takeaways for the investor, for the Aam Aadmi, as far as the budget 2024 is concerned. Let's bring on board our first guest for the evening. It's Mr. Rajiv Thakkar, Chief Investment Officer and Director at PPFAS Mutual Fund. Mr. Thakkar, thank you so much. A very good evening to you and welcome to Moneycontrol.
Thank you. Good evening to all the listeners.
I was just wrapping up the big takeaways from today's budget announcements, especially for market participants and investors, retail investors. Before we delve deeper into any of these segments, I want to know your first gut reaction. The budget, good, bad, ugly, thumbs up, thumbs down, what would you like to say?
I think it is more of continuity. So the fear that people had was that given the reduced mandate and given the coalition compulsions, would there be too much of
Okay, I think we have snapped that line with Mr. Thakkar. We'll try and reconnect him, but we also have a couple of other experts joining us to talk about not just markets or how the announcements impact that, but also about wealth management, money management, your personal finances. And for that, let me bring on board Mr. Manoj Nagpal. He is the CEO of Outlook Asia Capital. Mr. Nagpal, good evening and welcome on board. Hi, Mr. Nagpal. I'm audible to you, right? I think not. Well, we'll have to try and fix that line with him as well. Kaizad is here. He is the editor of our personal finance vertical right here on Moneycontrol. Hi, Kaizad. Good to be back here with you once again on the personal finance show. Somebody who's been tracking the space for so long, personal wealth, taxation, investments. How do you rate this budget? What has it been like for you and the people you've spoken to? What are you gathering?
Well, I think a lot of changes on the capital gains tax front, and people are still wrapping their heads around, how this would impact, the investments. But as far as, of course, there has been quite a lot of streamlining done on the capital gains tax fronts, and we have with us Homi Mistry and Rajiv and Manoj to take us through the nitty-gritties of that. But I just wanted to start by asking Homi and welcoming him on the show. The first, the big expectation that we had from the budget as far as the new income tax regime is concerned were two things. One, the basic exemption limit was expected to be hiked, and also the standard deduction also was expected to go up, and both these expectations have been met today. So Homi, give us overall, your sense of the budget, and also, how this, whether this meets your expectations or whether people, because the standard deduction has gone up only to 75,000, and I know we were discussing the other day, and there was an expectation to go up to 1 lakh. So is this adequate, inadequate, as per your expectations?
Yeah, so Kaizad, when you look at it, although the exemption limit has not gone up, it still remained now at 3 lakh rupees under the new regime. She has expanded the slabs, so she's brought in now new slabs from 3 to 7 lakhs, then from 7 to 10 lakhs, 10 to 12 lakhs, 12 lakhs to 15 lakhs, and obviously then above 15 lakhs. So there's been a saving of around 17,000, about 10,000 rupees compared to the earlier new regime. And plus, because of the standard deduction going up from 50,000 to 75,000, although there was an expectation that it would go up maybe to 1 lakh rupees, the taxpayer saving another around 10,000, another about 15,000 rupees, 15 to about 7,500 rupees. Okay. So totally, there's been a saving of around 17,500 rupees. If you're saying, let's say, earning more than 15 lakhs. And if you take into account the education cess, you'd be saving per annum about 18,200 rupees. So there have definitely been some good savings on the account. The other good measure change has been in connection with this NPS. So earlier, if an employee in the private sector was investing, he could claim a deduction maximum up to 10% of his salary. Now that deduction has been brought on par with the central government and state government employees, so it's gone up from 10% to 14%.
And this was also an expectation that we were talking about, because it was 14% for central and state government employees, and for private sector it was left at 10%. So this
Correct.
expectation also has been
it's materialized, and then one would expect maybe more and more people maybe to put in more money and funds into NPS.
Okay, okay. And the tax slabs, yes, of course, correction, the basic exemption limits remains the same, but the tax slabs have been tweaked slightly.
Slightly tweaked, yes.
Do you think more could have been done as far as the tax slabs is concerned? Because first of all, it's only up to 15 lakh rupees. The higher tax slabs have remained unchanged.
Right.
And there was a lot of hope, a lot of wish list that the higher surcharges for the higher brackets also would go down, but that hasn't been changed.
Right.
Of course, the government also has a lot of welfare schemes to fund. So yes, the government also needs money. But do you think the changes that have been made today are adequate, or Homi, do you think more could have been done? I mean, the slabs are still there.
So, Kaizar, as she mentioned in her speech, that the government is going to relook at the direct tax laws. They're going to try and further simplify, rationalize the same. So, we could expect some changes, etc., maybe in the budget, which will be announced next year in February.
Okay. Okay. Manoj, do we have Manoj on the show? Okay. Rajiv, what do you make of the income tax slabs? You think more could have been done, or do you think this tweak was on expected lines? What's your primary takeaway?
That there are bills to be paid, there are welfare schemes to be run. So I think on balance, it's reasonable what has been done, and government can only give away so much of revenue in a particular year.
Okay. Homi, the old income tax regime has been left unchanged.
Right.
I think the finance minister was also asked in the press conference about the future of the old tax regime. This was also on expected lines. I mean, many people were expecting deductions on Section 80C to go up from 1.5 lakh to 2 benefits. None of them have come. And I think it's becoming more and more clear with every passing day that, the focus of the government, even in the new circumstance also, is going to be more and more on the new income tax regime, the simplified income tax regime, and not on the old income tax regime.
Right.
What's your take on that?
Yeah, I think the finance minister is very clear that she wants more and more people to adopt the new regime. She had in fact mentioned that at least 2/3 of the filers, etc., are going under the new regime. And that definitely is the focus. That is why she herself mentioned that the NPS benefit, this higher deduction that you can claim from 10 to 14% would only be if you go under the new regime. And the standard deduction increase from 50,000 to 75,000 would only be for people who go under the new regime.
So they are making the new regime more and more lucrative, more and more attractive, discouraging people. They've already made it the default regime. So, if you want to still shift to the old regime, you have to fill up a form. There's a process to go through.
Correct.
I suppose that also would nudge more and more people to go to the new regime.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Let's move on, Karunya, to the next big announcement which was made today on the capital gains taxation, capital gains front. Homi, capital gains, the finance minister said, has been simplified, has been streamlined. Earlier, we had 12 months, we had 24 months, we had 36 months. So now it's only 12 months and 24 months. So could you just simplify to our reader further as to how capital gains is going to be in the new scenario?
Yeah. So Kaizar, it's like this, that earlier you had different categories for capital assets. It could be 12 months, if held for more than 12 months, could be a long-term asset. Held for more than 24 months, a long-term asset. And there were some cases like in the case of gold or jewelry, etc., held for more than 36 months, there would be long-term assets. Now what has actually happened, what's proposed is basically to have only sort of two categories for long-term assets. One held for more than 12 months. For example, listed securities, etc., held for more than 12 months would all be treated as long-term assets. And certain other assets, for example, real estate, etc., would be treated as long-term assets if held for more than 24 months. Okay. There have also been some other clarifications. For example, if some assets are unlisted, for example, unlisted bonds or debentures, then irrespective of the period of holding, they would be treated as short-term assets. So that's the first clarification. The second important one is regarding the exemption or deduction that one could claim when the individual sold certain listed shares or equity-oriented funds. Up to 1 lakh, if they were held for more than 1 year and they were treated as long-term assets, and you could claim an exemption or deduction up to rupees 1 lakh. Now this amount has been proposed to be increased from 1 lakh rupees to 1.25 lakh rupees.
So the long-term rates have gone up from 10% to 12.5% as opposed to compensate that.
That's correct.
Maybe the exempt income of 1 lakh has gone up to 1.25.
1.25. And Kaizad, as you mentioned, the rate now has also been proposed from 10% to 12.5%. Yeah. But we have to bear in mind it's 12.5%. Then depending upon your income category, you may be liable to pay surcharge also. The maximum surcharge is 15% depending on your income. Let's say it's more than 2 crores. And plus you have to pay an education cess.
So that's a very important clarification that Homi has just given us, which means that it is not just going to be 12.5%, it could be as high as 14.9% also.
Correct.
Your long-term capital gains tax.
Correct. And for short term, she has now proposed to increase it from 15% to 20%.
Yes, that's the big increase. And yeah. Rajiv, I wanted to get you in at this point. I mean, you've been tracking the markets, I'm sure, today. And, markets were not happy with these two things. One was, the short-term gains, short-term tax being increased from 15% to 20%, and also the STT on FNO has also been hiked. So what do you make of it? I mean, is it justified? Do you think markets will return back to normal reaction once the dust settles down, or are we going to see a little bit more pain in the markets in the coming days ahead?
So Kaizad, the recent regime, and meaning last 5 years, 7 years, the tax regime was very, very liberal on equity as an asset class. So some years back, in fact, you had zero tax on long-term being defined as a holding period of 1 year. If we go back a couple of decades, the regime was not so liberal. And at that time, people used to hold shares for maybe 3 years to qualify as long-term investors. And even then, the gains were taxable. It was not tax-free. Given the extremely liberal tax regime in the past, what has happened is the time horizon of investors has shortened very, very significantly, where people are moving in and out of stocks all the time, and tax is not much. Given the gradual creep up in the tax rates, which has happened over the past few years, I would expect some sort of a behavior change to happen, because one thing to realize is that tax is payable only when you sell your assets. As long as you are sitting on assets which have appreciated, there's no tax on mark-to-market gains. So this habit of moving in and out of stocks, in and out of mutual fund schemes all the time, I think that will take a back seat, and people will be mindful of the tax that they have to pay, and they would want the assets to compound over the longer term. So obviously, any investor would prefer tax rates to be lower, but tax rates are what they are. And I think investors will modify their behavior somewhat to account for the higher tax rates.
Rajiv, that's a very good point.
The revised rates, right? I mean, what are you going to do?
Go on.
Rajiv, I just wanted to understand if, you said that, yes, the investor behavior will eventually set with the new regime, with the new rate. But how is this going to, if at all, change the complexion of the overall investment strategy or behavior, so to say? Could it sort of nudge investors away from equities onto some other assets as well? Because up until now, equities were looking fairly or relatively more attractive to them, especially from a tax standpoint. Now that it's a level playing field, could that behavior change?
That's a wonderful point that you're making. So, in the last few years, two things happened. One is that in the global environment of zero interest rate policy, where European continent had negative interest rates, US had zero interest rates, and even in India, nominal rates were quite low. And on a real rate basis, interest rates were in fact negative. So interest rates were lower than the inflation rate. So that was one part. And the second part was taxation on equity was much lower than other asset classes. So what this did is that it messed up the investors' asset allocation, uh, and investors which were not suited for equity based on their uh, risk profile or liquidity requirements, time horizon, and so on, were forced into over allocating to equity. Now that the tax rates are more or less uniform across asset classes, I think most financial planners, investors will go back to the drawing board and really rework their strategy in terms of how much money actually you need to be into equities, how much in fixed income, how much in other asset classes like REITs or InvITs, maybe some in gold, real estate, whatever, what have you. So I think it will result in some reallocation. That is my reading.
Okay, all right.
Rajiv, on the similar topic, I also wanted to ask you for debt funds. In budget 2023, the debt funds, long-term capital gains tax and indexation tax, indexation benefits were removed, and the industry was clamoring for a rollback, but that didn't happen this year. I mean, as a fund house, as a mutual fund player, are you disappointed, or it's a reality that we have to accept?
So one, it is a reality that we have to accept. There's no getting around it. Uh, so if people are wanting a pure debt fund, even now, even under the revised tax regime, you can pay tax on redemption. So if a young investor has, let's say, a 80-20 equity debt allocation, that person can put money in debt funds and let it compound and for redemption whenever that is. So mutual funds still are a good asset class. The other option that people can look at is hybrid funds. So funds which are investing less than 65% in debt securities still have the long-term benefit. So that has not gone away. So instead of looking at pure debt funds, I think people should look at some hybrid funds which could be somewhat tax efficient. Other options are obviously there.
Some of these funds also have been brought out.
No, Kaizad, so
some of these funds, like gold funds, also have been brought out from the ambit of that Section 50AA. Now, the definition of which funds are going to be considered as debt funds, the definition has been tweaked, and it's been more oriented towards the actual definition of what a debt fund does rather than what a non-equity fund used to do. So
that's correct.
Even that also would benefit at least some categories like a hybrid fund or a gold fund, as you rightly pointed out.
That's correct. This will be applicable from 1st of April 25. So it's not immediately applicable, but yes. Those also have been brought out of the debt fund categorization.
Umi, I wanted to ask you about another question about capital gains. Property, that's been talked about by many experts, many investors. Earlier it was 20% with indexation, long-term capital gains tax benefits on selling property. Now it has come down to 12.5% without indexation. One, what is your take? And two, what works better? Indexation at 20% works better, or without indexation 12.5%? If you can just simplify that for our view, because there's a lot of confusion whether this is good or whether this is bad.
Yeah, so Kaizad, that would again depend on case to case, Obviously, people were getting the benefit of indexation, and that obviously increased their cost. but then they were paying tax at a higher rate of 20%, and again there would be a surcharge and there would be a cess depending. But now what the government is saying that we will remove this indexation benefit, and you pay tax now at a lower rate of 12.5%, but of course with surcharge and cess. So one will have to see on a case-to-case basis, do like a sort of a calculation, that if a person were to sell a property and assuming they were getting the indexation benefit, but they were paying higher tax rate. But now, suppose they sold that same property at the same point of time, and but now you don't get the benefit of indexation, but you pay tax at 12.5%. So sort of like a comparison would have to be done.
Case to case.
Case. But in any event, now
the holding period would also make some difference, right? I mean, if your holding period is huge,
yes,
then
yes.
a lower tax rate may,
yes.
you never know. I mean,
yeah.
unless you do the calculations.
Yeah, one has to do the calculations. But now in any event, now the proposed rate, one has to accept that it's 12.5%.
Okay.
Well, I was actually coming to that. Homi, I have a follow-up. I mean, given how, something similar to what I was asking Rajiv as well, given how now it's more of a, level playing field, and there's been a upward revision for listed assets. There is a revision again in property as well for LTCG in property related profits or sale of property. How do you see, investing behavior change? Because up until now, equities was looking fairly attractive from a taxation standpoint, and now with these revisions in place, do you see people, perhaps changing their pattern or preferences on where to put their money, given the alterations and the revisions in taxation? Homi, my question was to you. I think the Mumbai studio is not getting my audio, are they? Kaisa?
I can hear you, Karunya. Rajiv here.
Okay, I think the Mumbai studio is facing some kind of a glitch. But overall, Rajiv...
Karunya, you're asking Homi?
Yes, I was. I was asking him if because of these change in taxation, LTCG rather, slabs and LTCG rates, does he also expect to see some kind of change in preferences as to where people may choose to park their money now, their savings now going forward? I don't know if I'm audible to Homi.
Okay, so I'll repeat the question what Karunya was asking, that now that the capital gains tax of various instruments have undergone a change, rates have been streamlined. Do you think this will influence, I mean, you are a tax expert, but let me just ask you a financial planning question. Do you think investors and taxpayers would change their, preferences of investments based on the capital gains tax structures, or do you think they should stick, or they will stick to their investment plan?
I think a person should continue sticking to their investment plan, and obviously the investment plan should not only be influenced by the tax or tax rates, etc. And obviously they should be looking at the nature of the instrument that they're investing in and what are the prospects, etc. of that particular asset, for appreciation, especially in the future. You're getting the returns on that. Yeah, that should be, I think, the primary goal.
Right. So asset allocation, I mean, tax planning, is important, but is a subset of the overall financial planning, is a summary of what Karunya Homi is saying.
Let's also shift gears and talk about the personal tax slab as well. Homi, I want to know more about this, because the whole idea is to nudge people, and especially young, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. To nudge people who are joining the workforce and existing taxpayers towards the new regime. Now, given these changes or these very minor tweaks that have happened to the tax slabs and the standard deviation, etc., do you see more people opting for the new regime? Is that incentive enough for people to opt for the new regime and not the older one?
If you heard that question.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so let me just repeat what Karunya, having some audio problems.
I think, Kaisa, I think you should converse with Homi because he's not getting my audio.
Yeah. So, Homi, basically the question for you is that, in your experience in the recent years that the new tax regime has been more and more incentivized. We had a huge round of changes that happened in Budget 2023 also as far as the new tax regime was concerned. Today also the Finance Minister has tweaked the tax slabs. Standard deduction has also gone up. And there was a whole host of, measures being talked about today in the budget speech about job creation and about first-time workers. What, in your experience, has been the how have people adapted to the new tax regime, especially the younger generation, the first-time workers, in the who are in the first couple of years of their employment? Do you see a larger and larger adaptation to the new tax regime, or do they still want to go to the old tax regime? What's been your observation so far?
So, especially the youngsters, etc., obviously they do a comparison between the old regime and the new regime. And earlier the threshold was like claiming exemptions and deductions of up to, let's say, 3,75,000 rupees. So, if your exemptions or deductions exceeded that limit of 3,75,000 rupees, people tended to go under the old regime. Deductions, for example, under ATC or PPF, or you had interest on savings account, medical insurance, etc. But many of the youngsters may not have such a substantial amount of deductions or exemptions, So in that case, many of the people tended to go under the new regime. And then also under the new regime, you don't have to maintain, you're not claiming all these deductions, etc., barring the standard deduction.
Correct.
So in that case, you would automatically not have to maintain all these supportings, documents, etc., and go under the new regime. It was also a more simplified regime.
More simplified, more operationally easy also, because
Correct.
You don't have to get all those bills and proofs and all that.
Absolutely correct, yeah.
Okay. There was also, Homi, a lot of clamor before the budget to sort of, one way to incentivize the new regime was to shift some of the home loan benefits, principal home loan benefits, Section 24B, interest on home loan benefits also to the new regime. And there was a lot of clamor being done to that, and people say that that is a big impediment of people shifting to the old tax regime to the new tax regime. Looking at, listening to the budget speech, listening to the finance minister today, what's the message that you're getting, that we have to now accept the reality that the exemptions and deductions, which at least the more popular ones in the old tax regime, would they remain in the old tax regime, and eventually we'll have to get adjusted to the new tax regime without these kind of deductions?
So while it will be difficult to predict, obviously, for the future, the focus seems to be definitely the new regime. That's why if you see, even in the budget announced today, the standard deduction is going up only for people adopting the new regime, and similarly the NPS benefit is also for people only under the new regime. There will be no concessions given under the old regime. So I think now one has to be a little realistic, and the new regime is obviously going to be adopted maybe more and more, and maybe become even more friendly in the future.
Because we thought that, at least the way the elections results came out, maybe some concessions might happen in the old tax regime, but that didn't happen. I mean, the finance minister was steadfast in her approach to keep the focus on the new tax regime.
Correct.
And whatever incentives were announced today, they were announced only for the new tax regime and not for the old tax regime.
Correct.
Although I would like to repeat again that, I think in the press conference, she was asked about the future of the old tax regime, and she was a little, there was no clarity as to what is going to happen, the future of the old tax regime. But yes, I think you're right in the sense that the future belongs to the new tax regime.
That's right. That's right.
Rajiv, finally, we want to ask you, now that the budget is over, what's the way ahead for the investor? If somebody has money to invest, looking at the market valuations, one doesn't know how the markets are going to react tomorrow and later this week. But what's your advice to the retail investor? Tell us somebody who's sitting on the fence, was waiting for the budget and the elections to get over, and now these two big events are over. Is this a good time for people to invest? And tell us, what should existing investors do now that the markets had run up so much so far?
Timing question, or question on the relative attractiveness of different asset classes. So whether equity is more attractive or fixed income is more attractive. So these are questions what I would call tactical in nature. what I would recommend people is to have more of a strategic or a long-term asset allocation which is driven by their needs. A young person entering the workforce today at the age of 20 or 25 has 30, 35, 40 years ahead of herself or himself to save and invest. Now, that person should be equity heavy and have less allocation to fixed income securities. Whereas a person closer to retirement, having 2 years to go for retirement, should have bulk of her assets in fixed income securities. So, one is asset allocation will be driven by the risk appetite, by the asset liability, income expenditure profile, and various other factors, financial goals and things like that. Tactically, I think today is not the best time to be overweight equities. So if you are having excessive weight in equities, it would be a good time to invest additional capital into fixed income securities rather than going overboard on equities. But otherwise, I think it's more or less normal, as we spoke about the fact that tax rates are now uniform across asset classes. And even in terms of time horizon, it's not much of a difference, 12 months and 24 months. 24 months is not really that long a time period to really worry about it too much. So from that point of view, I would not have preference for one over the other. It should be as per the needs of individuals. And people should, most people get a monthly paycheck, and people should deploy their monthly savings into investments via SIPs or via any other methods. Given that almost everything is taxable now, look for tax sheltered vehicles. NPS, Provident Fund, mutual funds, all of these are good vehicles to invest in, and then don't withdraw or don't try to shuffle around too much, because that will result in tax leakage. Don't interrupt compounding unnecessarily.
All right, Homi and Rajiv, thank you so much for taking time out and helping us understand this better, the changes that the budget has thrown up for the Aam Aadmi and the retail investor as well. Kaizad, pleasure having you as well. Always great chatting with you on personal finance and more. But with that, we're going to wrap it up right here on Moneycontrol. This show on personal finance, stay tuned. We're going to be back soon with our coverage that's going to go on till 9 p.m. tonight.
जो बजट प्रस्तुत किया हम कह सकते हैं आधुनिक भारत के निर्माण में सहायक सिद्ध होगा। 2047 में विकसित भारत का संकल्प का सपना जो देशवासियों ने माननीय मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में देखा है, उसको पूरा करने वाला बजट है। एक तरफ छात्रों की चिंता की गई है।
Priority 5, urban development, cities as growth hubs. Working with states, our government will facilitate development of cities as growth hubs. This will be achieved through economic and transit planning and orderly development of peri-urban areas utilizing town planning schemes. Creative redevelopment of cities. For creative brownfield redevelopment of existing cities with a transformative impact, our government will formulate a framework for enabling policies, market-based mechanisms, and regulation. Transit-oriented development. Transit-oriented development plans for 14 large cities with a population above 30 lakh will be formulated, along with an implementation and financing strategy. Urban housing. Under the PM Awas Yojana, Urban 2.0, housing needs of 1 crore urban poor and middle-class families will be addressed with an investment of 10 lakh crore rupees. This will include the central assistance of 2.2 lakh crore rupees in the next 5 years. A provision of interest subsidy to facilitate loans at affordable rates is also envisaged. In addition, enabling policies and regulations for efficient and transparent rental housing Transparent rental housing markets with enhanced availability will also be put in place. Water supply and sanitation. In partnership with state governments and multilateral development banks, we will promote water supply, sewage treatments, and solid waste management projects and services for 100 large cities through bankable projects. These projects will also envisage use of treated water for irrigation and filling up of tanks in nearby areas. Street markets. Building on the success of PM Swanidhi scheme in transforming the lives of street vendors, our government envisions a scheme to support each year over the next 5 years the development of 100 weekly hearts or street food hubs in select cities. Stamp duty. We will encourage states which continue to charge high stamp duty to moderate the rates